Pirates, cut Ace back to Windmill Town at the beginning. Chapter 1 Wayne the Traveler. The time is 1518 in the Sea Circle calendar, and the location is the East China Sea, which is known as the weakest sea among the four seas. This is a tavern located in Rogue Town, the legendary island of beginning and end. 20 years ago, the pirate king Gold Roger shouted in Roger Town, "Do you want my treasure? If you want, I'll give it to you. Everything I have is there." This opened the Great Pirate Era, which has lasted until now. As one of the islands closest to the Grand Line in the East China Sea, what is most lacking here is Bailey and pirates. In the tavern, several big men who don't look like good people gathered together and chatted enthusiastically. "Have you heard that a new Spade Pirates group has emerged recently?" "It seems so. I heard that the captain is the ability user of the natural devil fruit, the flame fruit." "Oh my god! Natural devil fruit, the kind that is said to be invincible in legend. Who said it's not? What a lucky newcomer. I heard that he has a bounty of 100 million after just a few months at sea." A man wearing a peaked cap and sunglasses sat silently in the corner, listening to the information revealed by the pirates around him while drinking and bragging. When he heard Ace, he couldn't help but smile, but then the corners of his mouth began to turn down. What a troublesome kid. The man's name is Wayne, he is 25 years old this year. 20 years ago, he traveled from Earth to the world of One Piece. Now, he is a little pirate. "Boss, check out." Wayne left 10,000 Baileys and got up to leave the tavern, leaving only a tall back. Several ladies who were drinking in the tavern couldn't help but dim their eyes after seeing Wayne leave. Such a tall and handsome man is rare. Although he is wearing sunglasses, his handsome facial features can still be seen. Who doesn't want to spend a night with such a man? Several ladies sighed and continued to gossip. "Have you heard? Lord Wayne is coming to the East China Sea for a concert." "Really? Unfortunately, the tickets are too expensive." "What? Is it that Lord Wayne? Oh my god! I'll go to see it even if I have to eat steamed buns every day." After returning to his residence, Wayne quietly lit a cigarette. This kind of cigarette is a specialty of a certain kingdom. It is smooth to the mouth and will not cause much damage to the throat. Wayne looked at the woman in front of him. She was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with three-dimensional facial features and full of intellectual aura. At this moment, she was reporting intelligence to Wayne. "Boss, the information about the Spade Pirates and Ace you want is here. According to the information, Ace will arrive in Rogue Town in 3 days." Wayne took the information handed over by the woman and praised, "Robin, you did a good job." Then he began to look through Ace's information. Looking at Ace's face in the bounty order, Wayne couldn't help but whispered, "It's really like him. This is the only relative of Sister Luju in the world." Wayne couldn't help but fall into memories. That was 20 years ago, when Theodore had just crossed into the world of One Piece. Wayne, who had just crossed over, was indeed full of excitement in his heart. One Piece comics were his favorite comics. And coming to this place full of adventures and various magical powers made him even more excited. But reality soon gave him a backstab. Wayne, who was only 5 years old at the time, lost his parents in a shipwreck, and was abducted by human traffickers to Patrilla Island in the South China Sea because of his cute appearance. That was a miserable time. Fortunately, Wayne soon met Porgas Luju, a woman who looked like his sister and mother. She bought Wayne from the traffickers and let Wayne live a few months of carefree time. The so-called drop of water should be repaid with a spring, which has always been one of Wayne's life creeds. When Wayne learned that the woman in front of him was the wife of the Pirate King and the mother of Ace, Luju, his heart sank. He was familiar with the plot of One Piece and knew clearly that Luju would be pregnant in the next few months. Then came Gold Roger's surrender, and Luju forced to be pregnant for 20 months in order to give birth to Ace, and finally passed away because of this. At that time, Wayne tried to persuade Luju, but in the end Luju still stubbornly rejected Wayne. Luju said this at that time. Little Wayne, you have to know that maternal love and paternal love are the greatest feelings in the world. I believe Roger will not be like this, and little Wayne, is he a little worried? Wayne persuaded many times in a few months until the man appeared. Luju, I'm back. Who is this kid? Wayne looked at the man in front of him, who had a special hair under his nose that he didn't know whether it was a beard or nose hair. At first glance, Wayne recognized him, the Pirate King, Gold Roger. At that time, Wayne hid outside the door and heard Roger say to Luju. I came here this time to tell you. I'm going to turn myself in. Yes, you know, I won't live long with my illness. When Luju heard the news, she just cried bitterly. After a fight, she accepted the decision of the man she loved deeply. Boss. Wayne's memories were interrupted by Robin's reminder. What? Is there anything else? Boss, according to our plan, your concert will be held in a week. We have postponed it for a month. If it is postponed again, it will be difficult to explain to Morgan's newspapers. You can arrange this kind of thing. Even if it is postponed, what's the matter? A mere newspaper seller will just complain behind your back. By the way, let's choose the location in Rogue Town. Okay, boss. Robin looked at the man in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. His strong strength and tough tone made people admire him. By the way, tell Morgans that the finale of my novel Journey to the West will be postponed for another week. I'm busy recently and don't have time to write. Robin frowned when he heard this, and then said obediently, Okay, boss. Well, if you have nothing to do, you can go down first. I have something to go out for the next few days. Wayne met Nico Robin 7 years ago. Although he had not yet awakened the plug in the strongest life player system that he brought with him when he traveled through time, he was already a swordsman with 2-color domineering. At that time, Nico Robin was defecting from a pirate group and was hunted by pirates. Wayne happened to pass by and saved Robin. From then on, Robin has been following Wayne as a secretary and has been protected by Wayne. As one of the most intelligent people in the pirate world, Robin's joining made Wayne's power more prosperous. Especially after Wayne awakened the system when he turned 18, Wayne gradually became one of the bosses of the underground world and a big star sought after by millions of fans. Chapter 2: The Strongest Life Player System. Wayne poured himself a glass of red wine, and while drinking, he began to look at his attribute panel. Host, Duraki D. Wayne. Title, Scholar, Gourmet Medical Expert. Fruit ability, none. Haki level, High level Armament Haki, 233/5000, High level Observation Haki, 1200/5000, Overlord Haki Seed, 1/5000. Swordsmanship level, Great Swordsman Beginner, 500/10,000. Physical skill level, 6th level, 800/5000. Note, the top physical skills in the world of pirates, such as Garp, are about the 9th level, while admirals such as Aokiji and Akainu are about the 7th level. Combat skills, Navy 6 style Moon Step, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Shaving, Life Return. Occupations, Chef, Master, Novelist, Master, Singer, Master, Doctor, Advanced, Knifesmith, Advanced. Life points, 1300. Wayne's system is called Strongest Life Player System. As the name suggests, it is to train Wayne to be the strongest life player, and every time you exercise in the life profession or upgrade your career level, you can get a certain amount of life points. Life points have many uses. They can be used to directly improve domineering, swordsmanship, etc., with a ratio of 1:1. They can also be used for lottery. 1000 life points are drawn once, but what you draw depends on luck. In the words of the system, as long as you are lucky enough, it is not impossible to directly draw an infinite glove inlaid with 6 infinite gems. Of course, Wayne draws more items similar to the novels Journey to the West Part 1 and Romance of the Three Kingdoms Part 2. Well, although Wayne really wants to draw a skill that makes him invincible, it is also good to be able to draw a novel to give Wayne the confidence of a plagiarist. The improvement of professional level often comes from 2 aspects, one is the real level, and the other is fame. For example, even if a person's cooking skills are average, as long as people all over the world think that he is the best cook, then his cooking level will instantly become the maximum level, God level. This is also the reason why Wayne works so hard to hold concerts all over the world. He wants to improve his popularity. The East China Sea is the last stop of his 4 Seas concert. After completing this concert, Wayne has completed his most profitable task at present. 4 Seas concert, side quest. As a world-famous singer, you should let the world hear your beautiful singing. Mission goal: hold a concert in each of the 4 seas of the world, East China Sea, West China Sea, South China Sea, and North China Sea. Mission completion, 3/4. Mission reward: big star title, 10,000 life points, 1 chance to draw 10 times in a row. Each time Wayne completes a mission, his strength will have a huge leap, but each mission takes a lot of time. For example, Wayne's last mission took more than half a year to complete. Medical mastery: visit 3 master doctors in the pirate world and ask them for medical advice. Wayne spent more than half a year visiting Roger Pirate's ship Dr. Kurikaz, Dr. Kulha of Drum Island, and the genius surgeon Hogback, a subordinate of the 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Maria. The first 2 doctors were easy to talk to. After Wayne explained his purpose and paid a generous reward, he finally completed the task. But the last doctor was really perverted. He turned a living person into a doll, which made Wayne feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, Gecko Maria was blindly arrogant and had a bad temper as a 7 warlords of the sea. So the final result of the visit was that Wayne sank 1/3 of the terror bark and beat Maria half to death. In the end, he finally obtained Hogback's medical experience. After completing the task, Wayne obtained the Domineering Color Domineering Seed, but unfortunately the Domineering Color Domineering upgrade consumes too much energy, and there was no obvious improvement in strength, so Wayne has not improved. The task of Wayne's concert in the 4 Seas was received more than a year ago. In the end, Wayne decided to tour in the order of North Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and East Sea. Memories flashed through Wayne's mind. After drinking the last sip of red wine, Wayne took a long breath and said, "System, draw a lottery." A lottery machine like a turntable appeared in Wayne's mind. Stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the first 30 chapters of the novel Water Margin, please check it. Good guy, it's another novel, just call the Great Writer System directly. Wayne couldn't help complaining, but in fact, the result of this lottery is not bad, it is more reliable than the 1 ton of spicy strips drawn half a year ago. Wayne has not finished eating it yet. Including the first 30 chapters, I have finally completed the collection of 120 chapters of Water Margin. Great! I have decided to write Water Margin for my next novel, which can be serialized in newspapers for more than a year at least. Yes, Wayne's career as a novelist, master level, is actually completely obtained by plagiarism. As long as some names and places in the novel are rationalized, these classic novels are still so popular even in the world of pirates. After drinking red wine, Wayne looked at the gold Rolex he won in the lottery, and was shocked when he saw the time. Oh my god, it's almost evening, there's really no way, let's solve the problem of dinner first. Then Wayne called Robin and asked Robin to get some ingredients. He was going to make dinner. Wayne looked at the long sky duck, huge dragon fish, etc. in front of him, each of which was a precious ingredient. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. After Wayne cooked for half an hour, 3 dishes and 1 soup, a total of 4 exquisite dishes, were presented in front of Wayne. At this time, the system also sent a prompt ding: after 33 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved. The current cooking level is Master Level, 3888/5000, and you have obtained 4 life points. The current life points are 1304 points. Good guy, it is getting harder and harder to increase the life level after the Master Level. It only increases by 4 points after cooking a meal. Alas, when will it end? It seems that I have to find a way to learn a new life profession. After complaining, Wayne shouted to the outside of the door, "Robin, Gloria, get ready to wash your hands and eat." 2 figures, one tall and one short, appeared in front of Wayne. Gloria took the lead and rushed directly to grab her favorite steamed long-day duck. 4-wheeled flour served the dishes first. But Robin calmly used the flour fruit. And 4 palms instantly grew on the kitchen table and swept 4 dishes over Gloria's head and steadily brought them to the table in the living room. "Damn it, Robin, you're cheating again." Goliath jumped several times on the spot, but with her height of less than 1.6 meters, she still couldn't reach the food in the air, and couldn't help but pouting in anger. "Woo-woo, Brother Wayne, Robin bullied me again." Okay, Robin, stop teasing Gloria. Get ready to wash your hands and eat." The meal was in full swing, and some small movements of Robin and Gloria at the dinner table were directly ignored by Wayne. After eating and drinking, Wayne looked at the 2 people who were still competing in front of him and couldn't help but slightly raised his mouth, muttering, "What a warm moment." Goliath was an orphan adopted by Wayne 6 years ago. At that time, he bought Gloria from the slave market in Champu. Goliath has long sky blue hair and likes to tie 2 ponytails. Although she looks like a loli, she is actually 22 years old. She is only 1.58 meters tall, but she has strength that cannot be underestimated. Gloria is the owner of the psychic singing fruit, who can sing an addictive voice and kill people with her voice. On the surface, she is an artist under Wayne's company's eye, who has a beautiful voice that fascinates thousands of boys and girls. Secretly, Gloria is also one of Wayne's killers, a gold medal killer known as Death Song. Chapter 3: Beating Ace. 3 days later, on an unnamed island not far from Rogue Town, Wayne stood on a boulder by the sea, wearing a black clown mask on his face. The bleak sea breeze blew Wayne's cloak behind him, but it did not affect Wayne's mood at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the sea in the distance quietly. A pirate ship slowly came into Wayne's sight. There was a skull painted on the black pirate flag, and there were 2 smiling faces on the skull's head, one crying and one laughing. It was Ace's Spade Pirates. "Captain Ace, we are about to arrive at Rogue Town. The legendary town of the beginning and the end. The place where the pirate king Gold Roger was executed." Ace hugged the pirate who was talking, hit him on the head, and yelled, "You useless guy, the last pirate king? That's nothing. I want to be the pirate king. I'm not allowed to worship the guy who surrendered to the navy." Obviously, this crew member touched the wound in Ace's heart, but Ace was not really angry. Soon, the discussion of the crew on the ship returned to the fantasy of Rogue Town and the Grand Line. Tisk, a group of guys who have never seen the world. Ace was still a little indignant. On the other side, Wayne quietly watched the pirate ship getting closer and closer, 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. At this moment, Wayne drew the sword at his waist and took a deep breath. Flying slash! A huge white slash flew towards the Spade Pirates' ship. With a loud bang, the huge pirate ship was split in half, but no crew members were injured or killed. Enemy attack! There is an enemy attack! Help, Mom, I can't swim! Instantly, all the crew members of the Spade Pirates sank into the sea, struggling to swim to the shore. No, there was only one exception. A red flame came from the sky and flew towards the island where Wayne was. Fire fist! Kid, you reacted quickly. Seeing the large flames flying, Wayne did not dodge in a hurry, but slashed twice in the air, one to disperse the incoming fire fist, and the other to slash directly at Ace, who was still in the air. Yanjian! Ace's body turned into flames to avoid Wayne's flying slash, and then jumped again, stopping steadily dozens of meters away from Wayne. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Seeing Ace's face in front of him, which was similar to that of Sister Luju, Wayne couldn't help but soften his expression, and then frowned and said, "Because of an old friend, I stopped you from entering the Grand Line." A puzzled expression appeared on Ace's face. "Old friend? Is it Old Man Garp? Damn it! If you want to stop a man from running to the sea, you must have the corresponding strength." Wayne was stunned, and then he knew that Ace had misunderstood. He didn't explain anything, but just slashed at Ace in front of him. The knife was very fast, and Ace had no time to dodge, so he could only quickly elementalize his body to resist. Ah! It hurts. Ace covered his injured left arm, where there was a wound, and a trickle of blood flowed out of the wound. "How did you hit me? I'm obviously already elementalized." Ace's face was full of panic and confusion. You know, his natural flame fruit is unique in the entire East China Sea. Since his debut, no enemy has been able to cause substantial damage to him. But the strange man in the mask in front of him could actually leave him with a wound. Wayne paused for a moment, but still did not speak. He just swung out another sword energy, which was wrapped in domineering, leaving another wound on Ace's abdomen. "Damn! There must be something wrong with your knife. If you have the ability, don't use the knife and fight a real man one-on-one." Wayne looked at the boy in front of him, shook his head, and said, "What a childish thing to say. Who do you think you are? I might as well tell you that I was not sent by Garp. If you don't show some real skills, not only will you die, but your companions behind you will also die with you." This was of course meant to scare Ace. After all, the purpose of his trip was to stop Ace from going to the Grand Line. As long as Ace didn't go to the Grand Line, he wouldn't be defeated by Blackbeard 2 years later, and he wouldn't die in the war at the top. Well, that sounds reasonable. Thinking of this, Wayne murmured, "This should be the most worry-free way." Divine Fire Shiranui. Ace's hands turned into flames, and a sharp and extremely fast flame attacked Wayne. "It's useless, a simple flame attack can't hit me." Wayne's observation haki was activated, and he predicted Ace's attack in advance, and dodged the flames in a few jumps. "Really? Then you take this move." Firearms. Ace's hands were like guns, and flames turned into bullets and attacked Wayne. "I said, simple flames can't hit me." Wayne started running forward, and all the flame bullets were left behind him. "Fooled! Take this move of mine, the newly developed Great Flame Ring Entei." Ace suddenly approached Wayne, then smiled, and a fireball like the sun hit Wayne directly. The huge flames burned the few plants on the island clean, and the land on the ground was burned into charcoal black, and a cloud of dust from the fire filled the sky dozens of meters high. Success! Captain Ace is worthy of it. The crew of the Spade Pirates finally climbed onto the island, and saw Ace's Great Flame Ring Entei. Under this godlike move, even Ace felt that he had successfully defeated the enemy in front of him. Did it succeed? It's really a headache. I spent a lot of money to buy the pirate ship. We can only use the spare boat to go to Rogue Town first. Ace began to think about leaving the island next. Captain Ace. Look. In the area hit by Ace just now, the smoke slowly dissipated, and a tall figure slowly appeared in the center of the charcoal black area. The black haki covered Wayne's whole body, and he couldn't help choking twice by the thick smoke. Ahem. It's a really good move, but unfortunately, the power is too low and can't penetrate my haki at all. Before being hurt by Entei, Wayne activated the armament haki in his body in advance. Although his haki has not reached the level of Ryuo, the high-level armament haki still resisted the damage. In the final analysis, Ace was too weak when he just went to sea. If it was Ace who fought with Blackbeard 2 years later, I'm afraid this attack would hurt Wayne. Haki? What is that? Ace was surprised when he saw the black on the man's skin, and at the same time he had a vague guess. The secret of being able to hit his attacks and avoid fire attacks in advance might be this domineering. Chapter 4 How can you kill the enemy? It's obviously feeding. Wayne looked at the young boy in front of him, and couldn't help but reveal a bit of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. You don't even know what domineering is, how dare you go to the Grand Line? To tell you the truth, there are many people like me who are domineering on the Grand Line, and opponents like you are vulnerable on the Grand Line. Of course, this was a lie to Ace, but Ace didn't know that he really thought that the entire Grand Line was full of perverted strongmen like the man in front of him, so for the first time, he began to question his own strength. Ace originally had good fighting skills and physical skills, and his strength increased greatly after obtaining the flame fruit. In the past few months, he has fought more than a dozen pirate groups in the East China Sea. But no one can match him, so it is inevitable that his mentality will swell. Ah, you are lying, how could the Grand Line be full of monsters like you? After Ace calmed down, he couldn't help but question it. He had heard some pirates' descriptions of the Grand Line, but he had never heard the word domineering. Do I have to lie to you? Inner, of course I have to. See, this layer of black on my hand is called armament haki, which takes into account both attack power and defense effects, and is the premise for being able to hit the natural devil fruit. The black domineering on Wayne's arm slowly extended, and then turned his entire right hand black. Running at a high speed, Wayne approached Ace not far away and punched Ace in the face. Elementalization. Ace transformed his body into an elemental form, preparing to use it to resist Wayne's attack. But unfortunately, Ace, who didn't know how to use the haki to avoid the attack in advance, couldn't do this at all. The black fist knocked Ace over in the air, and he stopped only after smashing a boulder. I told you, armament haki is the nemesis of the natural system. If you don't get up, your companions may not survive. Wayne looked at Ace, who fell to the ground without any mercy, but cast his eyes on the pirates on the shore. Damn it! Flame on steel! 2 red walls of fire wrapped Wayne in the middle. Taking this opportunity, Ace shouted to his companions on the shore, "You go first, I'll follow." Damn it! Captain, we won't abandon you. That's right, we in the Spade Pirates don't have the habit of abandoning our companions. Idiot, I just asked you to run away on the ship first. You will only affect my performance here. If I can't beat you, I can naturally run away with the elements. The members of the Spade Pirates began to be in a dilemma until the deputy captain Deuce shouted, "We must believe in Captain Ace. Let's go to Rogue Town and wait for Captain Ace to return." Deuce is a man with a black eye mask. He was the first to meet Ace on the Spade Pirates. He commanded the rest of the crew to leave first. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Ace, who was still fighting. He knew that Ace just didn't want them to die together, but as the deputy captain, he also had the responsibility to protect the other crew members. "Captain, wait for me. I will come to help you after I send them to Rogue Town." Deuce thought silently in his heart. Wayne heard the voice outside clearly with his observation haki, but he did not intend to stop it. His purpose this time was just to dispel Ace's idea of going to the Grand Line, not to kill people. After a while, when all the crew members of the Spade Pirates left this place, Wayne held the knife in his left hand and began to spin wildly. A series of white sword energy formed a whirlwind, which soon dispersed the 2 fire walls around. "I can't tell that you are still a pirate who values friendship and loyalty." Wayne looked at Ace, who was obviously seriously injured but still holding on, with some ridicule at the corner of his mouth. "Damn guy! Take my divine fire Shiranui!" Wayne kept mocking Ace while dodging his attacks. In Ace's eyes, he looked like a hunter who kept torturing his prey, which looked particularly hateful. I've said before, I have observation haki, you can't hit me, instead of hitting aimlessly like this, why not try to predict? Oh, you're so weak, how do you know that observation haki is actually a way to capture the breath? Wayne didn't seem to realize that he was telling the enemy how to defeat him, but just kept mocking him. Oh, by the way, you can't use observation haki when you're so angry, you must stay calm when using observation haki. Observation haki can see enemies out of sight without using your eyes, which is actually a kind of intuition. Ace tried hard to dodge Wayne's slash with haki, while thinking about what Wayne said in his heart: prediction, breath, intuition. Gradually, the sky began to darken, and the moonlight in the sky sprinkled on Wayne's face, adding a mysterious atmosphere to Wayne. Wayne continued to use flying slash to crazily attack Ace, and Ace on the opposite side naively thought that Wayne just wanted to torture him. After who knows how many rounds. Finally, Ace dodged Wayne's dodging attack by turning it into an element in advance. Wayne finally showed some interest and looked at the gold Rolex on his hand. Only 10 hours have passed and you have already mastered the observation haki? This talent is really amazing. Wayne waved his right hand and slashed at Ace with 2 more domineering slashes, but this time Ace only dodged one of them, and the other flying slash accurately hit Ace's thigh. Ah! It hurts. Ace's left leg was hit and his center of gravity was unbalanced, and he fell again. So far, Ace's body has dozens of scars, covering his arms, abdomen, back and thighs. Although Wayne deliberately controlled the strength of each blow and avoided the vital parts, it still made Ace lose his fighting ability. So, did you just dodge it by chance? No, you should have only initially sensed the presence of the aura, but you were unable to flexibly use the derived observation haki. In this case, what is needed next is more practice repeatedly. Theodore stood there, staring at Ace in front of him, seemingly looking for Ace's flaws, but in fact he quietly dialed the den mushi in his arms. After 2 seconds of ringing, Wayne did not speak, but hung up. Ace on the opposite side was half kneeling on the ground because of his serious injuries, and did not notice what had just happened. Next, just wait for Robin to come. Chapter 5 Ace is my only relative in the world. Not long after the den mushi was dialed, Wayne saw a winged figure flying over from a distance. Wayne knew that this was Robin coming over according to the signal, so he said to Ace in front of him. Okay kid, I've had enough fun, and now it's time to send you to hell. After that, he raised the knife in his hand and prepared to give Ace the final blow. Damn! Is my voyage over here? A trace of despair appeared on Ace's face. He deeply felt the strength of the strange man wearing a clown mask, and he had no power to fight back in front of him. Thousand-wheel flower giant palm. At this moment, a huge palm appeared in the air and pressed towards Wayne. Damn it! Wayne only resisted symbolically, and then was pressed down by the palm. Boom! The huge rocks around Wayne were also shattered, and the shattered rubble buried Wayne underground. Wayne also took this opportunity to sprinkle the plasma prepared in advance on himself, creating the illusion that he was seriously injured. At this moment, Ace, who was dozens of meters away from Wayne, stared at this scene blankly, as if he couldn't believe that the seemingly invincible mysterious man was defeated like this. After a while, Wayne, who was covered in blood, crawled out of the ruins in a mess, and most of his clothes were torn. Wayne shouted to Robin in the air, "Damn woman, I am an apprentice crew member of the Cleaver Pirates. How dare you sneak attack me?" Robin in the air also showed a hint of ridicule, just an apprentice crew member of a third-rate pirate group. In the end, didn't you escape back from the Grand Line in a mess? Wayne was unwilling to give up and slashed several flying attacks into the air, but Robin dodged them easily. So Wayne finally pretended to be defeated and said, "Just wait and see, I will definitely seek revenge on you." After that, Wayne fled the nameless island in a woeful way with the moon steps and flew towards Rogue Town. Rookie! Where are you running? Seeing this, Robin also flapped his wings behind him and began to chase Wayne. Gradually, the two chased farther and farther. Got, saved. Ace looked at the scenes in front of him in disbelief. The original situation of death was saved because the enemy of this mysterious man came to hunt him down, which led to his life being saved. Ace struggled for a while, as if he wanted to stand up, but he had no last bit of strength in his body. Who? Who? Ace lay on the ground in a big letter. Breathing heavily without any gentlemanly manners, and fell asleep unknowingly. Captain! Captain Ace! Until a voice woke up Ace, who was sleeping. Ace opened his eyes and saw the crew members of the Spade Pirates. Deuce couldn't help crying for joy when he saw Ace was still alive, and his tears wet his eye mask. Captain, I thought I would never see you again. How did you survive? Ace stood up with the help of the crew and told them everything that had just happened. After listening, Deuce took a deep breath. Is the Grand Line so terrifying? Ace nodded heavily, obviously convinced of the horror of the Grand Line. We are still too weak. We became proud and complacent just because we achieved a little success in the weak East China Sea. But the East China Sea is only the weakest sea. Fortunately, we have seen the horror of the Grand Line today. The most important thing is that none of our companions died. So I decided to temporarily stop going to the Grand Line. Until we can have enough self-protection power. Ace's eyes were filled with solemnity and regret, and he was obviously sad that his complacency almost caused the annihilation of the entire pirate group. Captain Ace, what do you see here? Just then, a member of the pirate group took out a thin notebook from the ruins where Wayne was just now. There were a few big words written on the notebook: experiences of practicing high-level armament hacking. Armament hacking. Ace took the notebook handed over by the crew, flipped through it carefully, and confirmed that this was the armament hacking that the mysterious man just mentioned, and then a trace of joy appeared on Ace's face. It must have been dropped by the mysterious man in his panic escape just now. Little guys, our current strength is still too weak. Listen to me, let's go back to Windmill Town to recuperate for a while. Wait until you are strong enough before going to the Grand Line. On the other side, Wayne, who was hiding in the distance, was observing the every move of Ace and the Spade Pirates with his observation hacking. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ace pick up the armament hacking notes. He was really afraid that Ace had not found this notebook, otherwise he would have to perform it again. It seems that Ace will not go to the Grand Line in the short term. Wayne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His purpose of this trip had been achieved, to beat Ace back to Windmill Town to avoid Ace's death in the future. Well, Lord Wayne. Hey? What's wrong, Robin? Wayne asked Robin, whose face was flushed in his arms. Don't get me wrong, at this moment they are flying over the East China Sea. Because Robin's physical strength is insufficient, he can't activate the huge wings transformed by the flower fruit for a long time, so Wayne he could only hold Robin in his arms while stepping on the moon step. You held me too hard just now, it hurts a little. Ah? Sorry, I didn't control the strength for a while. Robin kept asking questions along the way, not like the mature queen in the pirate world at all. Of course, Robin would only show this attitude in front of Wayne. Lord Wayne, you acted like that just now, I really thought you were injured. Lord Wayne, did I act well just now? Did I feel like a killer? Yes, you acted very well, I'll give you a chicken leg as a midnight snack when I go back. Wayne continued to step on the moon step and held Robin in one hand and returned to Rogue Town. Lord Wayne, what is your relationship with that Fire Fist Ace? Is it worth it for you to do this? As soon as Wayne landed and put Robin on the ground, he heard Robin ask this question. Wayne recalled Ace's familiar face and the same stubborn personality, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, saying, Fire Fist Ace, I am the only relative in this world besides you. Finally I drove Ace back. Next, the author will gradually reveal the protagonist's background and the storylines that have already happened. The content is very exciting, I hope all readers will watch it patiently. Chapter 6 Blackbeard's Fifth Captain, Lafayette. A week later, in the luxury hotel in the central square of Rogue Town. After driving Ace back to Windmill Town, Wayne did not leave here. After all, he came to Rogue Town this time to do another thing besides driving Ace back. Hold a concert. Wayne's public identity is the most popular and popular star in the pirate world. Of course, this is not because he is not interested, but Wayne is just trying to better use the system and complete his task of 4C's concert. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of Den Den Mushy attracted Wayne's attention. Moses, this is Wayne, what can I do for you? Boss, I'm Lafayette. Oh, Lala, what can I do for you? Wayne yawned without any idle baggage and teased Lafayette. Boss, don't call me Lala. I have something to do. Lafayette's voice was a little anxious, and it seemed that he really had something to do. He said, recently, our relationship with Joker is not very good. He intercepted one of our merchant ships. Wayne was stunned when he heard this and said, Dover, what's wrong? Did you provoke him again? Lafayette's voice came from the other end of the phone, it's still the slave ship incident last time. We intercepted a ship of slaves from him, and he was unhappy. Let's not stretch our hands too far. Wayne narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Doflamingo, like Wayne, is one of the 10 kings of the dark world. The difference is that Doflamingo does everything, including devil fruits, arms, smuggling, slave trade, etc. As long as there is profit, it is within his business scope. Wayne's organization Dawn has principles. First of all, it will never touch the slave trade. Not only will it not touch it, but any forces that are dependent on Wayne are not allowed to touch it, which undoubtedly infringes on the interests of several other Dark World giants. In the past, they naturally did not dare to take action with Wayne in the base camp, but Wayne has been wandering around the world for more than a year, which has also made other giants ready to move. Well, you should let your men restrain themselves first. I will go back after I finish this period of time. As for Doflamingo, don't worry, I will have a fight with him sooner or later. Yes, boss, and I wish you a smooth concert. Wayne hung up the phone in his hand and fell into memories. He met Lafayette a year and a half ago. Lafayette, the captain of the 5th ship under the original 4 Emperors Blackbeard, is also Blackbeard's navigator and think tank, and the animal-type bird fruit white dove form ability user. In the original work, after Ace was defeated by Blackbeard, it was Lafayette who submitted a deal to the Navy headquarters to exchange Ace for the position of Shishibukai. He is one of the few highly intelligent people in the pirate world. Wayne subdued Lafayette to organize the war at the top, and also because Lafayette was a rare talent. A year and a half ago, the sky was full of thick dark clouds, which blocked the sun fiercely. From time to time, there were rumbling thunders from the sky, which felt like dark clouds were pressing down on the city and about to destroy it. 2 major events happened in the Kingdom of Illusia today. The first was that the most brutal and popular sheriff in the country, Lafayette, was about to be expelled. The other thing was that Mr. Wayne, a famous star in the sea, agreed to the king's invitation and would come to the Kingdom of Illusia for a concert. The Kingdom of Illusia is a country in the West Sea. Now the royal city of this country is full of people. They came to watch Lafayette's exile ceremony. Lafayette was once a respected sheriff. Although this so-called curfew was born in the country under his governance, which made life less fun, the public security was much better. But everything changed 5 years ago. It is said that due to some unknown reason, Lafayette became an extremely cruel sheriff. He would cut off the fingers of street thieves so that they could no longer steal. For those swindlers who make a living by talking, Lafayette would sew their mouths with needle and thread. Half a month ago, Lafayette killed a gang of gangsters with a good reputation. All 118 people in the gang were killed. The reason was that the gang seemed to have slave trade with a certain force in the Grand Line. Finally, his series of brutal public security measures caused dissatisfaction among the nobles in the kingdom. After the nobles jointly put pressure on the old king, Lafayette was dismissed from the post of sheriff. The status of a sheriff will be exiled. I declare that the criminal Lafayette is officially relieved of his status as a sheriff and stripped of his nationality of the Kingdom of Alusia. An elderly noble took off the police gun on Lafayette's waist, approached Lafayette, and whispered, "It's not easy to lose your daughter, but the scarier thing is yet to come. I will make you lose everything you have." Lafayette's eyes suddenly turned red when he heard this, and his pale face made him look more like a devil, which was terrifying. The old noble took 2 steps back after seeing his appearance, but he was relieved after seeing the sea-stone handcuffs on Lafayette's hands and mocked. "Just a prisoner. Don't worry, I won't do it to you personally. That would only dirty my hands." Wayne met Lafayette when he came to the Kingdom of Alusia in the West Sea. Wayne, who was always punctual and dedicated, came to the Kingdom of Lucia a day in advance. After preparing for the concert 3 days later, Wayne decided to go for a walk in the city and taste the food and wine of the West Sea. At that time, Lafayette was fleeing frantically, with dozens of gangsters holding long knives and pistols behind him. Lafayette could naturally handle this kind of scene in normal times. But after being handcuffed with inferior sea-stone, Lafayette even had difficulty escaping. Finally, when Lafayette was forced into a dead end, a look of despair finally appeared on his face. He looked at the dozens of gangsters in front of him with grinning faces and said desperately, "Damn it! Is my life over? At this moment? Hey, hey! Isn't it a bad idea for so many people to fight one person?" Wayne, wearing a mask, saw that the gangsters in front of him were not afraid at all. He recognized that the man was Devil Sheriff Lafayette, one of the crew members of the future Blackbeard pirates, and the owner of the white pigeon form of the animal Devil Fruit Bird Fruit. The leading gangster looked at Wayne's bluffing outfit and was a little hesitant for a while, so he threatened. "Little ghost, don't mind your own business, get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being blind." "Oh? I want to see how you are blind." Wayne's tone was careless. "Damn it! Shoot!" At once, dozens of guns were aimed at Wayne. Seeing this, Wayne activated the observation color to dodge, but after all, he was not a natural devil fruit ability user, so he could not ignore the bullets. Finally, Wayne found the right opportunity. Shave. Finger gun. Wayne teleported to the gang leader and shot him with a close-range finger gun. The rest of the gangsters were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Wayne didn't rush to move. He took out a skewer from his bag. It was the garbage he didn't throw away after eating snacks. A wisp of black spread from Wayne's hand and covered the whole skewer in a blink of an eye. Flying/skewer kill. Wayne casually named it, and then the black slash instantly cut the surrounding houses in two, and the weapons in the hands of the gangsters in front of him broke. "What? How is it possible?" Both the gangsters and Lafayette in front of them were shocked. They never thought that a skewer would have such power. Wayne then took a wooden stick and took a step forward. The gangsters in front of him were frightened and fled in all directions. After the gangsters fled, Wayne came to Lafayette, squatted down and said, "I have heard of you, the famous violent sheriff in the West Sea. I heard that your daughter was beaten to death by slave traffickers." Lafayette's eyes were dazed when he heard this, and then he was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose in saving me?" Wayne tilted his head and thought for a long time, then said, "I say, you guys, this is your attitude towards your lifesaver. I just did it for no reason. I just don't like human traffickers." Lafayette's eyes lit up when he heard this, and then returned to dim again, saying, "Darkness will always exist, and justice will always be out of reach. I didn't expect a guy like you to say such philosophical words. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Lafayette glanced at Wayne, then raised the sea stone handcuffs in his hand and said, "Thank you very much for saving me, but I'm trapped now. Let's run for our lives." Wayne glanced at the sea stone handcuffs and asked curiously, "Is this thing difficult to solve?" Then he took out a small nail knife from his arms, covered with armed color domineering, "Ha!" After hearing a crisp sound, the sea stone handcuffs broke. Lafayette looked at the man in front of him with a shocked face. "I only heard Wayne say coolly, since there is darkness that justice cannot solve, are you interested in being in the darkness and looking to the light?" Lafayette murmured, "Being in the darkness, the heart is looking to the light. Fight evil with evil." Wayne stretched out his hand to Lafayette and asked, "Are you interested in turning this world upside down with me?" Lafayette also stood up, adjusted his gentleman's hat, and said, "I am willing to serve you, boss." "Boss, are we leaving the Kingdom of Illusion next?" Wayne just shook his head slightly when he heard this, and then took off the mask on his face. At this time, the storm just ended, an array of bright moonlight sprinkled on Wayne's face. "I still have a concert to sing, and you can leave with me after it's over." Lafayette was stunned when he saw this face, and obviously recognized that the mysterious man in front of him was Wayne, the most famous star in the pirate world, and said softly, "You are really a person favored by fate. I am willing to serve you, boss." The next part is the concert plot. Let's welcome the big star Wayne. Chapter 7 Pirate World Superstar, Wayne. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." There was a knock on the door, awakening Wayne from his memories. The person who came in was Robin. Robin was wearing a secretary's uniform, a pair of thin-framed glasses, and her hair was tied up behind her head. "Lord Wayne, our concert will officially start in an hour. Please go to the lounge to put on makeup now. Gloria has been waiting for you there for a long time." Wayne nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." When Wayne entered the dressing room, he saw Gloria, who had just finished putting on makeup, approaching him with a cute face and asked, "Lord Wayne, do I look good?" Wayne glanced at Gloria and saw that she was wearing a blue princess dress with a pair of exquisite black boots, and her blue ponytails were dyed white. With her exquisite face, she really deserves the title of idol singer. "Well, very cute, you will definitely be charming when you go on stage later." Wayne touched Gloria's hair lovingly, making Gloria blush again. "That's it, boss, don't you see who put on the makeup?" Wayne looked over and saw that it was Wayne's personal makeup artist Josh Moon who was speaking. Moon is a user of the superhuman devil fruit makeup fruit, which allows him to make up others and turn them into another person. His fruit ability can change not only the facial features of the model, but also the temperament and figure of the model. At the same time, Moon is also a member of Wayne's underground organization Dawn, with serial number 07 and code name Joker. In addition to being a makeup artist, Moon is also a master of physical skills with a dual-color domineering aura, and his commonly used weapon is a 20 cm long dagger. The reason why he has the code name Joker is that he likes to put on clown makeup when he is on a mission, because in that state, his speed, strength, and nerve reflexes will be greatly improved. After hearing Moon's artificial voice, Wayne shuddered fiercely. There is no way, Moon is good at everything, but unfortunately he has a tendency to be a transvestite, and always likes to put red blush on his face, making it difficult for people to see his original appearance. Ahem, Moon, let's start putting on makeup, still the same. Okay, Lord Wayne. After more than half an hour, after Moon finished his makeup, Wayne looked at the starry eyes, sword eyebrows, and angular face in the mirror and couldn't help but admire it. Moon, your hands are really amazing. It's still me, but people can't recognize me at all. Yes, Lord Wayne. This is my ability after the awakening of my fruit ability, which can make people have cognitive impairment of the object of my makeup, so as to achieve the effect of not recognizing it. What a great ability! Before he appeared on stage, Wayne was a little narcissistic when listening to the cheers of fans outside, and then asked Robin beside him. How is the preparation of the live broadcast of Den Den Mushi going? Everything is ready, just waiting for the adults to come in. Wayne looked at the time, and then tidied his clothes to prepare for his appearance. Wayne stepped on the moon step, holding Gloria in one hand, and slowly descended from the air, like a god. Oh oh oh! Ho ho ho! Ah ah ah! I can't take it anymore, Master Wayne is so handsome. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die. Wayne just appeared on stage, and countless fans on the scene began to cheer, and many fans fainted because they were too excited. Of course, this is not the first time this has happened, and medical staff soon sent them to the medical room for care. Dear boys and girls, good afternoon. This is the last stop of the Four Seas tour, the East China Sea Station. I am Wayne, the talented singer. I am Gloria. After a simple opening, Wayne was ready to start singing. Next, I will bring you the first song, Lemon. There were cheers from the audience, and many fans began to dance along with the music. It has to be said that the entertainment activities in the pirate world are quite poor, and there are not many classic songs that can be shown off. Wayne, who came through, quickly conquered the fans of this world with the classic songs from China, Japan, the United States, etc. drawn in this system. From an 80-year-old old lady to an 8-year-old child, whether it is a pirate, a navy, a noble, a civilian, or even among the celestial dragons, Wayne is very famous. I still remember that when Wayne held his first concert, it was only in a bar in Shampoo Island. Then, as his fame grew, he gradually moved from the bar to the stage, and then to a special concert, and was invited by the king to hold a concert in his own country. Through the operation of Wayne's underground forces and continuous publicity through the media, Wayne became a world-famous star in just 5 years, and finally he successfully held a concert touring the entire pirate world. Soon, the first song was over. Next, my partner Miss Zion and I will bring you a song for love. The atmosphere at the concert became more and more heated, and soon Wayne finished singing 7 or 8 songs and entered the intermission. The intermission is a feature of Wayne's concert. This break is not for him, but for the audience fans at the scene. Because Wayne found that if the audience watched for too long at a time, it is easy to faint collectively due to being too excited. Such things have happened in the past. These 2 chapters will explain Wayne's concert in a little more detail. Chapter 8: The World Focuses on You. Soon, the intermission was over, and it was time for Gloria's solo. Next, I will bring you a new song Love Tour that will be released soon. Interested fans can buy a phonograph shell in the store to listen to the song multiple times. Soulmate, soulmate, I love you. Ah, sister soulmate is so cute. Humph, just soulmate, you still want to steal my Lord Wayne. The audience at the scene began to call. But soon they were immersed in Gloria's singing. In fact, if it comes to singing skills alone, Gloria's level is above Wayne. After all, she is a singing fruit ability user. However, Wayne's handsome face, coupled with the halo of great writer and chef, makes Wayne a versatile talent. Under the effect of various halos, Wayne's fame is more than a little higher than Gloria's. The live broadcast of the Four Seas Cruise concert was transmitted to all parts of the world through the recording Den Den Mushi. In Shampooland, in Shakey's Rip-Off Bar, a lady with short hair was chatting with an old man with long white hair. They were Shakey and Rayleigh, the Pluto who is known as the right hand of the Pirate King. Brother Wayne is really popular. Rayleigh snorted, "You kid, you don't want to be a Shishibukai, but insist on holding a concert. Now, your hometown is about to be robbed, and you have to rely on me, an old man, to help you secretly. In the Grand Line New World, the territory of the 4 emperors' Big Mom, Wangguo." A young woman wearing a purple cape and a red skirt shouted to the tall man beside him, "Brother Katakuri, Lord Wayne is so handsome." Can you tell mom that I want to marry him? Katakuri looked at the man on the screen and said, he is indeed very handsome, and I heard that he is also a Shishibukai. He is indeed capable of becoming a family member. Sister Garrett, I will propose to her when mom comes back. In the East China Sea, Ace, who had just returned to Windmill Town, and his younger brother Luffy were looking at Wayne on the screen in the tavern. Luffy, this Wayne looks like a very interesting man. Ah! Nanny, I heard that the dishes he cooks are delicious. I have decided that I will let him be the chef on my ship. Luffy shouted while drooling. Okay, let's practice armament haki together. On an unknown island in the Grand Line, Gecko Mariah, who lost his position as Shishibukai, looked at Wayne on the screen with hatred and stretched out his right hand to touch the scar on his face. Damn little devil, you will take back my position as Shishibukai sooner or later. The Great Sea Road Marijoa, this is the center of power in the pirate world and the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Xiaolulia Palace couldn't help drooling at Wayne on the screen, and shouted to his father, Risward Saint, Father, I want him to be my slave. Risward Saint glanced at the man on the screen and said, let him take turns to be our slave, I also want to listen to his singing. And let him be my mount. Marineford of the Navy Headquarters and Dautu, the Navy Headquarters Candidate Admiral, also watched the concert quietly. I can't believe that such a guy can write the book Eastern Chamber. It's a pity for this skin. He has to be a pirate. Damn it. On an unknown island in the Four Seas, Cavendish, a pirate who has not yet entered the Grand Line, looked at Wayne on the screen and murmured, I want to be such a big star too. At this moment, whether it is the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the subordinates of the Four Emperors, the Supernova, the King, or the Celestial Dragons, as long as people listen to Wayne singing in front of the Den Den Mushi, they are all intoxicated. At this moment, Wayne is the center of the world's attention. Wayne looked up at the sky, the moon had come out, so he said. Ahem, audience friends, our concert is coming to an end. I have one last song. I want to give you the chance to choose, what do you want to hear? Binks's Wine. Love Until Death. Run. There were different shouts from the audience. Wayne made a listening gesture, then nodded like a gentleman and said. I heard that the loudest call was for Binks's Wine, so let's all sing it together, okay? Okay. Ah. Then there was a chorus of tens of thousands of people in the entire Rogue Town Square. Yo ho ho ho. Binks's Wine. Facing the wind, rain, and huge waves. My favorite flag is flying under the clear sky. Binks's Wine was the closing song of Wayne's concert, and Wayne on the stage was a little worried when he saw the audience's enthusiasm. He said to Moon, call Smoker and ask the Navy to maintain the law and order at the scene. Soon, teams of Navy appeared in the square, and the Navy were performing their tasks with red faces, because many of them were also fans of Wayne, and they had just run back to the Navy branch from the square to perform their tasks. With the Navy maintaining law and order, the fans quickly left the square and returned to where they should go. In the hotel, Wayne looked at Smoker in front of him and asked, What's wrong, Lord Navy, is there anything else? Smoker just snorted coldly and didn't speak. On the contrary, Dashiki, who was wearing cute eyes, said with admiring little stars in her eyes, Lord Wayne, you sing so well. Wayne just gave an official smile, thank you for your compliment, lovely lady, is there anything else you can do? Dashiki obviously didn't hear that Wayne said excitedly, thank you for holding a concert in Rogue Town this time, Wayne. We have captured 17 pirates with bounties, with the highest bounty being 17 million. Thank you for your contribution to justice. Wayne just patted his head and said speechlessly, little girl, don't make me sound like a Navy undercover, okay? After all, I'm also a pirate, you know the 7 warlords, the most vicious one. Dashiki said seriously, no, Wayne. Your Excellency is the only Shishibukai who deserves respect. I heard that the Navy headquarters once proposed to give you the title of Honorary Vice Admiral. Enough, Tashiji. Smoker interrupted Tashiji's unfinished words, and then said to Wayne, you did contribute to the capture of the Navy this time, but that's all. Wayne looked at Smoker with a proud face, waved his hand, and said, okay, there's no need to compliment you. If you have nothing to do, just go. I want to rest. Smoker snorted and left. Only Tashiji, who was blushing, said, Sir Wayne, can you sign for me? After that, he took out a knife and a cigar box, obviously hoping that Wayne would sign on the items. While signing, Wayne looked at Tashiji curiously. He had never heard of this girl smoking cigars. Strange. Chapter 9 Promotion. High-level swordsman. Hey! It's finally over. After sending the Navy away, Wayne sat in his boss chair with a comfortable look on his face and lit a cigarette for himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a giant concert. Your singing skills have increased. Your current singing level is Master Level, 5500/5000. The experience value is full and automatically upgraded. Your current singing level is Grandmaster Level, 500/10,000. You get 1500 life points and currently have 1830 life points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Four Seas Tour concert mission. You get the title of Big Star, 10,000 life points, and 110 draw opportunity. Big Star, you are famous all over the world, and the probability of winning high-quality subordinates increases. Strangers' favorability towards you automatically increases by 10 points. Good fellow, Big Star, this effect is too metaphysical, not as good as my previous two titles. Polynomist, you are proficient in various skills, which greatly increases your learning speed. You learn anything 3 times faster than ordinary people. Gourmet medical expert, your cooking and medical skills are both great. With a thorough understanding, you invented food that can heal people. The food you make can greatly restore the physical strength of the eater and slightly increase the recovery speed of injuries. The specific effect depends on the ingredients. Big Star is a big star, something is better than nothing. System, make 10 consecutive draws. Wayne rubbed his palms excitedly, looked at the rotating lottery disc, and then shouted, stop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Fishan Yujian Liu swordsmanship seed. Fishan Yujian Liu swordsmanship seed, after use, the host directly obtains all the moves of Fishan Yujian Liu, but the host needs to practice hard to maximize its use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 ton of Vitality Rice *5. Vitality Rice, rice grains full of vitality, each grain is plump, and you only need to cook it simply to get the most delicious rice. After eating, it can restore injuries and physical strength to a certain extent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 ton of Fat House Happy Water *3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the Devil Fruit Receiver. Devil Fruit Receiver, it looks like a dragon fruit. When a person with a devil fruit dies, the host can use it to receive the fruit ability and eliminate its side effects. Wow, a great harvest! Wayne was delighted when he saw the result of the lottery. The Fat House Happy Water was obviously useless, but the Vitality Rice was indeed a good thing. With Wayne's cooking skills, it was maximized. In addition, Flying Sword Style Sword Art Seed is also a good thing, which makes up for Wayne's lack of the corresponding exquisite sword skills, as he has the strength of a great swordsman. He has always been able to use nameless flat attacks like Hawkeye, or make up a name himself. It's a waste of Wayne's fast, accurate and ruthless sword skills. From now on, I also have a cool sword move name. Wayne was a little tearful for a while. As for the last Devil Fruit Receiver, it is simply what Wayne needs most. Wayne has always wanted to have a top-level Devil Fruit. But firstly, top-level Devil Fruits are not so easy to find, and secondly, the side effects of Devil Fruits are too deadly to Sea Water and Sea Stone, so Wayne doesn't want to leave obvious weaknesses. It's really a sudden wealth, it's worthy of a time-consuming side quest. At present, Wayne's life points are a total of 11,830 points, and a total of more than 10,000 points give Wayne multiple choices. First, I'll do another 10-draw streak, but I was so lucky just now that I was possessed by the Europeans. What if 1 ton of spicy strips *10 appears next time? I'll rule it out. Second, I'll upgrade my physical skills and a certain domineering aura by 1 level. After the physical skills are upgraded, they can reach the 7th level. Plus the Ryu Sakura armament haki or the observation haki that predicts the future. In this way, my strength has indeed been greatly improved, even close to the strength of the Admiral level, but the disadvantage is that none of them is the most outstanding, and it seems a bit mediocre. I can also rule it out. Then there is only one option left. I will directly put 10,000 life points into swordsmanship, so that I will have the strength of a high-level great swordsman, and with the flying sword flow swordsmanship I just obtained, that is a real strength as a general. System, allocate 9,500 life points to swordsmanship experience. Ding, swordsmanship level is upgraded, current swordsmanship level is high-level great swordsman, 0/50,000. Boom. Countless memories flooded into Wayne's mind. Wayne rubbed his head for a long time before he woke up. Feeling the extra memories in his mind, he drew out the sword from his waist and swung it twice. Wayne felt that his swordsmanship, which he had practiced hard for more than 10 years, had been further improved. It seemed that he was only 1 level away from reaching that mysterious realm. Even muscle memory has been improved, it's just like I have been practicing hard for many years. Oh, it's a pity that there are only 2330 life points left. It was the summer of 1518 in the sea circle calendar, 2 years before Luffy went to sea. Wayne, who had traveled through time for 20 years, finally became one of the top strong men in this sea. Ding, it is detected that the host has become a high-level swordsman, but there is no suitable sword. Now the task of swordsman's craftsmanship is released. Swordsman's craftsmanship, through your own efforts, forge a weapon that is not inferior to the supreme sword, with no time limit. Task reward, 2W life points, the title of swordsman's craftsmanship. Wayne was stunned. He didn't expect that he would receive such a task after becoming a high-level swordsman. Alas, it seems that it can't be completed in a short time. Wayne's knife-maker profession is only advanced, and he cannot forge a quality similar to that of a famous knife. The best knife he has forged is only the Tang sword that is close to a famous knife that he wears on his waist. Wayne currently has 4 tasks in the task panel, the top of which is the main task full-level life player, have 10 life professions that have reached the highest level, God level, and the current number of completions, 0/10. Then there is the swordsman's craftsmanship task triggered by Wayne, and the side task I am a great writer, completely publish 7 classic works in the pirate world that are enough to be passed down. Currently, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Eastern Chamber, and Dream of Red Mansions have been published, and the completion rate is 3/7. There is also a daily task cooking competition that Wayne received after coming to the East China Sea. There is a famous sea restaurant Barity in the East China Sea, and the chefs Sanji, Redfoot Zeph and others in it have amazing cooking skills. As a man who aims to be a chef god, you need to absorb the strengths of hundreds of schools, so please go to the sea restaurant for competition. Task reward, 2,000 life points. Chapter 10. There is always someone who is the core of this world. Lord Wayne, can you come in? Come in. The person who came was Wayne's secretary Robin, who came to report to Wayne the revenue of this concert. Boss, our single ticket for this concert is 100,000 Baileys, and the ticket revenue alone is about 2 billion, plus the peripherals and 3.5 billion sold for the phonograph record. Excluding various expenses, the pure profit is 5 billion Baileys. Wayne nodded after hearing this number. With his current influence, this income is indeed within his expectations. Well, I see, take out 1 billion and divide it among the cotters and staff under you. Okay, boss. Wayne is very generous to the cotters or minions under him. When he just established his power, the profit was indeed not high and there were many obstacles from various forces, but he would rather spend less himself and pay wages to his people, which is why Wayne can become bigger and stronger. To use the words of the Grand Line. What? If you become a pirate, you will be homeless and have no food to eat. You are such a loser. What? He is under the command of the 7 warlords of the sea, Wayne, then it's okay. By the way, can you introduce me to someone? This is the true reflection of the pirates' treatment of Wayne's men. Other pirates rely on plundering and criminal trade as their main sources of income, while Wayne's main trade income comes from the entertainment industry and black eating black. He fully developed the experience of his previous life. His employees not only have fixed wages but also 5 insurances and 1 fund. Some of them even own stocks in his group and receive regular dividends. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are better than the welfare benefits of the Navy. Therefore, Wayne's men are very disciplined, and they are completely different from other pirate groups who burn, kill, and plunder like other pirate groups. After sending Robin away, Wayne lit another cigarette. He planned to go to a restaurant on the sea. A huge warship with a length of nearly 100 meters, a width of 40 meters, and a black body was sailing in the East China Sea. This is Wayne's vehicle, the Apocalypse. The Apocalypse was built by the Treasure Tree Atom and cost billions. Although it is not as big as Whitebeard's Mobidice, it is also a famous warship in the entire Grand Line. Look! That ship is so big! Oh my god, I seem to have seen this ship before. In the Barity restaurant on the sea, many diners began to lean against the window and look around, pointing at the Apocalypse. An old man with a broken leg and a beard like a twist lit a cigarette and looked at the ship silently. It's the ship of the 7 warlords of the sea, fool Wayne, don't panic. Oh my god! Is it that Lord Wayne? I heard that he was in the East China Sea, so it should be right. Wayne commanded the navigator to stop the ship steadily a few hundred meters away from the restaurant on the sea, to show that he had no ill intentions. Then he stepped on the moon step and came to the restaurant on the sea, followed by Robin and Gloria wearing masks. Zepp looked at the tall man in front of him and said, "What do you want a man like you to come to me for?" Wayne tilted his head and said, "What else can you do in a restaurant besides eating? Waiter, bring me 10 servings of food, and by the way, another bucket of beer." Jeep, you didn't say anything after hearing this. He turned around and went to the kitchen to cook. Before leaving, he looked at Wayne meaningfully. Eyes. Wayne's arrival undoubtedly made the sea restaurant boil. Dozens of customers on the ship surrounded Wayne. Even the chefs and waiters were secretly watching Wayne from a distance. There were even a few brave ladies with good looks who flirted with Wayne. Looking at this scene, Wayne sighed helplessly, "It's not good to be too famous. It's really a headache." "Excuse me, are you Lord Wayne?" Wayne turned his head when he heard the voice, but saw a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, so he squatted down and said kindly, "What's the matter, little friend, what do you want to see Brother Wayne?" The little girl hesitated for a while and said, "Brother Wayne, can you give me an autograph?" After that, she took out a copy of East Chamber and handed it to Wayne. Wayne was happy when he saw it. Good guy, I didn't expect that he had such a young reader. Can she understand it? But he still took out a pen from his arms and signed his name. "Aduo, come back soon." A woman who looked no more than 20 years old ran over and pulled the little girl to her side, then gave Wayne an apologetic look. Wayne noticed that the woman was very thin, so thin that she was just skin and bones, and the clothes she wore had several patches. "I'm sorry, Lord Wayne, did Aduo cause you any trouble?" Wayne shook his head, "No trouble, ma'am." Just then, Wayne heard the little girl Aduo whisper to the woman, "Mom, I got Lord Wayne's autograph." I just heard from other customers that Lord Wayne's autograph can be sold for at least 200,000 Baileys. This way we have money to treat the disease." Wayne was stunned for a moment. He heard that the mother and daughter seemed to be living a bad life. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the woman pulling a duo away. Robin on the side reminded, "My lord, the food is here, we can eat now." During the meal, Wayne learned that every Monday is a free meal day at the Sea Restaurant, which is specially provided to customers who have no money to eat, and the mother and daughter seemed to be here to eat for free. After the meal, Wayne ate 8 portions by himself. There was no way, people who could return life were particularly good eaters, and Wayne still didn't eat freely. After the meal, it was time to get down to business. Wayne looked around and saw a boy with blonde hair, curly eyebrows, and a cigarette in his mouth lying by the window. So Wayne waved at him, "Hey, curly eyebrows, can you come over here?" The boy rushed over and said angrily, "Don't call me curly eyebrows, my name is Sanji." "Okay curly eyebrows, you are the chef of this store, can you call your manager Zeph?" "I told you not to call me curly eyebrows. Also, what do you want to do with our manager?" Wayne looked at Sanji in front of him and wanted to laugh, but he still held back and said, "What's wrong? Can't customers find the manager?" "I know your manager, call him over quickly, curly eyebrows." "I told you not to call me curly." "Forget it, I'll go and call the manager for you." Sanji walked towards the kitchen helplessly, and almost fell before leaving. Robin, who was standing by, was curious about Wayne teasing Sanji, so he asked, "You seem to have a good impression of this boy." Wayne looked at Sanji's receding back, nodded and said, "There are always a group of people in this world who are the core of the world." Robin was even more curious, "Will that boy be the core of the world?" Wayne nodded. And then said in a sincere tone, "Not only him, my little Robin is also the core of the world." Chapter 11 Cooking Competition, Wayne vs Sanji. After a while, Wayne saw Zeph, who had a broken leg, coming over, followed by a group of chefs and Sanji. "Wayne, why did you call me here?" Wayne looked at the big scene opposite and said with a smile, "Nothing, I just heard that Barity in the Sea Restaurant has superb cooking skills, and I happen to be a cook, so I want to learn from him." Jeep on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and then laughed, "If we compete in singing and fighting, I may not be your opponent, but if we compete in cooking, how can you beat us?" Wayne was not angry after hearing this, but just made a gesture of invitation, "Let's see the real thing with our hands. Then how can we decide the winner?" Wayne thought for a while, looked at the customers around him, and said, "Customers are the best referees, let these customers evaluate the quality of the dishes." Under the leadership of GP, Wayne came to the kitchen of the Sea Restaurant. All kinds of kitchen utensils were neatly placed in the kitchen, and the back door of the kitchen was piled with all kinds of food that had not yet been made. Wayne walked to the stove and took out a kitchen knife. It was obvious that this kitchen knife was not an ordinary one. Only this special kitchen knife could cut the skin of sea kings. "I can't tell, old man, you still have a lot of things here." GP snorted coldly, "Sanji, you will compete with this big star in cooking." Wayne was stunned after hearing this. When he read comics in his previous life, he did know that Sanji's cooking skills were very good, but that was 2 years later. It should be noted that in addition to talent, the older the chef is, the better he cooks. Wayne doesn't think that old man GP will let him go, so there is only one answer left: Sanji's cooking skills have surpassed GP. Sure enough, the chefs were not surprised at all after hearing this. Obviously, letting Sanji fight was within their expectations. "Then let's start. Please." The two occupied a stove respectively and started cooking. I saw that the ingredients chosen by Sanji on the opposite side included a frog sea king, a huge sea fish, and chicken, duck, pork, and other conventional ingredients. Wayne chose a turtle weighing several hundred kilograms, a long sky duck, an old yellow cow and the usual seasonings. After thinking for a while, Wayne took out another bag of rice, which was the vitality rice he extracted from the system. Small cheating should not be considered cheating, Wayne thought secretly. People in the pirate world generally have a larger appetite, and the stronger they are, the larger their appetite is. If it were in the previous life, I am afraid that 100 chefs cooking together would not be able to feed a big eater like Luffy. Therefore, an important criterion for evaluating the quality of a chef in the pirate world is the cooking speed. Look at the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji can cook enough food for a ship of companions in a short time. You must know that there is a big eater Luffy in it. And every time there is a banquet, Sanji is busy preparing meals for dozens of people without any fatigue, which shows his cooking speed. The two people's eyes collided slightly in the air for a while, and then began to devote themselves to cooking. Sanji's cooking is characterized by its strength. This guy has good strength and stamina. When cooking, he often beats the meat repeatedly to make it more delicious. And Wayne's cooking skills are a combination of various skills from his previous life. For example, what is now in front of Wayne is a huge yellow cow. The yellow cow is still alive and is tied to the door to eat grass. And Wayne took a boning knife from his arms. The blade is only 20 centimeters. This is a knife made by Wayne himself. Wayne took a deep breath, put the boning knife against the horns of the cow, and then cut the blade across the cow's head, back, belly, and tail at lightning speed. The whole process took only 10 seconds. When Wayne took out a towel to wipe the blood on the knife, the old yellow cow continued to eat grass attentively, but in the next moment, the whole body of the cow suddenly fell apart, and the cowhide, beef, bones, internal organs, etc. were all spread on the ground layer by layer. Before dying, the old ox did not feel any pain. This is the respect a chef should have for food. You can kill and eat animals, but you cannot humiliate or torture them. And Wayne's technique is the famous Pow Ding's cow in his previous life. When the Pow Ding's cow technique is combined with Wayne's swordsmanship, it is undoubtedly the ceiling of the chef's knife skills. Soon, an hour passed, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief and finished cooking first, and then Sanji also finished cooking less than a minute later. Ding! After 58 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved. The current cooking level is Master Level, 3910/5000, and you have obtained 10 life points. The current life points are 2350 points. The dishes made by Wayne are steamed long day duck, crystal beef bone soup, sweetheart old turtle soup, braised yellow beef and a large pot of bamboo leaf steamed rice. And Sanji made charcoal grilled bullfrog, Buddha jumps over the wall, dragon and phoenix, etc. Soon, the dishes made by the two were brought to the dining table. Dozens of customers who had not yet eaten were waiting around the table. According to the rules, the customers could not know who made the dishes made by both parties in advance, but let the customers choose their favorite dishes. Each dish selected would add 1 point, and the one with the highest score would win. Wayne and Sanji stood quietly by the window and watched the guests eating. For a chef, it is a proud thing for a customer to eat the food he made. Wayne quietly lit a cigarette, and saw Sanji beside him also touched his pocket, but didn't find anything, so Wayne handed him a cigarette. "Try mine, it tastes good." Sanji took the cigarette, lit it and took a puff, then let out a long sigh. "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so superb." Wayne just smiled. "You're not bad, you're such a good cook at such a young age." Tisk, 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 don't act like a senior, okay? By the way, do you often get favored by beautiful ladies? Wayne nodded. "Don't think this is a good thing, sometimes it's tiring if it's too frequent." Sanji was furious when he heard this, pointing at Wayne and yelling, "Don't be ungrateful for what you have." The two chatted casually, and sure enough, Sanji was envious and jealous of Wayne's popularity with women. At this time, the customers were almost finished with their meals, and they all gave their own scores with a happy look on their faces. Wayne did some calculations and found that his score was 128. while Sanji's was 126. The scores of the two were very close, and there were still 2 guests who had not given their scores. P.S. Ask for bookshelf, ask for updates, thank you readers. Chapter 12 Anorexia. The 2 guests turned out to be the little Lolita and her mother who had asked Wayne for an autograph before. The little Lolita was eating her food in big mouthfuls, and she patted her belly happily, looking very cute. The mother stood by the table with an embarrassed look on her face, just watching her daughter eating, but she didn't seem to be planning to eat at all. Sure enough, Sanji walked over with a puzzled look on his face. This beautiful lady, is the food not to your taste? Why don't you eat it? The woman seemed a little at a loss, opened her mouth, wanted to say something, but didn't say it in the end. The little girl next to him said, "Brother, my mother has anorexia. She hasn't eaten for many days. But it doesn't matter. I got Brother Wayne's autograph and I will have money to treat my mother soon." Seeing the apologetic look of the woman, Sanji was a little sad. Damn it, such a beautiful lady has anorexia. God is really unfair. It's my fault that I can't make the beautiful lady eat enough. Then, under Sanji's persuasion, the woman he took 2 sips of soup, but then he really couldn't get his appetite up, so he stopped eating. Theodore also came over with a curious look on his face. "Hello, miss, how long have you had anorexia?" The woman recalled it seriously, but the little girl next to her said it affirmatively. "Mom has had anorexia for 32 days. She couldn't eat since she heard that Dad was killed by pirates." The little girl's tone was a little sad. Sanji said indignantly, "How can I repair this group of scum on the sea? I have no mortal enemies with pirates." Wayne thought about it speechlessly. This guy will be a crew member of the Pirate King Luffy in the future, and he also has a pirate master. Is it really okay for him to say these things in front of a big pirate like him? Sure enough, Zeph behind him had a subtle look on his face. Wayne did not deny that most of the pirates in this world are indeed violent and cruel, but this is the trend of this world. Even if Wayne is a Shishibukai, he can't solve this essential problem. Don't you see that the Navy headquarters next door is full of experts but still can't solve the pirates? However, Wayne is capable of solving the problem at hand. Wayne took out a bamboo leaf rice from the table and went to the kitchen to prepare it. After a while, a small pot of fragrant vitality bamboo leaf porridge appeared in front of everyone. "Miss, can you please taste the porridge I just made?" The woman wanted to refuse, but after seeing the fragrant vitality porridge, she nodded for some reason. Then she scooped a bowl of porridge and tasted it. Who knew that the more she ate, the brighter her eyes became? After a bowl of porridge was swallowed, the woman's appetite was actually stimulated. Soon, 2 bowls, 3 bowls, the small pot of vitality bamboo leaf porridge made by Wayne was eaten up by the woman. Wayne looked at the woman with a smile and said, "Do you want to try other food?" "Yeah." The woman nodded heavily, and then ate and began to feast on it. There was no sign of anorexia at all. Wayne has a title called Medical Gourmet, which can add special effects to his meals. Combined with the special effects of Yuankai rice, the two can achieve the effect of curing diseases. Strictly speaking, anorexia is a disease. Patients with anorexia may experience symptoms such as loss of appetite, a significant decrease in food intake, and even vomiting and dizziness after meals. Long-term anorexia will undoubtedly cause thinness and even life-threatening. And Wayne's Yuankai porridge is a perfect target for this disease. The woman's anorexia can be said to be cured from now on. The result of the game between Wayne and Sanji is self-evident. The chefs of Sea Barity were silent when they saw this scene. They all knew that Wayne had undoubtedly won the game. A good chef can make hungry diners eat delicious meals, but he cannot make patients with severe anorexia return to normal. Strictly speaking, this has exceeded the field of cooking and reached the scope of medical skills, but Wayne did it with a dish. Therefore, the chefs present had no reason to be dissatisfied. Sanji did not look at the next voting results, because he knew that he had undoubtedly lost this game, and lost completely. So he walked to the window silently, lit a cigarette, and looked at the distant sea while smoking. The sound of the system task completion also rang in Wayne's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task cooking skills exchange, and the reward is 2,000 life points. The current life points are 4,350 points. Wayne smiled, then looked at Robin on the side and said, "Give the mother and daughter some Bailey later, and see if you can help them find a job." Robin nodded, and then left the restaurant. Rayleigh once said this about Wayne when he was teaching Wayne. "This kid doesn't look like a bad guy. He always hates evil when facing the strong who do evil, but he always looks like a bodhisattva when facing the weak." Wayne didn't comment on this. He was not that great, but in this chaotic and dangerous pirate world, he always wanted to do something within his ability. Looking at Sanji, who was looking at the sea and thinking about his own thoughts, Wayne walked to his side and said, "What's wrong? Are you hit? It's not that serious. You are a grown man, can't you bear this little setback? Besides, you are still young, and my main job is a star, not a chef. You will have a chance to beat me in the future." There is no way. Wayne is really not good at comforting others. Of course, he doesn't need to comfort others. Sure enough, Sanji's mood became worse after hearing this, and his curly eyebrows were all wrinkled together. Hey, hey, hey! Are you done yet? I'm just thinking about something. When did the men on the sea take such trivial matters to heart? The two fell into silence. After a while, Sanji spoke first and said, "Hey, do you think that doctors are more popular with girls than chefs? Besides, I heard that being a gynecologist can." Wayne felt a headache after hearing this. He was really afraid that Sanji would give up cooking and become a doctor. What would happen to Pirate King Luffy then? Wouldn't the cute chopper be unemployed? So he hurriedly said, "Ahem, that's not the case. In fact, cooking can also save people from danger. I used to. Look, didn't I just save that lady with a dish of rice?" After hearing this, Sanji looked thoughtful, and then said firmly, "I want to learn to cook from you." Chapter 13 Sanji's Apprenticeship. Wayne seemed to have heard it wrong and said, "What? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." It was Sanji who repeated it again, saying, "Sir Wayne, I want to learn how to cook from you. I want to learn your cooking skills that can cure diseases. Please teach me." After saying that, Sanji bowed deeply to Wayne. Wayne swallowed his saliva, and then looked at Zeph not far away. He was afraid that the old man would fight with him because his apprentice was robbed, but fortunately Zeph did not react. So Wayne said, "You stand up first, can we talk while standing?" So Sanji stood up again and looked at Wayne with hope. Wayne was a little unsure in his heart. The Sanji he saw in the comics was not like this. Where is the Sanji who is full of chivalry, strictly implements the principle of men being inferior to women, speaks sweet words to women, and speaks bad words to men? And what makes Wayne most unsure is that the reason why his cooking skills can save people is actually largely due to the blessing of the system's title of gourmet medical expert. He is not sure whether he can pass it on to Sanji completely. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! The task Cooking Apprentice is published, do you accept it? Cooking Apprentice. As a crew member of the Pirate King Luffy, Sanji has a great relationship with the host, and Sanji wants to learn after seeing the host's cooking skills. You can choose to form a master-apprentice relationship with him. After your teaching, Sanji can learn your cooking skills to treat injuries and restore physical strength. In return, every time Sanji improves his cooking skills in the future, a certain proportion of the output life points will be returned to the host. Task reward, 500 life points. Good guy, the apprentice function has been updated. Wayne thought secretly. A one-time reward of 500 life points, and Sanji has become a tool to produce life points. This is a great thing. As for the great connection between him and Sanji mentioned by the system, Wayne thought about it. Sanji can at most be regarded as a future crew member of Luffy, the sworn brother of his relative Ace. What a great connection, right? But after thinking about it, Wayne decided to accept this task. After all, free life points are worth a lot. In that case, I will accept you as my apprentice, but I will only be half of your master at most, and I will only teach you cooking skills that can quickly recover from injuries and restore physical strength. Sanji nodded in agreement after hearing this. You must know that everything in the world has cause and effect. Doctors are for the sake of saving lives and healing the wounded, while cooking skills can bring happiness to diners. My cooking skills are a combination of medical skills A and D. For the next 10 days, Wayne has been teaching Sanji some basic medical skills and teaching him how to combine medical skills with cooking skills. Sanji is worthy of being a crew member of the future protagonist pirate group. He has amazing comprehension and quickly understood the knowledge taught by Wayne. What he needs next is continuous practice. On this day, the system finally sent a prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully teaching cooking skills. Sanji's cooking skills have been further improved, and he is rewarded with 101 life points. The current life points are 5001 points. After hearing this voice, Wayne was delighted. He finally succeeded. Wouldn't Sanji be stronger after learning medical skills? Although Luffy on the ship has learned life return, he can quickly recover his physical strength and injuries after eating a lot. However, other crew members on the ship, such as Zoro, do not seem to know life return. With Sanji's cooking skills, the strength of the ship may be further improved. Wayne looked at Sanji across from him and said, "Okay, I think you've learned enough these days, and I should leave the restaurant at sea." Sanji asked anxiously, "So soon? Won't you stay for a few more days?" Wayne shook his head with a hint of smile in his tone. "Why, you can't bear to leave me." Sanji said proudly, "Forget it, I can't wait for you to leave earlier, the female guests on the ship have been staring at you these days." Wayne smiled, then changed his tone and said to Sanji, "I'll leave soon, no need to see me off. I'll wait for you on the Grand Line in the future, that's the stage for men on the sea, and your dream all blue is also there." Sanji's eyes flashed with a trace of yearning. When Sanji turned around, he found that Wayne was no longer visible. The huge pirate ship Apocalypse was drifting on the sea, and Wayne stood at the bow listening to Robin reporting intelligence beside him. "Boss, the mother and daughter are from Scilop village. The husband was killed by the remnants of the Black Cat pirates 2 months ago. Scilop village, there lives an interesting guy. Adjust the sailing direction, let's go to Scilop village first." The mother and daughter have found suitable jobs under Luo Bing's arrangement, but Wayne has a strong interest in Baikei Kuro in Scilop village. At this time, he should have become the housekeeper of Kaya, a rich girl in Scilop village, and another crew member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Yusabu, also lives there. The IQ of the characters in the world of One Piece has always been a mystery, and it seems that the IQ is generally not high. But Baikei Kuro is a high IQ character admitted by Oda himself, and he doesn't seem to have much ambition. His ideal is to become an ordinary rich man and live a stable life. He doesn't seem to be too cruel. At least in the original work, Kaya's parents died of illness, not killed by Kuro. And Wayne's pirate group really needs such a subordinate who can give advice. As for the low strength? Please. Baikei Kuro is a pirate with good talent in the East China Sea after all. I believe he can become a strong man under Wayne's training. Besides, if it doesn't work, can't we just find a devil fruit for him to eat? Wayne thought happily. And far away in the village of Scilop Clo sneezed, then pushed his glasses with his palm and said in confusion, "Strange, is the weather getting colder? I need to put on more clothes." A few days later, the huge Apocalypse slowly approached the village of Scilop. A young man with a long nose was Usopp. He was looking at the apocalypse with goggles at the moment. When he saw the pirate flag on the ship, a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Pirates! Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming to rob the village! Usopp ran towards the village shouting, and kept asking the villagers to get ready along the way. Usopp finally stopped at the door of Kaya's house. He shouted loudly upstairs, "Miss Kaya, run, a pirate group is coming to rob the village." Chloe heard Usopp's words in the corner, then he held up his glasses, took out a den mushi from his arms, and called the members of the Black Cat Pirates. "I finally got rid of my pirate identity and gained Kaya's trust. I can't let foreign pirates like you destroy it." CLO planned to contact his former subordinates to quietly deal with the invading pirates. Chapter 14 CLO's 100 Strategies. After Wayne ordered his men to stop the apocalypse at the port, he took Robin and Gloria to the village of Silup. Gloria looked at the empty village and asked with a strange look on her face, "Strange, why is there no one in this village?" At this moment, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old ran out of the corner with a happy face, holding a glass ball in her hand. Looking at the cute little girl in front of her, Gloria was about to squat down and touch her hair. Swish! A stone suddenly shot towards Gloria, but Gloria's observation haki activated it and dodged it in advance. "Ape, come back soon." Wayne looked over and saw a mother on the opposite side calling the little girl anxiously. Next to him stood Usopp holding a slingshot, and all the villagers in the village stood aside holding weapons. They looked like they were going to fight Wayne to the death. It seems that they hid in advance because they thought I was a pirate. "No, I am a pirate," Wayne thought secretly. "Let go of that girl. I saw Usopp threatening, I have 8,000 men. Leave the village quickly if you know what's good for you, otherwise you will all be killed when they come." But Usopp's trembling legs looked out of place. "Oh, does this long-nosed man really have 8,000 men?" Gloria asked with a naive look on her face. Wayne's forehead was black, and then he said to the villagers, "Hello, I am Wayne, I have no ill intentions, I just want to come to your village to buy some food and supplies." This was the excuse Wayne had thought of in advance. Suddenly, several exclamations came from the crowd. "Oh my God! Wayne? Is that Wayne? I've seen Wayne's concert, it's really Wayne. Oh my God, he's even more handsome than the one in Den Mushi." The crowd was chattering, but obviously after hearing it was Wayne, the villagers were not so scared. No, except for one person. I saw some cold sweat on Chloe's head hiding in the crowd, and he couldn't help but get nervous. This group of ignorant villagers only know how to chase stars, but the one in front of them is Wayne, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, nicknamed Fool, a great pirate. He is a real strong man. Usopp put down the slingshot in his hand. He had heard of Wayne's name. He was Miss Kaya's favorite star. She had many Wayne's albums at home. No wonder I felt that the pirate flag just now was familiar, that's it. Wayne sent the little girl to her parents, and then began to say to the villagers, "Excuse me, everyone, which direction is the store in the village?" 3 hours later, Wayne finally bought some food and fresh water. It was not because there were few supplies in the village, but because the villagers were so enthusiastic. After confirming that the person in front of them was really the big star Wayne, the villagers began to ask for autographs. After signing for more than 2 hours, even Wayne felt his arms were sore. Especially Usopp's childhood sweetheart Kaya, who Wayne originally called the #1 fan of Silup Village. When Wayne came to her house as a guest, he found that her house was full of his own photos and albums, and Kaya said shyly, "Kaya's parents died of illness half a year ago." Kaya was really sad at the time. In the end, it was Wayne's song that gave Kaya strength, and Kaya came out of that sad period. So Wayne also had a meal at Kaya's house, but CLO's trembling hands at the dinner table made Wayne laugh no matter how he looked at it. After dinner, Wayne took everyone for a walk in the village. Take 100 steps after a meal, and you will live to be 99. At this moment, 3 figures stopped in front of everyone, one of whom was the hypnotist Zongjao of the Black Cat Pirates, and the other 2 holding cat claws were the combat members, the Catman brothers. When the Catman brothers saw Wayne, they attacked Wayne without saying anything. Wayne did not dodge at all, and walked forward as usual, as if he did not see it. At this time, Robin moved. 8-wheel flower cramp. Multiple arms stretched out from the Catman brothers, and soon knocked the 2 to the ground, unable to move. Wayne glanced at the Catman brothers, and then said to Robin, "Go and torture those 2 and ask them why they attacked me." "Yes, boss." Robin walked towards the Catman brothers, and next to them stood the hypnotist Zongjao, who was already scared and unable to move. Crow, who was standing at the back of the group, was sweating profusely. "It's really scary. I can only say that he is worthy of being a 7 warlords of the sea. Even his subordinates are users of devil fruit abilities. Fortunately, I didn't take action." But CLO was frightened when he heard that the Cat brothers were going to be tortured. He didn't want to be betrayed. Spoon. CLO had the special cat claw weapon in his hand, and then he stomped his legs on the ground quickly and rushed towards the person in front of him. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Several screams rang out. But CLO attacked not Wayne and his men, but the Cat brothers and Zongjao not far away. Under CLO's attack, all 3 fainted. Wayne and Robin looked at CLO, who launched the attack, and saw a few drops of cold sweat on CLO's face, and then explained. "Leave this kind of trivial matter to me, Lord Wayne. How can you let these cats and dogs dirty your hands?" Wayne nodded, then looked at CLO with a little meaning, and said nothing. Seeing this reaction, CLO just breathed a sigh of relief, and then heard Kaya ask, "It's so strange, CLO, when did you become so powerful?" "Oh no, I was so nervous just now that I forgot that I was an ordinary person." CLO thought to himself, looking at Wayne's eyes, and said quickly, "I secretly exercised to protect Miss Kaya. Miss Kaya's parents are dead. As a housekeeper, I have the obligation to protect Miss Kaya." "Ah, you are really worthy of CLO, a real and reliable housekeeper." Wayne looked at Kaya with an innocent face, and sighed in his heart that this silly girl actually believed it. Then Wayne looked at the sky and said to Kaya, "Miss Kaya, it's getting late, we have to leave Ziluapa village, thank you for your hospitality today." CLO breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. This great god is finally leaving, and the great captain CLO can continue to implement the plan. Kaya said with a disappointed look, "Is that so? But it's so late, won't you stay another day? Let me take you there, Lord Wayne." Wayne shook his head and said, "No, Miss Kaya, you are not in good health, be careful not to catch a cold. But can you let your butler take us there?" Kaya was a little disappointed, but still nodded and said, "Crow, please take Lord Wayne and the others there." Crow. Crow was terrified to let Wayne go all the way, but fortunately they were just chatting about family matters along the way. Soon, Crow saw Wayne's pirate ship. Crow watched Wayne get on the ship, and finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Goodbye, never see you again, have a good trip, Lord Wayne." Wayne said with a smile, "Wouldn't you come up and sit with me?" Former leader of the Black Cat Pirates, Crow. Crow, _ Chapter 15 Conquering Crow. The smile on Wayne's face slowly disappeared, and then he looked at Crow with a serious face. The smile on Crow's face also disappeared, and then he turned around and began to run desperately towards the village. Looking at Crow's embarrassed figure, Wayne gently uttered a word, "Shave." Wayne's figure stopped in front of Crow. Looking at Crow, who was only as tall as his chest, Wayne's face had a hint of smile. In fact, Crow was not short, he was more than 2 meters tall, but Wayne was 3.33 meters tall, a real admiral height. There was a trace of despair on CLO's face. "How can you give up? How could a man like you pay attention to a small pirate like me? Wayne smiled slightly, took a bounty from Robin, and said, "CLO, the bounty is 16 million Baileys. In the past few years, you were considered a famous pirate in the East China Sea. It is rumored that you were arrested by Colonel Monka of Shields Town. It seems that this is just your escape plan. Is your real purpose to retire and become a rich man?" CLO on the opposite side opened his mouth wide. He didn't expect that Wayne, who was far away in the Grand Line, had such a well-informed intelligence. His forbearance and planning over the years were really like a clown in front of this unfathomable man in front of him. Wayne paused, with a playful smile in his words, and said, "However, in our line of work, it's easy to get in, but it's not that easy to get clean." When saying this, Wayne couldn't help but think of a white-haired old man in shampoo. That old guy was also going to retire, but he had enough strength. Kuro on the opposite side seemed to hear other meanings in Wayne's words and asked, "What do you mean?" Wayne walked in front of Kuro and said, "What do you mean? Simply put, I like your wisdom and want you to give me advice in the future. Don't rush to refuse. I'm a 7 warlords of the sea, the best choice for pirates to get clean. How about it? Join my pirate group, and you won't have to hide anymore." Kuro on the opposite side stood there without moving, as if he was persuaded by Wayne, just when Wayne wanted to persuade him further. Silent step. Spoon. Kuro on the opposite side suddenly jumped up, and the light flashed on the 10 blades in his hand, and he attacked Wayne directly. "Want me to surrender? Then show me your strength first." Wayne moved his body slightly, shave. He dodged Klo's attack easily, then stretched out his right hand, finger gun. With a crisp sound, Klo's weapon 10 blades broke, and a drop of cold sweat slid down Klo's forehead. Sure enough, is the difference in strength so big? Wayne did not attack further, but stood there and said, "Good speed, but your move is just a copy of shave, and it can't control the direction." Klo's voice was a little confused. "Shave? What is that?" Wayne's tone was full of disdain. "It's just a gadget called the Navy 6 Styles. What? Want to learn? Then I'll teach you. The excitement of the Grand Line is more than that. How about it? Are you interested in going with me to take a look?" Klo lowered his head and pondered for a long time, and finally raised his head to Wayne and said, "Pirate Klo is willing to join your team, boss." Wayne smiled slightly, not surprised by Klo's choice. After all, the charm bonus of his title of Big Star was there, so he said loudly, "A wise decision, then you will be a member of my Wayne Pirates in the future, haha. From now on, your code name will be Black Cat, number 08. There are many ships in the New World, but this one is definitely the most stable, and you will be glad for your choice in the future." That night, Wayne took CLO to explain the reason to Miss Kaya, and CLO was officially included in Wayne's fleet. Half a month later, the huge pirate ship Apocalypse slowly sailed to Upside Down Mountain. Wayne's Four Seas concert was finally over. Next, Wayne's goal was the Grand Line, and the route from the East China Sea to the Grand Line would inevitably pass through the Upside Down Mountain. There was an old friend waiting for him there. CLO has been dreaming for the past half-month. First of all, Wayne's perverted level of special training for him made Klo doubt his life. In Wayne's words, "The danger of the Grand Line is far beyond your imagination. A minion like you may not even be able to beat a soldier, so you must strengthen your strength as soon as possible." So began CLO's life of getting up at 5 o'clock every day to exercise, eat breakfast, get beaten, eat lunch, exercise, get beaten, eat dinner, get beaten, sleep, get up and prepare to be beaten. Although CLO was exhausted every time, he suddenly became full of energy after eating the food made by Wayne, which made CLO painful and happy. However, CLO's progress in strength in the past half-month is undoubtedly huge. His talent was originally good, but he wasted nearly 2 years in Ziluapa village. However, During this period of time, CLO has had a preliminary understanding of the 6 styles, especially shaving. This guy has some talent in speed and can be regarded as barely learning shaving. In addition, the biggest change can be said to be CLO's appetite. Now his appetite is nearly twice as much as before. You know, in the world of pirates, eating is often a symbol of strength. I'm so tired, but to be honest, the food made by Captain Wayne is really delicious. CLO, who had just finished exercising, lay on the deck with a comfortable look on his face. CLO. Goliath's voice came, and then Chloe shuddered. These days, the voice of the little witch was simply a nightmare to him. As the captain, Wayne naturally would not guide Chloe at any time. He was only responsible for giving instructions occasionally, and it was Gloria who was responsible for practicing with him. Here it comes. Chloe walked over with a heroic face, ready to meet the upcoming punches and kicks. Chloe, Lord Wayne is calling you. Gloria's voice came, and there seemed to be a hint of regret in her tone. Ah! Don't you have to be beaten? Chloe walked to Wayne with a look of relief. Well, everyone is here. Wayne looked at Chloe, Robin, and Gloria in front of him, as well as other miscellaneous men on the ship. Moon returned to the Grand Line after the concert. Next. We have to cross the upside-down mountain and return to the Grand Line. Everyone else here has experienced it to some extent, but Chloe, you have to be careful. Wayne looked at the huge mountains in the distance and the amazing river in the sky, his eyes full of admiration. Even though he had experienced it many times, he would still be conquered by the charm of nature. Chloe on the side was a little disdainful, thinking secretly in his heart, Tisk, it's just a mountain, does the boss underestimate me, Chloe? But when he saw the full picture of the upside-down mountain, he couldn't help but open his mouth and exclaimed. What? Chapter 16 Upside-Down Mountain. The apocalypse was climbing up the huge upside-down mountain at a high speed, and the huge impact force generated by the reverse-flowing river constantly washed the hull of the apocalypse. After all, the apocalypse was built by the legendary Atom Treasure Tree. Even in the face of such impact, it only shook the hull slightly and sailed forward with all its might. But the situation on the ship was not so optimistic. The experienced pirates all found objects that could fix their bodies and tied themselves to the apocalypse tightly. Hey, CLO, do you want to tie yourself to us too? A pirate on the ship handed over a rope in a friendly manner, but CLO rejected it mercilessly. Do you think I'm on the same level as you guys? CLO's expression was a little arrogant, with his hands crossed in front of his chest, quietly waiting for the apocalypse to climb up the upside-down mountain. Four-wheeled flower entanglement. Many arms also appeared around Robin's body, fixing him firmly on the boat. Wayne stood on the bow, his feet standing firmly as if they were iron nails, and his body did not shake at all. This was a manifestation of Wayne's high level of training the iron block. Even if it was completely suspended in the air, Wayne could not move at all, let alone the shaking of the ship. Well, it's all the smell of Lord Wayne, so happy. I saw Gloria's petite body wrapped around Wayne like an octopus, with a happy smile on her face. Gloria made faces at Robin not far away, with a triumphant smile on her face. At this moment, Chloe was undoubtedly the worst person on the whole ship. Shave. Iron block. Crow was tossed around by the weightlessness, falling from the bow to the stern, and then climbing up from the stern, still using the half-baked six style to fight back. Soon, Crow's face was bruised and swollen. But the upside-down mountain I won't let the pretentious Chloe go just like that, and I'm still hitting Chloe's face mercilessly. After a while of shaking, Chloe passed by Robin, and Robin kindly reminded him, "Do you need help, Chloe?" Yes. Hey? Don't you need it? You're really a stubborn boy. Robin, black-bellied face. Chloe, who was hit all over the head, confused face, actually I said yes. Finally, the Apocalypse successfully passed through the upside-down mountain and landed steadily on the sea. Gloria jumped off Wayne reluctantly, and then turned her head and ran into Chloe, who was bruised and swollen and looked like a human. "Fuck, who are you?" Was she? 10. Chloe. Chloe tried to explain a few words, but his pronunciation was really inaccurate, so he lay on the deck with a look of despair. After a while, Chloe struggled twice and climbed up from the deck. "Fuck. Is Law a god or demon?" Chloe said in surprise as he looked at the huge creature in front of him. Wayne came to Chloe's side and looked ahead. "That's an island whale named Labu. He is fulfilling his promise made 50 years ago." Wayne smiled and took out 2 huge squids from the boat and threw them down. "Labu, you need to combine work and rest to hit the mountain. Eat enough first so you have the strength to hit it." After hearing this, Labu swam to the side of the Apocalypse and ate the food thrown by Wayne, and then swam around the Apocalypse obediently twice. "Old man. Kurikas. Can you hear me?" "I heard it, don't yell. I'm not deaf, old man." A figure came down from Labu and came to the Apocalypse after a few jumps. Wayne skillfully handed over a bottle of wine and said, "Old man, you are still strong and skilled. How about it? Are you interested in working on my ship?" Kurikas pulled out the cork, gulped down 2 gulps, and said, "Forget it. I am a remnant of the old times. I can't compare with you young people." Wayne pouted and said, "Forget it. I have 2 boxes of wine on my ship. You can take them later. I am an old man in this shitty place. I am afraid I won't be able to drink a bottle of wine for a long time. I was thinking about you going to the New World with me, and I will take care of you in your old age." Kurikas looked at Lab in the sea and said, "Okay, I know you are thoughtful, and you don't forget to come and see me when you go home. By the way, your Sahai concert went well this time." Wayne nodded and said, "Very good, old man, do you watch my concert too? Next time I'll have someone install a video phone bug for you, and then you can watch my live broadcast. By the way, I met Ace when I went to the East China Sea this time." "Ace? He also went out to sea?" "Yes, but I scared him back as soon as he went out to sea. Haha, this kid is not strong enough, I let him go back and practice more." Kurikas nodded when he heard it. In fact, according to the original plot of Pirates, many crew members did not know that Roger had a child, but because of Wayne's crossing, he told these old crew members about the existence of Ace, so that if the war on the top really happened in the future, these people could help Ace. After a while of greeting on the ship, Kurikas returned to Lab with wine. Before leaving, he waved to Wayne, and Wayne also waved goodbye. The Apocalypse continued to sail forward. After Kulokas left, Crow asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, what is the identity of that old man?" In Crow's mind, this man was obviously a powerful hidden man, otherwise Kulo would not treat him like this. Memories flashed through Wayne's mind. He came to see Kulokas when he completed the medical skills mission. At the same time, Wayne had met him several times when he was a child, so they had some connection. "He is just an old man with good medical skills," Wayne said casually. Robin on the side covered her mouth lightly. "Don't listen to what the boss said, that is Crocus, the ship doctor on the Pirate King Roger's ship, and he is also a big man in the old times." After hearing this, Chloe couldn't help but stir up an uproar in his heart, an old man with good medical skills. The ship doctor on the Pirate King's ship. As expected, Lord Wayne is worthy of being a big man in the New World, and he is in contact with such heroes on the sea. Chloe's mind made up several pictures, calling the Pirate King a brother. Kicking the 3 admirals. At the same time, Chloe's heart also rose a little bit of pride. After all, he is now working for such a big man. Of course, if Wayne knew what Chloe was thinking, he would definitely complain about this guy. After all, he really didn't think so much, and Crocus's strength was really not strong, and he only had the haki of observation among the 3 colors of haki. Chapter 17 The Frozen Sea. After leaving the Twin Cape, the Apocalypse continued to sail on the sea for 3 days. On this day, Wayne, who was writing a novel in the cabin, was interrupted by Robin's knock on the door. At this time, he was writing the last few chapters of Journey to the West. Tomorrow is the deadline for submission, so he was inevitably a little unhappy. "What's wrong, Robin? You know I don't like to be disturbed when I'm writing a novel." "Sorry, boss, a pirate ship suddenly came in front, and it seems that they have bad intentions, so please go out and take a look." Wayne walked out of the room and asked Robin beside him, "Which pirate group is it?" Robin shook his head and said, "I don't know, I haven't seen the flag on the pirate ship. It should be a pirate who has just arrived at the Grand Line." On the other side, a pirate with pockmarks on his face commanded the pirates under his hands and shouted, "Little ones, get ready for battle, this will be the famous Grand Line for our Hermeza Pirate Group. A battle on the route. Oh! The captain is invincible. Fire, destroy the pirate ship ahead." Wayne activated his observation haki, carefully sensed the breath on the opposite pockmarked pirate's ship, and confirmed that there were no strong men. Then Wayne said to Robin in a bored tone, "They are just a bunch of weaklings, prepare to fight back. You and Chloe can take some men to sink the opponent's pirate ship." "Yes, boss." Robin took Chloe to organize the battle, and Chloe's face was a little excited. "It's time to show the results of my special training, this is my first battle for the boss." Boom! Rumble! The Apocalypse perfectly dodged several shells from the opposite pirate ship, while one shell from the Apocalypse accurately hit the other pirate ship. The gap between big pirates and small pirates is not only reflected in strength, but also in the gap between the helmsmen. Under the heavy firepower of the Apocalypse, the opposite pirate ship was obviously overwhelmed, and a large amount of seawater soon entered the cabin. "Captain, it's bad. The ship is going to sink," a pirate with a garlic nose roared. The big pirate Hermeza with pockmarks on his face roared unwillingly, "How can I give up, my pirate ship? In this case, I can only seize the opposite ship." The whole pirate ship sank into the sea, and there were still many crew members of the Hermeza pirate group struggling, but a figure stomped over from the air. "How can I give up? Who do you think I am? I am the big pirate Hermeza with a bounty of 27 million Baileys. Hey? Is this the moon step?" Wayne looked at the pirate stomping in the air, a little surprised. The moon step is a more difficult move among the 6 styles. Generally speaking, you have to learn to shave before you can further practice the moon step. Pirates like this who can use the moon step are undoubtedly in good physical condition and can be regarded as big pirates in the 4 seas. So Wayne had some ideas to recruit him. But then he saw Hermeza's face and his tone changed. "Robin, don't let this guy get close to my ship, get rid of him quickly. There is no way, this guy is really ugly, with pockmarks all over his face and 2 front teeth missing. He is worthy of being the big pirate Hermeza. If this guy is pulled as a crew member, the appearance of the Wayne pirates on the ship will definitely drop a level." "Yes, boss." Robin stretched out countless arms from behind, and then woven into a pair of wings, flying towards Hermeza who was running towards him. 100 flowers dazzling spider flower. Robin crossed his arms in front of his chest, and then hundreds of arms formed a large net in the air, trapping Hermeza firmly in the net, but this was not the end. A sea of flowers. Countless arms grew out of the inside of the large net, and then twisted Hermeza's hands and legs behind his back. Hermeza's whole body made a cracking sound and was twisted into a ball. It was obvious that the pirate's bones had been shattered. When Robin's arm slowly dissipated, Hermeza, who was already unconscious from the pain, fell into the sea and was obviously not going to survive. "Well, not bad, Robin, you have developed your fruit more skillfully. If you can cover your arms with the armed color domineering, your strength will probably have a huge leap." After seeing this, Wayne couldn't help but praise it. It turned out that Robin learned these moves 2 years after the war, and now Robin has mastered these moves 4 years in advance. In fact, Robin's fruit ability depends largely on her own physical strength, because the body parts simulated by the flower fruit are equivalent to an extension of her own body. If her own physical strength is insufficient, the power will not be much. Okay, let's drive the boat away. After dealing with the pirates, Wayne did not stop at all, and then ordered his men to continue sailing. After all, this was just a trivial episode for Wayne. Every year, countless pirates flock to the Grand Line from the 4 seas. A small number of them can gain a foothold in the Grand Line or join a pirate force, but more are like Ermeza who died before they could achieve their goals or were directly beaten back home. To be fair, Ermeza's strength in the 4 seas is pretty good, otherwise he would not have been able to perform the moon step, but he was unlucky to meet Wayne, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Otherwise, he might have been reborn after honing his skills in the Grand Line for a period of time, or if he was lucky enough to get a devil fruit or something. Kaikixiu, I'm of no use at all. Kuro, who had been rubbing his hands and fists for a long time, slammed the lower deck with an unhappy look on his face. He did not participate in the battle at all. Besides, the enemy could fly and he could not touch them at all. So the first psychological damage of Kuro after coming to the Grand Line was born. Damn it, if only I had a devil fruit. Kuro's heart was filled with infinite yearning. Both Gloria's song fruit and Robin's flower fruit were relatively strong among the psychic devil fruits. In fact, Wayne also had a few devil fruits, but their abilities were relatively ordinary and there was no fruit that was particularly suitable for Kuro. After this episode, the apocalypse continued to sail on the sea. Along the way, Kuro witnessed the strange and changeable weather on the Grand Line. It was clear the moment before, but it suddenly snowed heavily the next moment. Even with Kuro's physique, it was difficult to endure this extreme weather. That day, Kuro was on the deck as usual to accept Gloria's destruction, while Robin on the side held up a parasol and lay on a recliner drinking juice. Suddenly, the whole hull shook. Kuro ran to the railing and looked at the sea, saying in disbelief, "What? The sea is frozen." Chapter 18 Navy Admiral Aokiji. What? The sea is frozen. Kuro looked up and looked at the sun in the sky in confusion. The area where the apocalypse is located today is clearly the summer island close to Alabasta. How could it freeze in broad daylight? There are indeed many extreme weather conditions in the Grand Line, but the freezing of seawater often occurs in the winter island in the offshore area. In the ocean, due to the high salt content in the seawater, there is almost no possibility of freezing. Wayne was also startled by the movement of the apocalypse. He walked out of the cabin and looked at the sea in the distance. Then his eyes froze, because he saw a man with an eye mask fiddling with a bicycle on the sea in the distance. Navy Admiral Aokiji. Robin on the side seemed to have also discovered the figure, and then seemed to remember some painful memories, and began to tremble all over. Seeing this, Wayne walked to Robin's side, held her hand, and said, "It's okay, I'm here." Feeling the familiar breath and the tall, safe figure around her, Robin's breathing gradually calmed down, and then she murmured, Today's Robin is no longer the powerless little girl 20 years ago, nor is she the son of the devil who hid from place to place and had no partners 10 years ago. Her boss now is the most reliable man in the world." CLO, who was standing by, finally reacted. He looked at the figure slowly approaching and exclaimed, "Admiral Aokiji, the natural ice fruit ability user, Kyuzan." Goliath jumped up and punched CLO, "Your reflex arc, by the time you react, all the celestial dragons will be dead." "Oh my, I didn't expect to meet you, Brother Wayne, here." Aokiji pushed his bicycle to the hull of the apocalypse and said to Wayne, "What bad luck! My bike broke down, but luckily I met Brother Wayne. Can you give me a ride? Just drop me off at the nearest naval base." Wayne took a deep breath. Even though he was extremely powerful now, he still didn't know if he could win against the admiral. After all, he had no experience fighting against such a strong man. So Wayne said, "Hey, Cusin, it's not good for a navy like you to take a pirate ship." "Oh my, brother Wayne, what are you talking about? After all, you are a Shishibukai, and you are on our side of the navy." Chloe on the side also reacted, "Yes. I am a subordinate of the Shishibukai now, so I am not afraid of the navy admiral. My own people." As a result, Gloria's fist responded to him again. Indeed, although the general Shishibukai will try to avoid meeting the navy, most of the time they meet, they are definitely not hostile. But Robin is on Wayne's ship now. She is known as the son of the devil. She is the one that really worries the world government and must be eliminated. And the world government? That is the Navy's immediate superior. Therefore, Wayne does not know Cusin's attitude at the moment. Maybe he is here to catch Robin. So Wayne ordered CLO to the side. "Go to the cabin and get a bicycle for this navy." Cusin jumped to the deck of the Apocalypse. "Oh my, brother, is it necessary to be so unwelcoming to me?" Cusin glanced at Gloria and Robin on the side. Wayne also said, "Isn't it normal for pirates to hate the navy? So please change your bike and leave as soon as possible." Cusin stared at Robin in front of him and said, "You could have left, but now it's not necessarily the case." The survivor of the O'Hara incident, the son of the devil with a bounty of 79 million, Nico Robin. "How did you appear on this pirate ship?" Robin's eyes were full of fear, and the pictures buried deep in her memory reappeared in her mind. 18 years ago, her hometown O'Hara was cruelly launched against the demon-killing order. 5 elite vice-admirals and 10 warships bombarded O'Hara indiscriminately. In the end, her relatives, teachers, and the people of O'Hara, including her friend Haguval D. Sorrow, who she had just met, all died in the demon-killing order. And all of this, the man in front of her was one of the participants in the demon-killing order. Unlike what Robin thought, Wayne had read the One Piece comics in his previous life and knew that Aokiji had always been lenient towards Robin, but comics are comics after all, and reality is not that simple. Moreover, due to the issue of stance, Aokiji's attitude is really a mystery. Wayne stared at Aokiji in front of him and said, "What's wrong? Can't I, a pirate, recruit some subordinates? Besides, Robin is not the son of the devil now, but a member of the Wayne Pirates." Robin on the side had a few drops of crystal in his eyes and looked at Wayne with emotion. Cusin was silent for a while and said, "You know what the child of the devil means, right? After you take her in, what will happen if the world government finds out? Have you ever thought about it? Carrying the bounty order again, and starting to avoid the pursuit of the navy all over the world? Lose everything you have now, including your position as the 7 warlords of the sea. Our navy leaders have always believed that you are the most promising among the 7 warlords of the sea." Wayne sneered at the words, "Stop talking nonsense. I can become a 7 warlords of the sea because of my strength, not because of the affirmation of the navy. Besides, are you ready to be my enemy?" Aokiji glanced at Wayne and said, "The pirate fool, whose original bounty was 330 million, became famous for defeating the former 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Mariah, in a battle 3 years ago. His strength is suspected to be at the level of a great swordsman." Aokiji said Wayne's past achievements expressionlessly, "But this is the basis for you to dare to challenge the navy. Are you angry?" Wayne took the snow from his waist, held the knife in his right hand, prepared to fight, and said, "Robin is my partner, I will protect Robin today, even Jesus can't take her away." This knife is one of the 50 good swords, which Wayne got from a knife seller in Rogue Town. It is the good sword that Zoro got in the original work, which carries a man's dream, but it was a pity that it was eventually destroyed by the rust fruit ability. Wayne couldn't bear to see the famous sword covered in dust, so he bought it by the way when he held a concert in Rogue Town. But it's funny that Wayne has been a pirate for so many years and has not obtained a big sword. 21. Although Aokiji on the opposite side was a little confused about who Jesus was, he still said in a deep voice, "In that case, let me test your confidence in protecting Robin." Chapter 19 Wayne vs Aokiji, Part 1, Ice Blade. Aokiji clenched his right fist, and then a trace of cold air condensed in the air, and soon formed an ice blade. This is Aokiji's signature ability, using his own ice fruit to create weapons anytime and anywhere. Seeing that the two were bound to fight, Wayne turned to the other crew members and said, "You retreat first, this is not a level you can touch for the time being." Seeing this, Chloe, Gloria, Robin and others retreated to the side. Wayne nodded and decided to attack first, muttering in the air, "One sword flow cut the rain." The snow walked up and stimulated a trace of water vapor, and at the same time, the surrounding sea water began to stir up waves. It rained briefly around the apocalypse, and behind the rain, two sharp sword energies attacked Kuzan's face. Is it a move formed by the power of one's own sword plus the flying slash? It really is a great swordsman. A red dot flashed in Aokiji's eyes, and his observation haki was activated. Then his body turned into shattered ice, avoiding Wayne's flying slash. Chloe exclaimed not far away, "Success!" The Admiral was chopped into shattered ice. He was responded to by Gloria's fist again, "Idiot, that's the ability of the fruit." Wayne was not surprised at all that the attack missed. After all, this was the highest combat power of the Navy, and Wayne's knife was not attached with armament haki, so it was expected that Aokiji's elemental dodge would avoid it. Aokiji, who turned into shattered ice, came behind Wayne at some point, and then his body radiated coldness, and his hands touched Wayne's back. Freezing moment. Wayne's body stiffened, and then slowly froze from his back, and finally was frozen into a human-shaped ice sculpture. "Boss! Frozen!" The pirates behind Wayne exclaimed, obviously a little worried. But Aokiji's eyes flashed red, and he felt that the breath of life in the ice sculpture had not diminished at all. It seems that this trick didn't work. It's really full of vitality. As soon as the voice fell, the ice on Wayne's body turned into fragments, and Wayne's body emerged from it. At this moment, Wayne's expression was a little solemn. "It's really a tricky ability. I almost got into trouble if I didn't pay attention." Fortunately, Aokiji only froze the surface of Wayne's skin, and then Wayne used the armed color domineering to isolate it, otherwise he would have been really hit. Wayne held the knife in both hands, looked at a deserted island not far away, and said to Aokiji, "Why don't we go to another place to fight a few moves? I don't want to destroy my own ship." Then Wayne jumped up and stomped his feet in the air, using the moon step to fly to the deserted island. Aokiji hesitated for a moment, and also used the moon step to catch up with Wayne. After the two arrived at the island, Aokiji said, "Oh my, you actually stole the 6 styles of the Navy, your crime is even more serious." Wayne showed a trace of disdain, "Why say these stupid things? This is just a basic move. After the physique and physical skills reach a certain level, is it necessary to steal it?" Aokiji shrugged his shoulders after hearing it, and did not deny it. After all, it would be strange for a strong man like Wayne to not have the ability to fly. Wayne took a breath, held the knife with both hands, and shouted, "Flying sword style sword art dragon nest flash." Wayne swung out hundreds of sword chi in the blink of an eye, and each sword chi hit Aokiji at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. This was the flying sword style sword technique that Wayne had drawn from the system. Dragon nest flash was a random attack technique, and its characteristic was that it was difficult for the naked eye to capture the trajectory of the sword. In Wayne's hands, this move became a flying slash that was difficult to capture the trajectory. "Hoo!" Wayne exhaled a foul breath. It was obvious that the move that had just slashed out hundreds of flying slashes in an instant had a great impact on Wayne's body. The energy consumption is not small. But the effect of this move is remarkable. Aokiji's body keeps flashing, turning into ice for a while, and then returning to a solid body. It is obvious that he is using the observation haki to avoid Wayne's slashes. After all, these slashes are more or less attached with some armed haki. Even if Aokiji is hit, it will not be easy. Dang dang dang. After a burst of cold air disappeared, Aokiji's figure recondensed in front of Wayne. Seeing this, Wayne whispered, "Failed? It's really tricky." Aokiji gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, "Oh my, it's really dangerous, brother, I was almost chopped. I barely avoided it with my observation haki fully opened." Wayne looked at the torn corner of Aokiji's clothes and said nothing. He still has room for improvement in this move. After some time, Aokiji may not just tear his clothes. Then, try this move again and see if you can dodge it. Flying sword style sword art, 9-headed dragon flash. Wayne held the sword in both hands and rotated his body 180 degrees. In just a few seconds, he slashed straight, cassock slash, reverse cassock, left pheasant, right pheasant, left cut, right cut, reverse wind, and thrust. Although the number of slashes was far less than the previous dragon nest flash, the two were very powerful. The power difference between them is more than one level. 9-headed dragon flash is a real must-hit skill. It cannot be avoided and can only be defended head-on. 9 flying slashes transformed into the shape of a giant dragon in the void, surrounding Aokiji's retreat at 360 degrees without dead angles, and each slash was wrapped with a large amount of armed color domineering. Aokiji's eyes flashed solemnly. As a strong man, he felt the murderous intent in this move. He couldn't avoid this move. Has the swordsmanship reached such a level? It's really surprising. In this case, I can't keep it. Aokiji raised his hands over his chest, and an extremely cold breath came from his arms. Soon his hands froze, and the ice surface continued to expand. 2 huge ice birds flew out of his hands. Ice burst pheasant mouth. The flying slash from Wayne collided fiercely with the ice bird in the air, and the icy cold quickly spread. With the two of them as the center, the nearby plants were frozen into ice sculptures. The cold breath continued to emanate from Aokiji's arms. Bang, bang, bang. After the cold air was dissipated, countless pieces of ice were chopped and splashed around. The apocalypse slowly approached the nameless deserted island. Enclo opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him. This kind of momentum? It's amazing. The two of them kept going back and forth on the deserted island, alternating between offense and defense. The sun in the sky slowly moved westward, and the two fought from morning to evening, for a whole day. From the beginning, Wayne's sword was attached with armed color domineering, and at the end he began to selectively use armed color, no longer wasting a lot of armed color on every attack. Wayne swung a slash, and then his figure moved, and in a few jumps he dodged the ice missile shot by Aokiji. Wayne took a breath and looked at Aokiji, who was still calm in front of him. He immediately understood, it seems that there is still some gap between us. Chapter 20 Wayne vs Aokiji, Part 2. Aokiji jumped up and then landed steadily, saying, "The gap is not as big as you think. In my opinion, what you lack is actual combat experience. It must have consumed a lot of physical strength to release the armed color domineering and flying slash without reservation at the beginning. I didn't have this kind of strength when I was your age. It's really scary. But if you only have this kind of strength, then Robin will be captured by me." Wayne moved his neck, making his body crackle, and said to Aokiji, "In this case, then we can only show our real strength." Then Wayne silently said in his heart, "System, upgrade the physical skills to the 7th level." Ding, the physical skills level is the 6th level, 1000/5000, the life points are 5106 points, the upgrade is successful, the physical skills level is currently the 7th level, 0/10,000, 4000 life points are consumed, and the remaining life points are 1106 points. As the system sounded, Wayne only felt that his body's strength was further improved, and his physique and physical skills also improved a lot. The physical skills referred to by the system are actually a manifestation of physique, and after the upgrade, Wayne truly reached the so-called general physique. It may be difficult to fight for 10 days and 10 nights, but fighting for 7 days and 7 nights is enough. After feeling the power in his body, Wayne grinned and said to Aokiji in front of him, "How about it? 2 more moves." Aokiji's eyes were very solemn. In his perception of the domineering color of observation, Wayne's vitality was further improved. He had never seen a person who suddenly became stronger while fighting, and his physical strength was partially restored. "Oh my, you are really scary, brother? Is this your fruit ability? It seems that the information about you is not accurate. I didn't expect you are still a fruit ability user." Wayne snorted, then took out a bean from his arms and swallowed it in one gulp. Senzu bean, white, food made by imitating senzu bean. After eating, it restores 1/3 of its own physical strength, but cannot recover from injuries. This is another trump card of Wayne, which he has drawn through the system over the years. This bug food that exists in the Dragon Ball animation is undoubtedly a big killer. Although it is not a complete version of senzu bean, it is enough. It's a pity that Wayne only has a few. After eating the beans, Wayne felt that his body was full of energy and almost in an undamaged state. So he jumped a few more times and came to Aokiji's eyes and began to swing and slash frantically. "Anyway, I have a lot of cheats, and I can wear you out." The figures of the two kept interweaving, and a new round of battle began. Time soon came to noon of the next day, and Aokiji looked at Wayne in front of him with a little surprise. "You are stronger than I thought, and your physical strength seems to be no less than mine." Wayne spit out a mouthful of blood and phlegm from his mouth and said, "You are not bad either, you are worthy of being a Navy Admiral, you are really as powerful as a monster." From yesterday evening to now, Wayne has been using a physical strength for physical strength fighting method, without any reservations between the shots. Although his physical strength consumption is not small, Aokiji on the opposite side is probably not feeling well. As the two fought, the entire island was covered with sword marks and ice. The 2 hills on the original island were chopped into flat ground by Wayne, and the other hill became an iceberg. The seawater within a few hundred meters around the island also turned into ice cubes under the cold air that Aokiji accidentally emitted. The apocalypse stopped on the sea surface a few hundred meters away from the island. At this time, CLO was holding a telescope to report intelligence to Robin and others. The boss and Aokiji are fighting again. The two separated again. They seem to be talking about something. Damn, it's the trash talk before the battle again. Gloria picked up the cup at hand and threw it at CLO, shouting, "CLO! Can you say something key? Since you yesterday, they said Aokiji was about to die, but they fought for another day. They were not tired of fighting, but we were tired of watching." Robin also pretended to be relaxed and said, "We have to believe in the boss, after all, the boss has never lost. Even if the opponent is a Navy Admiral." Robin's tone was still relaxed, but his clenched fists showed that he was not relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Aokiji retreated after blocking a slash from Wayne, then looked up at the sky and said, "Brother Wayne, aren't you tired after fighting for so long? How about we stop here today and go back to eat something first?" After that, Aokiji touched his empty stomach. Wayne spit, "Damn it, you can fight if you want, and stop if you want, how can it be so easy? Take another move from me first." Flying sword style sword art dragon nest flash. Wayne held Suezu tightly in his right hand, stimulating the armament haki in his body, and soon a piece of black attached to this famous sword. "Hey!" Wayne swung his arm quickly, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of flying slashes with armament haki attacked Aokiji. Aokiji looked at this scene with his mouth slightly open, and said, "This level of haki, can it be stimulated after fighting for so long? It's really a monster's spirit and physical strength." Armament haki is a combination of personal spirit and physical strength, and both are indispensable. At the same time, it is divided into levels such as armament haki hardening, armament haki entanglement, armament haki externalization, and Ryu Sakura haki. Armament haki hardening only has a haki effect on a certain part of the body, but it cannot be externalized in black. Armament haki entanglement can already make haki appear black, and at the same time, it can be attached to some parts of the body or cover the whole body according to the individual's haki level. The high-level armament haki that Wayne knows is still at the level of armament haki externalization. It can not only be entangled on the weapon in his hand, but also turn Suezu into a black sword. And can also perform a flying slash with armed color domineering. Aokiji's eyes turned red, and his observation color domineering was activated, and then his body kept switching between elementalization and entity. After the slash, Aokiji's body returned to entity, but there was a wound more than 10 centimeters long on the right side of his lower abdomen. Then a stream of blood dyed the white suit red, but it was soon frozen by Aokiji's ability. After 2 days of fighting, Wayne's move has obviously been further improved. It seems that the natural system is not invincible. Monsters like the Admiral of the Navy can also be injured. In the past 2 days, Wayne's body has been hit by Aokiji's ability many times, but Wayne has been able to withstand it with armed color domineering and monster-like physique. On the contrary, Aokiji has been injured very few times, but this time, Aokiji took a slash from Wayne. "Oh my, you are really a scary brother. I was almost cut in half by you just now." Aokiji activated the armament haki the moment he was hit, otherwise the wound caused by this slash would probably be much bigger. Wayne looked at the embarrassed Aokiji in front of him and responded, "Stop it, a monster like you won't lose your combat effectiveness because of this." After that, Wayne held Suezu tightly with both hands and prepared for a new round of battle. Chapter 21 Leave a bicycle for Aokiji. "Enough." "What?" "I said enough." Aokiji touched the eye mask on his head and said, "Let's stop the fight between us, Robin, you can take it away." Wayne didn't react for a while and asked in confusion, "Hey?" Aokiji continued, "Your strength is enough. I don't think the Navy and the world government want to provoke such a strong enemy like you. After all, forcing someone like you to the opposite side may turn out to be the next 4 emperors." Seeing this, Wayne also stopped. He reached out and touched the blade of Suezu in his hand. After 2 days of high-intensity fighting, Suezu's blade had a slight gap. Although he had the armed color domineering, the good sword 50 works was still lacking. If Wayne had a supreme big sword, I'm afraid that Aokiji in front of him would not only have multiple cuts on his stomach. "Let's stop while we're ahead." So Wayne looked at Aokiji in front of him and asked, "Then what about Robin?" Aokiji shook his head and said, "What Robin? She's just an ordinary crew member on your ship. I hope she is just a crew member today and in the future, understand?" Wayne carefully figured out the meaning of Aokiji's words, and then confirmed, "So, you can let Robin go, right?" Aokiji nodded, "At least I don't want to hunt her down again. After all, whoever wants to provoke such a powerful enemy like you in the world government can do it." Robin has always been a thorn in Aokiji's heart. The O'Hara incident that year changed Aokiji from passionate justice to leisurely justice. It can be seen how much it affects Aokiji. After confirming, Wayne sheathed his sword and turned around to leave the devastated island. Aokiji's voice came from behind, "Hey, brother, are you really not considering becoming a navy? If you are willing to come, it should not be difficult to give you a position as an admiral after the marshal retires. If a man like you becomes a pirate, the navy will have a headache." Wayne didn't even turn his head after hearing this, but just waved his hand, "Forget it, people like me are not suitable to stay in the navy, but don't worry, as long as you don't come to provoke me, I won't fight with you." Aokiji looked at Wayne who was walking away and was silent for a long time, and finally shouted at Wayne who was walking away, "Hey, brother, at least leave me a bicycle." Wayne pretended not to hear and continued to fly towards the apocalypse with his moon steps, leaving behind Aokiji, who looked regretful. In the end, Wayne still left a car for Aokiji. Driving, after all, he is not such a petty person. It's better not to be. The Admiral of the Navy is really a monster. Wayne returned to the apocalypse, looked at the concerned eyes of the crew around him, and then gave them a gesture not to worry. In this battle, Wayne also understood his approximate strength. In general, Wayne now has top swordsmanship, first-class physical strength, first-class domineering, and second-class combat experience. What he lacks now is the experience of fighting with these masters. Since the beginning of the battle, Wayne has been using armed color domineering on a large scale. Especially Wayne's move of slashing hundreds of armed color domineering at a time. I think even Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, can hardly use it so frequently. Only a monster-like physique like Wayne can hold it. But even so, Wayne relied on temporary upgrades and external plug-ins to barely tie with Aokiji. Wayne looked at an ice road rising from the sea in the distance, and a bicycle slowly drove on the ice. Looking at the figure, Wayne murmured, "Is it reasonable to use haki? I won't be so embarrassed next time I meet an enemy like you." Wayne gained a lot from this battle. He had never fought so fiercely with such a strong man before. "What, you mean Moria?" It was not so difficult for Wayne to defeat him at that time. It was just hundreds of armament haki slashes, and Moria, who relied too much on the ability of the fruit, was beaten to a pulp. H.U. Moria, who was far away in an unknown sea, sneezed and then said fiercely, "Kaido, Wayne, I must turn you into my new zombies when I become stronger." After saying that, Moria continued to run with the boulder in his arms, and a black ray appeared on his arm. Now Moria's body is no longer as fat as it was a few years ago, and blocky muscles have reappeared on his body. Wayne probably didn't expect that Moria, who was defeated by him, would learn from his shame and start practicing haki and physical skills again. But he wouldn't worry about anything after knowing it, because Wayne's strength is no longer the same level as his. "Robin, prepare food for me. I'm hungry." Wayne, who had just finished fighting with Aokiji, began to eat on a large scale. Soon, all the food for 50 or 60 people was eaten by Wayne, but his body did not change at all. This was the effect of life return after his physique became strong to a certain extent. After eating, Wayne lit a cigarette, thinking quietly, and then murmured, "Natural system, it's really a bug type. It seems that if I want to improve my strength as soon as possible, I have to go to that place. With Wayne's current strength, it may be difficult to get to the next level, so he can only rely on some unconventional things. For example, the secret treasure of the world, the devil fruit. Ordinary Wayne doesn't look down on it. Only some psychic system, natural system, and animal system fantasy beasts can enter his eyes. And Wayne just knows that there is such a fruit somewhere, and that guy will not be Wayne's opponent. I'm full. I'm going to sleep in the cabin. Call me when we reach the next island." Wayne yawned and returned to his room. Wayne, who was sleeping on the bed, thought about it and took out a den mushi that he rarely used. After a long time, the person on the other side picked up the den mushi. Wayne chatted on the den mushi for a while and then hung up. After a while, snoring came from Wayne's room. Wayne, who had fought with Aokiji for 2 days, fell into a deep sleep. On the deck, everyone surrounded Robin and looked at her curiously. After all, the battle between the boss and Aokiji these 2 days was all because of Robin. Chloe asked in a deep voice, "Ms. Robin, how did you know the boss?" Chloe's face was full of curiosity, and Gloria beside him also had a gossipy look on his face. Robin paused, looked at the birds flying away in the sky, then recalled some warm memories and said, "That was a day 7 years ago." Chapter 22 Wayne and Robin's first encounter. 7 years ago, the location was the desert country, Alabasta. Wayne, who was not yet 18 years old, walked in a town with curiosity. This was Wayne's first time in the desert. It's really hot. It really deserves to be a desert country. Wayne bought a bottle of juice from a white-bearded old man's shop and walked comfortably under the shade of the eaves. Nothing tastes better than a glass of iced juice in summer. 2 years ago, Wayne, who became a swordsman, left the Sabayati archipelago where he had lived for 10 years and began his journey around the Grand Line. It was called traveling, but in fact, he was constantly improving his swordsmanship, which had reached a bottleneck. Wayne remembered the conversation he had with Old Man Rayleigh when he left Sabayati. "Hey, old man, I'm leaving Shampoo Land and going out for a walk." "Oh, okay, go ahead. Buy it and leave it, buy it and leave it." In the casino of Shampoo Land, Rayleigh shook the dice with one hand and responded nonchalantly. "You stinky old man, don't you have anything to say to me? Kai Kixiu. I lost again. Wayne kid, lend me 50,000 Baileys, I'll give it to you when I have more money in a few days." Wayne's face began to show blue veins, and Rayleigh laughed and said, "It's okay kid, go as you please, you don't have to worry about your current strength in paradise. It's just that your swordsmanship needs to be strengthened, it's a pity that you have a monster-like physique. Wouldn't it be nice to be a strong physical practitioner?" "No, I want to be a great swordsman." Wayne had a stubborn look on his face. Although he was born with an amazing physique, and was proficient in two-color domineering, and his armed color domineering had also been practiced to the level of entanglement, but which boy doesn't want to be a fairy-like swordsman? Okay, go be a swordsman. Here, this is for you." So Wayne took the record pointer handed by Rayleigh and embarked on the journey to become a great swordsman. "Ah, sorry. Excuse me." Wayne in his memory was awakened by a voice. And then his body was bumped. Wayne looked at the girl who bumped into him. Her skin was healthy wheat color, she wore a cowboy hat on her head, her facial features were three-dimensional, and she was dressed in cowboy clothes, full of youthful breath. This face looked so familiar, Wayne didn't remember who this person was for a while. "Hello, are you okay?" "Ah, it's okay, I'm so sorry, handsome boy." Wayne and the girl started chatting, but before they chatted for a while, there was a noise behind them. "That woman is over there, chase her. Don't let her run away. Chi Kexiu, you made us chased by the Navy all the way." The girl in front of him was Robin. She flirted with Wayne and said, "Thank you, handsome boy, see you again." Robin ran away in the blink of an eye, leaving Wayne, who was confused, standing there. "Hey, boy, don't run, hand over the things." A group of pirates came up and surrounded Wayne. Wayne said with a puzzled look, "What's wrong, what do you want to do with me?" "Boy, you are the accomplice of that woman, I saw you chatting together, if you know what's good for you, hand over the things, otherwise." The pirates were all ferocious, pinching their fingers and snapping them, and they wanted to beat Wayne. Hey, I don't want to be used as a gun." It seems that the pirates are about to take action. One sword-style random attack. A flash of sword light passed by, and the dozen pirates in front of him lay on the ground in pain, unable to get up for a long time. Wayne only realized at this time that he was used as a gun by the girl just now, so he looked into the crowd for a while, but there was no figure of the girl just now. Forget it, there is no loss anyway, find a place to sleep." Wayne looked at the sky, turned and entered a nearby hotel, ready to find a place to sleep first. 5 minutes later, Wayne walked out of the tavern with an angry face, his face still full of murderous intent. He walked up to the pirates and cursed, "Damn it, tell me, who is that woman? Why are you chasing her? Where is she now?" 3 questions in a row made the pirates in front of him tremble, but they still answered, "She is the son of the devil, Nico Robin. She was originally a crew member on our ship, but she stole our treasure and caused us to be hunted by the Navy." Wayne knocked out the pirates in front of him again with an unhappy look on his face, and then fumbled around on them. Damn, what a bunch of poor guys. Wayne put the hundreds of thousands of berries in his hand into his arms, and then kicked a pirate with an unhappy look. There was no way, Wayne's purse was gone, and there was his own record pointer in it. After thinking for a while, Wayne was sure that the girl must have stolen his money when she bumped into him. Nico Robin, the son of the devil? Humph, I will definitely make you look good when I catch you. Wayne remembered that the girl just now was Nico Robin, one of the protagonists of One Piece. But it's not his fault, after all, there is still a big gap between Nico Robin's current appearance and the future. 3 days later, Wayne appeared in a casino in the rainy land. No refunds after the purchase. I'm buying big. A hint of red flashed in Wayne's eyes, and his observation haki was stimulated, and then he said his points. 4, 5, 6, big. Boy, you're lucky today. Wayne nodded with a shy look on his face. And then deliberately lost 2 times, turned around, and left the casino. Wayne has been with the old man Pluto Rayleigh for so many years, of course he doesn't know anything about gambling. On the contrary, his gambling skills are very good. No, it should be said that all the strong people who are proficient in observation haki have very good gambling skills. And Wayne doesn't have a strong burden like the old man Rayleigh, and is unwilling to use observation haki to gamble. Laughing to death, this is the point Wayne saw with his own strength. Wayne has always followed a principle, winning more and losing less, combining winning and losing, and changing places after each shot. This is why Wayne has been able to spend money all these years without a stable job. Hey? Who is that person? I found you, woman. As soon as Wayne left the casino, he saw a familiar figure, Nico Robin. Just as he was about to run over to settle accounts with her, he was stopped by a tall figure. Wayne's figure was already very tall. He was only 18 years old and was already more than 2 meters and 5 meters tall, but the man in front of him was more than 4 meters tall, and he looked ferocious. Boy, I see you just won a lot of money, take some out and share it with our brothers. Wayne stared at the big man in front of him, then suddenly slapped his head and said, the pirate with a bounty of 27 million Baileys, the big guy Julian. Yes, it's me. The big pirate said with a proud look on his face. Wayne looked at Robin's figure in the distance and saw that he hadn't gone far yet, so he said, in that case, I'll take your bounty. One sword style, cutting iron. A streak of black appeared on Wayne's sword. After one strike, Julian fell to the ground in shock, without a sound. One strike, defeated Boss Julian. Run! The surrounding pirates ran away in panic, and Wayne did not continue to chase him. He threw Julian's body next to a security guard standing at the entrance of the casino and said, Hey, security guy, do me a favor, can you help me collect the bounty for this guy, okay? I have something to do now, I'll be back later. By the way, don't think about taking it all for yourself, I remember your face. In the frightened eyes of the security guard, Wayne chased Nico Robin in the distance. No one can take my money for free. Chapter 23 Flexible Use of Armed Color Domineering. Wayne chased Robin in the distance, and soon caught up with Robin, who had changed his clothes at this time. Hey, you thief, give me my money back. Wayne yelled at Robin in front of him. Hey, this is not Robin, it's just the little thief Nami. Robin was a little surprised to see Wayne suddenly appear. In his impression, Wayne should have been beaten up by the pirates and was lying in the hospital. It seems that the little brother is quite strong. Robin covered his mouth and chuckled. At this time, a figure blocked Robin. Get out of here, kid. This was a tall, muscular, bald man wearing a monk's robe. I want to say no. This woman stole my money, I want it back. The bald man looked back at Robin and saw that she didn't speak, so he asked, how much is it? I'll pay it back for her. Wayne said, 80 million Baileys. What? Are you kidding? Are you here to make trouble, kid? The man in front of him obviously didn't believe it. 80 million Baileys is not a small amount. He didn't believe that the kid in front of him had such a large amount of money stolen. Wayne said that he had encountered many pirates who wanted to rob over the years, and he played the role of a temporary bounty hunter by stealing from the pirates. After accumulating, he saved 80 million Baileys. And Wayne exchanged them all for precious items such as gems and diamonds for easy carrying, but they were all stolen by Robin. But Wayne was too late to explain, because the man in front of him stretched out his hands and grabbed Wayne directly. Wayne stretched out his hands to resist. How could it hurt? There was a blood mark on Wayne's left hand, and the bald monk opposite him turned his hands into blades, and blood was dripping from his hands. Wayne narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the man in front of him to suddenly turn his hands into blades, and he didn't react at all. At this moment, Wayne also recognized the identity of the bald man in front of him, Mr. One Under Crocodile, Das Bonus. Mr. One looked at the cross-blade on Wayne's waist and said, "Kid, my name is Das Bonus, I am a blade man who ate the blade fruit. I can turn my whole body into a blade, and I am also a swordsman. Draw out your sword, kid." Wayne pouted. Of course, he recognized the man in front of him. Mr. One is a famous swordsman in the world of One Piece. The standard of a swordsman is to cut iron, and the whole body of Mr. One in front of him can turn into an iron blade. In other words, as long as he is defeated, he will be a swordsman. And Wayne, as early as 2 years ago, could listen to the breathing of all things, reached the state of cutting iron, and became a swordsman. In this case, don't blame me for taking action. Wayne drew out the sword at his waist, his aura changed, and he made a dual posture. Mr. One's eyes lit up when he saw it, and he saw that the kid in front of him was not a weakling. Dang dang dang! The two of them entangled with each other, and the blade in Wayne's hand collided with Mr. One several times, and then the two bodies separated. Mr. One's expression became more and more excited. He felt that the man in front of him was a rare strong man, so he asked, "Boy, tell me your name." Wayne curled his lips. He had already tested the strength of this bald man. It is true that he must have the strength to cut iron to defeat him, but that's all. Duraki D. Wayne. You should take this sword. If you can't, you will probably die. Wayne took a breath, and then black appeared on his arm, and the armed color domineering attached to the blade. One sword-style slashing blade. Wayne improvised a name, then rushed forward and slashed Mr. One's abdomen with a knife. I told you, I am a blade man who ate the blade fruit, and slashing has no effect on me. Sizzle. A stream of blood splashed from Mr. One's abdomen, and Mr. One fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. Wayne posed handsomely, then sheathed his knife, passed Mr. One who had fainted, came to Robin and said, "Miss, can you give me my money back?" Nico Robin was shocked, obviously she didn't expect Mr. One to be killed in seconds, then opened her mouth, showed a forced smile, and said, "Okay, I'll give it to you right away, handsome boy." After that, Robin reached into his arms. Two-wheeled flowers bloom, twist your fingers. A pair of hands suddenly appeared in Wayne's hands, and then twisted Wayne's left little finger. Wayne didn't react for a while. "Ah! It hurts, damn it, you woman!" Wayne blew on his left little finger, and then continued to chase Robin. Soon, Robin was forced into a corner. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Robin wanted to make a final struggle, only to see her cross her hands on her chest and shout, "Four-wheeled flowers bloom, monkey steals peaches." Wayne's face changed because something appeared in his crotch. But Robin's face suddenly changed, and he covered his hands in pain, saying in disbelief, "So hard." Wayne laughed and said, "On the flexible use of armament haki." Then he approached Robin with a smirk on his face. Sandstorm. A sandstorm blew past, and then the sand in the air turned into a sharp blade and shot towards Wayne. Iron block. Wayne's whole body hardened, resisting the sharp sand knife. Not far away, a sandstorm slowly condensed into a human figure. This person was tall, with a narrow knife wound on his face, a cigar in his mouth, and a pair of golden hooks on his left hand. 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile crocodile. Wayne's face changed, and he said with a little fear. Crocodile was indeed a tough opponent for him at this time. Crocodile stared at Robin for a while and said, "Woman, are you the new member that Mr. One said wanted to join us? I just saw Mr. One who was unconscious over there. Did the man in front of me do it?" Robin moved his lips slightly, but still didn't say anything. Crocodile looked at Wayne with an unhappy face and said, "Kid, Dawes is my most trusted subordinate, you have to pay the price for what you did." Then Crocodile jumped high, and his body turned into a sandstorm and attacked Wayne. Be careful, Crocodile is the user of the sand fruit, he can suck others into mummies. But he is afraid of water, use water to deal with him. Robin stood in the corner and anxiously reminded Wayne. At this time, Robin only felt that Wayne was just an innocent passerby, but he was about to die because of his momentary prank. Although Robin was called the son of the devil, he had never done anything bad in his life. Seeing that Wayne was about to die at the hands of the sand crocodile because of his prank, he felt guilty. After all, Robin didn't think that someone of his age could deal with the famous 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Chapter 24 Wayne's Dream. Hey, woman, don't cry, okay? I'm fine. Wayne's body was covered with a thin layer of black, and the sand that Crocodile turned into could not penetrate after touching Wayne's armed color domineering. Armament Haki. Crocodile was terrified. He didn't expect that in the first half of the Grand Line, such a master of Haki would suddenly appear in his territory. This kid is not simple. Crocodile thought about it. He didn't suffer any loss, and Dawes was not in any danger of life. It seemed that there was no need for him to be an enemy of the man in front of him. So, Crocodile said, "In that case, you can go. I don't want to fight you now." In Crocodile's opinion, this kid should be grateful and quickly escape from here. Therefore, he turned to Robin and said, "Devil's son Nico Robin, right? You betray me before you join me? I hate betrayal the most." Crocodile was obviously very dissatisfied with Nico Robin's reminder to Wayne just now. His body was half elementalized and turned into a gust of sand to pounce on Robin. Robin's face changed, and then he reacted. He touched the small bottle of seawater prepared in his arms. Compared the gap between himself and the sand crocodile, and then found with a frustrated face that his chance of winning was almost zero. Robin bit her lip and prepared to make a final fight. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal colliding sounded. The imagined pain did not come. Robin opened her eyes and saw that the man in front of her, who was about the same age as her, stretched out the long sword in his hand and steadily blocked the desert sword in Crocodile's hand. Wayne looked at Crocodile in front of him and said arrogantly, "Hey, it's not good to kill her in front of me. After all, she still owes me money. So, you want to protect her?" "Yes, I will protect this woman, so what? In that case." Crocodile's figure suddenly jumped up, and his body turned into a sand blade and attacked Wayne. One sword flow iai. Wayne steadily caught the sand and dust that Crocodile turned into, and the two retreated from each other after one blow. "Troublesome kid. You are not bad either." Wayne and Crocodile exchanged a few trash words, and then fought again. Suddenly, Crocodile's right hand fingers bent, and a small sandstorm model formed in his hand. Sandstorm. The sandstorm model in his hand quickly grew larger, and then turned into a huge sandstorm and attacked Wayne. But Wayne was obviously not a pushover. A glimmer of red light appeared in his eyes. Wayne jumped several times on the spot, then rolled his body around, flashed to a place that the sandstorm could not cover, and ran towards Crocodile. Shave. One sword style III. Wayne suddenly appeared on the left side of Crocodile, and then the black armament haki covered the blade, and quickly slashed at Crocodile. Crocodile's body turned into a gust of sand and elementalized to avoid Wayne's slash, and then recondensed his body. How is it? Do you want to fight 2 more moves? Wayne looked at Crocodile in front of him. At this moment, there was a deep scar on his abdomen, and the scarlet blood dyed Crocodile's coat red. Just now, Wayne's slash covered with armament haki slashed at Crocodile, although Crocodile used observation haki to elementalize in advance. But Wayne's observation haki was not weak either, so although Crocodile avoided his vitals, he still left him with wounds. After a battle, Crocodile suffered a small loss. A trace of anger flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and then he suppressed it. Boy, tell me your name. You shouldn't be an unknown person on the sea. Wayne looked helpless. Why do these people like to be called out by their names? But he still responded, Duraki D. Wayne, remember this name, one day this name will resound throughout this sea. Crocodile snorted coldly, and then looked deeply at Robin. His body turned into a gust of sand and dust and took away Dawes not far away, and left here. He finally left, worthy of being a 7 warlords of the sea, the pressure is so great. Wayne wiped the sweat from his forehead. In fact, if he kept fighting, Wayne was really not sure to defeat Crocodile. After all, this is the desert, the home of Sand Crocodile, and his armament haki is also very physically demanding. After fighting with Old Sand, Wayne also confirmed that Crocodile is not completely incapable of haki. At least his attainments in observation haki are not low, and he seems to have some armament haki, but the level is not high. Hey, where do you want to run to? Wayne glanced at Robin, who seemed to want to sneak away, and then reminded him. You still owe me 80 million Baileys. Don't think about leaving if you don't pay me back. Robin's eyes turned, and he seemed to want to quibble. Wayne continued, you have offended Crocodile and are being hunted by the Navy. It's not easy to escape. So give me the money back. Robin had no way to refute after hearing this, so he just made up his mind, walked up to Wayne and said. I can't take out 80 million Baileys. But my face is worth 79 million Baileys. If you don't mind, take it. Wayne touched his chin and said, not impossible, 79 million Baileys is not bad. Robin's face changed, thinking that Wayne really wanted to hand her over to the Navy, but Wayne's tone changed and said to Robin, I just established a company and I'm still short of men. You can work for me. I just need a handyman. Robin saw Wayne's serious face, so he also became serious and asked, are you sure? I am the son of the pirate devil with a bounty of 79 million. Once discovered by the Navy, you will be hunted endlessly. After hearing this, Wayne bent down slightly, touched Robin's face, and then snorted coldly, saying, Humph, look at this beautiful young man. Woman, how can you be a demon? Those Navy men always convict people for the so-called justice. Robin thought for a while and found that he really had nowhere to go, and the man in front of him seemed very strong and reliable, and the key was that he looked handsome. So Robin asked, in that case, I will join you, boss. What is the business scope of our company? Business scope? I haven't thought about it yet, I will think about it in the future. What an unreliable boss. Stop talking nonsense, this is what a chores person needs to do. Yes, your assessment task is to help our company find the business scope. Robin covered his face with his hand. He didn't expect that this young man was obviously a strong man but looked unreliable, so he asked again. Boss, what is your dream? Dream? Wayne thought seriously for a while, thinking of his dead benefactor Luju, his master Rayleigh, an ace who was still in the East China Sea, and said slowly. My dream is to protect all the important people around me. Wayne's tone was extremely serious. Robin was slightly stunned after hearing it, and then seemed to remember his past, so he said, "What a great dream. I also want to be an important person around you in the future." Chapter 25 The Real God of Gamblers, Wayne. Time goes back to the present. Just like that, I joined the boss's company. Originally, there was really nothing in the first 2 years, and the boss's reputation was not as big as it is now. So the boss had to work part-time as a bounty hunter from time to time to subsidize the company's expenses. But later the company's influence became bigger and bigger, and finally the boss became a Shishibukai. Robin sat in the middle of the crowd and told the past stories seriously. Then he thought of Wayne, with a happy face, and murmured, "What a reliable man, what you said 7 years ago really did." Goliath on the side saw Robin's look and looked unhappy. "Humph, isn't it just knowing the boss a year earlier than me, what's so great about it? Straight face, so envious." The apocalypse continued to sail on the sea. As it sailed farther and farther, the deck became hotter and hotter. Wayne carefully divided a fist-sized ice cube into 3 parts, then took out one and handed it to Robin, and took out another one of similar size and handed it to Gloria. There was only one small piece of ice left. Wayne looked at the thumb-sized ice cube, licked his lips, and then glanced at Chloe, who was eager on the side. "Chloe, straight face, I want it." Slurp. Wayne didn't care to add the ice cube to the juice. He just put the ice cube in his mouth, chewed it, and said nonchalantly, "This damn weather is so hot." Speaking of which, Kuzan's ability is really useful. He is not afraid of cold in winter and heat in summer. Chloe, who was left with a resentful face, could not find a place to complain. "I saw land." Gloria danced with joy. Wayne touched his chin and said with a little emotion, "The island in front is Alabasta, right? I miss it so much. It was here 7 years ago that he first met Nico Robin, which opened his way to becoming a legend. Speaking of which, I'm really itching to play. Let's go to the rainy land and have some fun." Wayne hadn't been to the casino to gamble for a long time, so he was a little excited. "Boss, the record pointer needs to record another week." "Okay, got it." So, Wayne took a few cotters and other crew members through a vast desert and came to the town of Alabasta. Strange, why does it feel like this place is not as prosperous as before? Wayne and others walked in the town, but now the vendors in the city are less than half of those 7 years ago, and many shops are closed. Wayne thought for a while and said, "It should be related to that sand crocodile. He seems to be plotting something extraordinary." Chloe asked in confusion, "Crocodile? Isn't he a hero of Alabasta? I heard that he is very popular." Wayne smiled slightly, and then said, "In fact, it is because Alabasta hides an ancient weapon called Pluto, and then this sand crocodile wants to plot against other people's weapons." Wayne glanced at Robin beside him, and then added, "By the way, it seems that there is some historical text." Robin's eyes lit up after hearing this, and then he remembered the agreement between Wayne and Kuzan, so he didn't say anything. Wayne saw what Robin was thinking, so he comforted her, "It's okay, the historical text is here, it can't run away, but this piece is not available for the time being. When the time comes in the future, I will let you see the historical text here. By the way, the island we are going to next seems to have a historical text." Robin, oh, / Robin was obviously much happier after hearing this. Robin's dream was to unravel the history of the blank 100 years, which was related to her childhood experience. Even in these years under Wayne, she was secretly looking for relevant historical books. "Hey!" Wayne's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw an old man with a white beard still selling juice on the roadside. "Boss, sell all these juices to me, and I want them cold." Wayne distributed the juices he bought to his men one by one. He didn't expect that after 7 years, the old man was still selling juice here, so he couldn't help but want to taste it again. Everyone rushed all the way to the entertainment street in the rainy land and looked at the huge building in front of them. Wayne turned around and told his men, "Ahem, it will take a few days to record the pointer. Let's have fun in the entertainment street and commercial street these days. After that, Wayne took the lead to enter the casino, intending to try his luck today. And Gloria took Robin to go shopping. They heard that the desert clothes in Alabasta are very beautiful. As for Chloe, he took the rest of the crew to purchase supplies. Buy big, buy small, buy and leave. Big. 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 1, 2, 3, small. Oh, I lost again. Wayne looked at the remaining 100,000 Baileys in his hand and had a headache for a while. In just 1 or 2 hours, Wayne lost 1.9 million Baileys. What? Why don't you say Wayne doesn't use observation hacky? Alas, now I understand the fun of those old men. Counting the strong men in the pirate world, slave gambling god really often loses so much that he sells himself to others to make money, while blind gambling Saint Fujitora is always cheated because he can't see. These strong men all have observation hacky, but they don't use it to cheat. Now Wayne understands their thinking. Roll the dice. Isn't it just a matter of luck? There's no need to lose the fun just to win. Wayne 7 years ago, even if I starve to death or jump off here, I will use observation hacky. Wayne now, it smells so good. Oh, slash. Wayne continued to gamble in the casino for 2 more times and then left. It's not that he didn't want to gamble anymore, but that he lost everything. He usually doesn't carry a lot of Baileys with him, and the money is managed by Robin. So Wayne prepared to ask Robin for some money. Hey, this is not good. What's wrong with it? It suits you very well. No, it's too small, I can't put it in. Wayne took off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles, and then pointed to a blue dress hanging on the wall and said, I want this one, the one just now is too small, I can't wear it. Good guessed. The total price is 500,000 Baileys, welcome next time. Wayne, who came to find Robin, was also pulled to change into a desert-style dress. He looked at the 2 beauties in front of him, one big and one small, and swallowed his saliva. He said, the clothes in Alabasta are pretty good. Wayne looked at Robin, who was decorated with exotic styles, and couldn't help but sigh that Robin was the most suitable for this set of clothes, so he whispered to her, come to my room tonight. Robin gave a wink and seduced, okay, handsome boy, let's have an encounter 7 years ago. Goliath on the side stomped her feet in anger, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere for a while. After leaving the commercial street, the 3 continued to walk towards the entertainment area. Suddenly, a gust of dust blew, and a figure appeared in front of the 3. Chapter 26. A newspaper worth a chopper. Oh, isn't this that guy, Old Sand? We haven't seen each other for a long time, let's find a place to sit down and have a drink. Wayne looked at Crocodile in front of him and teased him. Crocodile's appearance did not surprise Wayne, after all, he had no intention of hiding his tracks this time. If another Shishibukai appeared in Crocodile's territory and he didn't notice it at all, Wayne would have doubted his ability. Crocodile's eyes swept across Robin, and there seemed to be some memories in his eyes, and then he stared at Wayne in front of him and said, I can't believe it. I haven't seen you for 7 years. The unknown kid has become a famous person now. So, what is the purpose of a man like you coming to me? Crocodile's tone was full of vigilance. He was in the critical period of implementing the plan to steal the country. He didn't want to be disturbed by any unexpected factors. The man in front of him obviously had the ability to interrupt his plan. Force. Oh my, you are too polite. We are partners after all. And I am really passing by Alabasta on this trip. I will stay here for a few days and then leave, really. Crocodile in front of him still looked suspicious, but his vigilance had indeed been lowered a lot. Crocodile and Wayne are both Shishibukai. Although one is in Paradise and the other is in New World, it is obviously impossible that there is no intersection between the two. Some of Wayne's intelligence transactions were completed in cooperation with Crocodile's Baroque studio. So it's okay to say that they are partners. Wayne looked at Crocodile in front of him, and then whispered, "Besides, who is interested in your shitty Pluto?" "What did you say?" "Desert sword." Crocodile's face was gloomy and dripping with water, and then his right hand turned into a sword made of sand and chopped at Wayne. Hey, don't fight just because you don't agree with me. I'm just a tourist, really just a tourist." Wayne quickly pulled out the snow walker from his waist, covered with armed color domineering, and blocked Crocodile's attack with murderous intent. At this time, Wayne also knew that he had accidentally let the cat out of the bag. After all, this old sand regarded Pluto as more important than anyone else, and believed that this was his means to dominate the world and avenge Whitebeard. Therefore, he did not hesitate to hide for 10 years just to fulfill this dream. "Tell me, what else do you know?" Crocodile's eyes were fixed on Wayne in front of him. "Ahem, in fact, I don't know much, I just know that you want that ancient weapon Pluto. Then there is a historical text in the underground of the royal city. Finally, you used some dancing powder to prepare for rebellion and prepare to plot against other people's countries." Every time Wayne said one more thing, Crocodile's face in front of him became uglier. When Wayne almost revealed all his old background, Crocodile's eyes were full of murderous intent. "How do you know these things? Who else knows besides you?" "Oh, I saw it on TV." "No, isn't it because you didn't keep it a secret?" "But, no one else should know except me." Wayne took out a sea buckthorn fruit from Gloria's pocket. "This sea buckthorn fruit is a specialty only in Alabasta. Ah, so sour." Wayne took a bite and then returned the remaining flesh to Gloria. He couldn't eat it because it was too sour. Crocodile on the opposite side looked at Wayne's indifferent look, and his heart was full of anger at being looked down upon. He said, "You don't seem to be afraid of me? So you are sure you can survive in front of me?" Wayne shrugged and said casually, "We are all Shishibukai, who is afraid of who? You can't beat me, and I don't want to fight you." With Wayne's current strength, he can even fight the admirals, so why would he be afraid of a Shishibukai like Crocodile? Wayne is indeed sure to keep Crocodile here forever, but there is no need. The two of them don't have any deep hatred, and he can't control his plan to rebel. Moreover, the Navy has expressly prohibited the 7 warlords from killing each other. Anyway, this guy will be defeated by Luffy, a king who has just gone to sea, in 2 years. Secondly, it is not easy for Wayne to solve Crocodile. After all, Crocodile is really strong. He is a veteran 7 warlords and has been famous for his strength in the sea for more than 10 years. This is his home ground, all desert, and Crocodile's strength will increase exponentially. The part where Luffy defeated Crocodile in the comics was really outrageous. Anyway, Wayne couldn't stand it, so he wouldn't simply think that this sand crocodile was not strong enough. Crocodile on the opposite side was silent for a while, as if he was thinking, and finally he decided to try to see if Wayne, who was also a 7 warlord, could stay here. "In that case, you should be prepared to die. As a fellow Shishibukai, you came to my territory, and the world government can't say anything if you die in my place. You're begging me to scold you." Wayne made a pause gesture, and then waved to the seagull flying in the sky. Who knows why there are seagulls in the desert? Wayne took out a letter from his arms, put it in the bag of the newspaper deliveryman, and then said to Robin beside him, "This is the last chapter of Journey to the West, it's finished, Morgans has been urging me for almost a month. Look, the newspaper deliveryman has chased me into the desert. Damn, it's finally done." Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a good feeling to be urged to update every day. And the readers of the pirate world are not friendly. The readers in the previous life said sending a blade just as a joke. But the readers of the pirate world can really do things like holding a machete on the author's neck to force the author. Wayne handed Seagull 50 Baileys, "Chopper, I was implied, and took out a newspaper, ready to read the news after solving the current problem. What? How can I repair it? Morgans, I will not forgive you. Wayne took the newspaper and saw the front page headline of the newspaper. Shocking! 7 warlords Wayne and Admiral Aokiji fought for 2 days and 2 nights, the reason is. The picture on the newspaper was the scene of Wayne and Aokiji fighting. Wayne, who was carrying a snowball, held the knife in front of him, and opposite him was Aokiji with bleeding abdomen. I finally understand why those stars in the previous life hated the paparazzi so much. Wayne looked unhappy. He didn't want Robin to be exposed to the eyes of the world government. That would mean endless troubles, and the exposure of his own strength would also mean that new troubles would come to him. For example, a world's #1 swordsman who likes to find people to spar with everywhere. Chapter 27 Wayne's Reverse Scale. Wayne crumpled the newspaper into a ball with an irritated look on his face, and then threw it on the ground. Crocodile on the opposite side had an extremely wonderful expression. He had just been left aside for 3 or 4 minutes. This feeling of being ignored made him very unhappy, but at the same time he also wanted to see what made Wayne so angry. Crocodile looked at the newspaper gull that had already flown away, and then bent his right hand, and a small sand wind dragged the newspaper to his hands and feet. This kind of fruit control is already good. Crocodile unfolded the crumpled newspaper and began to read the contents carefully. The more Crocodile read, the gloomier his face became, and the more he looked at Wayne, the more fearful he became. When he saw the end, Crocodile was extremely shocked. And obviously couldn't believe everything said in the newspaper. The general content of the newspaper is like this. Shocked, a well-known Shishibukai Wayne, who is suspected to be a great swordsman, fought with the Admiral Aokiji for 2 days and 2 nights without a clear winner. In the end, Aokiji left with a scar on his abdomen. The reason why the Shishibukai and the Navy fought was because Aokiji's bicycle was broken, and Wayne, as a Shishibukai, did not help to repair it. Yes, Morgans did not tell the real reason why Wayne and Aokiji fought in the end. Wayne did not believe that Seagull did not take a picture of Robin. I am afraid that Morgans did not want to offend Wayne directly, so he made up such an absurd reason. But this reason is obviously not up to the table. I am afraid that Aokiji will face the inquiry of the high-level Navy after returning, and the world government may also investigate Wayne and get some clues. This is what made Wayne angry. Moreover, the description of the battle in it is a bit exaggerated. Wayne was not sure of defeating Aokiji at the time. If he fought for a few more days, Wayne would probably lose, but Aokiji might also leave a wound that could never heal. Crocodile, who was opposite Wayne, did not speak for a long time after reading the newspaper. Finally, his hoarse voice came, I'm afraid the reason why you fought with Aokiji is not that simple. Wayne's heart tightened. Crocodile glanced at Robin standing behind Wayne and said, Nico Robin, nicknamed the Devil's Son, with a bounty of 79 million Baileys, seems to be a survivor of the O'Hara incident. The world government has been sending people to track her down. Aokiji probably fought with you for her. Wayne's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, You sand crocodile, you really want to die here, right? Wayne doesn't care about many things. He wants to protect the important people around him, and Robin happens to be one of them. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Seeing Wayne's angry face, Crocodile felt relieved. He smiled and said, I rarely see you like this. A fool among the 7 warlords? It's rare to see a 7 warlord who specializes in protecting the weak. Wayne gritted his teeth and roared, What do you want to say? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Crocodile walked forward a few steps and came to Wayne. He raised his head slightly and said to Wayne, Now, you also have a secret in my hands. So, you will keep the secret of Pluto in your heart, right? Wayne instantly understood that Crocodile didn't want to continue fighting with him. Before, he was afraid that Wayne would reveal his secret. Now both of them have secrets in each other's hands. Then it formed a delicate balance. Wayne pondered for a while, nodded and said, "Okay." He didn't have the idea of meddlesomeness, so he left it to the future Pirate King Luffy to do it. Crocodile saw that he got the answer he wanted, and then turned into a sandstorm and flew away from here, leaving a word before leaving. "Robin, if this kid can't protect you, you can consider coming to me. No one can defeat me in the desert. Kaikixiu, why are you showing off? In less than 2 years, you won't even be one of the 7 warlords of the sea." Seeing that Crocodile didn't forget to steal his girlfriend before leaving, Wayne cursed at the sand. Okay, everyone has gone far away, and I can't hear you anymore." Robin persuaded on the side. Wayne looked at Robin and Gloria in front of him, and then thought of the pirates and civilians living under his flag, as well as Ace who was still far away in the East China Sea, and felt more urgent in his heart. Strength, in the final analysis, just have the strength to kill everything in seconds. At that time, the admirals, the 5 elders, and the 4 emperors are all not his opponents, so he doesn't have to worry so much. But in this sea, the strong have a ceiling. The Admiral of the Navy is the top of this ceiling. No matter how strong you are, even as strong as Whitebeard, you will not be the opponent of the 2 admirals. But Wayne will be an exception. Wayne has the only system that can improve his abilities in all aspects and become a person who can break through that ceiling. If you want to become the top combat force on the sea, you can't have any shortcomings. You must have at least 2 of the 4 of the bug fruit, top swordsmanship, top domineering, and top physical skills, and the rest cannot be a shortcoming. This is the standard of a truly strong man on the sea. Now that Wayne has top swordsmanship, physical skills, and domineering, there is only one way to improve your strength as soon as possible. Devil Fruit. Wayne took out the dragon fruit-shaped devil fruit extractor, and then whispered softly, "It seems that I have to go to that place as soon as possible." Gurgle gurgle. Moses. This is Aokiji, what's up? I'm Sengoku. Kyuzan, what good thing did you do, fighting with the 7 warlords for a bicycle? Do you know how much impact this has on the face of the Navy? Kyuzan, okay, your vacation is over. Come back to the Navy headquarters and report the incident after you come back. On an unknown island in the Grand Line Paradise, a man wearing a burgundy top, a black hat and a beard silently reads a newspaper. Wayne, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Interesting. It seems that it's time to go out and stretch your muscles. The man's eagle-like eyes were full of sharp eyes. He reached out and touched the black knife behind him, and then stepped onto a coffin-like boat. P.S. Author's words, recently, many people have questioned the strength of Crocodile. I suggest you watch it again. The episodes where Luffy beat Crocodile are a bit outrageous. Crocodile in the desert should also have the strength close to that of a pseudo-admiral. And the protagonist just doesn't want to fight with him. After all, it's not a life and death feud. In addition, I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 28 The Qualifications of the King. 3 days later, Wayne returned to the Apocalypse with a group of crew members. At this time, Wayne's record pointer has recorded the direction of travel. The next stop is Magic Valley Town. The Apocalypse continued to sail on the sea. The weather on the Grand Line was really changeable. When Wayne and others gradually left Alabasta, the weather gradually became cooler. Wayne was sitting on the bow at this time, holding a huge fishing rod in his hand and fishing at sea. Gloria beside him also imitated Wayne and fished in a serious manner, but she would always eat snacks from time to time, or look at Wayne and smile foolishly. It hurts. Wayne knocked on the top of Gloria's head and said, "You have to concentrate when fishing, otherwise you won't catch any fish. It's hooked." "Hey? Brother Wayne. What did you say?" Nothing." Wayne glanced at Gloria, and saw that the fishing rod in her hand was constantly being pulled, and Gloria's body was constantly being pulled forward. For a while, she was not as strong as the fish. "Boss, come and help." Seeing this, Wayne quickly dropped the fishing rod in his hand and reached out to take the fishing rod in Gloria's hand. "It's a big one." As soon as Wayne got the fishing rod, he felt a huge force pulling him into the sea again, and instantly understood why Gloria couldn't catch this fish just now. "Ha!" Wayne exerted force with his arms, and his arm muscles swelled like balloons, then he half-crouched on the deck with his legs, and shook his arms vigorously. A huge fish with a body length of 200 or 300 meters was thrown into the air along the fishing line, and the fish made a cry from its mouth. "What? So big? This is a small sea king." Crow, who was training, opened his mouth wide and looked at the huge sea king that was about to fall with a runny nose. The other crew members on the ship were also shocked. They didn't expect Miss Gloria to be able to lift such a big fish. "Run! This fish will sink the Apocalypse if it falls. Boss, think of a solution." Wayne also realized the seriousness of the matter at this time. Although the Apocalypse was built by the legendary Atom Treasure Tree and was extremely strong, there was no guarantee that it would remain intact after being hit by the Sea King that was hundreds of meters long and weighed countless tons. In this case, one sword style, one line sky. A large amount of armed color flowed from Wayne's arm into the snow walk in his hand. The snow walk instantly turned into a pitch black knife. Wayne shouted and slashed a huge flying slash, which was about tens of meters long, but it seemed a little small in front of the Sea King. "Boss, even if it is split in half, it will be hit." Crow saw Wayne, who had already sheathed his knife, and reminded him anxiously in his heart. Wayne rolled his eyes at Chloe and said, "Listen carefully and watch carefully." As Wayne finished speaking, the Sea King with a body length of hundreds of meters was chopped into thousands of pieces of meat of different sizes by Wayne's slash. Chloe on the side swallowed his saliva. He was impressed by Wayne's strength again. With just one slash, he chopped the Sea King into pieces of meat. Wayne kicked Chloe and said, "What are you doing? Go get some fish meat. We'll have fish soup tonight." "Oh. Okay, boss." Chloe just recovered and was about to fish the fish meat, but was grabbed by Wayne's arm. Wayne's expression was a little solemn. "Wait. Everyone, pay attention, stand firm, don't fall into the sea." Wayne suddenly shouted to the crew around him. Because in Wayne's observation Haki, a monster with extremely strong vitality was attacking the Apocalypse, and the location was right below. As Theodore finished speaking, a Sea King with a body length of several thousand meters suddenly emerged from the water. From the outside, this Sea King was very similar to the one just now, but its size was many times larger. The entire Apocalypse was just a tiny thing in front of this Sea King. "It's really troublesome. After killing the little one, the old one can come. A Sea King of this size is a bit troublesome even for me." Wayne stared at the Sea King intently, and this Sea King made a miserable cry. Obviously discovering the fact that his child was dead, and then stared at the crew of the Apocalypse with hatred in his eyes. Gulp. Clo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The oppression caused by such a big guy was not a little bit big. The giant Sea King rolled over, and the endless waves attacked the Apocalypse, and the Sea King took the opportunity to open his mouth wide, obviously wanting to swallow the entire Apocalypse into his stomach. "You dare!" Wayne suddenly felt an immense anger in his heart. Although he himself was not afraid of this Sea King, his companions were all on the boat, including Rob and Gloria, and the others are all capable people, and being dragged into the sea by such a monster is definitely dangerous. Angry. Boundless anger. Ding! Wayne awakened an incredible power in anger. With Wayne's roar, everything around him seemed to be still, and many crew members on the ship fainted. Only Robin, Gloria, and a few others were still awake. Conqueror's Haki. Only one in millions of people will have the qualifications. Robin's eyes were full of surprise. This was the first time she saw Wayne use Conqueror's haki, which proved that Wayne also had the king's qualifications. Clo's consciousness began to blur. Although his strength had improved a lot, it was still difficult to resist Conqueror's haki, so Clo persisted for a while and then fainted. Boom! The waves hit the deck fiercely, causing waves of water and wetting everyone's clothes, but Wayne's body did not retreat at all. He straightened his back and just looked at the Sea King in front of him quietly. The body of the Sea King began to tremble. After struggling for a while, the Sea King dived into the seabed and disappeared completely from Wayne's sight. After seeing the Sea King leave, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said to the crew members who were still awake, "Wake up those sleeping guys and prepare for dinner." "Yes, Captain." The crew members who were still awake shouted loudly, and their voices were full of joy. This joy was not only the joy of surviving a disaster, but also the joy of witnessing King Wayne's qualifications. Wayne lit a cigarette and stood silently at the bow watching the busy crew members on the ship. At that moment just now, Wayne thought about splitting the Sea King in half, but the Sea King was very fast, so it was obviously too late, and Wayne was not completely sure of such a huge Sea King. In a hurry, Wayne's domineering aura was successfully mobilized by his emotions. Although Wayne always knew that he had domineering aura, he never took the initiative to use it. After this, Wayne's level of Conqueror Haki was raised from Conqueror Haki Seed, 1/5000, to Primary Conqueror Haki, 1/10,000, which proved that Wayne could successfully mobilize Conqueror Haki when he was emotionally excited, and even use Conqueror Haki flexibly in the future. Wayne recalled the scenes just now, a little absent-minded, and murmured, "The qualifications of a king." Chapter 29, Sky Island. It really exists. Ding! After 47 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved. Your current cooking level is Master Level, 4610/5000, and you have obtained 10 life points. Your current life points are 1750 points. Wayne let out a sigh of relief after finishing the meal. The full fish feast he made this time was made with the Sea King as the main ingredient, plus many other seafood and fish cooked into fish soup. All the ingredients were in a huge pot. This is a dish for 100 people, and Wayne also spent a lot of effort to make it. Wayne lit a cigarette and looked at the system prompt. He had cooked a lot of meals these days and had been steadily increasing his life points. Sanji was also very competitive and would send Wayne some life points from time to time. The accumulated points might be hundreds of points. So the apprentice goes to work and the master collects money in the back. Is this the correct way to open the system? Wayne touched his chin and thought thoughtfully. At this time, the 20 or so crew members on the ship were working hard to eat, and there was no need to worry that they could not finish the big pot of fish soup. The dry eaters in the pirate world are real dry eaters. Those with a bigger appetite can eat 7 or 8 people, and there are many young men with good strength on Wayne's ship. In the previous life, they were all big eaters. At this time, Clo compared his appetite with a black-haired pirate opposite him. "Another bowl. Thank you. Give me another 5 people's portion. I want 10 people's portion, thank you." An invisible spark collided in the eyes of the two. Wayne remembered this pirate, who was 37 years old this year. His name seemed to be Butler Parker, but Wayne preferred to call him Bull, because he was a human who had eaten the animal bull fruit. He was tall, a head taller than Wayne, and his strength and appetite were ridiculous. The last time Wayne released the Conqueror's haki, Clo fainted, but Bull did not faint, which shows the strength of Bull. However, Clo's strength is probably not ranked on Wayne's ship at the moment. He is definitely not in the top 5, and it is estimated that the top 10 is a bit uncertain. However, Wayne is attracted by this guy's potential and the intelligence that Oda said was smart. So Wayne gave Clo a code name. The island in front is the Magic Valley town. The rumored pirate town, so excited. Looking at the excitement of the pirates on his ship, Wayne also showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Thinking back to when he went out for training, he also came to Magic Valley Town, and was also full of curiosity about this town with the most pirate characteristics. However, reality severely disappointed Wayne. The pirates in Magic Valley Town can indeed be called thieves, but they are not pirates that symbolize freedom and dreams. Most of them burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of evil. They are real pirates. But that trip was not without gain. At least I met that man, oh, and I got tens of millions of bounties from pirates. Wayne thought of some past events, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. The huge apocalypse slowly approached Magic Valley Town and finally stopped. Wayne and others, as soon as people entered the town of Mogu, they were targeted by the forces in the town. After all, no one would ignore such a big figure as the 7 warlords of the sea. "Hello, give me a glass of malt beer," Wayne said to a waiter in the tavern, with a very polite attitude. But the waiter on the opposite side greeted him tremblingly and ran into the back kitchen. Obviously, this guy is also a pirate, and he recognized Wayne. However, there are not many pirates in the Grand Line who don't know Wayne. And most of the pirates are obviously divided into 2 factions. One faction is very fond of Wayne, is Wayne's fan, and is very eager to join Wayne's men. The other faction is very afraid of Wayne, because Wayne was a pirate hunter for a period of time before becoming a 7 warlords of the sea, and killed a lot of pirates. It was also the kind that made the pirates terrified at the time. Therefore, the pirates of the Grand Line know that Wayne is not only a popular big star, but also a decisive killer among pirates. It's really a headache. Wayne looked at the pirates who were scattered around him, and was a little disappointed. After recognizing Wayne's pirate group, these pirates scattered and hid, fearing that they would be targeted by Wayne. However, Wayne came here to make supplies and take the crew to see the world, so he didn't plan to kill them. "Okay, you won't have fun staying with me like this, find a place to play by yourself. Don't drink too much. Gather at noon tomorrow." Wayne's men went to find fun in groups of 3 or 5. It was indeed safe to stay with Wayne, but it lacked some of the excitement of going out to play. And Wayne was also very confident in his crew. In the place of Magic Valley Town, the strength of his men was enough. Wayne felt that it was boring, so he planned to go out for a walk after drinking 2 glasses of wine in the tavern. At this time, the sky was slowly getting darker. Wayne took Robin and Gloria to wander aimlessly on the streets of Magic Valley Town. With a snap, the window of the tavern in front of Wayne was broken, followed by sounds of beating, scolding and smashing things. "Let's go. Go and take a look." Wayne glanced at the 2 girls, ready to satisfy his gossip heart. After all, a town with pirates should have fights and make trouble to watch the excitement. "Damn, you scumbag. Ha ha ha, you rookie should go home quickly, being a pirate is not playing house. Kaikixiu, pirates all have dreams. Sky Island must exist. Ha ha ha, you really want to make me laugh to death, there is no island in the sky, stop dreaming." This familiar conversation, can it be? Wayne shook his head, Luffy hasn't returned to the sea yet. Curiosity in his heart became stronger. Wayne looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a short-haired boy in his early 20s being stepped on by another tall pirate. The pirate who stepped on others was still talking trash, and he looked very familiar. "No way. That's right." The tall pirate kicked the short-haired boy away, then compared himself with his thumb and said arrogantly, "I am Bellamy the hyena with a bounty of 55 million, a spring man who ate the spring fruit, and will soon become a subordinate of Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea. I am a pirate of the new era. Treasures and women are what I should pursue. As for dreams, they are what children pursue. I say it again, Sky Island does not exist." Bellamy looked arrogant and proud, as if he didn't take people seriously. At this time, an untimely voice sounded, "Sky Island. It really exists. Chapter 30 People's Dreams Will Never End. Sky Island. It really exists. Wayne took a cigar handed by Robin, adjusted his suit, and tried to make himself look more majestic and domineering. Who's talking? Bellamy suddenly turned his head, eyes wide open, as if he wanted to find someone who was singing against him. Wayne walked out of the crowd. Walked in front of Bellamy, blew a puff of smoke on Bellamy's face, and then said word by word, "I said, Sky Island is real. Is there a problem?" The surrounding pirates suddenly made a burst of discussion, obviously recognizing Wayne. 7 warlords of the sea fool Wayne? He actually thinks that Sky Island is real. Oh my god, is he such a big shot? I really want to join Wayne's pirate group. I heard that they treat them very well. Are you crazy? I heard that Wayne is an extremely evil person who kills without blinking an eye, and treats his subordinates extremely cruelly. The chaotic voices in the crowd came into Bellamy's ears, and then a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Bellamy laughed strangely, then jumped back and approached the wall, saying stubbornly, "So what if I'm a member of the 7 warlords of the sea? I'm a subordinate of Tieniasha da Flamingo. The pirates I despise the most among the 7 warlords of the sea are pirates like you." Wayne flashed and suddenly came to Bellamy's side, saying with a threatening tone, "You're really a newborn calf who's not afraid of a tiger. In this case, why don't you let Dov come to me and talk? I'll beat his eyes up." Bellamy's body began to tremble. So fast. He didn't see the movement clearly just now. This man. Very strong. Swish. 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 Sound of spring. Dang. Sound of an object entering the wall. 2 sounds were heard in the bar one after another, and then the whole bar became quiet. Time went back to 30 seconds ago. Bellamy leaped back, and then his legs turned into springs, bouncing off the ground, the wall, and 4 other directions. It bounced onto the roof. With each bounce, Bellamy's speed became faster and faster. Until the last one, Bellamy aimed his fists at Wayne's face. A strange smile appeared on Bellamy's face, and then he said loudly, "I'll take the head of the 7 warlords of the sea." Wayne yawned in boredom. The moment before Bellamy approached Wayne and prepared to attack, he didn't draw his sword. Wayne didn't even use the armament haki. He just stretched out his left hand and punched Bellamy into the wall. The entire bar wall sank, and Bellamy rolled his eyes and fainted. Wayne stretched out his right hand to flick the ash on the cigar, and then said to the bar owner, "Sorry, I used too much force. Someone will come to compensate for your wall later." Wayne left the bar after saying that, leaving behind only a group of stunned pirates. One strike killed the hyena instantly. Is this the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea? It's so strong that it's terrifying. The boy who was stepped on by Bellamy sat on the ground for a long time, and then reacted and chased out the door. "Wait! Wait! Lord Wayne!" The short-haired boy chased after him breathlessly, and then stopped Wayne, who was about to return to the room. "What's wrong, kid? What's the matter?" Although Wayne didn't like Bellamy, he did have the idea of pretending just now, otherwise he wouldn't have lit a cigar. "Lord Wayne! Does Sky Island really exist?" Wayne was stunned for a moment. He thought this kid was very interesting. He was beaten so badly, but the first sentence he rushed out was to ask about his dream, so Wayne became interested. "What's your name, kid?" My name is William, Morgan William." Wayne nodded slightly, wrote down the name, and then said, "Sky Island, it really exists. There are humans living on Sky Island, and there are countless gold treasures." William's eyes lit up, and then he looked at Wayne and said, "Sir, have you been to Sky Island?" Wayne shook his head and said, "No, but I'm planning to go to Sky Island." William said after hearing this, "Sir Wayne, can you take me with you? Please." The young man put his hands together, his eyes full of desire. Wayne thought for a moment, still shook his head, and said slowly. A real man should have his own adventure, you have to find your own way. And Wayne said all the inspirational quotes he had read in his previous life. William burst into tears after hearing this, and said, I will work hard to realize my dream. One day, I will become a great man like you. Wayne was silent after hearing this, and thought to himself, good guy, the atmosphere is set for me, should I express my feelings? So he patted his clothes and searched for pockets for a long time, and imitated a red-haired pirate with a broken arm, untied a straw rope on his right hand, and tied it to William's hand. Remember, people's dreams will never end. Wayne finally left a very cool word, as well as a broad and tall back, and slowly left the place. William looked at the straw rope in his hand, wiped his tears, and then whispered slightly, I understand, people's dreams will never end. Wayne, who had returned to the hotel, lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, and said, cool. Wayne originally wanted to watch the excitement, but he encountered a famous scene, so Wayne, who was eager to show off, first plagiarized Luffy's movements, punched Bellamy away, and then imitated Red Hair to give his straw rope to others. In the future, when Robin asked Wayne where his straw rope was, Wayne could say that he had put it in the new era, although this new era was a bit old, and the straw rope was also a tourist souvenir bought in Alabasta. But if Wayne didn't say it, who would know? Especially the last sentence, people's dreams will never end. It perfectly plagiarized Blackbeard's words. It can be said that the right time, right place, and right people made Wayne pretend to be good. Hee hee. Wayne had an inexplicable smile on his face when he was sleeping at night. The next day, Wayne returned to the Apocalypse with his crew, and then sailed around the island and came to the other end of the island. Gloria and others asked curiously, Boss, where are we going? Wayne pointed to the sky with his finger, and then said mysteriously, Sky Island. The place we are going to is in the sky. But before that, we have to find someone to help. Chapter 31 Three Treasures on Sky Island. The town of Magic Valley is located at one end of Gaia Island, and the other end is the residence of Wenbrown Kulik. Kulik is the descendant of Rolando, the Big Liar. For thousands of years, he has been looking for the golden country mentioned by his ancestors, and wants to clear the grievances of the Big Liar for his ancestors. For this reason, Kulik has been studying the ocean currents near Gaia Island and found the upwelling currents. In the original work, Luffy went to Sky Island through the upwelling currents, and Wayne only knew this way to go to Sky Island, so he also planned to try it with the upwelling currents. Soon, Wayne found Kulik. There was no way, this guy's features were too obvious, and it was like a chestnut on his head. When Kulik learned that Wayne was going to Sky Island, he was also very excited, because he believed that the legendary Golden Country existed on Sky Island. Therefore, Kulik happily told Wayne the information he had collected. Upwelling currents are a natural phenomenon on Gaia Island, and they will erupt 5 times a month. You are lucky, when the next powerful enough current erupts the time is tomorrow, so you have to be prepared. Wayne nodded, and then led the crew to the designated location in the Apocalypse. He had to wait for the rising current to send the Apocalypse to the Sky Island. Hey, CLO, how long do you say you have to wait? I don't know, but the boss said we can go to the sky today. The waiting time is always boring, especially for Gloria, whose little face is full of impatience, wanting to see the legendary Sky Island as soon as possible. Robin, on the other hand, was very happy. She kept collecting various debris falling from the sky and studying them with a magnifying glass. She said that the wood was 300 years old, and then she said that the box might have existed for 500 years, like an archaeologist. Wayne sat quietly at the bow with his eyes closed, feeling the rhythm and breathing of all things. This kind of practice is of great benefit to swordsmanship. Suddenly, Wayne opened his eyes and felt that the entire Apocalypse was shaking slightly. So Wayne said to the crew, "Get ready. We are going to the sky." In the pirate world, the oceans on the ground, including the four seas and the Grand Line, are collectively called Qinghai. And above 7,000 meters above Qinghai, it is called the White Sea. Sky Island is located in the White Sea, which is more than 10,000 meters high. What is the concept of 10,000 meters? Wayne's medium-sized passenger plane in his previous life probably flew at this altitude. At the same time, this altitude also has a well-known name, stratosphere. With the arrival of the huge impact of the rising current, the entire apocalypse began to rise at an astonishing speed. Fuck. Wayne's ears can only hear two sounds at this moment. One is the call of his crew members. In order to cope with the change of ground pressure during the rapid ascent, people will instinctively open their mouths and shout loudly. This is also a protective mechanism of the human body. The other sound is the sound of breaking through the air when the speed is close to the speed of sound. From this, we can see how great the impact of the current is. It's really a bad feeling. Wayne still looked calm, but his voice changed subtly with the feeling of weightlessness. Wayne would never admit that he was a little afraid of heights. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the huge apocalypse broke through the White Sea and continued to climb upwards. We are finally here. Sky Island. Wayne felt the thin air in the air. Here, even his physical strength was greatly suppressed. Only the natives who have lived on Sky Island for a long time can completely ignore such a bad climate. Sure enough, Wayne looked back at his crew members. They all had symptoms of mild altitude sickness, so Wayne shouted, "Come on, this is not the Grand Line. I'll give you 1 hour to adapt to the altitude here as soon as possible." The apocalypse continued to drift on the White Sea. "Hey? What is that?" Goliath exclaimed. Wayne followed his gaze, recalled a little, and said, "That's the express shrimp, this is a good thing." Express shrimp is a kind of giant shrimp that lives in the White Sea. It is very fast and can carry ships forward. But one can't carry the apocalypse. Soon, Wayne caught some more express shrimps. Under the leadership of these shrimp babies, Wayne soon arrived in front of a huge door. "Hello, the entry fee is 1 billion IQ per person." A short old woman stretched out her hand, obviously asking for money. "What? 1 billion? CLO and Gloria exclaimed at the same time. Gloria said angrily, "Hey, old woman, you can't rob money like this." Dang! Gloria's head was hit by Wayne. Wayne said to everyone, "The currency of Sky Island is IQ, and the ratio to Bailey is 10,000 to 1, so 1 billion IQ is 100,000 Bailey." However, even so, Wayne looked back at his crew members. More than 20 people had to pay more than 2 million Baileys. It's just a small amount of money. Wayne stuffed the Baileys he had prepared in advance to the old woman, and then successfully led the crew members into Angel Island. "Boss, what is the purpose of our coming to Sky Island?" Crow asked in confusion, and many crew members around him nodded together. Obviously, they also had such doubts. Wayne looked at the crew members who were puzzled, stretched out 3 fingers, and said, "At this moment, there are 3 treasures on Sky Island. The first treasure is the top natural system of the devil fruit, the thunder fruit, and it is also the most destructive fruit in the natural system. The second treasure is the legendary gold town Pandora. There is countless gold in it, and the total value is estimated to be more than hundreds of billions of Baileys." The crew was shocked when they heard it. The thunder fruit, a fruit that can make ordinary people become top-level warriors on the sea, and Wayne is so strong now. If he adds the thunder fruit, he will directly target the 4 emperors. And hundreds of billions of Baileys of gold made Wayne's brothers dizzy. Is Wayne rich? Very rich. But Wayne is also short of money. He has a huge pirate group to maintain, and he is not like the other 7 warlords who plunder wantonly, so this wealth is undoubtedly very important. After saying these 2 points, Wayne paused for a while, then looked at Robin on the side and said, the third treasure is a huge stone tablet engraved with the text of history. Robin's heart skipped a beat after hearing the text of history. This is exactly what she has been looking for. Chapter 32 The So-Called Thunder God. Wayne looked at the excitement of the crew, and her heart was also a little excited. Thunder fruit. It is the most important part of his plan. With this fruit, he can go anywhere in the world. As for Enel, although he is strong, his biggest weakness is that he does not know the armament haki. Therefore, Wayne is very confident that he can kill him and deprive him of the thunder fruit. Thinking of this, Wayne's eyes turned red, and a wide range of observation haki covered the entire Sky Island, and carefully searched every corner. Found it! Wayne led the crew to the direction of the Island of Gods. This is why Wayne paid the entry fee. He wants to take the initiative. If he does not pay the fee, he may be discovered by Enel in advance. At that time, the difficulty will naturally increase when Enel is prepared. And Wayne's goal is to catch Enel off guard. Everyone soon came to the temple of the Island of Gods. As expected, the guy who claimed to be God was probably inside at this moment. So Wayne prepared to rush in with the crew to take Enel's head. At this moment, 4 people in strange costumes and a group of guards stopped Wayne. These must be the 4 great priests of Enelus. Wayne gave Robin and others a look. He didn't have time to deal with these people now, and he had to defeat them before Enelus found out. Wayne passed the crowd and went straight to the temple. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a man with a naked upper body and ridiculously long earlobes sitting on the throne eating an apple. It was Enelus without a doubt. Who are you? How dare you come to the territory of God without permission? Where are the priests under my command? Enelus' eyes were full of anger, and then the domineering aura of observation was aroused, and a heart net covering the entire Sky Island was formed. Enel quickly figured out what happened. He said to His Highness Wayne, "Foreign invaders? This is really disrespectful to God. Let God punish you." God's punishment. A slight electric current appeared on Enel's wrist, and the current became stronger and stronger, and then a huge lightning struck Wayne. Wayne jumped and avoided the electric current in advance. Looking at the charred ground, Wayne's heart tightened. I'm afraid Enel is not as easy to deal with as imagined. So Wayne silently calculated Enel's strength in his heart. First of all, it can cover the entire Sky Island. Heart net, that is, a very wide range of observation haki. The difference is that Enel's heart net can capture the opponent's thoughts. The second is the speed of appearing and disappearing, which is the characteristics of the thunder fruit, and the most destructive power like a god, and finally there is an electric therapy ability similar to resurrection. It's really a headache. I didn't expect it to be so tricky. Wayne is not the chosen one like Luffy in the original book. With the natural restraint between fruits, he can completely ignore the damage of the thunder fruit, but with Wayne's attack power, he can kill Enel directly. The question is whether Enel will give Wayne a chance to attack at close range. Then, there is only one chance. Wayne immediately understood that he must severely injure Enel before he knows that his armed caller can attack him. Wayne rushed forward and approached Enel. One sword flow, one line of sky. Wayne's body trembled slightly, but then he still slashed Enel. I said, God is not something you mortals can hurt. After the blow, Enel did not leave any damage on his body. Instead, Wayne was paralyzed by the electric current around Enel because he was close to Enel. But Wayne was not in a hurry, and even smiled slightly, because Enel took the bait. In this way, Wayne and Enel fought for dozens of rounds. Wayne's sword could not hit Enel's body, so naturally he could not cause any damage. And Enel's lightning would be predicted and avoided by Wayne using his observation haki. But in general, Wayne seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing that the enemy could not attack him, Enel also became arrogant for a while. He planned to play with this mortal. It's time. Wayne dodged a 30 million volts Thunderbird and calculated the time in his mind. Then Wayne's body armament haki was covered by his arms. and the entire blade of Swezu turned black in an instant. After taking a deep breath, Wayne suddenly appeared above Enelu. Flying sword-style 9-headed dragon flash. 9 flying slashes with thick armament haki were emitted from Swezu's blade, and blocked Enelu's retreat from 9 different directions. This move. Enelu felt bad. The speed of this mortal suddenly increased, and this move was something he had never seen before. So Enelu decided not to resist and dodge first, but he soon found that he could not dodge this attack. Elementalization. 9 slashes with strong armed color domineering hit Enelu accurately. The decoration on Enelu's back had been completely chopped off, and there was a narrow wound on his neck. There were 9 wounds of several dozen centimeters on his body, and the largest one was directly cut from the left chest to the right abdomen. A large amount of blood appeared on Enelu's body in an instant, dyeing his entire body red, and under the induction of Wayne's observation color, Enelu's heart stopped beating. With this amount of bleeding, he should be dead. Wayne took 2 breaths. Just now, his body was constantly attacked by the subtle electric current of the thunder fruit in the fight with Enelu, which greatly affected his mobility, and he was also slightly injured. And the last move, flying sword style, 9-headed dragon flash, was used by Wayne in his fight with Qing after the battle with Qi. It was further improved. In just a moment, it fully injected its own armed color domineering into the slash. Caused huge damage that the enemy could not avoid. It was specially developed by Wayne to fight natural strong men. Wayne continued to wait for a few seconds, then took out the devil fruit receiver, ready to consider how to extract the thunder fruit. Bang! 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 A slight heartbeat suddenly appeared in Wayne's ears, and Wayne's eyes condensed. He looked at Enelu not far away, who suddenly floated into the air, then flipped his body and jumped up. At this moment, Enelu was full of fear in his heart. You damn mortal, how did you attack the great god? Ah, it hurts. Damn it, I will turn you, a humble mortal, into ashes under the wrath of God. Wayne looked at Enelu, who was on guard not far away, and sighed in his heart. The most worried thing has happened. Chapter 33, 200 million volts. Thunder God. What is Wayne most worried about? Is he unable to beat Enel? Of course not. What Wayne is most worried about is that Enel is on guard and does not let Wayne touch him at all, but just keeps using his lightning to attack Wayne. After all, Enel has developed the thunder fruit to the point where he can attack anyone within the heart net. What Wayne is facing is endless God's sanction. Even if Wayne is fully covered by his armament haki and is not afraid of lightning, Enel is lightning. What does lightning mean? That is the speed of light. I am afraid that the Enel in front of him can be called the second fastest in the world. The first one is probably still paddling in the Navy headquarters. If Wayne can't catch up with him, he will naturally not get the thunder fruit. Things are getting troublesome. Wayne frowned slightly, looking at Enel in front of him, feeling a little irritated. The fruit that is about to be obtained cannot be let go just like that. So Wayne plans to try again. Wayne swung out a series of flying slashes covered with domineering, and Enel's pupil shrank, obviously recognizing it. So Enel quickly activated his observation haki, turned his body into an element, and kept dodging. Damn, it evolved while fighting, how can it be repaired? After a short fight, Wayne found that Enel in front of him was much stronger than before he pretended to die, especially the use of observation haki. Looking at this scene, Wayne felt sad, and the Enel in front of him actually evolved the heart net further. In the past, Enel's observation haki was only at the level of mind reading, but now it is truly predictive, sensing the location of the enemy's attack in advance, and then turning into an element in advance to avoid it. This is a common move used by the 3 admirals of the Navy, and it is also the signature ability of Katakuri under the command of Big Mom. In the New World, he is a psychic type Machi fruit, but he can play the fruit to the same level as the natural type. Armament haki does restrain natural type ability users, but the premise is that you can attack the ability user's body. Wayne is now in such a dilemma. It's really tricky. Wayne dodged a discharge but his legs went numb. Now the whole temple is filled with weak current. Of course, this weakness is relative. Wayne estimated that the current dissipated in the air could reach thousands of volts. At this level, an ordinary person would be electrocuted as soon as he approached. Even with Wayne's physique, he felt a little numb after staying in there for a long time, which undoubtedly affected his speed. Compared with Wayne's embarrassment, Enel on the opposite side seemed much more calm. With the continuous discharge, looking at the embarrassed figure of the man in front of him, Enel felt that his godlike feeling was back. Ha 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 ha, ignorant mortals, live in the fear of God forever. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. A huge thunder dragon attacked Wayne at an astonishing speed. Wayne's legs were paralyzed at the moment, and it was difficult to dodge this attack. In that case, can we just bear it? Wayne looked at the thunder dragon getting closer and closer, took a deep breath, and then his armament haki was activated. From head to toe, Wayne was wrapped in darkness, as if wearing a black armor. At the same time, 2 lightning marks appeared on Wayne's chest. A red lightning also appeared between his eyebrows. This is the full state of Wayne's armament haki now, turning his whole body into an armor-like existence, with all-round protection without dead angles, but such haki consumption is undoubtedly huge. Even with Wayne's physique, it cannot be maintained for a long time. Boom! The dazzling blue thunder dragon accurately hit Wayne, who was wrapped in black haki, and after a flash of light, the thunder dragon disappeared in the air, and Wayne took 2 breaths, without much damage. Enelu, who was far away, was shocked to see Wayne, who was intact and had changed a lot, and his snot and chin almost fell to the ground. How can I repair it? You damn mortal, you challenge the majesty of God again and again. Enel's heart was filled with anger, and then he shouted loudly, this blow will make you disappear into ashes. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Wayne looked at the huge phantom-like shadow formed behind Enel, and his heart tightened. He didn't know if his armed color domineering could withstand this powerful blow. Damn, it's not going to capsize in the gutter. Wayne didn't expect that it would be so difficult for him to beat Enel, but then he pushed his legs hard on the ground, leaving a big pit, but Wayne's body attacked Enel at a very fast speed. Damn, wait for you to finish reading the skill bar? Do you think I'm a SB? Wayne he was ready to interrupt Enel's spell before he could release his ultimate move, so a flash of red flashed in Wayne's eyes, and then a momentum spread out around Wayne. Domineering haki. The target of this domineering haki was Enel on the opposite side. Ding! Enel's body stiffened in an instant, and then fell from the air, obviously affected by Wayne's domineering haki. Good opportunity! Good opportunity! 2 exclamations came out of his mouth, one from Wayne, and the other from. A tall and thin figure rushed out from the bushes beside Enel, and it turned out to be a boy with a naked upper body, and the boy had a terrifying tattoo on his body. War Ghost Wapa. This is the strongest warrior of the Shandia clan now. The Shandia clan is the natives of the island of God, Gaia Island, but after being driven away, they have been eager to return to their original land. And the War Ghost Wapa is one of the militants. I'm afraid he wants to sneak attack Enelu this time. Repelling shell. The young man rushed out and hit Enelu's chest accurately with the repelling shell. Repelling shell is a weapon with 10 times the impact force of the impact shell, and it is also a specialty of Sky Island. Its attack power is huge, but the reaction force is also amazing. In the original work, the War Ghost Wapa used the repelling shell to beat Enelu into a state of suspended death. Bang! Boom! With 2 loud noises, the War Ghost Wapa was knocked away by the reaction force of the repelling shell, fell on the wall and created a huge dent, and then fainted. Wayne glanced at this Cheng Yaojin who came out halfway, and then turned his eyes to Enelu. I saw that Enelu was still awake at this time, but his body stumbled for a long time and couldn't get up. It was obvious that he didn't dodge the previous attack with the elementalization. Puff! Enelu opened his mouth and spurted blood, and then his body supported the wall, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. Wayne couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Good boy, what a good assist. Chapter 34 Taking the Thunder Fruit. If Wayne continued to fight Enelu alone, it was hard to say whether he could defeat Enelu. Wayne would most likely win, but Enelu would also most likely escape. But this boy unexpectedly hit Enelu halfway, and this hit was obviously very powerful, no less than Wayne's domineering knife, and it hit Enelu's vitals. Originally, Enelu was seriously injured after eating Wayne's move. Therefore, under this blow, Enelu almost lost the ability to move. Then the victory or defeat is naturally self-evident. Wayne walked in front of Enelu and said slowly, "Why don't you do something else? You have to be a god and make enemies everywhere. Now it's over." At this moment, Wayne realized the truth that those who are righteous will be helped by heaven, and those who are unrighteous will have few helpers. Any last words? Say it. Wayne's observation haki was fully activated, and the snow walker in his hand was covered with armament haki. As long as there was any movement in front of Enel, Wayne would kill him. Enel opened his mouth, but unfortunately his mouth was full of blood and he couldn't speak at all. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed a ray of lightning at the war ghost Wapa who was lying in the corner not far away. Looking at Enel's hateful eyes, Wayne understood instantly and said, "Oh, I know, but this won't work, he helped me a lot." After that, Wayne's knife covered with armament haki directly chopped Enel's head, and his head and body were separated. The former owner of the Thunder Fruit, Enel. He died just now. At that moment just now, Wayne's observation haki sensed that Enel was apparently saying his last words. In fact, he was using his electrical therapy to continuously repair his internal organs. If he waited a while, I'm afraid Enel would be able to fight again. Therefore, Wayne made a decisive move and killed Enel with one knife. Looking at the dead Enel, Wayne took out a strange fruit, which was extracted from the system. Devil Fruit Receiver, it looks like a dragon fruit. When a person with a devil fruit dies, the host can use it to receive its fruit ability and eliminate its side effects. How to use it? Wayne thought about it, there is no instruction manual. But Wayne still placed the devil fruit receiver in his hand next to Enel's body. After a while, the appearance of the fruit began to change, from the original dragon fruit to a blue-purple devil fruit with lightning patterns on the skin. It's done. Wayne was happy and checked its properties. Thunder Fruit, one of the most powerful fruits in the natural system, its side effects have been eliminated. Wayne didn't even think about it and started to eat the Thunder Fruit with the skin and core. Wayne closed his eyes when eating, because he knew that the devil fruit was the most unpalatable thing in the entire One Piece world. At the same time, Wayne had to eat it all without leaving any, because in his previous life he had read some sea scientists analyzing that the amount of devil fruit eaten would affect the ability of the ability user. Although there was no basis for this, Wayne didn't dare to gamble, so he simply closed his eyes and swallowed it. The unpalatable taste he imagined did not come, and Wayne was a little confused for a while. Strange, why does it taste like ordinary fruit? Wayne thought about it, and then recalled the side effects of the instructions. No way. This side effect doesn't refer to the taste, right? So does that mean I am still afraid of the sea and sea stone now? Wayne was a little sad for a while, because then he had an obvious weakness, which was not what he wanted to see. But now there was no place to experiment, so Wayne suppressed his curiosity and began to feel the body carefully. Body. Theoretically, I should have gained the ability. As soon as the voice fell, Wayne felt a whole heat flow in his lower abdomen, and then Wayne understood his ability. From now on, I am a Thunder Man who ate the Thunder Fruit. Wayne stretched out his right hand, and a ray of lightning appeared at his fingertips, followed by the elementalization of his body. Success. Wayne looked at his new body with satisfaction. He had a feeling that the devil fruit might not only improve his ability, but also his physique was raised to a higher level invisibly. Then Wayne tried again, 15 million volts Thunderbird. A huge flying bird formed by thunder formed in the air and flew away. This is the maximum limit that Wayne can use now. Wayne's physique is abnormal, and his learning ability is also very strong. But it may take some time to reach 200 million volts like Enel. In addition, Wayne's eyes turned red, and his observation color domineering was stimulated, and the entire Sky Island was under Wayne's control. It seems that the Thunder Fruit can also enhance the range of observation haki. It seems to be the power of electric waves. Wayne felt that the coverage of his observation haki had doubled. It might have been an empty island before, but now 2 islands are no problem. It's been a long time since I felt stronger. Wayne felt that his strength had reached a new level. It was not that his attack power increased, but that his defense methods and speed had been qualitatively improved. No wonder those natural devil fruit ability users don't like to practice physical skills. Wayne felt that his invulnerability to swords and guns, water and fire was particularly good. He has practiced physical skills for so many years, but he can still be hurt by bullets, swords and guns, but now it's different. Wayne sorted out his thoughts a little, and then walked out of the temple. Boss! Robin and others were happy to see Wayne come out. Although they were very confident in Wayne's strength, the words Thunder Fruit ability user proved that the god on the opposite side was definitely not a weakling. The strong current in the temple made everyone afraid to enter, so they could only wait outside for news, but fortunately, it was Wayne who came out. Wayne looked around. At this time, the 4 priests outside the temple had all been captured. Wayne was confident in the strength of Robin and the others, but only Chloe looked bruised and swollen. After asking carefully, it turned out that Chloe had fought a priest and defeated him. This was a great improvement for Chloe. Wayne estimated that Chloe would master all the 6 styles of the Navy in a short time. Wayne thought for a while and said, "By the way, there is a living kid in the temple. You take him out and treat him well. This kid helped me a lot." "Yes, boss." The crew under Wayne went to execute according to Wayne's order. A ray of lightning flashed in Wayne's eyes. Robin, who was meticulous, saw this scene and seemed to guess something, but then he didn't say anything. The crew members around Wayne only felt that Wayne in front of them had become more majestic, surrounded by an invisible aura. "Boss looks really charming," Robin whispered softly. Chapter 35 Found One Piece? By the way, it seems that I forgot something. Wayne's eyes turned red, and he began to look around with his observation haki. Soon, Wayne found an ark proverbs made of gold. At this time, the hull of the ark was almost completed, and the engine device was also completely completed. Good guy, I didn't expect Enel to be a designer. Wayne looked at the huge golden spaceship in front of him, and was a little shocked for a while. After all, even he had never seen such a huge golden creation. But it really gave me some inspiration. Wayne looked at the spaceship in front of him. He planned to combine this design and add a design that could be powered by his own ability to his Apocalypse. At that time, Apocalypse can become a spaceship that can travel in both sea and air. And its maneuverability will undoubtedly be greatly improved. The next day, Wayne and his companions brought Wapa, who had recovered from his injuries, and the original residents of Shandia to Shandora, the golden town of the Island of Gods. The pirates on Wayne's ship were stunned by the scenes of gold, because most of the buildings in the city, including the clock tower and street lights, were made of gold. The pirates under Wayne's command broke into the houses in the ruins like crazy, because there were furniture made of gold in every room. "Oh my God, am I dreaming? Did I find the One Piece? Hit me quickly to see if it's true. Ah, it hurts, why are you hitting me? You can feel the pain. It seems that you are not dreaming." Wayne looked at his crew members who were playing tricks on him and laughed for a while, but he could fully understand the feelings of these crew members. Pirates, in addition to the unattainable freedom and dreams, beer and treasures make them feel more at ease. Wayne is no exception. Wayne clapped his hands and said, "Okay, everyone try to take the treasure. Take away everything you can see. But you have to do it within your ability." Wayne waved his hand, and the pirates under him began to look for treasure. But how much treasure can Wayne's 20 or so people take away? It's only a few billion Baileys. And this is just a drop in the bucket for the gold of the entire Shandora. Wayne dismissed his pirates, and continued to take Robin, Gloria, and a few others, and the Shandia clan to the center of Shandora, under the huge golden bell. The road up the mountain is always rugged, even Wayne was a little bored. Only Robin, who had changed into an archaeologist's outfit, held a magnifying glass and was unwilling to miss any details of the ruins. He also took out some documents for reference from time to time. There was a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. This must be Robin's happiest time. Wayne looked at Robin's intoxicated look and couldn't bear to disturb him, so he took the Shandia residents to the top of the mountain first. "Hey, we're finally here." Wayne touched his forehead and shook off the non-existent sweat on his hands. Dong! 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 Dong 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 dong. There were waves of kneeling sounds around Wayne. All the Shandia residents, young and old, including the war ghost Wapa, knelt on the ground, and tears wet their eyes. After 400 years, we are finally back. The pain and humiliation accumulated in the blood of the Shandia people for hundreds of years began to erupt at this moment. They kissed the ground under their feet crazily and expressed their joy crazily. Although Wayne could not empathize with them, he quietly lit a cigarette and did not speak. After a long time, the Shandia people had vented their emotions, and an old man staggered out of the crowd and said to Wayne, "Sir, can you please do us one last favor?" "What favor?" "Help us ring the golden bell that has been sleeping for 400 years. In return, you can take more of the gold treasures in the ruins." Wayne curled his lips and thought, "We pirates can only rob what we want by ourselves, how can you give it to us?" However, Wayne thought that this group of people was not easy, and he still owed Wapa a favor, so he looked at Wapa on the side and said, "Okay, I will help you ring it and we will not owe each other anything." At this moment, there was a loud noise. And Wayne turned his head and saw a huge python appearing in the ruins. "Heaven, Lord of the Sky!" The Shandians' panicked voices were heard around, but Wayne smiled and said, "I was just wondering what to use to ring the bell. You come running now." Wayne leaped and turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the Lord of the Sky. After avoiding a bite from the Lord of the Sky, Wayne planned to try out his new ability. 15 million volts Thunderbird. Boom! A bird-shaped purple lightning accurately hit the abdomen of the Sky's helper, leaving a burst of charred on its body. The Lord of the Sky was immediately alerted after being electrocuted, and then his eyes were full of panic, as if he recalled some bad memories. Wayne looked at his palm and said curiously, "Why are the python skins so thick now?" "Forget it, if it doesn't work once, just shoot a few more times." What Wayne didn't know was that the python's skin was not thick, but because it had been electrocuted by Enel for many years, it had formed resistance, and the snake had formed a conditioned reflex, and after being electrocuted, it froze in place and dared not move. 15 million volts Thunderbird. 15 million volts. 16 million volts. 20 million volts Thunder Beast. Wayne kept using his ability to electrocute the Sky Lord in front of him. Although Wayne had only obtained the fruit not long ago, the fruit was not fully developed and had limited power. But Wayne had enough physical strength, so he flew in the air and electrocuted the snake for more than half an hour. Finally, the snake fell under Wayne's lightning. Wayne looked at his smoking fingers and said, "Sure enough, you still need to practice hard to improve your abilities. CLO ===. Only a monster like you can practice like this." Wayne walked to the side of the fainted Sky Lord, then stretched out his hand and grabbed it hard, carrying the hundreds of meters long python on his shoulders, and then stepped on the moon step by step to the location of the golden seed. Ha! Wayne roared, his arms puffed up, his hands seemed to have 1,000 pounds of strength, and then he pulled the tail of the Lord of the Sky and hit the golden bell hard. Dang! The huge sound made Wayne's ears ring. The sound of the bell kept passing from the Sky Island 10,000 meters high to Gaia Island on the Grand Line. A chestnut head who was about to go to the sea to salvage suddenly heard the sound of the bell from the sky, and looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes. Golden Bell! It really exists! Chapter 36 The Kings of the Dark World. Ha finally landed. Gloria breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the balloon octopus shrink rapidly. She never wanted to experience the feeling of falling from a high altitude again. Although it was exciting, it was also dangerous. Wayne drove the Golden Ark Maxim and followed the Apocalypse closely. The Ark was also filled with gold and treasures. After all, Wayne's trip to Sky Island was not in vain, but so much gold was too conspicuous, so he had to find a way to exchange it for something practical. So he planned to go to the Seven Waters first. Dawn had a base in the Seven Waters, and Wayne planned to go to the Seven Waters first to exchange the gold in his hand. The gold dissipated. And there is also the best shipyard in the world, which can build the Apocalypse into what Wayne hopes for. Adding lightning power and flight capabilities. Unconsciously, the Apocalypse has been sailing on the sea for a week. In this week, Wayne has also encountered 3 or 5 waves of pirate ships, big and small. There is no way, these golds are too dazzling. Fortunately, with Wayne's strength, the final result of these pirates is just icing on the cake of Wayne's wealth. Looking at the huge island not far away, Wayne was happy. The Seven Water City, finally we're here. The Apocalypse stopped steadily in the port, and Wayne and others were greeted as soon as they got off the ship. More than 20 tall and strong men in black suits and sunglasses came towards them, and a man in a floral shirt walked forward, bowed slightly to Wayne, and said, "Boss! Welcome to the Seven Waters City." CLO, who had just got off the ship, looked shocked, obviously he had never seen the world. "Well, thank you for your hard work." Without any pause, Wayne took out a cigar from the pocket of the man in the floral shirt, waved his hand, and a younger brother came to help Wayne light it. "Daniel, how are you doing recently? Have you caused me any trouble?" The man in the flowered shirt is named Daniel Naden. He has a big golden back-combed hair and wears sunglasses all the year round. He is a member of Wayne's Dawn organization, number 06. Daniel's job is to be in charge of the business of the park, and he is also one of the famous gangsters in the park. After hearing Wayne's question, Daniel showed some unnatural expressions on his face. "Boss, the park has not been stable recently. Slife's men have extended their hands to the Seven Waters City." Wayne frowned after hearing this. Slife and Wayne are both one of the 10 kings of the Dark World, and they are both kings who have risen in recent years. The difference is that Wayne's bottom line is to never touch the bottom line of slaves, while Slife can be said to have made a fortune by selling slaves. So you can imagine the relationship between the two. So, he was also involved in the last time the cargo ship was hijacked. "Yes, boss, after investigation, Joker just leaked the information, and the person who did it was Slife's men." After hearing this, Wayne gritted his teeth and sneered, "You are really great. Do you think I can't do anything to you with their support?" Slav became famous a year or so later than Wayne. 4 years ago, Wayne's power gradually expanded and had a profound influence in the underworld. Later, he won a seat in the 7 Warlords of the Sea and became the most popular at that time. At that time, there were only 8 kings in the Dark World on the sea, namely, the President of the World Economic News Agency, Big News, and Big News Morgans. The underground loan shark tycoon Fukyujin, Lou Farad. The owner of the world's largest entertainment city, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro. The shipping king Deep Current, You Meet. The warehouse industry old shop hidden master, Gibson. The funeral boss, Dracula Piedro. The Queen of Fun Street, Strych. And Doflamingo, known as Joker. Although these 8 kings were very concerned about their own interests being divided by others, they were also afraid of Wayne's strength, so they acquiesced to Wayne becoming the 8th king. Later at a gathering of the kings of the Dark World, Wayne was also invited by the 8 people, but Wayne's performance at the gathering did not satisfy the 8 people. Because the kings of the Dark World are more or less involved in the slave trade, but Wayne's bottom line is never to touch this trade. Therefore, of course, several people can't play together. After that gathering, Wayne also fought with them several times and hijacked several of their slave ships. Not long after that, a king named Slife, nicknamed Slavery King, appeared. It must be said that the timing of Slife's appearance was indeed clever, and it attracted Wayne's attention to a great extent. Later, intelligence came that the celestial dragons were behind Slife, but Wayne knew too well that the real power behind Slife was probably those kings. As for the celestial dragons, wasn't Dover once one? Maybe he introduced them. It's a bit tricky. Wayne lit a cigarette and continued to recall the information in his mind. The island where Slife is located is not in the New World, but in Paradise. The reason for this is naturally due to its short rise time and lack of foundation, but more because Shampoo Land, the largest slave trading center, is in Paradise. Boss, there is a call for you. Daniel's voice interrupted Wayne's thinking, and Wayne took the Den Mushi. Hello, Moses Moses. The Den Mushi turned into the image of a man with thick lips. Hello, is this Wayne? Wayne recognized who was on the other end of the phone, and had a headache for a while. Yes. Solomon, it's me, what's the matter? Damn, you kids still have the nerve to come back to the Grand Line. Do you know how much pressure I am under in the New World because you took little Robin away without saying a word and held a concert? Also, the guy you sent 2 years ago, what's his name? L.A. Oh, yes, Lafayette. Although he looks strong and has some wisdom, can you stop discouraging him every day? He almost chased Mary Jo last time. Also. Wayne listened to the man's complaints, and he was not unhappy at all. There was even a smile on his lips. After a long time, Wayne spoke, "Brother, you have worked hard these 2 years." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then he said helplessly, "You still know that you have a brother like me? Thank you so much." Wayne continued, "Brother, I miss you. If you have anything to say, let's talk in person. Where are you now?" "I'm in the Seven Waters City, at Daniel's house." "Got it." Some instructions came from the Den Mushi, and then the Den Mushi hung up. After a while, a large black light suddenly appeared in the air opposite Wayne. The door, a man with orange-red hair and slightly dark skin opened the door and stepped in. "Damn, I haven't been here for a long time. It's really hard to find." Wayne's eyes lit up and he said to the man in front of him, "Brother." Chapter 37 Relatives other than Ace. Duraki D. Solomon is the name of the man in front of him. Solomon is 27 years old this year, 2 years older than Wayne. He has no blood relationship with Wayne, but is Wayne's childhood sweetheart who grew up together in Shampoo. Solomon is also an orphan who lost his parents. He was rescued by Rayleigh at an auction and later met Wayne. Wayne didn't have a name at the time, so he simply changed his surname to the same as Solomon. Solomon's dream is to travel around the world. He wants to travel to all places in the world and eventually write his travel experience into a novel. When Wayne was 14 years old, he defeated a group of pirates and got a devil fruit from the ship. So Wayne excitedly found Rayleigh and asked what kind of fruit it was. After Rayleigh looked through the devil fruit illustrations, he came to a conclusion: the psychic Dordor fruit. Solomon became the user of the Dordor fruit. Can open the air and open a door to any place you have been to is very suitable for traveling around the world. This is why Wayne gave the fruit to Solomon. Later, Wayne returned from 3 years of travel and urgently needed trustworthy people to help build a force. Solomon came back. Wayne still remembers the conversation between him and men. "Brother, something." "What?" "I plan to build a company, a large one. So I need help." "Wait. It may take a long time." So, Solomon, whose dream was to travel around the world, resolutely returned home to help Wayne manage the company, and this management lasted for 5 years. Especially in the past 2 years, Wayne has hardly stayed in the base camp, and Solomon has been responsible for handling internal and external affairs. Therefore, in the Dawn organization, Solomon is numbered 01. Codename Gate. Solomon saw Wayne, and there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, and then he snorted coldly, "Hey, how come our big star has time to return to the Grand Line? Not staying in your 4 Cs? Wayne's outstretched hands froze slightly. He was going to give Solomon a big hug, and then he took his hands back awkwardly, saying, "I saw Ace when I returned to the East China Sea this time." "Ace? Good news, you didn't recognize him? Bring him to the Grand Line." Solomon nodded slightly after hearing Ace. He heard Wayne talk about the existence of Ace. He was the child of Wayne's savior. Although he had never seen him, Wayne always regarded him as his younger brother. Wayne shook his head and said, "No, this kid wanted to go out to sea as a pirate, but I fooled him back." So Wayne told Solomon the scene of his encounter with Ace at that time. Solomon thought for a while and said, "I think you are wrong. Nothing can stop a man's dream of going to the sea." Wayne curled his lips and said, "That being said, he is the child of the Pirate King after all. Don't you know what the consequences will be if he goes out to sea as a pirate? And Ace's strength is too low now. When he has the power to protect himself after a while, I won't stop him." Wayne's imagined self-protection power, Devil Fruit Awakening, Armament Haki reaches Ryuo, Observation Haki reaches the level of predicting the future. Well, that's about it. 5 Emperors Luffy, plus, dash underscore underscore dash, plus I am the 5th Emperor and I haven't reached this level. Solomon retorted, "We pirates, don't we all end up like that when we're caught by the Navy? Aren't all children the same? Even if you're a celestial dragon child, what good will it be if you're caught by the Navy as a pirate? Either you'll be executed or you'll spend your whole life in a big underwater prison." Doflamingo, I'm impressed, thank you. Besides, if you put him in a small place like the East China Sea, how strong can he be? You might not be as strong as him when you went out to sea. Wayne stopped talking after hearing this. Although Solomon was right in theory, he hadn't read the One Piece comics after all, and he didn't know what tragic things would happen in the future. How could Wayne tell others about this kind of thing? He couldn't say. "Hey, listen to me, your world is a comic, I've read it before, so you can listen to me." Who would believe this? So Wayne just shook his head and said, "You don't understand. Forget it, let's change the subject. What's the situation in the New World recently? Those scumbags haven't done anything out of the ordinary, have they?" After hearing this, Solomon smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes, and said, "With me here, what can go wrong? And those people are just paper tigers, how dare they fight us with real swords and guns? There's no problem over in Shampoo Land, after all, there's the old man to help take care of it, and the gambling money we give him every year is not for nothing." The old man Solomon was talking about was naturally Pluto Rayleigh. Although he was retired and couldn't show up directly due to his status, he could still help Wayne solve 2 difficult enemies in secret. Solomon paused, then a trace of annoyance appeared in his eyes, and said, "On the contrary, our deployment on the Paradise side is not enough, and there are places that my ability can't cover. So those guys took the opportunity to do things a few times. The door fruit is naturally not invincible. First of all, it must be a place that has been visited before, and secondly, it must be within the ability of the ability user. Within the range, places that are too far away cannot be teleported. The farthest distance Solomon opened the door was from the New World to the Seven Water City. This is the result of his fruit ability having awakened. In the original book, Bruno, the owner of the door fruit, opened the door not far away. Otherwise, why did he use the sea train to escort Robin? Just open the door and go to the city directly. After hearing this, Wayne nodded, and the information about the slave king's life flashed in his mind one by one, and said, "Leave this matter to me, I will solve it in 2 days." Solomon glanced at Wayne and nodded, "Okay, then leave it to you, I have to arrange something for you, the hands-off shopkeeper, to do." He knew clearly what Wayne wanted to do, and he did not stop him. This kind of violent means had to be used to deal with those people. And Solomon also saw the news about Wayne and Aokiji's fight, and knew that Wayne's strength had increased a lot after returning this time, so he naturally trusted him to make a fuss. Wayne lit a cigarette and handed one to Solomon, saying, "Brother, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. How about a couple of drinks?" Solomon glanced at his watch and said, "Okay, I'll go back tomorrow. Go cook 2 dishes and we'll have a drink together. Speaking of which, I haven't tasted your cooking skills for a long time. I don't know if you've gotten any worse." Chapter 38 Wayne's Money Ability. Ding! After 27 minutes of cooking, your cooking skills have improved. Your current cooking level is Master Level, 4652/5000. You get 3 life points. Your current life points are 1980 points. Wayne, are you done? I'm starving. Solomon sat at the dining table, holding cutlery in his left and right hands, with a napkin tied around his chest. He smelled the fragrance coming from the kitchen, swallowed his saliva, and kept urging him. "Here they come, just 3 dishes, no more." Wayne used the thunder fruit to control the magnetic field in the room, and then 3 huge plates were sent to the table by Wayne. This is Wayne's newly developed ability, using the thunder fruit to control the surrounding magnetic field to achieve the effect of suspension. Solomon looked at the floating food and said, "Good guy, what new ability do you have?" As Wayne's best brother, although Solomon didn't know that Wayne had a system, he knew that Wayne would always come up with some strange things. For example, the bamboo dragonfly that can make people fly in the sky for an hour, the spicy strips that can't fill a room, etc. "No, this is a new devil fruit I got, the thunder fruit, have you heard of it?" "Fuck, thunder fruit, natural system? Damn, you are too lucky, right?" Solomon swallowed a big mouthful of food, chewing and wondering. "But then again, how did you make the thunder fruit feel like the floating fruit? If you don't know, you might think you killed that old golden lion." Theodore took a sip of beer, then pointed to his head and said, "Knowledge is power, understand?" "Ahem, water, give me water." Solomon choked on the unchanged food in his mouth, stretched out his left hand, and asked Wayne for help. Wayne quickly handed him a glass of beer. Gulp. Solomon took a sip of beer and finally swallowed the food. "By the way, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Are you interested in taking in 2 apprentices? Then you can open a few restaurants in Champu, wouldn't it be a lot of money?" Wayne smiled, then remembered the curly-eyebrowed man, and said, "By the way, I actually took in an apprentice in the East China Sea." So Wayne told Solomon about what he encountered in the East China Sea, including his new crew member CLO. The two chatted casually, sometimes about daily life, sometimes about which supernova they were more optimistic about, and sometimes about the time when they went to peek at the neighbor's sister taking a bath when they were young. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for many years, and when they met, they had endless topics to talk about and endless stories to tell. When you meet a bosom friend, you can drink 1,000 cups. The 2 drank from the sun to the sunset. Wayne looked at the remaining beer in Solomon's bowl and said incoherently, "You, burp, don't raise fish." Solomon's face was already red, but his skin was naturally dark, so it looked dark red. "You, who are you scolding here? Who raised fish?" Solomon was dissatisfied, picked up a bowl of wine and said, "Come on, drink it." Wayne also picked up a glass and said, "Damn, brother! Drink it." The next morning, Wayne got up first, looked at Solomon who was still sleeping, and kicked him awake. "What time is it? Still sleeping? Get up! Come on, let's get going." Solomon rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "Still working? Still, the fourth tone of high. No, no, next time, definitely next time. I have something to do when I go back later." Wayne looked at Solomon who had given in and said, "Okay, next time we'll drink violently, this time we'll just drink politely." Solomon looked at the empty beer bottles and beer barrels on the floor of the room and felt a little headache, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Let's drink politely and violently first." Wayne looked at Solomon who entered the door, waved his hand, and temporarily said goodbye to his good brother. Next, he still has some things to do. Wayne came to the dock. And at this time the shipbuilder looked at the Ark Proverbs in front of him with a sad face, and said, "Lord Wayne, it's not that we don't want to do it, but this ship is made of gold, and we can't melt it at all. We have thought about the plan you mention and it is indeed difficult to make a ship fly in the sky. Please forgive me for my inability to do it." Wayne thought about it and decided not to embarrass the shipwright in front of him, so he waved his hand and said, forget it, you go, I'll find someone else to take a look." Wayne rubbed his head and felt a headache. It was not very difficult to dissolve the arc maxim. It only required electrometallurgy. The original Enel used the characteristics of the thunder fruit that can be used for electrometallurgy to cast this ship. But the key is that Wayne has no design drawings, and he doesn't want to drive this ship so blatantly everywhere, so he can only hope that a shipwright can transplant some gold to the apocalypse, and then refer to the structure of the arc maxim to design a brand new spaceship. It seems that I have to go find those two guys. The oarsman just now is already the best shipbuilder in Water 7. If even he can't make it, then we can only ask Iceberg Ispagu and Frankie to try. But although these two were once brothers, their relationship is very bad, and their current jobs are even more different. One is the mayor and the other has become a gangster. So Wayne plans to ask Mayor Ispagu first. In the office of the mayor of Water 7. "Come in." Wayne pushed the door open and saw Mayor Ispagu and the female secretary beside him. The female secretary wearing black stockings and high heels is Khalifa, a member of CP9 under the world government. She is an undercover sent by the world government to obtain the design drawings of Pluto. Although Wayne knew Khalifa's true identity, he did not show any unnatural behavior. He just smiled slightly and said to Mayor Ispagu, "Mr. Ispagu, I am Wayne." Ispagu still had a cold expression, living up to his nickname of Iceberg. Ispagu nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Wayne, what can I do for you?" The mayor was quite friendly to Wayne. Although Wayne was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he had never actively harmed civilians, and the company under Wayne had to pay a lot of taxes to the mayor every year. Which mayor would not like a big taxpayer? So Wayne continued, "Sir, I want to modify a ship. The materials are ready, but there are still some technical deficiencies, so I still need your help." Ispagu nodded and said, "This is a small matter. I will talk to my people later and ask Carrera Company to empty dock number 1. Then you can drive the ship in." Wayne shook his head and said, "Mr. Mayor, you may have misunderstood me. The ship I want to modify is not something that ordinary people can do, so you may need to lead your people to cast it yourself." Isabagya was a little hesitant when he heard this. He hadn't built a ship himself for a long time. It wasn't that his skills had deteriorated, but he was now the mayor and had no time to build a ship himself. Besides, it was a bit absurd to ask a mayor to build a ship. So Isabagya said, "Sir Wayne, I've been very busy recently and can't spare the time to build a ship. How about this? Wayne had no expression on his face when he heard this, and just slowly reported a number, 300 million Baileys. This is the shipbuilding fee I pay you. I have prepared the materials for the shipbuilding. The 300 million is just your labor cost. Isabegu said, it's not like that. Wayne interrupted, 500 million Baileys. Isabegu, this is not about money. Wayne, 800 million Baileys. Isabegu, _. Isabegu was silent for a while and said, it's not that I don't have time, but... Wayne, 1 billion Baileys. Isabegu, okay, deal. In fact, when Wayne offered 800 million berries just now, Isabegu was ready to agree, but he didn't expect that in a moment of stunned, he earned another 200 million berries. Akainu, what ability do you have? Wayne smiled slightly, money ability. Chapter 39 King of Slavery's Life. 7 Water City, Dock Number 1. Wayne wiped the sweat from his head and looked at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. The original huge arc proverbs had been completely melted by Wayne using the thunder fruit, and turned into a soft and easy-to-process block of gold. This was the result of Wayne's 2 days of hard work. In fact, according to Isabegu, they can also melt this golden ship, but it takes a long time, so Wayne simply does it himself. However, Wayne has gained a lot in addition to melting the arc in the past 2 days. At least, Wayne has made great progress in the ability of the thunder fruit. Host, Duraki D. Wayne. Title, Scholar, Gourmet Medical Expert, Superstar. Fruit ability, Thunder Fruit, Development Level, Primary 4333/10,000. Haki Level, High Level Armament Haki, 1233/5000, High Level Observation Haki, 3800/5000, Primary Conqueror Haki, 19/10,000. Swordsmanship Level, Great Swordsman High Level, 300/50,000. Physical Skills, etc. Level, 7th Level, 4800/10,000. Note, the top physical fighters in the pirate world, such as Garp, are about 9th level, while Aokiji and Akainu are about 7th level. Combat Skills, Navy 6 Style Moon Step, Iron Block, Finger Gun, Shaving, Life Return, Hiten Sword Style Swordsmanship. Occupations, Chef, Master, Novelist, Master, Singer, Grandmaster, Doctor, Advanced, Swordsmith, Advanced. Sword, one of the 50 skills of the famous sword Snow Walk. Life Points, 2077. This is Wayne's current full strength. Compared with a few months ago, Wayne's strength has changed a lot. First of all, his swordsmanship has become one of the top few people on the sea. Secondly, his physical skills and domineering color domineering have also improved by 1 level. He has learned the flying sword style swordsmanship and obtained the natural thunder fruit ability. Alas, there is a long way to go. Wayne sighed lightly. With his strength, he can protect himself on the sea, but if he wants to achieve his goal, he still needs a long way to go. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of the telephone bug in Wayne's pocket sounded. Moses, I'm Wayne, what's the matter? Hello, boss, I'm Daniel. The latest information about the Slave King's life that you asked me to collect has been obtained. I'll give it to you right away. No need, where are you? I'll get it right away. Wayne's figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared on the spot. After understanding the information, Wayne held the permanent pointer of the slave island in his hand, and his figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Strictly speaking, the speed of lightning is as fast as light. Although limited by the properties of the thunder fruit, Wayne can also fly in the air like lightning. Although the speed may not be as fast as the yellow monkey in the Navy, it is definitely the second fastest in the pirate world. Slavery King's life, the base camp is on the Slavery Island close to Shabayati. The number of gangsters under his command is about 3,000, and the number of masters is unknown. And Slife himself is proficient in observation haki, and has never used armament haki. He is suspected to be a superpower slave fruit. Slife's rise was very sudden, and Wayne suspected that it was related to his slave fruit. And these 2 days Slife is on the slavery island, auctioning the latest batch of slaves. The intelligence in Wayne's mind flashed one by one, and he couldn't help but speed up the flight. He wanted to arrive at the slavery island before the end of this auction. "Boss, another bowl." In a ramen restaurant, Wayne was eating the ramen in his bowl with big mouthfuls, and 2 piles of empty bowls were placed in front of him. The noodles in this ramen are very chewy, and the amount of meat is also very sufficient. Even with Wayne's cooking skills, he has to praise it for being delicious. Wayne arrived at the slavery island today. After flying in the air for a day and a night, Wayne felt a little hungry, so he found a restaurant to eat first, and the taste of this noodle restaurant he found by accident was very suitable for Wayne's taste. "Here, guests." A young girl looked at Wayne, who was eating heartily, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She was another girl who was fascinated by Wayne's appearance. "Well, let's eat this first, then it's time to work." "Boss, check out." An old man with wrinkles on his face walked up to Wayne, with a smile on his face, and said, "Guest, are you satisfied with the food? The total is 280,000 Baileys. After all, big customers like Wayne are rare. Usually they only sell dozens of bowls of noodles a day." Wayne's face looked a little bad. The noodles here are indeed delicious, but isn't the price a bit too expensive? Although Wayne doesn't care about this little money, he also wants to ask clearly. Wayne ate a total of 28 bowls of noodles, and an average of 10,000 Baileys per bowl of noodles. This price is really outrageous. Was he being ripped off? Wayne had a hint of displeasure on his face, but he suppressed his anger and asked, "Old man, why are your noodles so expensive?" The old man opened his mouth, then closed it again, looked around, and whispered, "Guest, I see you are not a local, but an outsider, right?" Wayne nodded, thinking, "Good guy, why are you so blatantly ripping off customers?" Unexpectedly, the old man continued, "Our market price here is like this, because we can't survive without charging this much. Because the tax rate set by our king's life is 90%. That is to say, we have to hand over 90% of your 280,000 Baileys, and only 28,000 Baileys are left in our hands. And, we have to pay the guild tax regularly. If we can't pay it, we will be demoted to slaves." Wayne was silent for a while after hearing this. These were not mentioned in the intelligence. He originally thought that Slife was just trafficking people all over the world, but he didn't know that he would be so harsh on people in his own country. This Slife is really a beast. Wayne gritted his teeth and uttered a word. The girl next to him changed her face after hearing this, and whispered, "Guest, please keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. You will be demoted to a slave if you say such disrespectful words." Wayne didn't say anything, but his eyes were more angry. Then he took out 300,000 Baileys from his arms and handed them to the old man in front of him, saying, "Old man, no need to change it." The old man showed a look of gratitude in his eyes, and then reminded Wayne, "Stranger, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly. Otherwise, if you are discovered by the patrol team, you will not be able to leave." Wayne nodded slightly. Of course, he would not leave, but he should leave the noodle shop to do business. Just then, a kick on the door came. Several big men in patrol uniforms came over, their eyes full of arrogance, and shouted at the old man. "Old man, today is the day to pay taxes. Have you prepared the money?" Chapter 40, Tax Exemption and the Lower Class. The girl saw the patrolman and hid behind the old man in fear, while the old man had a humble smile on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, you have been busy all day and haven't eaten yet? Come on, today I will treat you all to a free meal. Get out of here, who want to eat your noodles?" Where's the money? Don't tell me you don't have it. Bang! The big man pushed the old man's hand holding the noodles away, and the bowl of noodles broke on the ground. A bowl of noodles spilled on the ground, still steaming hot. Wayne couldn't stand it, so he said, "This is not good. People kindly invite you to eat noodles, and you have this attitude. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even some pirates don't behave as badly as these patrols. Who are you? Is it your business?" The big man's face was full of arrogance, and then he said to Wayne, "You look so unfamiliar? I haven't seen you before. Are you an outsider? Have you registered?" Wayne was about to speak, but was interrupted by the old man. He saw the old man took out a stack of wrinkled Baileys from his pocket and said, "My lords, this is 1,000,000 Baileys, which is our sin tax for this month. We are willing to be inferiors for a month this month." The big man snatched the Bailey from the old man and said, 1,000,000, this is not enough. Now the tax on the lower class has increased, and it needs 700,000 Baileys. You have to pay another 400,000 Baileys. The old man immediately broke out in sweat and said tremblingly, "My lords, why is it increased again? Didn't it just increase 2 months ago?" The big man looked at the old man with a trace of disgust in his eyes and said, "What's wrong? No money? If you don't have money, go and be my slave." The old man looked worried, and it was obvious that he couldn't pay. Then he turned to the girl and said, "My dear granddaughter, you wait for Grandpa at home. Grandpa will stay in there for a month. Grandpa knows people in there and will find a way to get out when the time comes." After hearing this, the little girl's eyes suddenly filled with tears, and she said, "Grandpa." The old man walked forward after he finished speaking, but he was pushed by the big man and staggered. Wayne quickly held him up. The big man's eyes swept over the old man, and finally stopped at the little girl, saying, "You old man, you want to be a slave? Will anyone want you? But this little girl, it's good to be a slave." After saying that, the big man's hand grabbed the little girl, and the old man next to him was sweating profusely when he saw this. "Wait!" Wayne stood in front of the little girl. The big man in the patrol team was furious when he saw this, and roared, "Damn, I knew you were from outside. All foreign populations must be recorded, and those who sneak into the country will be demoted to slaves." After saying that, the big man reached out and grabbed the little girl. Wayne blocked the girl behind him and said, "Then I'll go with her." Wayne's eyes revealed murderous intent, and then the big man's pupils shrank, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear, but he still said to the people around him, "Bring them weapons and take them to the prison first." Wayne changed his plan. He planned to go and see what the so-called crime exemption tax and slave prison were. Along the way, the girl had tears in her eyes and a pale face, looking like she was about to face a disaster. Wayne looked relaxed, without any fear. Wayne looked at the crying girl on the side, and he really couldn't bear it, and then said, "Look what this is." A purple butterfly appeared in Wayne's palm, flapping its wings a few times in his palm, looking quite beautiful. The girl was curious and wanted to reach out to touch it, but just before she was about to touch it, the purple butterfly in Wayne's hand disappeared. This was a butterfly formed by the lightning created by Wayne through the thunder fruit. Although the butterfly was small, it was not something that ordinary people could touch. Seeing that the little girl's attention was attracted, Wayne said, "Don't cry, little sister. Brother is a magician. I will perform magic for you, okay?" The little girl burst into laughter and said, "You are good in everything, kind-hearted, and good-looking, but you are not very smart. You are almost a slave, but you still look so happy." After the little girl finished speaking, she added, "By the way, my name is Vivian, I am 18 years old this year, I just look younger, don't call me little sister anymore." Wayne was speechless when he heard this. The girl in front of him was only about 1.6 meters tall and looked like she was 13 or 14 years old at most. I didn't expect her to be 18. Is she another legal loli? Gloria, humph. Number. Soon, Wayne and Vivian were taken to the so-called slave prison. The slave prison was located in the basement of a luxurious auction house. From the outside, no one would have thought that such a luxurious place was a dirty slave prison. Along the way, through conversations with Vivian, Wayne roughly understood some of the situation. The closed-door policy of the slavery country is very serious. This blockade is not due to environmental factors like the Wayno country, but a man-made law. The slavery country divides people in the country into 3 classes. The first class is the nobility. The nobility enjoys complete power. Not only can they entertain and spend their time at will, but the country can collect taxes from the common people. The high prices in this country are caused by the taxes of the nobles. In addition, the nobles can buy and kill slaves at will without any responsibility. The second class is the common people. The common people have relative freedom, they can run businesses, get married, and fall in love, and have some entertainment activities. Among them, unlike the nobles, the common people cannot understand the information of the outside world, and their lives are limited to the country. This is why no one recognized Wayne along the way. And a very critical point is that the common people need to pay the exemption tax. The laws of this country stipulate that all common people except the nobles are guilty. Therefore, they must pay taxes to exempt themselves from sin. The tax is very high. After paying 90% of the income after the tax, civilians need to pay 500,000 or 1 million per person per month. Civilians who pay 1 million baileys are eligible to be civilians for another month, while those who pay 500,000 will be reduced to lower class. As for those who don't have enough money to pay the sin tax, they will be directly demoted to slaves. The third class, the lower class. The lower class has no right to entertainment, and they can only work hard to make money to get rid of their lower class status. Because if the lower class cannot get rid of this status within 5 months, they will be demoted to slaves. In addition, the lower class needs to live with shackles, and their feet will always be tied with iron chains weighing more than 10 pounds to show their lower class status. In addition to these 3 levels, there is another level in this country, called slaves. Of course, slaves can no longer be called people in this country. Chapter 41 Wayne was auctioned. Vivian has been living with her grandfather since she was 15 years old. Because in that year, her father was hit and killed by a noble in a carriage in the city, leaving only the lonely grandfather and grandson. Fortunately, the old man has a skill in making ramen noodles, so the 2 of them can live safely until now. It's just that the speed of the crime exemption tax is rising too fast, which has drained the old man's last bit of savings, so now he has ended up as a slave. Wayne in the cell listened quietly to Vivian's description and looked at the harsh environment around him. It was dark, with only a faint light coming from the skylight of more than 10 centimeters, and the dripping sound of water made people feel depressed. Really good, Slife. Wayne listened and suddenly smiled, but the smile was a little grim. People who are familiar with Wayne know that when he suddenly showed this expression, he was really angry. Time passed slowly. Wayne smelled the stench from the cell, and estimated the time in his heart. It has been almost 3 hours since he was imprisoned in the cell, and Wayne has roughly figured out the information about the country of slavery. Then, it's time to get out. Wayne covered his hands with armament haki, ready to tear off the chains on himself and Vivian. At this moment, Wayne felt the breath of life approaching in his observation haki. Someone is coming. Bang! The door of Wayne's prison room was opened, an array of light was shown in. 7 or 8 big men in black suits came in, and the leading big man said to the people around him, "Take this woman out." After saying that, he saw Wayne's face again and added, "Take this man away too, he will definitely sell for a good price." Wayne was slightly stunned and realized that this was going to be auctioned. This is Wayne's best chance to go to the auction house and catch Slife. So Wayne said to Vivian, who was trembling on the side, "Don't be afraid, we'll go together." The big man in the suit sneered, "Hee hee, you won't have such good luck unless you are bought by a master." The big men in the suit took Wayne and Vivian through a long street and walked all the way to the auction house on the ground. Wayne wrote down the route along the way while thinking about how to torture these extremely evil criminals. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the auction house. As soon as they entered the auction house, Wayne and Vivian were marked with special numbers. Wayne was 71 and Vivian was 72. In the open space in the middle of the auction house, a thin man wearing sunglasses introduced passionately. "Next, let's welcome item number 63, a strong fishman." Mersemen are special creatures that live in the seabed. Unlike mermaids, they have fish upper bodies and human lower bodies. Moreover, these fishmen are extremely strong. The strength of ordinary adult fishmen is 10 times that of humans. The best of them are far superior to ordinary humans. Of course, guests, you don't have to worry that these fishmen will suddenly hurt their masters, because we have special collars. The auctioneer pointed to the circle on the fishman's neck and said, "As long as the fishman resists, it will be like this." The auctioneer pressed the button in his hand, and then an electric current came out of the fishman's body. Then his body shook, rolled his eyes, and roared in pain. The guests in the stands of the auction hall cheered enthusiastically, obviously excited about the feeling of slaves being tortured. The auctioneer saw that the atmosphere was almost right, so he said, "The starting price of the fishman is 8 million baileys, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 baileys." Before he finished speaking, there was an excited shout in the field. "I'll offer 8.1 million belly. 8.2 million belly. 8.5 million belly." In the end, the fishman was sold for 20 million belly. This made Wayne sigh at the wealth of these nobles. An ordinary fishman was almost catching up with the bounty of Donghai Long. And the wealth of these nobles was exploited from civilians like Vivian. These goods were auctioned one by one. Wayne even saw his own sword Swezu, which was also placed in the corner as an auction item. Soon, it was Wayne and Vivian's turn to be auctioned. The auctioneer was stunned when he saw Wayne, but it was not because he recognized him, but because Wayne was tall and looked very threatening, so the auctioneer also took out an electric collar and put it around Wayne's neck. Wayne did not resist, because he was thunder and lightning, and this slave collar could not hurt him at all. And Wayne hasn't seen the real owner yet. That guy's life hasn't shown up yet. Next, we're going to auction items 71 and 72. Then, why should I auction them together? Because they are a couple. Think about it, buy a couple as slaves, torture one of them in front of them, or do something else. It seems that the auctioneer doesn't need to say much, the nobles in the audience roared excitedly. Therefore, the starting price is 8 million baileys. After the auctioneer called out the price, no buyer responded for a long time. Then the auctioneer seemed to understand something. He pointed at Wayne's face and said, "Everyone, please look at his face clearly. Such a handsome slave is rare. Aren't you tempted?" So the nobles leaned forward and finally saw Wayne's face clearly. "Oh my God, I'll pay 8.5 million baileys, I want him to be my pet." A lady shouted loudly. "I'll pay 8.7 million baileys. I'll pay 9 million baileys. Oh my God, he looks like the big star Wayne." "Really? They are exactly the same. I'll pay 15 million baileys. I'll pay 20 million baileys." Wayne found it a little funny when he heard that the nobles seemed to recognize him, but not completely. What stupid superiors! No wonder the country has become like this. Wayne murmured in a low voice. Then, the auction was urgently interrupted. It turned out that King Slife of the Slavery Kingdom had come. After hearing that there was a slave who looked like Wayne, he wanted to come to the auction house to take a look in person. Soon, a group of bodyguards in suits came to the auction house to protect the king. And Wayne saw that the real owner he had been waiting for finally came, and showed a chilling smile. "Finally here, Slife. Chapter 42 Great Swordsman Siway. Slife, one of the 10 kings of the Dark World, is suspected to be a superpowered slave fruit user. He is also the culprit of all the events on this island and this country. Wayne looked at Slife, who was 100 meters away, stood up, moved his fingers and neck, and made a crackling sound. The auctioneer on the side saw Wayne standing up abruptly, with anger on his face, and shouted, "How dare you! Slaves cannot stand higher than their masters. Kneel down quickly." Wayne glanced at the auctioneer, and then he didn't take him seriously. Wayne didn't have the time to care about such a small character. "How dare you!" The tall and thin auctioneer showed a ferocious look on his face, and then pressed a button in his hand. Sizzle! The collar on Wayne's neck flashed red and emitted a strong electric current, which quickly spread from the neck to the whole body. "Humble slave, dare to resist the great!" The auctioneer's face showed a look of horror, because Wayne in front of him didn't look painful from being electrocuted. The auctioneer trembled. "No. Impossible. How? How can you be okay?" Wayne showed a grim smile and said word by word. "Because I am thunder and lightning." Wayne's left hand turned black and he pulled hard. Snap! The collar on Wayne's neck and the chains on his feet broke. In the panicked eyes of the auctioneer, Wayne punched him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away, until he hit a wall and fainted. Wayne looked at Slife not far away and showed a cruel smile, and then, "It's your turn." Wayne left a few after images in the air and approached Slife in an instant, with purple lightning wrapped around his hands. Just as Wayne was about to give Slife a 30 million volt Thunderbird, he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Shave! Wayne's figure disappeared from the spot and appeared more than 10 meters away from Slife. At the same time, a huge black slash slashed through the place where Wayne was just now, cutting a 7 or 8 meter long crack in the ground. Armament hacky! Flying slash! A man in a suit held a knife in both hands and blocked in front of Slife. The flying slash just now was sent by him. "Great swordsman? It seems that you are not as simple as the rumors outside." Wayne narrowed his eyes and stared at the great swordsman in the suit in front of him. With such powerful subordinates, Slife can be ranked in the whole paradise. Even if he goes to the New World, he may not be unable to get a place. Slife seemed to have just reacted at this moment, his eyes were full of anger, and he turned his head and yelled at the subordinates around him. "Damn, you bunch of trash! You can't even tell whether the person looks like or is the real person. This person is obviously the real Wayne, the 7 warlords of the sea. If Xiwei hadn't helped me block it just now, I would have died, you know? You bunch of rubbish, hurry up and attack me together." As Slife roared, his men around him seemed to realize it later and surrounded Wayne, and more men rushed into the auction house. In a short period of time, hundreds of gangsters gathered near Wayne. "Human wave tactics," Wayne murmured softly. "The combat power of the strong in the pirate world is very mysterious. Even as strong as Whitebeard, he can be injured by ordinary pistols. Therefore, the human wave tactic is undoubtedly effective when facing the strong. No, there is only one exception." Wayne opened his eyes slightly, and a flash of red light flashed in his eyes. Then, with Wayne as the center, an invisible stance emerged around him. As a breeze blew, the entire auction hall became quiet. At this time, the nobles in the field rolled their eyes and fainted in their seats, and the gangsters who surrounded Wayne just now also rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Heroic haki! Wayne's eyes swept over the minions who fainted on the ground, and then stared at the 4 people who were still standing in front of him. The 4 people were the Slave King, Siway, a great swordsman in a suit holding a long sword, a tall man with a scar on his face, and a slender woman with long green hair. Wayne looked at the 4 people in front of him, with a hint of excitement in his eyes, and said, "The miscellaneous soldiers have been cleared, so the battle can officially begin." After that, Wayne covered his hands with armed color domineering, and attacked the great swordsman Siwei in front of him. Siwei held the sword in front of him with both hands, blocking Wayne's attack. The two sides tested each other and retreated, leaving a safe area in the middle. Wayne looked at Siwei in front of him and said, "Good swordsmanship, but it's a pity that you are helping the evil." Siwei looked at Wayne's empty hands and said in a deep voice, "Where is your sword? As a swordsman, how can you face the enemy empty-handed? Don't you take me seriously?" Wayne was slightly stunned, then looked at the famous sword Shuizhou on the auction table, stretched out his left-hand finger, and pointed slightly, and Shuizhou was wrapped by an invisible force and slowly came to Wayne. With the development of Wayne's fruit ability, he became more and more proficient in the use of electromagnetic fields. Wayne held the knife in his right hand and looked at Siwei in front of him and said, "Then, I will do as you wish." Siwei was slightly stunned, and was a little envious of Wayne's handsome hand. He said in a deep voice, as expected of a great swordsman who can fight with the general to a draw, "This swordsmanship is really exquisite." Wayne was slightly stunned. "Hey, this is the fruit ability? Can't you see it? There is no swordsmanship at all." Wayne was about to explain when he heard Slife roar again, "What? General level strength? No, I have to call some people first. I have distinguished guests to greet. Ziwei, King Shi, you stop him first. Hardy, take me to gather more people." After that, Wayne saw Ziwei and the green-haired woman blocking in front of him, while Slife was preparing to evacuate the auction house under the cover of the tall man. Wayne would never let Slife retreat so easily, but two strong men blocked Wayne, and Wayne couldn't catch up with Slife for a while. "It seems that I really have to get rid of you before I can chase him." Wayne gritted his teeth, looked at Ziwei in front of him, took a deep breath, attached the armed color domineering to the snow in his hand, and slashed at Ziwei in front of him. Ziwei felt the murderous intent in Wayne's knife, and naturally did not dare to underestimate it, so he also roared, and the armed color domineering covered the blade in his hand and rushed towards Wayne. The two held their swords in the air for a while. Wayne landed steadily after a rotation, while Ziwei took 3 or 4 steps back before he could stand firm. With one blow, the difference in strength between the two sides became apparent. Chapter 43 Animal Snake Fruit. As expected of the 7 warlords of the sea, a great swordsman who has been famous for a long time. After a fight, Ziwei suffered a little loss, but he was not afraid. Instead he said with a look of fighting spirit in his eyes, "My name is Ziwei, Bobby Ziwei. I have been practicing swords for 23 years, and the famous sword in my hand is the great fast sword 21 works of Rakshasa." Wayne was slightly stunned after hearing this. Most of the powerful swordsmen have good spirits, but it is rare to find someone as cool as Ziwei. So Wayne also responded, "My name is Wayne, Duraki D. Wayne. I have been practicing swords for 16 years, and the famous sword in my hand is the good fast sword 50 works of Snow Walk." The two introduced themselves and faced each other from a distance, feeling like a decisive battle on the top of the Forbidden City. "Ha!" Ziwei roared, his arms puffed up, and a huge slash came out from the blade, heading straight for Wayne's face. Seeing this, Wayne did not dare to underestimate it. He walked on the snow covered with armed color domineering, and sent a narrow slash forward. One sword flow, one line of sky. The two flying slashes collided in the air, lifting most of the ceiling of the auction house, and then disappeared into the air. Wayne's eyes flashed with admiration. Ziwei's flying slash was indeed beautiful. The two of them looked at each other in the air, and then they rushed forward at the same time, and fought for dozens of rounds. Rib. There was a huge hole on Ziwei's suit, and a narrow knife mark appeared on his chest, and a trickle of blood flowed out of the wound. On the other hand, Wayne just exhaled lightly, without any signs of injury, but rather a little spirited. Ziwei was injured, but this did not affect his fighting spirit. He held a knife in his right hand and tore off his suit with his left hand, leaving his upper body naked and revealing a strong body of muscles. Wayne's pupils shrank, and he saw that Xi Wei's upper body was covered with hundreds of scars of various sizes, one of which was a shocking knife wound that spread from the lower abdomen to the chest. This is a swordsman who has experienced many battles. Wayne could see Xi Wei's extraordinariness from the wounds on his body, especially the shocking knife wound, which probably almost took his life at that time. A hard-working and talented swordsman, Wayne saw the knife wounds on Xi Wei, and his appreciation in his eyes became stronger, and he even had a plan to recruit him. Xi Wei looked only about 35 years old. But he had the strength of a great swordsman. Although Wayne could see that Xi Wei should have just stepped into the great swordsmanship for less than 2 years and had not walked far on this road, but at this age, with such strength, he should indeed be a famous strong man on the sea. You have to know that Wayne had just entered the level of a great swordsman a few months ago. If he hadn't been equipped with a cheat and broken through to a high-level great swordsman, I'm afraid his attainments in swordsmanship might not be as high as Xi Wei's. Ha ha ha, it's great, come again. Come again. Xi Wei laughed loudly, his arms covered with armed color domineering aura to the blade, and rushed towards Wayne again. Wayne also showed a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes, and rushed forward again. The two sides exchanged blows again. The two fought for dozens of rounds, but as the battle progressed, Xi Wei gradually fell into a disadvantage, and the scars on his body became more and more. Obviously, although he was strong, Wayne was obviously stronger than him. So far, Wayne has been using pure swordsmanship to fight, and has not even used the ability of the fruit, because the swordsman Xi Wei in front of him is indeed a rare opponent, and Wayne can also gain some insights from his swordsmanship. The two sides have been fighting for dozens of minutes. Wayne looked at the rare opponent in front of him and had no intention of chasing Slife, because in Wayne's perception of the color of seeing, Slife is still on this island. And the battle between the two sides is almost over. The battle between the swordsmen is not like the physical skills that can fight for days and nights. The fight between swordsmen is often fatal, and life and death are just a matter of a moment. Swords are life-threatening things, and victory or defeat is also just a matter of a moment. Seeing that the time was almost right, Wayne said to Xi Wei in front of him, "Come on, take out your strongest sword." Xi Wei's face was also full of solemnity, his momentum was rising, and he was constantly brewing sword moves. At this moment, a shadow attacked Wayne, and Wayne's momentum decreased, and his figure retreated dozens of steps and avoided the attack. I saw a figure of a person appearing in Wayne's original position. It was the green snake who had been watching the battle on the side. Seeing that Xi Wei, who had been at a disadvantage and was about to lose, could no longer stand, the green snake took the lead and planned to join the battlefield to deal with Wayne together. I saw that the green snake's appearance changed drastically at this time. The originally pretty face protruded forward strangely, and the eyes turned into a pair of snake eyes. There was a fork on the tongue, and it kept licking its lips. Devil fruit. When Wayne saw this woman become like this, he instantly realized that she should be an animal-type devil fruit ability user. Sure enough, the green snake on the opposite side said, "I am the animal-type snake fruit, the user of the bamboo leaf green form." "Xi Wei, what are you still standing there for? Come with me to kill this person." Xi Wei was unmoved, just standing there, as if he didn't hear it. Wayne smiled knowingly when he saw this. No one is allowed to interfere in the fight between swordsmen. So Wayne whispered, "Then let's get rid of you first, and then continue this battle that has not yet been decided." Wayne held the snow in his right hand, and two huge flying slashes slashed at the green snake. The green snake flashed and dodged the two flying slashes. Very fast speed. After all, snakes have very fast reaction speeds. Wayne looked at the green snake's pupils in front of him, and a few drops of saliva dripped from his mouth, falling on the ground, and a puff of white smoke came out. Very poisonous. Wayne understood after seeing it. The bamboo leaf green is a kind of snake with a very poisonous venom, and the fruit ability user is probably even more so. Therefore, although Wayne's body is not weak, he does not want to improve his resistance by resisting poison like Luffy, which is purely a life-threatening behavior. In this case, I can only use the power of the fruit. After thinking for a while, Wayne came up with a plan. Although close combat is also possible, there is a risk of poisoning after all. Although this toxin is unlikely to kill him, it will more or less affect his strength, and he may have several more battles to fight next. And this green snake is also very fast, but no matter how fast it is, can it be faster than lightning? Wayne smiled and whispered. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Wayne's hands turned into lightning, and a huge Thunderbird flew out of his hands and quickly flew towards the green snake in front of him. Boom! The lightning successfully hit the green snake, leaving a charred black on the ground, and a trace of black appeared on the green snake's body. That is, armed color domineering. Wayne saw that this green snake knew some armament haki, but not to a high degree, so it was still seriously injured by his lightning. After all, there are conditions for haki to restrain the fruit ability. When the gap between the two is too large, the degree of resistance of armament haki is negligible. Chapter 44 The Coveted Throne. Ziwei, why are you still standing there? When the adults blame you, can you bear it? The green snake emitted a faint smell of burning. Obviously it was seriously injured just now, so it began to urge Ziwei. Ziwei's face showed some struggle and pain, but he still stood there without making a move. Wayne knew that he couldn't delay any longer, so he snorted, "Ha, a woman without martial ethics. Baokuo, dog head saves life. 60 million volts Thunder Beast." Wayne's body was covered with high-intensity thunder and lightning, and a huge thunder beast slowly formed and rushed straight to the face of the green snake. This is the most powerful move of the thunder fruit that Wayne has developed so far. In the eyes of the green snake, this powerful thunder beast rushed towards her at a speed that the naked eye could reach, and she could not dodge this attack. So the green snake desperately mobilized her armed color domineering, and planned to use her physique as an animal-type devil fruit ability user to forcibly resist this attack. Boom! The thunder beast roared loudly, and in the blink of an eye it sank into the body of the green snake. With a dazzling flash of light, the green snake fell to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he was beaten back to his original form and fainted. After Wayne used the observation color domineering to confirm that the green snake had indeed fainted, he said to Ziwei in front of him. "Then, let's continue our fight." "Okay." Ziwei gritted his teeth and spit out a word from his mouth. And then the surrounding momentum rose again. And Wayne also looked serious, constantly waving the snow in his hand. One sword style breaking the cocoon. Flying sword style sword art dragon nest flash bite. The two approached quickly, both using powerful sword moves to meet the enemy. Ziwei's one sword style breaking the cocoon was a black blade light flashing from the white sword energy, which was entangled with a strong armed color domineering aura, and it seemed like a life reborn from a cocoon. It contains two strong murderous intentions. And Wayne's Dragon Nest Flash Bite is a sword move that is faster and more fierce than Dragon Nest Flash. It is so fast that even the observation haki can hardly catch it. The figures of both parties flashed by, and Wayne stood up and put the Snow Walker in his hand into the scabbard. Ziwei turned his back to Wayne, half knelt on the ground, and slowly fell down. Wayne looked at the torn corners of his clothes. Ziwei's sword was indeed very strong, but Wayne's Dragon Nest Flash Bite was faster, so it hit the opponent first. "I can see that you are a good swordsman. Why do you want to join Slife?" Wayne turned around and looked at Ziwei, who was spitting blood in front of him. The remaining sword energy of Dragon Nest Flash was still constantly destroying the vitality in Ziwei's body. He should not live long. Ziwei's face was pale, he laughed at himself, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and said, "It's not that easy, never mind. A swordsman died at the hands of a swordsman, which is a worthy death." Wayne looked at the heroic Ziwei in front of him, showing a look of sympathy, and said, "I have a way to save your life, but you have to work for me in the future. How about it?" Xi Wei smiled bitterly, as if he was in his last moments, and said, "You can't save me. The effect of the slavery fruit is stronger than you think." Xi Wei stretched out the Rakshasa in his hand and wanted to hand it to Wayne. "A strong swordsman like you should be equipped with a better sword. The great blade 21 works Rakshasa, is with you. Treat her well. I believe you will definitely use her to replace that man in the future." Xi Wei coughed violently a few more times, and said with all his strength, "Be careful of the slavery fruit. This island. Slife. It's not as simple as you think." After that, Xi Wei swallowed his last breath, and there was a strange look in his eyes before he died. It is said that before a person dies, memories of his past life flash through his mind. Xi Wei was born in a small town in the West Sea. When he was 13, Xi Wei held a sword for the first time. It was a wooden tang sword, which was a birthday gift from his father. Xi Wei loved it and practiced swordsmanship every year. At the age of 15, Xi Wei joined a sword hall and learned real swordsmanship from a local swordsmanship master. The master praised him for his good talent, but it was a pity that he practiced swordsmanship too late and could not achieve great success. It was also in that year that Xi Wei had the first real sword in his life. At the age of 17, Xi Wei fell into a bottleneck in swordsmanship. In order to make further breakthroughs, he decided to go out to sea. He did not believe in talent, he only believed that diligence could make up for his shortcomings, and practiced swordsmanship for more than 12 hours every day. At the age of 21. 4 years later, he had successfully practiced swordsmanship and had become a swordsman. But when he returned home, his former mother, father, and more than a dozen people in his family were all dead, and the cause of death was the robbery of pirates. So that year, he killed people for the first time, and wiped out 23 members of a pirate group. At the age of 23, Xi Wei had no relatives or old friends in his hometown, so he went to the Grand Line with this sword. This year, only the sword was left in his life. At the age of 32, Xi Wei had been in the Grand Line for 10 years. In the past 10 years, he opened a sword hall, worked as a bounty hunter, and learned a special power, armed color domineering. But he never got a good sword, and his swordsmanship fell into a bottleneck again. At the age of 33, he met the rumored world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, and he launched an attack on his throne. That day, he lost badly and knew the gap between himself and the real strong. There was a hideous knife wound on his chest. Fortunately, Hawkeye did not kill him, just because of his words. The scar on the back is the shame of the swordsman. Hawkeye left, leaving only one sentence: "Your strength is good, but the sword in your hand is still a little lacking. A truly strong man should have his own famous sword. Come and challenge me when you have a famous sword." At the age of 34, Xi Wei met the unprepossessing Slife. In order to get the great sword Rakshasa, Xi Wei signed a contract that made him regret his life. On the condition of Rakshasa, Xi Wei needs to serve Slife for 10 years. But what Xi Wei didn't know was that after signing this contract, his body and mind no longer belonged to him completely. But at this point, under the effect of the devil fruit, Xi Wei could not resist Slife and became his #1 thug. A thug full of evil. However, Xi Wei's strength improved greatly after getting Rakshasa. Rakshasa is a famous sword that can devour the armed color domineering. And Xi Wei also successfully broke through to the level of a great swordsman under Rakshasa's continuous training. At the age of 36, Xi Wei still did not meet Hawkeye again, and did not complete the promise 4 years ago. And he died at the hands of the 7 warlords Wayne. But he did not regret it. Wayne was a true swordsman, so he entrusted his dream and Rakshasa to Wayne, hoping that he could fulfill his dream. Step onto the throne that he had always dreamed of. Chapter 45 Big Fast Sword Rakshasa. Xi Wei finally died. Wayne stood in front of Xi Wei's body for a while. This was a swordsman that he admired. Although Wayne didn't know what he had experienced, Wayne could see the relief in Xi Wei's eyes before his death. Wayne buried Ziwei in a lawn outside the auction house, where flowers and grass were planted. It's really unpleasant. Wayne stood in front of Ziwei's grave and said with gritted teeth. At this moment, Wayne just wanted to send Slife to hell. Everything in this country, whether it was the miserable civilians or the abominable nobles, or the swordsman Ziwei who died in regret, made Wayne very unhappy. Wayne will connect Rakshasa inserted into the waist together with the scabbard, and then the observation haki was activated. After sensing Slife's breath, it flew to that position quickly. Slife, I won't let you die so easily. At this moment, Slife was followed by a group of younger brothers. Looking at the distinguished guest in front of them with a smile. Your Highness Charlos, there are some minor problems in the auction house. The slaves you reserved cannot be given to you for the time being, but they will be solved soon. Please give me some time. A silly-looking man wearing a special white robe, a gold fish bowl on his head, and a drop of snot hanging under his nose said. The air in the lower world is really hard to breathe, Slife, you have to give me my slave as soon as possible, otherwise I will turn you into a slave. This person is called the World Noble, but he is the most evil celestial dragon in the world, and his name is Charlos Saint. Slife said flatteringly with a smile on his face, please rest assured, I will solve the trouble as soon as possible. It's just that the trouble this time is a bit big, it's Wayne, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The world government official following behind Saint Charlos exclaimed, 7 warlords of the sea Wayne, my god. Slife, how did you get into such a big trouble? Slife showed a strange smile, it's not me who is causing trouble for him, he is the one who is causing trouble for me. So, if you want to solve this trouble, you have to rely on you. Slife is planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife, because he doesn't know whether his men can solve Wayne, so he wants to use the power of the celestial dragons. At this time, the celestial dragon Saint Charlos also reacted and said blankly, Shishibukai Wayne, I seem to have heard of this name. He is the slave that my father and sister want. It's great that I met him first. I want him to be my slave. A man dressed as a butler behind Saint Charlos had a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. Your Highness. Your Highness, it's better for us not to provoke Shishibukai Wayne. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Saint Charlos blew the white eyes that came out of the muzzle of the gun and said, Hey! There is nothing that we celestial dragons can't get, and slaves like you should die. The butler of the celestial dragon died with a look of horror on his face. The world government official behind him wiped the sweat from his head. He was about to persuade him just now, but fortunately he didn't have time to say it, otherwise he would have fallen down at this moment. The world government official only hoped that Wayne would be sensible and not appear in front of Saint Charlos, otherwise it would be troublesome. At this moment, a beam of light flashed across the sky, and finally stopped in front of these people, turning into a figure. The person who came was Wayne. Wayne looked at Slife, who was walking in front, and sneered, You really want me to find you? Wayne clenched his left fist, and a purple lightning flew towards Slife. 30 million volts lightning spear. Just as the lightning was about to hit Slife, a tall figure blocked him. Boom! The lightning hit the figure, and with a dazzling white light flashing, the tall figure took 2 steps back and stopped. Wayne recognized the person in front of him, who was the bodyguard of Hardy by Slife before. And at this moment, his whole body was covered with armed color domineering, blocking Wayne's lightning. This kind of armed color domineering attainment is definitely not an unknown person in paradise. A piece of information suddenly flashed through Wayne's mind. 3 years ago, a vice admiral named Hardy from the Navy headquarters withdrew from the Navy and disappeared. The description of the Navy was very similar to the man in front of him. Former Vice Admiral? I didn't expect that there would be such a villain who helped the evil among the Navy's top brass. Hardy leaped up and blocked in front of Slife again, then swung his left foot and a crescent-shaped impact attacked Wayne. Rain kick, crescent cut. Wayne's body was elementalized, dodged this kick without domineering, opened his eyes slightly, and said, "Armament Haki, Navy 6 styles, is he a taijutsu master?" This kind of taijutsu master with a high degree of domineering is the most difficult to deal with. If the strength is good, Wayne may really have to use some means to deal with it. In this case, this is the only way. Wayne put Suezu aside, and then drew out the Rakshasa from his waist. As soon as this big knife was in hand, Wayne's expression changed subtly. Can it actually eat away at the swordsman's haki? It looks like a demon sword. Since you want to absorb it, I'll let you absorb it as much as you want. Wayne's right hand was covered with armament haki, which kept pouring into the Rakshasa in his hand. The blade of the Rakshasa made a slight hum, as if it was very satisfied with the quality of Wayne's haki. After a while, the blade of the Rakshasa was covered with pitch-black armament haki, and Wayne was also surprised. This sword has been nurtured for a long time, and there is a tendency to transform into a black sword. Wayne held the Rakshasa and attacked Hardy not far away. Hardy did not dare to take it lightly, and his arms were covered with armament haki, constantly defending against Wayne's attack. But as soon as the Rakshasa blade touched Hardy's arm, Hardy's eyes showed a trace of horror. The sword in front of him was actually devouring his haki. Yes, Rakshasa can not only devour the user's haki, but also devour the enemy's haki during the battle. After more than a dozen rounds, Hardy felt that his haki was seriously depleted. If this continued, he would soon lose his armament haki. And Wayne became more and more curious. He felt that Hardy's armament haki was like paper, and it was getting weaker and weaker as time went by. What? You asked why Wayne's armament haki was not consumed when he fought with Civi? Wayne blinked and said innocently, "Deo, I don't know, I don't feel it. I usually use up my armament haki very quickly. Anyway, I have a lot of armament haki and I can't use it up." Yes, because Wayne has too much armament haki, he didn't feel the erosion of Rakshasa. Of course, it is also possible that after Wayne's haki just fed him, Rakshasa's power has been further improved. Chapter 46 3 Illusions in the Pirate World. Forget it, let's end the battle as soon as possible. Not far away, Slife seemed to want to escape to another place, and the strength of Hardy in front of him was just so-so. Wayne was sure to defeat him quickly. A red light flashed in Wayne's eyes, and he predicted Hardy's next move in advance, and then swung a slash from bottom to top. The body of the Rakshasa sword was covered with thick armament haki, and went straight to Hardy's face. Flying sword style sword art dragon flying flash. Hardy saw that he couldn't dodge in time, and quickly stood still, his body muscles tightened like steel, and a layer of armament haki covered his whole body. Iron block. Dang dang dang. After a slashing sound, Wayne turned his back to Hardy without looking back, then sheathed the Rakshasa in his hand and walked towards Slife in the distance step by step. This, impossible. Hardy's body stiffened, a blood shot out of his body, and then his eyes turned white and he lost consciousness. The three major illusions in the pirate world: I can be an iron block, I am very strong. Slife, who was not far away, saw Hardy being defeated, and there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He quickly turned around, pulled the sleeve of a world government official beside him, and said, "Save me, save me. I provide so many lovely slaves to the celestial dragons every year. I agree to the request of the world government. I am willing to join the member states and pay the celestial dragons celestial gold every year." The world government official looked at Wayne, who was approaching, swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and stammered, I'll try." Wayne walked in front of Slife and frowned slightly. Slife in front of him was really too bad. Is he really just a waste with bug-level fruit ability? Wayne. Mr. Wayne, I am an official of the world government. I came here to sign an agreement with Slife. From today on, Slife's country is a member state of the world government. Speaking of this, the official emphasized his tone. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you should obey the orders of the Navy and the world government. You cannot attack the member states of the world government. After hearing this, Wayne felt a little annoyed, and then said disdainfully, member states of the world government? Take out the documents to prove it. If you can't, then it's not a member state. A trace of cold sweat broke out on the official's forehead. They had not signed an agreement yet, it was just an excuse to threaten Wayne. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out, and everyone looked back in shock. The celestial dragon Charlos Saint stood there blankly with a pistol in his hand, saying, "Humble mortal, dare to ignore the great celestial dragons, I changed my mind. I don't want you to be my slave, I want to kill you directly." The bullet passed through Wayne's body, but no blood was left. How could Wayne, who had already taken the thunder fruit, be injured by a bullet without the armament haki attached? But this provocative behavior undoubtedly angered Wayne. Wayne stared at the dazed Saint Charlos in front of him and gritted his teeth. "Stupid celestial dragon, I haven't provoked you yet, how dare you provoke me?" The world government official on the side saw that the situation was not good, and quickly took out the den mushi in his arms. And Wayne walked towards the celestial dragon step by step, with no concealment of his murderous intent. "Protect! Protect the Emperor! Come and protect His Majesty Saint Charlos!" Charlos Saint was frightened by Wayne's momentum in front of him and stuttered a little, but soon the guards around him reacted, one by one holding weapons to block the celestial dragon in front of him, or rushed directly to Wayne. Wayne didn't even use the Rakshasa on his waist, but just wrapped his hands with dazzling purple light, and then he thought about it, and more than a dozen guards were stunned and fainted on the ground. Nanny! The celestial dragon looked at this scene and couldn't believe that the slaves and guards he had recruited with great effort were knocked down so easily. Even with a pig brain like the celestial dragon's, it is clear that the man in front of him is powerful. Just as Wayne was about to take the next step, a shout came into Wayne's mind. "Moses, Moses! Wayne? Wayne! I am Admiral Sengoku, and now I order you to leave the slave island immediately. Stop what you are doing now. Please pay attention to your identity, you are a Shishibukai." Wayne looked at the trembling world government official in front of him, stretched out his hand, and took the den mushi from his hand. After a long silence, Wayne said, "I'm Wayne." Zhang Guo saw Wayne answer the phone, and he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Shishibukai Wayne, please stop your current behavior immediately, you can't hurt the celestial dragons. Also, according to the Shishibukai agreement, you can't attack the government member countries, please stop hurting King's life." Wayne listened quietly, and after a long time, he uttered a few words, "I'm really upset now. Do you really think I care about the position of Shishibukai? I think going to the New World to be a big pirate seems to be a good decision." Zhang Guo was silent for a while, and then lowered his voice and said, "The position of Shishibukai you cannot care? But what about Robin? I started investigating after Aokiji came back last time, and finally got the news that Robin was with you. You should know what this means, right? I didn't report this to the world government for the balance of the Grand Line. But once you do something to hurt the celestial dragons, I can't guarantee that I can keep this secret. You should know what the consequences will be, right?" Wayne was silent for a long time after hearing this. If things were really as old man Sengoku said, he might really owe Sengoku a favor. After all, if Robin's affairs were known by the world government, there might be another judicial island incident. Although Wayne is not afraid of these, he can't stay with Robin forever. At that time, Robin may face endless pursuit. Wayne closed his eyes, carefully recalled everything in this country, recalled Robin's smiling face, and finally spoke. "Old man Sengoku, you should know what I hate most, and this life. This country is hopeless. As for this celestial dragon, I'll give you a favor. I won't kill this celestial dragon before I get rid of the other bastards on these islands. So, you have to hurry," Wayne said and hung up the den mushi in his hand. Chapter 47 Wayne beats up 3,000 gangsters. Hello, hello. On the other end of the phone, after hearing Wayne's words, Zhang Guo frowned and was about to say something when the phone was hung up. Zhang Guo put down the den mushi in his hand, rubbed his headache and said, "These idiots, why bother to provoke him when there are no other people to provoke? No, we have to send the navy to support quickly." Sengoku kept thinking in his heart, who should be sent? Aokiji is not in the headquarters now, but Akainu is in the headquarters, but by the time he gets there, it is estimated that the opportunity will be cold. Then there is only one choice, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru. Kizaru is the ability user of the pixie fruit, and has the fastest speed in the pirate world. It is perfect for him to rush over. Thinking of this, Sengoku dialed the phone in his hand. "Gurgle gurgle, hurry up! Borsellino!" Sengoku screamed anxiously in his heart. "Moshi Moshi! This is Borsellino, what's the matter? Strange, why is there no sound?" Kizaru, who was on vacation in Champu, looked at the black den mushi in his hand in confusion, and then took out another one from his arms. Finally, Sengoku's anxious voice came. "Hello? This is Sengoku, there is an emergency. The celestial dragon Charlo Saint is now on the slavery island. So you should leave quickly, to Slife. Wayne, that madman, will do anything when he gets mad. If possible, save Slife, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the celestial dragons." Kizaru listened quietly to the voice from den mushi, and finally replied, "Okay, okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Kizaru stood in place, lit a cigar, blew out a puff of smoke, and said with a pout, "7 warlords, Wayne is really scary." After saying that, Kizaru turned into a flash of light and flew to the slavery island. In the slavery island, Wayne looked at the hundreds of gangsters surrounding him, and he was not panicked at all. Although Slife claimed to have 3,000 men, how many strong men like Ziwei were there? The minions in front of Wayne were just a kid who could be beaten with one kick. Wayne looked at the enemies in front of him, chuckled, and said, "Thunder God Realm Divine Punishment." As Wayne finished speaking, there seemed to be subtle changes around him. With Wayne as the center, an invisible force field was formed within a radius of 500 meters. I saw a few subtle electric currents flashing in the air, and then Wayne's heart moved, and hundreds of lightning struck down, accurately hitting every gangster thug. After being electrocuted, those gangster thugs twitched all over, and then struggled a few times, and fell to the ground unconscious. This is the new move that Wayne developed with the inspiration given by Enelu. In the original work, Enelu can release lightning at will within the range of his heart network to punish those who violate his majesty. But the power of Enelu's lightning is too low, and although the distance is very wide, it can only attack a limited number of targets. The new move developed by Wayne can emit theoretically unlimited lightning within a certain range, and the power is not weak. Each lightning has at least 1 million volts. As Wayne continues to develop the power of the fruit, the power and range of this move will be greatly improved. This is Wayne's second skill that can cause large-scale damage after the Conqueror's Haki. Is 1 million volts high? That's really high. If it were in the previous life, the electric shock intensity of normal humans could not exceed 36 volts, and more than 220 volts would be fatal, and more than 3000 volts would become high-voltage electricity. But in the world of pirates, ordinary people's physiques are very abnormal, not to mention these powerful pirates or gangsters. But even so, Wayne's lightning can still cause fatal damage to them. A flash of lightning passed by, and Wayne looked at the gangsters who fell to the ground in front of him. There were a few who were still conscious, and more gangsters rushed in from the periphery. In that case, let's do it a few more times. Thunder God Domain Divine Punishment. This is Wayne's method, simple and crude. If 1 time is not enough, then 2 times. Anyway, He has abnormal physical strength and can release it many times. Finally, in Wayne's after releasing the divine punishment 4 times, not a single gangster could be seen around. Wayne versus 3,000 enemies. Win. And Slife, who was not far away, saw his men falling one by one around him, and immediately turned around and wanted to escape. Wayne chuckled, his body turned into lightning, and came in front of Slife. Slife looked at Wayne in front of him, and felt that he had seen the most terrifying demon in the world, and shouted, "No! Don't kill me!" Then Slife seemed to want to say something, but opened his mouth and didn't make any sound. Wayne tilted his head and said, "Are you playing a pantomime with me?" Slife stopped struggling, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and then he took out a pistol from his arms and kept shooting Wayne. Wayne didn't dodge at all. How could such a bullet without domineering power hit him? 30 million volts Thunderbird. Wayne waved his hand, and a purple bird flew out of his wrist and accurately hit Slife in front of him. Slife rolled his eyes, spewed black smoke from his mouth, and fainted. Wayne said in some confusion, "Is one of the 10 kings of the dark world so weak? Is he really a waste who relies entirely on the fruit?" The name of the slave fruit means that it can enslave others, and its ability is indeed buggy. But the Slife in front of him is too weak. His physical skills are only like those of a navy captain, and he doesn't know how to use two-color domineering at all. At this moment, Wayne felt a strong breath approaching quickly in his observation color. Wayne made a prompt decision and took out the Rakshasa in his hand and cut off Slife's head. So far, Slife, one of the 10 kings of the dark world, died. Wayne murmured slightly, "Something is wrong." But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. After all, he killed people, and his subordinates on the island of slavery were dead or disabled. If he couldn't figure it out, Wayne would stop thinking about it. Because there are more powerful enemies to deal with at this time. A golden light flashed in the sky, and a figure stopped steadily in the air. Yo yo yo, young people nowadays are really scary? How did they become like this? Chapter 48 Navy Admiral Kizaru. Yo yo yo, young people nowadays are really scary? How did they become like this? The Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Kizaru, arrived at the battlefield. Kizaru looked at the tragic scene in front of him, with charcoal black scorched earth everywhere, and countless corpses scattered on the ground. And what made Kizaru worried was that his observation hacky sensed that a person had just been killed here before he arrived. Could it be? Kizaru frowned. Then he scanned the battlefield, and finally, he found the frightened Saint Charlos, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey! Fortunately, this stupid celestial dragon is fine. Damn, I think I said something I shouldn't have said. Wayne looked at the wretched-looking Kizaru in the sky, his heart tightened, and then his body turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the celestial dragon. He wanted to teach the celestial dragon a lesson before Kizaru stopped him. Wayne was very fast, but there were people who were faster than him. A flash of golden light passed by, and Wayne's kick was blocked by Kizaru's foot. And the two looked at each other in the air. Young people nowadays are really scary. They don't give me face at all. By the way, have you been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru made a wretched sound, and then his legs turned into a flash of light and attacked Wayne. So fast! A flash of red flashed in Wayne's eyes, and his observation haki was activated, and his body was elementalized in advance, avoiding Kizaru's kick at the speed of light. Kizaru showed a look of surprise on his face, and pouted his lips and said, "Oh my, it's really scary. Natural devil fruit? It seems that the headquarters information about you is not accurate enough." Wayne flashed and distanced himself from Kizaru. At close range, Wayne was not sure that he could dodge Kizaru's attacks many times. Sure enough, your fruit is very developed. The speed given to Wayne by the thunder fruit is already amazing, but the speed of Kizaru in front of him is obviously much faster than him. Kizaru was once a disciple of Zephyr, but he was scolded by him for not paying attention to physical skills. Even so, Kizaru still sits firmly in the position of the three admirals, which shows how strong his fruit ability is. Strictly speaking, Wayne thinks that Kizaru's fruit ability is the only one among the natural devil fruits that can be compared with the thunder fruit. Whether it is Akainu's magma fruit or Aokiji's ice fruit, they are not as buggy as the sparkling fruit. After all, everyone who has heard of the theory of relativity knows that speed is power. Wayne drew out the big sword Rakshasa from his waist. Compared to the thunder fruit he had just obtained, Wayne was more confident in his swordsmanship. Wayne took a breath, then held Rakshasa in his hand and whispered, "Flying sword style sword art 9-headed dragon flash." It was still Wayne's best blocking technique, a sword art that theoretically could not be avoided. 9 flying slashes with armed color domineering were seen, flying very tricky to 9 different parts of Kizaru's body. "See how you dodge this time." There was a trace of confidence in Wayne's eyes. Now he had a deeper understanding of the sword, and with the Rakshasa he had just obtained, Wayne was confident that he could hurt Aokiji, who had fought against him at the beginning. Sure enough, Kizaru, who was flying in the air, showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. As a master of swordsmanship, he felt the extraordinariness of this attack. "Oh my! It's really a headache. Are the kids so strong now?" Although Kizaru's tone was timid, his actions were not slow at all. With his observation haki activated, Kizaru was looking for a way to break Wayne's sword. Is there a flaw in Wayne's sword? Obviously there is. There is no perfect move in the world. But the problem is that even if there is a flaw, you still have to dodge Wayne's extremely fast slash. Even if ordinary people can use their observation haki to predict Wayne's flaws in advance, it is still difficult to dodge. But can Kizaru be an ordinary person? I saw Kizaru dodging and dodging Wayne's sword moves in a few breaths. "Oh my, it's so fast, it almost hit me." Kizaru touched the torn corner of his yellow suit, and his tone was still so obscene. Wayne's eyes darkened. His move was dodged, so he said in a deep voice, "Old man, you are still better." Kizaru pouted, put his finger on his mouth and said, "When I was your age, I was not as strong as you. But, this time I have received a death order, I must bring the celestial dragon back. It seems that I have to fight desperately." After saying that, Kizaru stretched out his hands, and countless dazzling light bullets were emitted from his hands, and began to indiscriminately sweep Wayne. Yashikani no Megatama. This is a move that Kizaru used in the war on the top. It is powerful, but because it is a range damage, it is relatively insufficient in terms of speed and destructive power. Wayne's body swerved and barely dodged the light bullet shot by Kizaru. The dust on the ground was lifted, and Wayne's figure appeared from it. The law of smoke without injury was triggered. "Old man, this move can't hit." Wayne didn't finish his words, and then suddenly sensed something not good. A touch of armament haki began to spread from Wayne's arm, followed by his chest, abdomen, neck, etc. Finally, armament haki spread to Wayne's face, and the deep black was replaced by a deeper purple, and a purple lightning tattoo appeared in Wayne's aesthetics. Armament haki fully covered. At this time, Wayne developed the second form combined with the fruit ability, just like Luffy 2 years later. This armament haki armor consumes a lot of energy, and even Wayne can't maintain this state for a long time. Of course, high consumption is countered by high returns. The defensive power of this armament haki armor is also amazing. Wayne has only used this posture twice so far. The last time he used it to withstand Enel's high-intensity lightning. And this time, it was used to resist Kizaru's attack. Light speed kick. Speed? And power, have you been kicked by light speed? Kizaru's kick accurately hit Wayne's waist. Wayne retreated 7 or 8 steps under the huge impact force, and finally stood firm. Wayne felt a sharp pain in his waist, he was kicked in the kidney. But fortunately, it was still within the tolerance range. Kizaru was surprised to see Wayne covered with armament haki all over his body, and after finding that Wayne was not injured, he pouted and said, Such a degree of armament haki. It's really scary. It seems that what Aokiji said is true. At such a young age, he is on the same level as us. Wayne showed a grim smile and responded, "You are not bad. By the way, do you know the theory of relativity?" Kizuru was confused by Wayne's complaints and asked in confusion, "What?" At this moment, the voice of a Den Mushi sounded. Chapter 49 Brainless Celestial Dragons. Gurgle gurgle. The voice of a Den Mushi sounded. "Moses, this is Borsellino." Wayne was surprised to see Kizuru, who successfully answered the phone in front of him. After all, this guy is a well-known eavesdropping maniac, the kind who only carries a black Den Mushi with him. "I'm Sengoku. How's the thing I asked you to do going? Have you met Wayne?" Kizuru pouted and responded, "I met Wayne, and I had a fight with him. I mean, young people nowadays are really scary." Kizuru told Sengoku about the situation on the Den Mushi, and there was still fear of Wayne in his tone. Wayne didn't interrupt him when he saw this. After all, if the two really wanted to fight to the death, it would not be over in a short time, so it didn't matter if they waited for a while. After a long time, Sengoku said, "I know, give the Den Mushi to Wayne." Kizuru held the Den Mushi in his hand and said to Wayne, "Brother Wayne, our Marshal Sengoku has something to ask you." Wayne stood still after hearing this, and then with a thought, the Den Mushi in Kizuru's hand was wrapped in an invisible force field and came into Wayne's hand. Kizuru's pupils shrank after seeing this, and he murmured, "A natural body, and psychic means, what kind of fruit is it?" Kizuru fell into deep thought. Wayne took the Den Mushi and said, "Moses, this is Wayne. I'm Sengoku." The tired voice of Sengoku came from the other end of the phone. He was really scared by the fight between Wayne and the Celestial Dragons. "Wayne, I've heard the details from Kizuru. I can let life go, after all, they haven't become a member of the world government yet." At this point, Sengoku's tone suddenly became heavier. "But the Celestial Dragons must be sent back safely. This is the bottom line. In addition, I will continue to keep Robin's affairs a secret for you. You don't have to worry about that. After all, the sea needs you to be a balance." Wayne was silent for a long time after hearing this, and said, "Okay." In fact, Wayne did this, and King Slife of the Slavery Kingdom was killed, and his cotters were gone, and even his 3,000 men were wiped out by himself. Things are going quite smoothly. Wayne felt like he was in a dream, although according to his current strength, he could just crush him. "Okay, let's do that." Wayne nodded. It was unlikely that the celestial dragon Charlos Saint would be killed. After all, it was a bit unrealistic to kill a celestial dragon in front of the admiral. And even if he was really killed, he would really have torn his face with the world government and the navy. It was not worth it for such a scum, and now was not the time to tear his face. "Hey, I'll give you the Den Mushi back." Wayne threw the Den Mushi into the air and was caught steadily by Kizuru. Kizuru was relieved when he saw Wayne remove the armament haki on his body. After all, he really didn't want to fight Wayne. Whether he could win or not was another matter. The key point was that Kizuru was really lazy. He just wanted to take the admiral's salary, take a vacation every day, cut his nails, etc. "What? Go to work?" Kizuru said he just needed to take a break. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded, "Hey, you are a navy, you are the admiral of the headquarters. Help me capture this man, I want him to be my slave." Charlos Saint got up from the ground with a look of embarrassment. The goldfish bowl on his face was also broken, and there were several black and blue marks on his eyes. He fell by himself. Charlos Saint sniffed the snot from his nose and continued, "Also, send me back to Marijoa quickly, I can't stand the turbid air here." Wayne frowned and asked, "Kizuru, have you been working for this kind of idiot? Can't you see the situation clearly now? This celestial dragon is indeed a bit too stupid, and he still wants to turn Wayne into his slave." Yellow Monkey was also slightly stunned after hearing this, then raised his mouth and said, "How terrible! It is disrespectful to say that about the celestial dragons. After all, they are the descendants of the Creator. But I can pretend that I didn't hear it." Obviously, Yellow Monkey didn't want to pay attention to this celestial dragon. Although the general has the obligation to protect the celestial dragons, at the level of the general, it is not a simple order that can be successfully commanded. Seeing that Yellow Monkey was unmoved, Saint Charlos couldn't help but get angry and said to Yellow Monkey, "Help me catch him quickly. Otherwise, I will go back and tell the 5 elders to demote you." After hearing this, Yellow Monkey pouted and said, "Are you going to demote me? It's really terrible." "Shut up." Wayne also frowned, a hint of red appeared in his eyes, and a kind of momentum emanated from his body, and this momentum rushed towards the celestial dragon Saint Charlos not far away. "Overlord Haki!" Boom! The celestial dragon fell to the ground with his arms and legs spread out, rolled his eyes, and fainted. Kizaru's face changed, and he hurried to check on the celestial dragon. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Charlos Saint had just fainted, and said to Wayne, "It's so scary. Conqueror's Haki. But it's not good to hurt the celestial dragon in front of me. The higher UPS will blame me when they know about it." Wayne looked at the fainted celestial dragon, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Hey! It's finally quiet. Don't pretend, you see he's not very happy either. If it's inconvenient to take action due to your identity, you can pretend you didn't see it. Anyway, no one else here knows." Kizaru looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were people fainting all around. Then he walked up to the fainted celestial dragon and kicked him twice. Wayne laughed and said, "Old man, it's not good for you to do this. After all, you are a navy." Kizaru put his finger on his mouth and responded as if thinking, "I didn't do anything, and no one saw it here, right?" After that, the two looked at each other and understood. At this time, among the people who fainted on the ground, a world government official who had just woken up, listened to all this, shut his mouth fiercely, dared not breathe, and his face was flushed. "Oh my God, if they knew, they would not kill me." Kizaru looked at the thousands of unconscious people around and said, "So many people fainted, it's really scary. But, speaking of this, why did you come to deal with life with such a big fanfare this time? This is not your style." Chapter 50 Olive Branch from the Navy. Wayne curled his lips and said, "This place is so close to Shampoo Land, you don't know what they are doing, do you? And I've been at odds with life for a long time. If I don't get rid of the things that are in the way here, I'll feel uncomfortable." After hearing this, Kizaru was silent for a while. He did hear about the situation here, but this place is not a member country and is not under their jurisdiction. Secondly, Slife has been working for the Celestial Dragons, and the world government also asked them to turn a blind eye. "Oh my, it's really scary. But you don't look like a pirate at all. You look a bit like the Revolutionary Army led by Dragon." After hearing this, Wayne's face changed slightly and said, "Old man, don't talk nonsense, be careful, I'll sue you for slander. I'm a pirate with a good family background." "Just kidding, the Revolutionary Army is the #1 enemy in the eyes of the world, and its priority is higher than the pirates. At least the 7 warlords of the sea can still live a stable life among pirates, but what about the Revolutionary Army? They are displaced and hiding from place to place. So? Isn't the Revolutionary Army strong?" "The Revolutionary Army is naturally strong, but it also depends on who the opponent is. No matter how strong it is, it can't be stronger than the world government with 800 years of history. Otherwise, why would the Revolutionary Army liberate various countries and move from place to place after each shot? Just go straight to Marijoa." Wayne lit a cigarette and handed it to Kizaru. Kizaru waved his hand and said, "Try this one." After that, Kizaru handed Wayne a cigar with a golden border. Wayne put out the cigarette in his hand, lit the cigar, took a deep breath, blew out a puff of smoke, and said, "This cigar is good stuff, better than what I smoke. By the way, can you afford this with the salary of the admiral? Old man, you are not corrupt, right?" Kizaru also blew out a puff of smoke and said with a pout, "How terrible! Don't say anything nonsense, be careful that I will sue you for slander. This is a cigar specially provided by the admiral. By the way, why did you refuse to join the navy? If you join, it is not impossible for the above to make an exception and give you this special cigar." Yes, the navy once invited Wayne to join, and even said that it would directly grant Wayne the title of Brigadier General of the headquarters, but Wayne refused. Wayne thought for a moment, pointed at the celestial dragon Charlos Saint who had fainted on the ground and said, "I really can't stand those criminals, but the navy is not the only way to go. And I feel uncomfortable when I think about joining the navy and serving idiots like the celestial dragons. Besides, if I become a navy, can I still control people like the slave country and Slife? When the time comes, an order may come down and I may be put in a military court." Kizaru was slightly stunned after hearing this. Indeed, the most important thing the navy needs may not be justice, but stability. For stability, they can bow to red hair during the Battle of Marineford and end that war. It can also make a vicious pirate like Whitebeard to become a 7 warlords of the sea. The two were silent for a long time without speaking, and Wayne had nothing to say to Kizaru. After all, they had different ideas and different positions. Wayne extinguished the cigar in his hand and shouted to the unconscious crowd. "Hey, you over there, if the ground is too cold, you can get up now. You have to deal with the aftermath." It was indeed aftermath, not only the dead gangsters, but also the redrafting of the order of this country. Wayne took out a den mushi from his arms and called. Moses, this is Daniel, what can I do for you?" "I'm Wayne, I'm on the slavery island now, you guys should send someone to the slavery country as soon as possible. I've dealt with the people here, and you guys need to deal with the rest." Daniel's surprised voice came from the other end of the phone. Okay, boss, I'll bring someone to help right away." On the other end of the phone, Daniel stared at the hung-up den mushi for a while, then said in a trembling voice, "In just one day, the boss dealt with Slife, who is also the king of the dark world. This strength is like a god." Daniel was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Working for such a boss was really a dream come true. When Kizaru saw Wayne hang up the phone, he pouted and said, "Hey, isn't this a bad idea? After all, this is a country that intends to become a government member. The navy should come forward to solve it." Wayne shrugged and said, "I can do it. I don't plan to expand my power in the park. It would be great if you can do it." After Wayne finished speaking, his body turned into a flash of lightning and flew away. Kizaru took out a den mushi from his arms and began to ask for support from the Navy headquarters. 3 days later, Wayne looked at the busy Navy in front of him and lit a cigarette comfortably. Since the Navy sent people to maintain law and order, it couldn't be better. Wayne also asked Daniel to go to Shampoo Land to wait. After all, although they are the 7 warlords of the sea, it is better not to have direct contact with the Navy. Because this is very dangerous, Wayne is fine alone. After all, he is confident in his strength and can escape even if something happens. At this time, a group of civilians came to Wayne. "Brother Wayne, finish your noodles." Vivian held a bowl of ramen in her hand, and her grandfather and other elders and villagers stood beside her. They all looked at Wayne with gratitude. Wayne was stunned for a moment, took the noodles from Vivian, and finished them in a short while. Wayne gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Delicious." The civilians in front of him also laughed after hearing this, but there seemed to be something unspeakable in their smiles. So Wayne touched Vivian's head and said, "What's wrong, Vivian? Bring so many people here, is there something wrong?" The civilians hesitated to speak, and finally Vivian plucked up the courage to say, "Brother Wayne, can you not leave? Vivian also learned about Wayne's identity these days and knew that he was a big man in the Grand Line. In the past, Vivian and others could not access information from the outside world, but these days they learned from the Navy that Wayne was a big pirate. Although pirates don't sound like good people, Brother Wayne must be the best person in the world. And they don't want to live under the rule of the Navy and the world government, because there are cruel celestial dragons there. Wayne was stunned for a moment, then understood what these civilians meant. They want to live under Wayne's flag. Wayne then looked embarrassed. After all, the Navy is the biggest force in this sea, and they have planned to accept this country into the membership of the world government. And the culprit of all things life is dead. Wayne has no reason to stay. Chapter 51 The Real Slife. So Wayne touched Vivian's head and said, "Don't worry, you will never live the oppressive life you once had in the future. The nobles will not dare to exploit you in the future. Brother Wayne will come to see you often in the future." Vivian nodded as if she understood, and they also understood Wayne's difficulties. Just at this time, Kizaru and other Navy officers came over with the world government officials and some former high-ranking officials of the slavery nation. "Is this the 7 warlords, Wayne? He looks like a good person, but unfortunately he is a pirate." Wayne looked at the voice and saw the female Navy in front of him wearing the uniform of the headquarters colonel, with long pink hair, and a cigarette in her mouth. Wayne seemed to have some impression of the female Navy in front of him, but he heard a trace of pity in her tone and said disdainfully for a while, "How can you compare with your Navy? You have to let others do the hard work and reap the post-war benefits yourself." The Navy extinguished the cigarette in his hand and responded angrily, "Tina is not that kind of Navy." Wayne was slightly stunned and remembered that the Navy in front of him was the ability user of the psychic type Kanken fruit, and was a good Navy in the original work. At this time, a government official also tried to smooth things over, saying, "Lord Wayne, don't worry about these things. When do you plan to leave the slavery island?" Wayne was slightly stunned and said, "I should leave today." After all, Wayne still has ships to build in the Seven Waters City, and he also has follow-up matters to deal with. The official breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Wayne, this is the treaty drafted by the nobles of this country, and the compensation for you. Would you like to take a look?" Wayne took the agreement and began to check it out. He did say that the nobles should pay compensation before, but it was just a casual remark and he didn't really take it to heart. He didn't expect it to really work. Wayne's eyes swept over the agreement. 1. Compensate the 7 warlords of the sea Duraki Dwayne with 300 million berries as compensation for his detention in the slave prison for 3 hours. 2. Shishibukai Duraki Dwayne should leave the slavery country as soon as possible, and cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the world government and the slavery country in the future. 3. Shishibukai Duraki Dwayne shall not enter the slavery country without the invitation of the slavery country. 4. The final right of interpretation of the above treaty belongs to the slavery country. If there is a breach of contract, the consequences will be borne by the person himself. Wayne frowned after reading the content of the treaty, not because it was too harsh, but because the conditions were too good. All Wayne had to pay was that he could no longer enter the slavery country, but he could get a real compensation of 300 million baileys. And it didn't mention the consequences of breach of contract, but the final right of interpretation was a bit strange. "Mr. Wayne, have you finished reading it? If there is no problem, sign it as soon as possible." The world government official in front of him began to urge. And Wayne hesitated when looking at the signature column at the end of the contract, and then laughed at himself. Why should a pirate like him worry about the Navy? Most of the Navy is still kind. So Wayne prepared to sign his name. At this moment, a sense of foreboding appeared in Wayne's heart. Something is not right. Wayne frowned and recalled everything that had happened since he entered this country. Was it a little too smooth? The king of the dark world, slave king slave, slave fruit, nobles, commoners. Auction venue, auctioneer, Zyway. Wayne was thinking in his heart. That's right. What Ziwei said before he died. He said slave was not that simple. And the slave I killed seemed too simple. And Ziwei's reminder before his death, and the contract that made him regret. There are no dissatisfied nobles these days. The impatient look of the world government. And slave did not use the slave fruit to attack himself before his death. Is the slave fruit really that simple? Wayne kept thinking in his heart, and his hand that was about to sign also stopped. Suddenly, Wayne found a familiar back among the group of people in front of him. The auctioneer at the auction house. Just give it a try and you'll know. Wayne suddenly jumped up, pulled out the Rakshasa in his hand, and slashed forward with a narrow and long slash. One sword style, one line sky. And the target of this slash is the auctioneer in front of him. Armament haki entangled. The auctioneer in front of him was seen with a lot of armament haki entangled on his arms, and then a look of fear flashed in his eyes. He had no idea why Wayne would slash him, but subconsciously used armament haki to defend himself. Wayne smiled grimly when he saw this. You almost fooled me. Slife. Yes, the auctioneer in front of him is the real Slife. Of course, Wayne was just guessing before swinging this knife. After all, with the strength shown by this auctioneer at that time, it was impossible for him to block this one. But he blocked it, which proved that he had a problem. Of course, Wayne might have guessed wrong, but so what? It's just a vicious gangster who died. Fortunately, Wayne guessed right. The auctioneer in front of him said with horror, "No. Impossible, how did you find me?" The world government official next to him was also horrified, saying, "Not good." After this, Wayne was more certain that the person in front of him must be extraordinary, and it was probably the real slavery king Slife. Then, the previous slavery king might just be his stand-in. No wonder he performed so badly at the time, only such a personality is easy to control. Wayne. You can't do anything to him. Just then, a voice came. Wayne looked back, and saw a government official holding an agreement. Now this country has become a member of the world government, and Slife, as the king of this country, has the right to be protected by the navy. Don't forget your Shishibukai identity. If you know what's good for you, just pretend you didn't notice it. We have given you a lot of face, this contract is already the biggest concession to you. Wayne smiled lightly after hearing this, and said with contempt in his eyes, "You, who do you think you are?" After that, Wayne moved his mind, and the treaty in the official's hand flew into Wayne's hand. The official in front of him saw that the document was taken away by Wayne, and he was a little anxious for a while, and said to the navy beside him, "Admiral Kizaru, we agreed. Slife can't die, this is an order from above." Wayne was slightly stunned, looking at Kizaru in front of him, and said, "I didn't expect that you, old man, also got involved. What a pity, is this the style of the navy?" Kizaru's eyes were a little ugly, obviously this was not what he wanted, but due to his identity, he could only do it according to the orders from above. Seeing his expression, Wayne had a sense of understanding in his heart, and said, "If there are some things that the navy is not convenient to do, let me, a pirate, do it. Even if I lose my position as Shishibukai, I don't care much." After saying that, Wayne tore up the document in his hand. Chapter 52 Even the Admiral can't do it. Slife, even if the Admiral stops me today, I will save your life. Wayne looked at the world government official standing in front of Slife, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Then he took out a den mushi from his arms, and after connecting, he said, "Daniel, gather people to come to the slavery island immediately, as soon as possible." After saying that, Wayne stared at Kizaru in front of him. Kizaru was definitely the biggest obstacle in front of him. Of course, the premise is that Kizaru wants to stop him. Kizaru looked at the scene in front of him and said, "Oh my, it's so scary. I have to ask the marshal for instructions. After all, before I came here, the marshal told me to try not to conflict with you. Wayne smiled slightly after hearing this, then drew out the demon sword Rakshasa from his waist, and the armed color domineering aura surged out. In an instant, Rakshasa let out a soft hum, as if eager for the next battle. Flying sword style sword technique, nine-headed dragon flash. Wayne's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he quickly waved Rakshasa in his hand. In an instant, 9 huge slashes flew towards Slife. Slife looked at the slashes in front of him and took a deep breath. He glanced at Kizaru, who was still on the phone. What an unreliable navy. It seems that I can only rely on myself. According to Wayne's observation, Haki, although the strength of Slife in front of him was not weak, he was only as strong as the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and even worse than the previous Hardy. So Wayne planned to kill him instantly as soon as he made a move. Boom! And Slife looked at the huge slash in front of him, and a trace of fear arose in his heart. After being really locked by this move, Slife realized the power of this sword technique. In front of this move, his observation Haki lost its effect. So, Slife's strong-armed Haki surged out of his body, and he planned to forcibly withstand this attack. 9 slashes hit Slife accurately. When Wayne saw that Kizaru had no intention of attacking, Wayne was relieved. Slife was doomed to die. After all, this move of his was a move that even the admirals were afraid of, and of course not everyone could block it. Slife had several huge wounds on his body, and his body was instantly stained with blood. He fell to the ground and lost his combat effectiveness. Damn! It was almost there. Slife lost focus in his eyes, and he still regretted the contract just now. Wayne walked to Slife and listened to Slife's groan. Slife was indeed strong and was not cut into pieces by Wayne, but that was all. Wayne raised the Rakshasa in his hand and prepared to give him the final blow. Just then, Kizaru's voice came, "Sorry, Brother Wayne, I can't let you kill Slife." Wayne was slightly stunned after hearing this. This choice was a little beyond his expectations, so Wayne said, "Is this your last choice?" Kizaru interrupted Wayne and said, "Brother Wayne, you may have misunderstood what I meant. What our martial warring states meant was that the ability of the slave fruit was too dangerous, and after killing Slife, a new slave fruit ability user would appear. So, martial warring states meant to lock him up in the city forever." Wayne thought for a while after hearing this and said, "So, as long as he doesn't die, it's fine." After saying that, Wayne chopped Slife 5 times with the Rakshasa in his hand. All 5 limbs of Slife were chopped off by Wayne, and Slife fainted from the pain. Kizaru felt a chill in his heart after seeing this and said, "Brother Wayne, it's really scary." Wayne smiled lightly and said, "It's too easy to give him a life sentence. Well, hurry up and save him. Otherwise he will really die. Don't forget the sea stone handcuffs." Wayne watched the medical staff appear and carry Slife away, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that there would be a serious jailbreak in the city in the future, but it would be useless to rescue Slife after he was chopped into this state. Slife was handcuffed and sent to the hospital for rescue. Only 9 of the 10 kings of the Dark World were left. The curtain fell on Slife, the king of slavery. Is the slavery fruit strong? Very strong, it is undoubtedly a bug-type fruit. The slavery fruit has only one effect, that is, it can sign a contract with people. The person who signs the contract can get the reward on the contract, but must fulfill the content of the contract. If he violates the contract, he will become a slave of the slave fruit ability user. This is the first way for the slavery fruit to enslave people. As for the second method, it is naturally to let people sign a slavery contract directly. The consciousness of the people who become slaves will gradually change, will become unable to disobey the requirements and orders of the slave fruit ability user. So, to some extent, the slave fruit is indeed invincible. Of course, although the slave fruit is powerful, it is also afraid of sea stone and sea water. Once the ability user is tied to the sea stone, the ability contract will be temporarily invalid. And the strength of the fruit ability does not necessarily prove that the person is invincible. Although Slief's strength is good, it is not to the extent that there is no need to worry about life danger. So, Slief used a very perfect plan, that is, all the information about him, including photos, became the appearance of his stand-in. Only Slief's slaves and a small number of people know this secret. Of course, being a slave auctioneer is Slief's interest. Slief, born in an ordinary family, was separated from his parents when he was a child, was abducted to the hands of the nobles, and later went to the slave bridge to be a slave for a long time. Until that day, Slief accidentally ate a fruit, the superpowered slave fruit. From then on, Slief gained superhuman abilities, power, wealth, beauty, all of which became his possessions. But none of this could move him. More than a decade of slavery made Slief's character twisted and cruel, and also made him timid and suspicious. Slief's favorite thing to do was to appreciate the anger, humiliation, and pain of slaves when they were auctioned, and the faces of those nobles who were crazy about a high-quality slave also made Slief extremely excited. Therefore, Slief hid behind the scenes and became a slave auctioneer, which not only protected his own safety but also satisfied his hobbies. This is Slief's story. Of course, Wayne didn't know all this. Wayne was listening to his subordinates' reports at the moment. Daniel came to Wayne, followed by a group of pirates. Just looking at the formation, they didn't look like pirates at all, but like a disciplined navy. Report to the boss, this time I will personally lead 5 pirate ships and 500 men to the slavery kingdom, and more men will come from the New World to listen to your orders. Chapter 53 New Life and Occupation. Kizaru on the side raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. You know, there are only a few hundred navy men on the island at the moment. If they really fight with Wayne, I'm afraid it's hard to say who will win. Wayne looked at Daniel, who looked serious in front of him, and said, Don't let the brothers in the New World come. The matter is over. You can bring some brothers to establish a branch here. After all, there are many people here, and our records and posters will definitely sell well. Yes. Daniel did not question Wayne's decision, but took his brothers to do things. Although Wayne wanted to say, I want to plant the flag of the Wayne Pirates here, and I will cover this place in the future. But this is not the New World after all, but in Paradise, and it is very close to Shampoo Land. The influence of the Navy will undoubtedly be greatly improved. So Wayne can only use this method to tell those pirates or other people with bad intentions that before moving here, consider whether they are important enough. Yellow Monkey didn't say anything after seeing this. He was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs. Moreover, after Slief died, this place really became a country without a king. The future direction of the slave country will eventually be handed over to its citizens. Wayne turned to Yellow Monkey and said, Old man, thank you for that matter just now. I owe you a favor. Yellow Monkey pouted and said, It's really terrible. Pirates owe favors to the Navy? But I accept this favor. When Wayne attacked Slief just now, Yellow Monkey didn't attack, which was a great tolerance. Wayne still knew this clearly. By the way, Marshal Sengoku said that you should return to the New World as soon as possible. It's better not to stay in Paradise for a long time with your identity. Wayne nodded and said, I know. Then he turned into a flash of lightning and left here. Brother Wayne, you will come back to see us, right? Vivian stood in front of Wayne and said coquettishly, her face flushed, with a hint of reluctance in her tone. Wayne touched her head and said, Of course. Brother Wayne has also opened a branch here. You can go there to work in the future, and you can even come to the New World to find me if you have the chance. Yes, Brother Wayne, I will. At the same time, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. A group of high-ranking Navy officers were meeting at a round table. Sengoku was sitting in the main seat and asked, Baru Salino, are you sure Wayne has become a natural devil fruit user? Kizaru thought for a moment and pouted, Oh my, Sengoku-san, don't you still believe me? I saw with my own eyes that his body had become elementalized, and the entire grass was covered with traces of carbon black, so I suspect that he is a natural thunder fruit user. What? What? All the high-ranking Navy officers in the meeting except Kizaru exclaimed, and Sengoku said seriously, according to the information that Aokiji brought back last time, Wayne has also become close to the strength of an admiral, and now he has obtained the top natural thunder fruit. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the 4 emperors. The thunder fruit is of course very strong, but it also depends on who it is used on. If it is used on Enelu, it is only at the level of a Shishibukai, but if it is used on Wayne, who is already very powerful, it is a real killer. Granny Crane also said with a serious look, but fortunately, it seems that Wayne is the easiest one to get along with among the 7 warlords of the sea, of course, except for Tyrant Bear. Zhang Guo rubbed his temple and said, Xiao He, I don't know, that guy is scarier than the other 7 warlords when he goes crazy, but I've never heard of his looting information. The most important thing is that Wayne doesn't have a good relationship with the Dark Kings of the New World, so he can help us share a lot of pressure. Akainu said, clenching his fist and gritting his teeth, Kaikshu, he obviously has justice in his heart, but he doesn't want to join the navy. It's a big pity. Zhang Guo also asked at this time, Borsellino, did you invite Wayne this time? Kizaru nodded and said, I invited him, but Wayne still refused. After hearing this, Zhang Guo closed his eyes, with a look of regret on his face, and said, what a pity, the policy is to try to have a good relationship with Wayne. Alas! I don't know how long this sea can be peaceful. In the New World, at the headquarters of the World Economic News, Morgans, the boss of Newsbird, fell into deep thought as he looked at the information in front of him. After a long while, Morgans gritted his teeth and said, 7 warlords Wayne, what a big deal, directly killing a king of the dark world. No. We have to discuss this with them, otherwise Wayne will turn the spearhead on us after a while. In the 7 waters, Wayne looked at the apocalypse that was being transformed in front of him, his eyes full of helplessness. How long will the apocalypse take to be transformed? Asibagu responded, it will probably take another month. There was a trace of helplessness in Wayne's eyes. It seemed that he had to stay in the 7 waters for the next 2 months. It was so boring. Ding! Since the host has watched the transformation and construction process of the ship for a long time, the task High-Level Shipbuilder is now released. Please check it. High-Level Shipwright, as a man who aims to be a god-level life player, he should have the ability to build his own ship. Please upgrade your shipbuilding skills to High-Level Shipwright as soon as possible. Mission Reward, 10,000-10,000 life points are awarded depending on the host's learning speed. This! Wayne looked at the shipwright profession he unlocked and the task that had just been triggered, and couldn't help muttering, it seems that the days ahead will not be boring. So, Wayne started learning from the most basic identification of the hull structure. But fortunately, Wayne's title of scholar can provide Wayne with 3 times the learning ability, which makes it not so difficult for Wayne to learn these new technologies. So, in the next month, the citizens of the 7 Waters City will see a tall, handsome man wearing a peaked cap every day, traveling back and forth between dock number 1 and the center of the 7 Waters City every day. Chapter 54 Lucky Gold Coin. Auntie, really no need, I have a girlfriend, really. Wayne wiped the sweat from his head and explained frantically to the aunt in front of him. What's so difficult about this? You can change girlfriends. Auntie tells you, my niece is as beautiful as a flower, and the working conditions are good. You will definitely like her if you meet her, you know. The fashionable aunt in front of him introduced the object to Wayne frantically with an accent similar to slang. Wayne finally persuaded her to leave after a lot of effort, picked up a piece of wood, and continued to start his shipbuilding plan. This is how many ants Wayne has driven away. It was okay when he first came here, but since the first ant said that she would help him introduce a partner, the ants in the 7 Water City were like chicken blood, running to dock number 1 in an endless stream. These blind date ants have undoubtedly become obstacles for Wayne to become a shipbuilding master. Finally done. Wayne looked at the merchant ship in front of him, with a hint of joy on his face. After all, this was the first time he built a medium-sized ship by himself. This merchant ship is 30 meters long and about 7 or 8 meters wide. Although it is not huge, it is definitely much more luxurious than an ordinary boat. Wayne decided to collect this ship forever. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully building a medium-sized ship alone and successfully obtaining the title of Senior Shipbuilder. The current experience is Senior Shipbuilder, 0/1000, and the host is being scored for the task. Ding! The host took 31 days this time, and the task evaluation, excellent. The host is rewarded with 5,000 life points. Please check it. Wayne was happy after receiving the reward. This is definitely the easiest professional task he has accepted. The time used is undoubtedly the shortest, and the benefits are also very generous. So, where should the accumulated task points be used? Wayne looked at the 77 mission points on his body and fell into deep thought for a while. At present, his armament haki is the weak point among the two-color haki, but since he got the Rakshasa, the improvement of armament haki has entered a period of rapid development, and now it has risen to 2300/5000. It has increased by nearly 1,000 points in just 1 month. Wayne is sure that he can reach the level of internal destruction within 3 months, so he doesn't want to waste his life points. And the observation haki has also been greatly improved after obtaining the Thunder Fruit. Now it can occasionally predict the future, but it is not very stable. As for physical skills, physique, it is completely enough for now. Wayne thought about it and got the answer: system, allocate 1,000 life points to observation haki, and improve it to the level of predicting the future. Ding! Successfully allocated 1,000 life points to observation haki. Now the level of observation haki, predicting the future, 1/30,000, the remaining life points are 6,777 points. Please keep up the good work. As the sight and hearing with the improvement of domineering, Wayne felt that his original sharp senses became even sharper, and he could hear some mysterious sounds. Hey! Not a bad feeling. Wayne smiled slightly. The combination of the future predicting observation haki and the elementalization of the Thunder Fruit would undoubtedly further improve Wayne's ability to save his life. What? It takes 30,000 experience points to upgrade again. Wayne felt a little painful when he saw the system's prompt. The gap was too big. It increased tenfold. Forget it, predicting the future is enough for the time being. Wayne planned to put all the remaining 6,000 life points into the lottery. Hey, I haven't tried my luck for a long time. The right and wrong will be revealed today. Wayne rubbed his hands excitedly and said, "System, draw a lottery." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 bamboo dragonflies. Each bamboo dragonfly can only be used for 1 hour. Please check it. Tisk, bad luck. Wayne complained. This bamboo dragonfly was still useful when he drew it in the early years, but now it is just a toy for him. System, draw again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a space ring with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Please check it. Hey! The space ring is a good thing. The system space can hold the things that come with the system. Although the capacity of this ring is not large, it can also hold some things that can be carried close to the body. Come again. Come again. Wayne drew 5 times in a row. Except for the bamboo dragonfly and space ring at the beginning, the remaining items were some useless things. Am I really an African? How can I fix it? System, draw one last time. Wayne was full of black lines, looking at the life points that were only enough for 1 draw, ready to try again. He was already addicted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a lucky gold coin, please check it. Lucky gold coin, let the host get a certain degree of good luck. However, everything in the world has a fixed number, and luck is also in balance. It is hard to say whether the good luck brought by the gold coin is bad luck to a certain extent. Lucky gold coin. Wayne was a little confused. The introduction said that this gold coin should be a good thing, but the last sentence of the system gave Wayne a bad premonition. Forget it, let's try it with you first. Wayne put the gold coin in his pocket and walked towards the apocalypse not far away. At this time, the apocalypse had entered the final coloring state, changing from the original black to a dark gold bow and a black hull, which looked even more mysterious. "Mr. Mayor, how is my boat going?" Wayne stood by the boat and looked at Espagu, who was naked from the waist up. If passers-by saw him, they might really think that the mayor was an ordinary shipbuilder. "Hey, finally done." Espagu wiped the sweat from his head, put the iron awl in his hand aside, and said, "Mr. Wayne, the boat has been modified and it's just a matter of launching it for testing." Wayne nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered his men to go into the water and drive it for a while. Seeing Wayne's satisfied look, Espagu was in a good mood for a while. After all, every shipbuilder hopes that his boat can satisfy his employer. "Mr. Wayne, is your boat also built?" Wayne nodded and said, "Yes, I just built it today, but I can't compare with your skills." Wayne couldn't have been working behind closed doors these days. After all, this is the best shipyard in the world, so of course he had to make good use of it. So whether it is this Espagu or the CP9S working in the dock, they have all been fleeced by Wayne. The mayor waved his hand and said, "No way, Mr. Wayne is the person with the best shipbuilding talent I have ever seen. In just 1 month, he can build an excellent ship independently. I didn't have such skills even after working under my master for 3 or 5 years. If Mr. Wayne is willing to delve deeper into shipbuilding in the future, I am afraid he will become a world-famous master." A look of envy flashed in Espagu's eyes. Wayne chuckled and said nothing. With the system, if he wants to engage in a certain profession, he can indeed achieve the realm of the best in the world. "I will not rest during the Chinese New Year. I will update the rules for adding more chapters. If you reach 55-star praises, you will add 1 chapter. After that, every 30 more 5-star praises will add 1 chapter. Finally, I wish all readers a happy new year and a strong and powerful tiger." Chapter 55 Side Effects of Thunder Fruit. It's time to experience the taste of the spaceship. Wayne smiled at the apocalypse that had successfully returned from the water test, and then turned to board the spaceship. Coming to the power room, Wayne input his own electricity into the special golden generator, and the apocalypse slowly floated into the sky. With a thought, Wayne's own electromagnetic field wrapped around the apocalypse, and the apocalypse could fly flexibly according to Wayne's mind. After testing it in the sky for a while, Wayne stopped it steadily on the sea. It must be said that the speed of the spaceship is many times faster than that of ordinary ships. "Not bad, not bad, it's exactly what I imagined." Wayne praised that there is also a power storage device on the apocalypse. With Wayne's power generation intensity, it can be used for a long time after charging once. And Wayne also found that he could continue to develop his fruit ability while constantly operating the apocalypse, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The apocalypse has been transformed. Wayne plans to purchase some supplies in the 7 Waters City and instruct some matters of the paradise. At that time, she will return to the New World. After all, Wayne's stay in the park may have made some people feel uneasy. "Well, Daniel, just do as I say. If you encounter any difficulties, just notify me." "Okay, boss." Wayne hung up the phone and looked at the crew members around him with excitement in their eyes. Except for CLO, the others had not returned to the New World for several years, so it would be best if they could go back directly this time. Wayne looked at his watch and said to the people beside him, "Robin, CLO, you 2 are responsible for taking people to purchase supplies. By the way, remember to buy more apples and water meat. Come back before noon, we will set off on time at noon and leave the Seven Water City. Since Wayne got the thunder fruit, he likes to eat apples more and more. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't eat it for a day. Is this the side effect of the thunder fruit? Could this fruit be called the death fruit? As for the water meat, it is a specialty of the Seven Water City. The meat is very tender. Of course, Wayne has to bring more to eat on the road. At 12 o'clock noon, Wayne's crew returned to the apocalypse on time. Seeing that everyone was back, Wayne had an idea, and the entire apocalypse flew up. Wayne looked at the surprise on the crew's faces, showed a smug smile, and said, "Little ones, let's go and sit down. The target is the new world, the free city." 5 days later, the apocalypse was flying in the clouds. Wayne and his crew had successfully arrived in the new world, but they were still some distance away from their hometown, Free City. Wayne leaned against a bust on the bow, looking at the sallow faces of his crew members, including Robin, Chloe, and others. Long-term high-altitude flight is undoubtedly very torturous, and Wayne did not expect that the crew members still had such severe air sickness. But this is not their fault. After all, it is okay for pirates to run around on the sea, but who would stay in the sky for so long? Except for a certain blonde old pirate. "Everyone hold on for a while, the next island is ahead, we will replenish supplies on the island, rest for a day and then set off again." Wayne looked at his subordinates and had a slight headache. Although the high-altitude flight was very fast, even he would feel a little tired, not to mention his subordinates. Long live! Yet! Captain is mighty! Wayne's men were all excited. They hadn't seen the sea for a long time. If they continued like this, they would turn from pirates to air pirates. Wayne's men parked the apocalypse steadily at the port, and then walked into the island together. Strictly speaking, Wayne's current location is just a small town, and there is nothing special in the town, so Wayne plans to replenish supplies and the fleet can set off again after a day of rest. "Hello, how much is this apple?" Wayne came to a small stall and couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw the big and red apples. "Customer, this is the authentic Fuji red apple, 300 Baileys per pound, 1000 Baileys for 3 pounds. Wayne thought for a while and said, "Okay, give me 30 pounds of apples." Wayne took the apple and reached out to grab one, eating it while walking. He was going to look for Robin and Gloria, who should also be in the nearby market. Just then, several pairs of eyes in the dark corners stared at Wayne. "Captain," he was the one who got off the big ship just now, "he should be the captain of that ship." A sturdy man with a mustache said to the thin man next to him. The thin man said, "Are you sure they are rich?" "It's true, Captain. I saw with my own eyes that there is a sculpture more than 3 meters high on the bow of their ship, shining, probably all gold. Can a pirate ship that can build such a sculpture be poor?" The short and thin man asked cautiously, "Are these people big shots? Don't kick the steel plate when the time comes." The sturdy man said with certainty, "No, there are only more than 20 people on their ship, and I haven't seen that ship. It shouldn't be the subordinates of some big pirates. Besides, how can a big pirate come to buy apples in person?" The short and thin man nodded and said, "That makes sense. Get ready to gather your men and wait until they leave town before you act." A group of people looked at Wayne, who was gradually walking away, and showed a cruel smile. The short and thin man's name was Russell Locke, nicknamed Black Cat, and his pirate group was called the Black Cat Pirates, with more than 100 crew members. The Black Cat Pirates were a pirate group that specialized in robbing other pirates. They were very powerful, but the bounty was not high, and they would kill people after each robbery, so not much was known. This time they just came to this town to rest, and as a result, they saw a golden pirate ship, so of course they would not miss such a good opportunity. And Wayne didn't pay any attention to these things at all, because he would not let him go even if he was beaten to death. "I never thought that someone would dare to rob the 7 warlords of the sea. He just changed the appearance of the apocalypse, but these pirates didn't recognize it. Is his face less recognizable than the ship? The next day, Wayne got up from the bed in the hotel and yawned. Although the hotel conditions in the small town were not good, it was much more comfortable than the apocalypse flying in the sky. Therefore, Wayne slept very deeply yesterday, sweeping away the fatigue of the past few days. Crow, let's replace the brothers who are watching the ship on the ship and let them walk around the town. I will set off after lunch. Yes, boss. Crow nodded and walked out of the town. It had been a few months since Crow came on board. In the past few months, his strength had changed dramatically. He had learned all 6 styles of the Navy, and had also mastered some of the basics of observation haki and armed haki. Chapter 56 Crow and Locke. The apocalypse slowly sailed away from the island. With the unanimous obstruction of many crew members, Wayne decided to spend the rest of the journey on the sea. After all, the distance is not far. Crow, tell me, what did you think when you built this statue? Wayne pointed to the bust on the bow. It must be said that this statue is indeed very cool. It is made of pure gold and is estimated to weigh several tons. It is just too high profile. Crow pushed his glasses with his palm and said, Boss, this is what Daniel and I recommended. After all, only such a noble statue can be worthy of the great boss. We used the gold brought down from Sky Island to melt it together. I spent a month in the 7-water city to polish it by hand. Crow's tone was a little proud, as if he was waiting for Wayne's praise. Wayne patted his head. What a guy, how dare he say that? The person on the statue doesn't look like Wayne at all. How big is the specific difference? Do you remember Sanji's first bounty order in the original work? Yes, it's probably that kind of difference. Forget it, this is also a piece of my heart. Wayne took an apple from the fruit plate, took a bite, and then tossed the lucky coin in his hand to calm himself down. Suddenly, the apocalypse swayed. Hey! Wayne turned around in surprise. A crew member ran over in a panic and said, Captain, we were attacked by pirates. A pirate ship appeared at 9 o'clock and was heading towards us. I have never seen the flag on the pirate ship. Hey? Who else is running over? Crow made a puzzled sound. After all, there are still many pirates robbing on the sea in the New World, but not many dare to rob the 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that they didn't recognize it. So Crow bowed to Wen and said, Boss, let me teach these pirates a lesson. Wayne nodded and said, Go. Since it was the kind of pirate flag that had never been seen before, it should be enough for Crow to take some men with him. After all, Crow's strength is not weak now. And Crow was very excited now, because he had not fought for several months on the ship, and was beaten every day. Today, he could finally show his value to the boss. Crow came to the bow, looked at the pirate group not far away, pinched his fingers and made a snapping sound, then took a deep breath and shouted. Who is coming in front? We are. Crow hadn't finished speaking when a huge shell fell into the sea in front, and the sea water hit Crow all over. Crow showed anger on his face, and said to his crew, Pull the boat over, I want to see who is the blind guy. The 2 ships gradually approached, and then a thin pirate on the deck of the opposite pirate ship shouted, We are the Black Cat Pirates, I am Captain Locke. Hand over your treasures quickly. I will let you die happily. Black Cat Pirates? Sounds so familiar. Crow had a trace of doubt in his mind. And then suddenly realized that his previous pirate group was called the Black Cat Pirates. Good guy, this guy is also called Locke, it turns out that he is another Locke in the Grand Line. Crow was even more angry, and then he jumped onto the railing of the bow, activated the moon step, ran into the air, and soon came to the top of the Black Cat Pirates. Crow looked at Locke below, and a trace of anger emerged in his heart. It's okay to steal the name of the pirate group, but he even dared to steal my name? Rain kick. A crescent-shaped impact came from Crow's foot, accurately hitting the mast of the Black Cat Pirates and knocking the pirates' flag to the ground. Good fellow, even the flag looks so much like mine." Crow was slightly stunned when he saw the fallen flag, and then he gritted his teeth and said. The crew members of the Black Cat pirates were slightly stunned when they saw Crow could fly in the sky, and said to Locke on the side, "Boss, it seems like a tough guy." Locke narrowed his eyes and said, "I see, but there are no weaklings who can come to the New World? But weren't those people still eaten by me? That alone is not enough." After saying that, Locke jumped up and actually took off into the air, appearing in the air. Locke and Crow's eyes met in the air, sparks flew, and then they fought closely together. Wayne, who was eating an apple on the boat, frowned slightly. He felt that the pirate group in front of him seemed not simple, so he turned to Parker and said, "Bull, take your men to help Chloe. Be careful, the enemy seems not simple." Upon hearing this, Bull took most of the crew members on the ship to fight on the Black Cat pirates. Wayne sat on the bow and watched their fight. Robin came over and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, don't you do it yourself?" Wayne shook his head and said, "I can't do everything for me. What do these crew members do? They always need to be tempered. The opponent doesn't seem to be a small character that can be easily controlled. It's just right for Chloe and others to train." In Wayne's perception of observation, he can find that there seem to be several people with strong strength on the other side's pirate ship, especially the Captain Locke, who always gives Wayne a feeling that his power has not been fully used. In addition to the number of pirates, it should not be an unknown pirate group. Sure enough, with the addition of Manu and other pirates, CLO's pressure was reduced a lot. Manu activated the devil fruit, and his body instantly became several times larger, and horns grew on his head. This is Manu's beastman form. In this form, his ability to resist attacks, speed and strength have been greatly improved. With his tall body big advantage, every move of the bull is full of deterrence, making the pirates of the surrounding Black Cat pirates dare not approach. "Boss, the other side seems to be the Black Cat pirates, a pirate group in the New World that specializes in robbing other pirates. The bounty is not high, but it seems that a pirate with a bounty of 300 million has been robbed by them." Robin put down the den mushy in his hand and told Wayne this information. Wayne listened thoughtfully and said, "Goliath, Robin, you two should go over and help. Be careful, that Locke doesn't seem to be simple." Chapter 57 Is Wayne fishing for law enforcement? Robin and Gloria then joined the battlefield. Wayne always pays attention to the battle situation on the opposite pirate ship. After all, these people are his crew members. Although he hopes that his men can hone themselves, he certainly does not want to see casualties. However, with the addition of Bull and Robin and other cotters, the opposite Black Cat pirates also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Only 4 or 5 people, including Locke, could still withstand the pressure. Most of the other crew members were either hacked to death or fainted due to serious injuries. Death is the norm in pirate battles. There is no pirate group without death, and Wayne is no exception. After all, in real life, it is impossible to be like in the comics, where hundreds of battles have taken place and no more than 10 people have died. In the world of pirates, pirates die every minute and every second. Especially those pirates at the bottom of the strength, often these cannon fodders can kill and injure hundreds of people in a battle. Although Wayne's crew members are not as strong as the cotters, it is not a problem to fight 7 or 8 ordinary pirates. On the entire battlefield, only Chloe on Wayne's side is at a disadvantage. To be precise, Chloe's situation is not good. There are many scratches on his clothes, and there are marks similar to cat scratches on his face. Chloe is about to be forced into a desperate situation. Of course, it's not that Chloro's strength is too low, but the opposite Locke is really strong. Wayne noticed that he didn't use any weapons, but he was able to leave such scars on Chloro. There are 2 possibilities. The first one is the fur tribe, but it's obviously not like that. Then there is only the second possibility, the animal-type devil fruit ability user. The bull on the battlefield obviously also found that Chloro's situation was not good, so he knocked out the pirate in front of him with a palm and joined the war between Chloro and Locke. The relationship between the bull and Chloro on the ship seems to be good since they met at dinner last time. Of course, this is what Wayne thinks. When Clo saw Manu joining in, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes, and he said stubbornly, "Who asked you to help me? I can get rid of him." Manu's personality is the honest type. He glanced at Clo and said, "Forget it. If I don't come, you will probably die soon. Don't become the first owner of our code name to die. I won't be able to explain to the boss when the time comes." Clo snorted coldly and stopped talking. He really couldn't beat this Locke. The Locke in front of him was faster and stronger than him. Even his weapon, the 10 blades, was compared by the strange claws of Locke in front of him. Locke looked at the two people in front of him and became more alert. This man in a suit was not weak. There was another guy who looked like a devil fruit ability user. The pressure was a bit high. "It seems that I can't play with you. Next, I'm going to get serious." Locke roared, and then his body changed dramatically. He was only 1.6 meters tall and expanded to 2 meters. His limbs became thicker, his ears became longer, and a thin layer of hair grew on his body. His brown eyes turned into brown cat eyes. "I am the ability user of the ancient species of the animal type cat fruit in the form of a terrifying cat." Locke laughed, revealing 4 sharp cat teeth, and then jumped up and appeared above Clo, with the cat claws in his hand becoming longer. Grabbing Clo's chest. What a fast speed! Iron block! Clo was slightly stunned, and then found that he had no time to dodge, and then gritted his teeth and used the iron block to resist Locke's attack. But how could an ordinary iron block stop the claws of a terrifying cat? Clo rolled his eyes, blood splashed on his body, and fainted on the ground. Seeing that Clo had lost consciousness and the only enemy in front of him was the wild bull, Locke had a mentality of playing with the enemy in his heart. This is the nature of cats. Cats are born to play with and torture prey that they think is weaker than themselves, and Locke, who has the ability of the cat fruit, has perfectly inherited this habit. "I will tear you into pieces, bit by bit." Locke licked his cat claws, showing a cruel expression, and then pounced on the bull in front of him. Wayne, who was not far away, frowned. The ability user in front of him was indeed very powerful, and the devil fruit did not seem to be an ordinary type, but Clo was just fainted temporarily and was not in danger of life. It seemed that the bull was still fighting with Locke. Locke's body speed was extremely agile. Although the bull was strong and powerful, he could not touch Locke's body at all. Instead, Locke used his cat claws to leave wounds on the bull. "Enough, bull, you retreat." Wayne jumped up and came to the bull. Wayne saw that if the fight continued like this, the bull would definitely lose, because the fruit ability of the man in front of him was undoubtedly the type that restrained him. "Boss, A trace of guilt flashed in Manu's eyes. He felt that he had failed to live up to Wayne's trust. He couldn't even beat this unknown pirate in front of him. He felt a little ashamed of his reputation as a subordinate of the 7 warlords. "Okay, Manu, you've already been very wrong, take Clo to the infirmary first, and leave the rest to me." Wayne turned around to comfort Manu, and Manu obediently took Clo to heal his wounds. "Where are you running?" Locke would never let his prey slip away from his hands, so he stretched out his cat claws and tried to stop the two. One sword flow, one line of sky. Wayne took out the Rakshasa from his waist, and a slash flew out, splitting a corner of the pirate ship and stopping Locke in place. Locke stared at the gap on the deck for a moment, turned his head and looked at Wayne, his eyes full of fear. Flying slash, you are a great swordsman." Locke stared at Wayne's face carefully for a while, then recognized Wayne, his tone full of fear. You are Shishibukai Wayne, damn. Why would a man like you pretend to be weak to fish?" Locke turned back to look for his crew members, only to find that the entire Black Cat pirates had been wiped out, and even his cotters were defeated by Robin and Gloria. Wayne was confused. What happened? When did he go fishing? It was obviously the pirate in front of me who provoked me first, right? So Wayne stared at the man in front of him and said, "If you dare to provoke me, you should be prepared to die before you come." 30 million volts, thunder welcome. Wayne's heart moved, and purple lightning appeared on his arm. The lightning turned into a palm shape in the air and grabbed Locke in front. P.S. Author's words, a climax is about to come. It is still one chapter for every 35-star reviews. I wish all readers a happy new year and a strong and powerful tiger. Chapter 58 The Sudden Appearance of the Devil Fruit. Nanny. Locke looked at the purple in front of him and had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he jumped to the left and avoided Wayne's lightning. Wayne dodged and Locke showed a trace of surprise on his face, then suddenly realized and said, "Is this the ability of your devil fruit? Combined with your observation color and reflex speed, it can actually avoid lightning." Locke showed a hint of anger in his eyes and said, "Don't use such a condescending tone. Even if you are Shishibukai, don't look down on others. I am the great Captain Locke." Locke jumped and his body turned into an afterimage, appearing above Wayne, and then stretched out his cat claws and accurately hit Wayne's body. "Humph, Shishibukai is just like this." Locke's voice was not finished, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. His arm actually passed through Wayne's body. Wayne smiled slightly and said, 30 million volts electromagnetic field. A large amount of high-intensity electric current appeared around Wayne's body. This is Wayne's new move. It can form high-intensity lightning around his body, causing electric shock damage to the enemy who is fighting with him. At worst, it can paralyze the enemy's actions through electric shock. Ah! Locke let out a painful cry, then gritted his teeth and retreated, leaving Wayne's body in an instant. He stared at Wayne's face and said word by word, "Natural devil fruit ability user." Wayne smiled lightly. He just found that Locke's attack did not carry the armed color domineering, otherwise he would have dodged it long ago. He just wanted to use this to test his new move. Locke looked at Wayne with a ferocious face and said, "Natural system is not invincible, I am the great Captain Locke." Locke's body jumped high, and then his hands turned into cat claws and black, armed color domineering appeared. Cat claws, cross blade. Locke crossed his hands in front of his chest, and his cat claws stretched out again, obviously using a powerful move. Seeing this, Wayne did not underestimate the enemy. After all, the special animal system plus the two-color domineering were enough for Wayne to take seriously. In that case, let's be a little more serious. Wayne drew out the sword Rakshasa from his waist, and the armed color domineering was wrapped around it. The blade of Rakshasa turned black. Wayne opened his mouth lightly and said, "Flying sword style sword art tornado flash." A tornado-like sword energy flew forward and hit Locke's cat claws in front of him fiercely. The armed color collided violently in the air. In the end, Locke still failed to penetrate Wayne's sword energy. He only saw him retreat dozens of steps and came to the edge of the pirate ship. Behind him was the endless sea. Locke looked at the injuries on his body, and a trace of despair flashed on his face. He murmured, "In that case, let's fight to the death." Locke roared, and then his body changed even more. His hair became more luxuriant, his body became bigger, and his cat features became more obvious. The most eye-catching thing was his black hair in this state, like a layer of armament haki. No, it was armament haki, full coverage. The vertical pupils in Locke's cat eyes turned red, and a kind of momentum burst out from his body. Wayne was shocked. "Overlord haki? No, it shouldn't be. It's a bit like a combination of fear and murderous intent, which is a good ability. In this case, I will give you a decent death." Wayne's armament haki was further stimulated, and the Rakshasa in his hand hummed softly, and Wayne whispered, "Flying sword style sword art 9-headed dragon flash." Claw of Fear. Wayne leaped up and swung out a slash quickly. 9 sharp flying slashes flew forward. On the other side, Locke, who was in the second transformation state, poured all his strength into the cat's claws and used his most powerful move. After the attack, Wayne stood in place, looking at Locke not far away, and Locke had not yet discovered the abnormality of his body, and said, "The 7 warlords of the sea are just like this." Wayne smiled lightly, put the Rakshasa in his hand back into the sheath, and said, "Didn't you notice? You are already dead." In Wayne's experience under the induction of the color domineering, the vitality of Locke in front of him was rapidly decreasing. Sure enough, as soon as Wayne finished speaking, Locke showed an incredible look on his face, and then 9 sharp slash marks appeared on his body, completely breaking his armed color domineering. Locke lost his vitality and fell to the ground. Seeing that Locke was dead, Wayne looked around and ordered his crew members, "Okay, clean up the battlefield and prepare to set sail again." For Wayne, this Locke was just a person with good strength, far from being taken seriously, just a small episode in the voyage. On the apocalypse, Wayne took a bite of the apple and looked at the crew in front of him. At this moment, more than a dozen crew members, including CLO and Manu, were more or less injured, especially CLO, who had a deep cat claw on his chest that could be seen to the bone, and it was estimated that it would leave a wound that would never heal. "You guys, you don't train well, now you know, don't underestimate anyone on the sea, sooner or later you will suffer." The crew members in front of him stood there and dared not say a word. Although they won this battle, they did not fight beautifully enough and did not crush them as they should. After returning to the island, everyone, "Practice more for me, practice more. Do you understand? Especially you, CLO." Wayne took the last bite of the apple in his hand, threw it into the trash can, and said, "CLO, I have such high hopes for you, don't let me down again." CLO was speechless after hearing this. Wayne did have high hopes for him and even gave him a code name, but CLO has fought a lot of battles big and small since he got on Wayne's ship, but he has hardly won. Now he has a nickname on the ship, the defeated CLO. But Wayne picked up an apple and was about to take a bite, but he found the strange pattern on the apple. What? Wayne stared at the fruit in his hand. No, it should be said that it was a devil fruit. The crew members around him also came over and noticed the fruit. Wayne scratched his head and looked at the black pattern in the shape of a cat's paw on the fruit. A bold idea emerged in his mind. It can't be. Soon, everyone including Wayne confirmed that this fruit should be the fruit of Locke just now. So, who wants this fruit? Wayne looked at the crew members in front of him and had a headache. He didn't know who to give this precious fruit to. Chapter 59 Ancient Species of Animal-Type Fruit. Just then, CLO spoke. He took 2 steps forward, knelt on one knee, and said, "Boss, I want this fruit." Clo paused, and then said, "I know that I am the last one to board the ship, and I have almost no contribution. But like everyone else, I hope to do something for Lord Wayne. I feel that my strength is insufficient, so I hope to get this fruit. I am willing to go through fire and water for Lord Wayne." Wayne looked at Clo, who was serious in front of him, and there were no crew members around to fight for it, so he thought about it and found that this fruit was indeed suitable for Clo. So he said, "If no one grabs it, give it to Clo." Clo took the devil fruit and took the first bite without hesitation, then showed an expression like eating shit, and wanted to throw away the next fruit. But in Wayne's murderous eyes, Clo ate the fruit completely. After eating it, he drank 3 buckets of water to avoid vomiting it out. Clo closed his eyes and felt it quietly for a while after eating the fruit, then opened his eyes and said with a happy face, "From now on, I am the user of the ancient species of the animal-type cat fruit." Goliath asked curiously, "Ancient species?" Kuro nodded and said, "Yes, the cat-scaring cat is a long-extinct cat species that was once one of the top predators in the Grand Line. There are 3 main fruit abilities I have developed so far. The first one is that my speed and strength have been greatly improved, about twice as much as before. In addition, my strength can be further improved after transformation. Kuro growled after saying this, and then his body began to change. First, the black hair on his head began to grow longer, and then black fur grew all over his body, and his muscles bulged further. It can be seen that in this state, Kuro's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Klo continued, second, my nerve reflexes have greatly improved, and my dynamic vision has also been greatly enhanced. Wayne only saw Klo's eyes suddenly turned into a pair of cat eyes, and then Klo grabbed a handful of leaves from the apple tree next to him, about 30 leaves, and threw them into the air. Klo jumped, his hands left after images, and in 1 or 2 seconds, he grabbed about 20 leaves in the air. Gloria, Robin, and others on the side were watching with a loud hecatomb, obviously shocked by Klo's move. Even Wayne stared at Klo with wide eyes. Klo looked at Wayne's eyes, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if waiting for Wayne's praise. Wayne pursed his lips palely and said, "You are really good." Klo smiled and was about to compliment him, but found that Wayne's expression was wrong. Then he looked up and saw Wayne's murderous eyes. Wayne gritted his teeth and said, "You are really good. You even dare to destroy my apple tree? I punish you to clean the toilet. You are not allowed to eat until you finish it." After that, Wayne was no longer in the mood to watch Kloro's performance. Anyway, no matter what ability Kloro had, it was impossible for him to suddenly change from a weak chicken to a strong man, let alone the ancient species. Even if it is a mythical beast, can it take Wayne's big move? Klo didn't want to continue talking, and went into the toilet with a dejected look on his face. He was a little too proud of himself after getting the fruit ability. On this ship, his position can only be ranked 5th. The first place is of course Wayne. The second and third places are firmly grasped by Gloria and Robin, and the 4th place is the red Fuji apple tree transplanted from the 7 waters. The days on the sea are always so relaxing and comfortable. Wayne's favorite thing to do is to stand at the bow and quietly look at the sea in the distance, enjoying the salty sea breeze. The charm of the sea lies in its eternal unknown and mystery. Even if you are as strong as Wayne, you can't do whatever you want in the face of the vast sea. Wayne lit a cigarette and looked at a cotton candy-like cloud in the sky. Suddenly, a newspaper gull carrying a package flew over. "Oh, it's time to hand in the manuscript again." Wayne took out an envelope from his arms, then took out 50 Baileys, and waved to the seagull in the sky. The seagull circled twice in the air, then flew down and called to Wayne twice. "Hey! It's you. Here, this is the manuscript this time, and give me another newspaper." Wayne knew this newspaper gull, which had a unique red birthmark above its eyes. It was this seagull that delivered the newspaper to him in the desert last time. Wayne now has a unique small column in the World Economic News, and his novels are serialized in every issue of the newspaper. The manuscript to be submitted today is the 10th chapter of Water Margin. Lin Chong beats Coach Hong with a stick. In Wayne's magic version of Water Margin, Lin Chong is a naval officer who hates evil, but in the end he can't stand the collusion between some officials and local nobles, and finally sentenced to leave the navy. Originally, Wayne wanted to write about the collusion between the Celestial Dragons and the Navy generals, but he was afraid that the movie star was too big, and he was invited to have tea by the warring states, so he changed it to the nobles of a small place. Wayne's revised version of Water Margin is quite popular among pirates and some frustrated navy. Perhaps in their imagination, they want to be like the Liang Shan heroes who have suffered from the reality but still have dreams in their hearts. Speaking of which, the reward for the completion of Journey to the West should be coming soon. Unlike Wayne's cooking and singing, the life points and professional experience brought by the profession of writer are not immediate. After all, no matter how good the novel is, it needs to be read by more people to increase its popularity. Wayne's current life points are 978 points. At this stage, Wayne's life points mainly come from the points rewarded by cooking and the life points rewarded by occasional concerts. Wayne took a bite of the apple in his hand, then put the envelope and 50 Baileys into the newspaper of Seagull and took out a newspaper. Information on the sea is always scarce. Except for some people who have their own information network, rumors and newspapers are their only sources of information. Why, you're not leaving yet? Coo. The Seagull called twice, then rolled on the deck, and stared at the apple in Wayne's hand after getting up. Wayne was slightly stunned. Good guy, you're blackmailing me. Wayne picked an apple and threw it to the Seagull in a bad mood. The Seagull called twice excitedly, and then began to feast on it. Wayne ignored the Seagull and concentrated on reading the newspaper in his hand. Chapter 60 Arrival at the Free City. Among them, 2 pieces of news caught Wayne's attention. The first one is that an island in the second half of the Grand Line mysteriously disappeared. Wayne took a look at the location of the island and found that it was not far from his base camp Free City, which made Wayne a little alert. The mysteriously disappeared island seems to have some impression. Wayne scratched his head, always feeling that he seemed to have seen it before, but he couldn't remember it for a while. He simply stopped paying attention and read the second news, which was closely related to him. The title of the second news was The Liberation of Slaves, Another King Executed by His Own People. Will this be the second free city? Yes, this news describes the former slave island. But the difference is that the news describes that King's life is inhumane and madly exploits civilians. So with the help of the navy, the civilians fought back and overturned the rule of those nobles. The news attached a photo of Admiral Kizaru and a photo of the civilians crying with joy after being liberated. Wayne shrugged after seeing this news. In fact, he had expected it. After all, the slavery island was to be founded, so this news must not be concealed. And the navy could not award such a credit to a pirate, even if he was a Shishibukai. Therefore, the navy will definitely take the credit and deepen their positive influence among civilians. Wayne said it was an old routine, and he could guess with his toes that the navy would do this. The apocalypse continued to sail on the sea, and the further it went, the colder the weather became. On this day, the crew members were very excited, and even Wayne had a faint smile on his face. There was only one exception, CLO, who had just finished exercising, after being beaten, looking at the excited crew members, and asked a crew member with a puzzled look, "Brother, why are you all in such a good mood today?" At noon today, Mania gave in to her when he ate, and even Wayne was a lot more relaxed when he trained him. The crew member who looked quite mature was stunned for a moment and said, "Damn, who is your brother? I'm only 25 years old. Why don't you know how happy you are? You can reach the free city today." CLO was a little curious. He had joined Wayne's pirate group for half a year, and heard the crew members on the shipment Ione have been to the free city several times, but I don't know what the city looks like, so I asked curiously. Then, "Brother, what does the free city look like? It's worth your longing." The old crew said with a look of longing and reminiscence in his eyes, "It is a country full of freedom and hope." In the evening, Wayne, who was sitting on the bow, dozed off, and suddenly saw a huge island on the sea level in the distance. A smile appeared on the corner of Wayne's mouth, and then he turned back and shouted to the crew, "Little ones! We are home! Long live the captain! Free City will live forever!" The crew cheered warmly on the deck. Free City was built by Wayne 5 years ago. To be precise, it was Wayne who initiated the construction. Because this city has no mayor or king. Almost more than half of the residents of Free City once had a common identity, slaves. At first, Free City was not a city, it was just a small village, where lived the first ship of slaves rescued by Wayne, a total of 369 slaves. As Wayne continued to rescue and redeem slaves, the size of the city continued to expand. From the initial small village to a town, and finally to Free City with a population of nearly 1 million. It can be said that this city is all the hard work of Wayne's travels so far, and it is also Wayne's base camp. In Free City, there are civilians who were once slaves and rescued, civilians who were abducted by slave ships and did not have time to sell, and civilians who came from the Grand Line. The apocalypse slowly approached the port of Free City. As soon as he approached the port, CLO was startled, because in the brightly lit port, it was crowded with people, and they all shouted loudly similar words. "Lord Wayne is back! Long live Lord Wayne! Lord Wayne, I want to give birth to a baby for you." Wayne's forehead was black. He took out the Den Den Mushi with a dark face and dialed the Den Den Mushi. "Moses, Moses, this is Solomon, who are you?" "It's me, Wayne." "Oh Wayne, my dear brother, have you arrived in Free City? Have you seen the welcome ceremony I prepared for you? Damn, did you call all these people here?" Wayne glanced at the port, which was crowded with at least tens of thousands of people, and there were crowds farther away. Wayne even suspected that there would be a stampede if this continued. Solomon's voice came from the Den Den Mushi. "Oh, of course not, I just slightly revealed the news that you were coming back. After all, you haven't been back for almost 2 years." Wayne instantly understood that these citizens did come here because of his reputation. Don't disbelieve it. Wayne has such a great influence in this city, it is their belief. Solomon said, "After all, you haven't been back for 2 years. There are many new faces in the city. It's time to let those people know who saved them and who gave them the life they longed for." Wayne remained silent. Solomon's move was certainly not unintentional, but to further deepen Wayne's impression in the hearts of the citizens. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This famous saying also works in the world of pirates. After a long time, Wayne's voice came out, "Don't allow it next time. This will affect the normal life of the citizens. And pull a team to maintain order. We can't enter the port." Solomon's funny voice came from the Den Den Mushi, "Yes, boss." Not long after, a team wearing armor and fully armed came over. The team had about 500 people. Most of them were young people around 20 years old, and there were some children around 14 or 15 years old. This is one of the 3 Freedom Counterattack teams guarding the Free City. The team name is Guardians. It is taken from the English word wish. After all, these children are the hope for the future of Free City, but Wayne prefers to call them the youth team. The youth team is responsible for the security work in the city and dealing with conflicts among the residents in the city. After all, there can be no conflicts and disputes in the utopian city, but the existence of the youth team can indeed minimize the conflicts in the city. A climax is coming. Guess who will be beaten? In addition, there will be a new chapter tomorrow when the number reaches 3000. Chapter 61 Trust Between Brothers. When Wayne saw the youth team coming, he took a breath and shouted loudly. "Dear fellow villagers, don't squeeze here. Go home and rest quickly. If you keep squeezing like this, it will easily cause a stampede." Unexpectedly, Wayne's words made these people more excited, and they waved to Wayne excitedly. Wayne was helpless, so he aroused a trace of domineering aura, making his words more majestic, and roared, "If you don't go back, I will be angry. Let the youth team arrest you all and detain you." Sure enough, with the bonus of the domineering aura, the citizens calmed down a lot and began to prepare to go home one after another. Under the organization of the youth team, there were soon only a few vendors selling Wayne's peripheral posters in the port. It must be said that these vendors have a good business sense as businessmen. "Lord Wayne, welcome home." In front of Wayne was this team of young people who maintained order. Their faces were also full of excitement. It was obviously difficult to hide the excitement in their hearts, but they were obviously more restrained than the citizens. Wayne recalled a little and said to the leading boy, "I remember you, your name is Wallace, I once taught you a lesson. There is a school in the Free City, and Wayne is the principal of 3 schools in the city. After all, these schools were built with his money, and many teaching methods were also formed by Wayne's experience in his previous life. Wayne would give them lessons when he had time, but unfortunately he never inspired them to become teachers. The leading child named Wallace was very excited, his eyes full of pride, and he replied with a trembling voice, "Yes, Lord Wayne, you once taught me swordsmanship." Wayne nodded to the children, and then walked forward under the escort of the youth team. After passing through the port area, we came to the commercial area. At the junction of the commercial area and the port area, there was a huge sculpture 30 meters high, and the sculpture was carved by Wayne. This sculpture was not built by Wayne himself, but was built by hundreds of thousands of citizens who took the initiative to raise money when the Free City was established. Wayne on the sculpture had a handsome face, wearing a black coat, and sharp eyes, as if leading the civilians behind him to hope. Finally, Wayne and others returned to the company's headquarters, a huge castle built on the highest mountain in the entire Free City. "Boss, welcome home." As soon as Wayne entered the door, he saw Lafayette and Moon standing in the hall waiting to greet Wayne. Not to mention, at this glance, Lafayette and Moon look quite similar. Lafayette's face is pale every day, and Moon often applies white powder on his face. "CLO, you should follow Lafayette and Moon to familiarize yourself with the business first and find the work rhythm as soon as possible." Wayne nodded to the two of them, and then introduced CLO behind him to the two of them. In general, the IQs of these three people are not bad, especially CLO. And Wayne and Solomon can't do everything by themselves, so they really need three capable subordinates to help deal with things. "Boss, Solomon is waiting for you on the rooftop." Wayne nodded after hearing it, and after instructing a few people, he went up the stairs to the rooftop of the castle. The rooftop of Wayne's headquarters is the highest point in the entire Free City. Wayne used to like standing on the rooftop and looking at the prosperous Free City. Solomon seemed to have a similar hobby after taking over Wayne's affairs. "You're here." Solomon, who had his back to Wayne, spoke as Wayne stepped into the rooftop. Wayne looked at Solomon, who was looking at the city, and couldn't help but walk to the side of the rooftop and said, "What's wrong, don't you welcome me?" Solomon picked up the red wine bottle beside him, poured Wayne a glass of red wine, and said, "How is that possible? It's just that you are often not at home. I'm afraid that those people in the city only know me but not Wayne." Wayne took a sip of red wine. He understood what Solomon meant. As Wayne's brother, he could be said to be second to none in this city. Especially in recent years, Man has been the prime minister of the city's external affairs alone. Many old people under him have complained that the city people only know Solomon and don't know Wayne. But Wayne never cared about these things. He originally established the Free City only because of his tragic childhood experience and his pity for the slaves. But this kind of pity is more of the pity of the strong for the weak. In the end, Wayne rescued more and more slaves, and his power became stronger and stronger, so the city came into being. "You know, I don't care about these. And I believe in you." Wayne lit a cigarette, blew the cold wind on the rooftop, and then looked into Solomon's eyes in the moonlight. Solomon smiled with relief after hearing this. He did so much, including what happened at the port today, just to live up to Wayne's trust, didn't he? So Solomon paused and said, "I know you don't care about these, but if you want to realize your dream, power is something you can't do without." Wayne shrugged and said he didn't comment. Who can refuse power? Even he lives in the hotbed brought by power. Solomon helped Wayne fill up the glass with red wine, and then said, "I heard about what you did on the island of slavery. What do you plan to do with that island later?" Wayne was stunned. Solomon's words seemed to be a bit inconsistent, so he replied, "I don't plan to do anything. I just don't like Slife. Doesn't he always target us?" Solomon said after hearing this, "I knew you would say that, but have you ever thought that without order, that country might return to its previous state?" Wayne nodded. He also considered this aspect, but he was not a god after all, and it was impossible for him to solve all problems. Then what do you plan to do? Solomon drank the red wine in the glass, and his eyes revealed something called ambition. He said, "Have you ever thought about it? We can set up a branch in that city, a branch second only to the free city." Branch? Wayne understood what he meant, so he asked in confusion, "After all, our base camp is in the New World. Is it really possible to build a second headquarters across such a long distance?" Solomon said with a hint of confidence in his tone, "Yes, you haven't been back for 2 years, you may not understand our strength. Now we can completely establish a large base in the first half of the Grand Line. At that time, our intelligence lines and influence will be further expanded." Solomon continued, "Besides, you don't have to worry about the distance. Have you forgotten what kind of fruit ability I am? With my teleportation distance, I can reach the island of slavery. So, leave the development of power to me. And what you have to do is to deal with the pressure from the Navy." Wayne nodded and said, "No problem, you can do it, I believe in your ability." Solomon took a piece of the snowflakes in the sky and murmured, "It's snowing. By the way, Caesar said he will be on vacation in a while and will be able to see you." Wayne also stared at the snowflakes in the sky for a moment, then said with a hint of excitement, "Really? I haven't seen him for a long time, when can he come back?" Solomon shook his head and said, "You know, it's not easy for him to come back from the Navy, so we'll know when the time comes." Wayne nodded and said, "Let's go, we're not sleepy when we talk about this, let's go to the hot springs while it's snowing, and talk while we're soaking." Chapter 62 Navy Commodore, Caesar. Free City consists of 2 islands, one large and one small. The large island is the island where Wayne's company headquarters is located, and its name is Star Island. Star Island is a circular island, and there is a small island called Tang Island that is half surrounded by Star Island. Among them, the main businesses of Star Island are entertainment and brewing, while Tang Island is a natural hot spring island. "Ha, comfortable." Wayne put the towel behind his head and curled up in the lavender-scented hot spring, feeling indescribably comfortable. Wayne was very happy that the side effects eliminated by the devil fruit receiver included seawater and sea stone, otherwise he would have lost his interest in hot springs. Solomon was not immune to the disgust brought by hot springs, so the hot spring water in the half of the pool where he was only up to his waist. If it went up, Solomon would feel uncomfortable. Solomon carefully peeled a tangerine, then twisted it off in one bite, hummed with enjoyment, and then said to Wayne, "You say, Caesar has been away from home for so long, can he still be of the same mind with us?" Wayne was slightly stunned, and then said with a hint of confidence in his tone, "You have to believe in Caesar, he is a reliable person. In my heart, he is as trustworthy as you." Solomon nodded after hearing this, and said no more. There are not many people that Wayne can trust so much. Wayne's words proved that Caesar is absolutely trustworthy. Caesar is a commodore. In other words, he is a pawn that Wayne arranged in the Navy. Just like Virgo that Doflamingo arranged in the Navy, Wayne naturally has his own spies in the Navy. Over the years, Caesar has passed a lot of information to Wayne. He has made many contributions to the development of Wayne's power. Wayne met Caesar 8 years ago. At that time, Caesar was just an ordinary merchant's son. When he went out to sea with his father to deliver goods, he was robbed by pirates. His parents were unfortunately killed, and he himself was tied to the pirate town Mogu Town. At that time, Wayne, who was traveling, rescued Caesar from the hands of the pirates and let Caesar kill the pirates who killed his parents. From then on, Caesar worked for Wayne and became Wayne's subordinate. At that time, Caesar was weak and had no special skills, but he was loyal to Wayne, who saved his life, and had a strong character. Wayne, who was traveling at that time, naturally didn't want to have a burden around him, but Caesar knelt in front of the house where Wayne settled for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking a drop of water. Wayne was moved by his perseverance, and from then on Caesar became Wayne's most loyal follower. Later, Wayne's power gradually rose, and Wayne proposed that Caesar join the navy and become his spy in the navy. So, Caesar, who always hated the navy, gave up his position of power without saying a word, responded to the navy's conscription, and became a navy recruit. From the original navy recruit to the current brigadier general of the navy headquarters, Caesar spent a full 7 years, step by step, without any relationship, and became Wayne's most important source of intelligence in the navy with his own efforts. Caesar, formerly known as Theodore Caesar, is a member of the Dawn organization, numbered 02, codenamed Dark, which is the number second only to Solomon. In the entire Dawn organization, only Wayne and Solomon know Caesar's true identity, even Robin and others don't know. Wayne took a bite of the apple in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "What else did Caesar say?" Solomon took a towel and wiped the sweat from his head, and said, "He also said that the higher ups are about to promote him to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the appointment letter should be coming soon." Wayne was delighted after hearing this, and said, "That's indeed good news." After becoming a Rear Admiral of the headquarters, he can barely be considered a senior official, and he can send us more important information at that time. However, this promotion is really difficult. It's been 7 years, and he's only a brigadier general. Solomon nodded slightly in response. "You know that there are factions in the navy, and Caesar only joined Aokiji's faction some time ago. And unless you have made great contributions or are particularly strong, it's not that easy to get promoted." Wayne nodded slightly. The navy has not yet launched a world conscription, and strong men in the wild like Fujitora and Green Bull have not been discovered. If you want to quickly become an admiral or a candidate for admiral, you must have a certain amount of strength to support you. Caesar is naturally strong. He is proficient in the 6 styles and 2-color domineering, but he is still far behind the admirals. Wayne thought for a while and said, "Strength can only be improved through one's own practice. I do have a few devil fruits here, but they are all of average ability. If I give them to Caesar, it might harm him." Solomon nodded and said with some sarcasm in his tone, "There is no rush for this matter. Anyway, we still have a lot of time. When Caesar becomes the marshal in the future, we will not hide it anymore and will directly declare war on the world government." Wayne laughed after hearing this. If that day really comes, Wayne may really be the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. However, what Wayne thinks is different from Solomon's. The door is different. He clearly knows that the pattern of the pirate world will change dramatically in the next few years. Although he organized Ace to go to the Grand Line, there might be pirates called Tiga or Jack who will trigger the war on the top. After all, history will never change its trajectory easily because of someone. And Wayne's plan is to make Caesar a vice admiral within 2 years. When the navy lacks strong men and recruits soldiers from the world 2 years later, Caesar should be promoted to the rank of general directly. Only then can Wayne be considered to be sitting on the Diaoyute. Seeing Wayne's thoughtful look, Solomon also asked, "How long do you plan to stay at home this time? You won't run away again after just a few days, right?" Wayne shook his head and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, I should stay in the New World for the next 2 years. There is nothing good to go to the 4 seas." Wayne has been running around outside to complete his tedious system tasks. But Wayne's strength has greatly increased now, and he has also fallen into a bottleneck. It may be difficult to improve in a short period of time. Therefore, it is better to stay in the New World and hone your swordsmanship, domineering and physique. Of course, Wayne also plans to complete another important task at home, swordsman's craftsmanship. Swordsman's craftsmanship: forge a weapon that is not inferior to the supreme greatsword through your own efforts, with no time limit. Task reward: 2W life points, swordsman's craftsmanship title. Wayne now has a great sword Rakshasa, which is no longer his shortcoming in terms of weapons, but the task of swordsman's craftsmanship is not to be said to be unrewarding, so Wayne plans to hone his sword forging skills in the next 2 years and create a supreme great sword. Chapter 63 A large wave of lucky draws is coming. A week later, Free City. Blacksmithing is really a technical job. I haven't practiced for a long time, and my skills are a little rusty. Wayne was naked from the waist up, revealing his strong muscles. In the heat of the furnace, a misty steam rose in the entire blacksmith room. Wayne scooped a ladle of water from the water tank and drank it all, then looked at the newly forged knife in his hand and the dozens of broken blades on the ground. The knife in Wayne's hand can barely be regarded as a precious sword. Although it is not as good as a good sword, it is much sharper than the swords of ordinary craftsmen. If you are lucky enough to get the domineering cultivation of a swordsman, you may become a good sword. Advanced Swordsmith, Experience Value, 1533/3000. This is Wayne's current swordsmith professional level. Due to the different difficulties of each profession, the experience value required to upgrade the level is also very different. Wayne has been in the blacksmith shop this week and broke dozens of blades, but the experience value of each broken knife is only 1 or 2 points, and even the forging of this precious sword in his hand only adds more than 60 points of experience. If this continues, I might as well open a restaurant in Jampu. I can get dozens of experience points after working all day. Isn't it better than blacksmithing? Wayne walked outside the blacksmith shop, lit a cigarette, and felt a lot more comfortable in the cold winter wind. Wayne is a typical person who is afraid of heat but not cold. The high temperature of 40 to 50 degrees in the blacksmith shop made Wayne feel a little depressed, but the cold wind in the winter of Free City made Wayne feel comfortable. The Star Island where Free City is located can barely be regarded as a winter island. Because there are nearly 200 days in a year in winter, and the rest are alternating between spring and autumn. This has led to the development of the hot spring industry in Free City. The Tang Island in Free City has naturally become a famous tourist attraction among the nearby islands, bringing Wayne a lot of income every year. A team of soldiers came to Wayne carrying several large boxes. In front of them was Wayne's Freedom Counterattack Team. The leading captain saluted Wayne and said, "Lord Wayne, here are the iron, steel, and special ore you want." Wayne nodded. Handed over a cigarette, patted the captain on the shoulder and said, "Brothers, you have worked hard. Go home early for lunch." The soldiers were flattered. These 20-something boys grew up listening to Wayne's legend, but they didn't expect Wayne to be such an approachable person in private. With a thought, Wayne sent several tons of materials into the blacksmith shop under the wrapping of Wayne's electromagnetic force. Wayne also turned around and entered, ready to continue forging the knife. The captain who got Wayne's cigarette carefully took out a small iron box from his arms, put the cigarette in it, and shouted that he would pass this cigarette as a family heirloom to his future son. Wayne has become a belief for the citizens of this city. Wayne, who returned to the blacksmith shop, put this special ore called blue ore into the furnace for forging. This ore can greatly improve the strength of the blade. Wayne has a city with a population of 1 million, so naturally there is a special army, of which 3 Freedom Counterattack Teams are its main force. With an army, Wayne needs a lot of weapons and equipment. There is a special industrial zone in the Free City for those blacksmiths to forge weapons. When Wayne was learning the profession of knife maker, he asked those blacksmiths for advice. Now he has become the best knife maker in the city, but it is still difficult to make a famous knife. Talent is hard to find. Wayne sighed. Now he wants to improve his knife maker level. Without the teacher's advice, he can only practice forging day after day. Fortunately, Wayne has no shortage of physical strength and materials for forging swords, so sooner or later he will be able to raise his professional level. From noon to night, Wayne did not rest and forged another excellent grade of precious sword. And the encouragement of the system also sounded at the right time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forging a fine grade sword after 5 hours and 28 minutes of forging, gaining 56 professional experience points, and the current swordsmith level is advanced, 1589/3000, and gaining 56 life points, and the current life points are 1389 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the completion of the novel Journey to the West. This time it was serialized for a year and 3 months, and gained a total of 38.69 million readers and fans. The current novelist professional level is Master level, 3222/5000, and the reward life points are 3,869 points, and the current life points are 5,258 points. Hey! The income from the completion of Journey to the West has arrived? Wayne was slightly delighted, and his originally empty wallet instantly swelled up again. As mentioned in the previous article, Wayne's life points and rewards for writing will not be credited in real time, but will be settled one book at a time, and the ratio is 10,000 to 1. Only 10,000 readers and fans can get a little professional experience and life points. Fortunately, the population of this world is not small, and Wayne does not spend much time on it, so it can be regarded as a regular annual income. So, what should I do with this life point? Forget it, take a chance, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Wayne's gambling habits began to play out again. In fact, this point is enough for him to upgrade the development of the Thunder Fruit to the next level, but Wayne always feels that he has been lucky recently. And drawing a lottery would be a good choice. Wayne tossed the lucky gold coin in his hand and said to the system, "System, draw a lottery." Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a ton of Wahaha AD calcium milk, please check it. Wayne's forehead went dark. Wow, 1,000 life points are just for this? So Wayne said, "System, just go all in for me. Draw 4 prizes." Wayne put his hands together and said silently in his heart, "The goddess of luck must favor me. This is the time to escape from Africa and enter Europe." Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ton of high-quality tangerines from Jiangnan. Please check. Friendly reminder, eating too much tangerines will cause the carotene in the body to increase, causing the complexion to turn yellow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the practice method of the forging method random wind hammer method. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a ton of high-end Spear Cuban cigars. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Armed Color Domineering Experience Potion. Please check. Fuck, am I really an African? No. It seems something strange has been mixed in. Wayne was disheartened when he saw a ton of tangerines in front of him, and then his heart skipped a beat when he heard the prize behind him. No way, it can't be what I thought it was. P.S. Author's words, still asking for 5-star reviews. If there are 100 5-star reviews before tomorrow's update, I will add an extra chapter. Dear readers, please don't say it's useless. These chapters are all about some introductions to Wayne's forces, which are necessary preparations for unveiling the worldview of this book. Although it is a one-piece fan work, it also needs original plots. Chapter 64 Undercurrents. Random Slashing Windhammer Method. Armament Hacky Experience Potion. Wayne exclaimed, and then quickly checked the properties of the two. Random Windhammer Method. It is taken from Tang Hao's unique forging method in Doluo continent, with a total of 9,981 hammers. When practiced to the extreme, it can remove all impurities in the ore, improve the quality of forging materials, and improve the quality of forged weapons. In addition, the random wind hammer method is also a way to train strength. After successful practice, it can further improve the control of the whole body's strength. Armament Hacky Experience Potion. After use, you can gain 1,000 points of Armament Hacky Experience. Wayne looked at the two prizes with some surprise. Thinking, first of all, random wind hammer technique is definitely a timely help for Wayne. After using it, Wayne's forging skills will be further improved. After fully mastering it, it may not be difficult to forge a famous sword. And the Armament Hacky Experience Potion can only be said to be average, because the lottery of 1,000 life points and the Armament Hacky Experience value of 1,000 experience points are exactly the same. Unless This potion can be used by people other than Wayne. Wayne thought about it for a while and had figured out how to use this potion. Comfortable. Wayne lit up a top-grade cigar that he had just smoked. This cigar is better than the one Wayne smoked from Kizaru before. It is a top-grade cigar on Earth in the previous life, and Wayne has a ton of such cigars. It seems that I have to change my appetite in the future. Wayne smiled. It was not a loss to spend the 1,000 life points. At least it made Wayne's life more fun and enjoyable. 3 days later. Gurgle gurgle. Wayne put down the forging hammer in his hand and answered the den den mushy. Moses Moses, this is Wayne. What's the matter? Boss, it's me, Lafayette. Oh, Lala. What's wrong? I told you not to call me Lala. Forget it. The matter you asked me to investigate last time has a result. Dover secretly invited the kings of the dark world to Dressrosa for a meeting. I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to you at that time. Wayne lit a cigar, thought for a while, and said, Dressrosa, do you know the meeting time? Lafayette responded, it will be about 3 days later. Wayne nodded and said, okay, I know. After saying that, Wayne hung up the den den mushy in his hand. The cigar smoke covered Wayne's face, making him look even more mysterious and extraordinary. Wayne blew away the cigar smoke and whispered, good fellow, destroying Slife was just a warning to you. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Repent. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Dressrosa is not too far from Wayne's free city. If Wayne goes alone, he can get there in a day at most. And Wayne also plans to do so. He plans to go to Dressrosa to see the so-called secret meeting. Wayne shook his head, put on his coat, and said, it's ridiculous. These people really don't understand the situation. Do they still want to deal with me? To be honest, Wayne was a little inflated after getting the thunder fruit, because no matter how strong he was before, he didn't have a good way to fight one against many. But now the thunder fruit and conqueror haki have undoubtedly raised Wayne's group attack ability and life-saving ability by more than one level. The next day, after saying hello to the cotters of the free city, Wayne turned into a lightning and set off. At the same time, in Dressrosa, Dover with short yellow hair and sunglasses sat on the throne in the palace. And the top cotter Treble, who also wore strange sunglasses and had snot hanging under his nose, said, young master, those people have been contacted, but Morgans of the World Economic News said that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. The other kings have agreed to come. In addition, the Golden Emperor Teezero has arrived. As expected, Teezero is the most active. That's right, after all, there are many slaves in his entertainment city. Doflamingo laughed his signature laugh, sounding as if he had expected it. His sunglasses hid his eyes, making it hard to see what he was thinking. Golden Emperor Teezero, the user of the psychic-type gold fruit, controls the world's largest entertainment city and 20% of the world's Baileys. He has a very good relationship with the celestial dragons. He also has a close working relationship with Doflamingo. He got the gold fruit from Doflamingo. Treble wondered, Master, do we really have to break up with Wayne? After all, his strength. Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and then he said firmly, this is also a last resort, after all, he is too nosy. 5 years ago, we pushed Slife out to check and balance him, but he solved it unexpectedly. The grudge between us and Wayne involves fundamental interests, so sooner or later we have to fight. Although his strength is indeed a bit tricky, and even I am not sure I can defeat him. But who made him make so many enemies? I am not the only one who wants him dead. Once we join forces with other bosses, Wayne. Haha, even if he can really fight Aokiji to a draw, it will be nothing more than a piece of cake. Dover is extremely determined to get rid of Wayne, and he is even willing to join forces with other Dark World kings to get rid of Wayne. But there is a reason why Dover does this. After all, he has always been involved in the slave trade. Every year, he has to pay a large number of high-quality slaves to the celestial dragons to guarantee his privileges, and even exports special slaves to the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom. And Wayne has undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to Dover's business over the years. Toribel seemed to suddenly remember something, scratching his ears and said, "Young master, Virgo sent a message a few days ago. It seems that Wayne got a powerful devil fruit. Although I don't know what ability it is, will his strength be further improvement?" Speaking of this, Ming Ji's face darkened. Of course, he knew the news. What made him a little afraid was that the enemy, who was already strong, had reached a higher level, but Ming Ji still said, "This is why I have to act so quickly. He has just obtained the power of the devil fruit and has not yet developed it to the maximum. When he fully develops it, I am afraid that he will not be his opponent." At this point, Dover's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he said, "If we can't solve him this time, I am afraid we can only ask for help from the 4 emperors. After all, he has interfered with their business. Dover would never do this unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, this represents his incompetence as a partner of the 4 emperors." Chapter 65. The island floating over the Free City. Not long after Wayne left the Free City welcomed an uninvited guest. Strange? Why did it suddenly get dark? Oh my god! What do you see? How can an island move in the sky? Many citizens gathered in the square of Free City, pointing and talking at several huge islands that suddenly appeared in the sky. Those islands stayed above Free City and did not move. Some people in the city looked at the sky with curiosity, while others looked panicked, as if they were worried that the islands would fall at any time. A freedom counterattack team patrolling in the city looked at the floating islands in the sky with surprise. As the defense force of this city, they thought much more than ordinary citizens. The leader of the team, a sturdy man with a short flat head, looked at the islands in the sky and said solemnly, "Such a huge island falling from the sky will destroy Free City. Hurry, contact the Cotters." The man's name is Cage. He is 32 years old this year. He used to be a slave, but now he is one of the captains of the 3 freedom counterattack teams in Freedom City. His team is called 300, which is the strongest team among the 3 teams. As the name of the team suggests, the number of this team is constant at 300, which is the elite of Freedom City. Each member of the team has a bounty of more than 10 million if placed in the East China Sea. And Cage is as the captain of 300, his own strength is naturally needless to say. In addition to being a master of physical skills, he is also an animal-type weasel fruit honey badger form. Gurgle gurgle. Solomon, who was sorting out documents, was attracted by the voice on the phone. Moses, this is Solomon, what can I do for you?" Cage's anxious voice came from the Den Mushi, "Sir Solomon, I am Cage, the captain of 300, please look up to the sky." Solomon walked to the window, opened the curtains, saw the island in the sky, and then opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Sky Island fell down." But Solomon was knowledgeable after all, and then he reacted and said to himself, "No, there is no White Sea here. In addition to Sky Island, it seems that there is another person who has the ability to float the island into the air." Solomon thought of the news about the disappearance of the island nearby some time ago, and then gritted his teeth and spit out a few words, "Is it you? Golden Lion Shiki, the old generation of strong men who competed with One Piece 20 years ago." Solomon naturally didn't think that the arrival of the Golden Lion was just a coincidence, so he immediately issued a wise order, "Cage, listen carefully, quickly gather all the soldiers with anti-aircraft capabilities in the Free City." After a pause, Solomon said in a serious tone, "Lord Wayne is not in the city now, so you must stop the people on the island at all costs, even if it means sacrificing your own life." The Kai on the other end of the Den Mushi was also shocked after hearing this, and responded, "Yes, sir. I will stop it at all costs, even if the price is my life, I will never step back." After hanging up the phone, Cage quickly ordered his team members to organize the citizens to return home, and then summoned the army to the square. In the square, Cage looked at the island in the sky with a burning gaze. In his perception of the color of observation, there were many lives on the island, many of which were considered strong, and even one of them had an aura as unfathomable as Lord Wayne. And Wayne was not in the city at this moment. However, the Freedom Counterattack Team 300 exists for this day. For 5 years, they have been training non-stop to defend the land under their feet and the city behind them. The Freedom Counterattack Team 300 is responsible for dealing with foreign enemies. For this, they can pay any price, even their lives. The most elite fighters in the city quickly gathered behind Cage, but Cage's eyes were always fixed on the island in the sky. After a long time, Cage ordered, "Where is the Freedom Counterattack Team 300? Yes." Behind Cage came the neat response of the team members, which may be mixed with a little tension, but there is no trace of timidity. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Brother Cage, we also want to go up to deal with the enemy." Cage looked back and found that the members of the youth team had also come here, and it was the captain of the youth team, Wallace, who was speaking. So Cage scolded, "Nonsense!" But then his tone dropped a little, and he said, "Your strength is not enough to deal with the enemies above. And you are the future hope of Free City, how can I leave your lives here?" Seeing that Wallace wanted to say something, Cage said, "Before the enemy comes, the city will inevitably be in chaos, you are responsible for maintaining order in the city." Wallace still had a look of unwillingness on his face, but seeing Cage's serious face, he could only take the youth team to maintain order in the city. After the youth team left, Cage took a deep breath and roared, "All the players who have learned the moon step come out, follow me to the island and defeat the enemy." After that, Cage jumped up. He stepped on the air and flew into the air first. And behind him, dozens of soldiers who learned the moon step also stepped on the moon step and flew to the island. At this time, Cage had only one voice in his heart, behind him were millions of compatriots, including his relatives, friends, even his 2-year-old lovely daughter, and his gentle wife. The people in this city finally got rid of those tragic years and came to this day under the leadership of Wayne. Today's happiness must not be destroyed by anyone, even if that person is a strong man they can't match. He is not the only one who has this idea. It can be said that dozens of warriors behind him who are stepping on the moon have such an idea. On the other side, Solomon put down the phone in his hand. After hanging up Cage's call, he immediately contacted Wayne, who was far away from the Free City. After receiving the reply that Wayne could not come back for a while, he called the den mushi of his cotters. But at this time, there were only a few cotters in the city except him, such as CLO, Robin, and Gloria. "It seems that I have to go on the field and fight hard." Solomon took off the white gentleman gloves he wore all year round, and a touch of black flowed from his wrist, staring at the island in the sky. At this time, between Dressrosa and Free City, a purple lightning flew through the air like a meteor. Wayne, who turned into lightning, pushed his speed to the extreme, gritting his teeth and said, "Golden Lion Shiki, why don't you just be a legend? You are old and still hanging around." The author will write about the strength that Golden Lion should have as a legend, instead of the one that Luffy could have solved 2 years ago as in the movie. So readers, please don't criticize his combat power. Chapter 66, Battle on the Island. On the floating island, Golden Lion sat on a huge throne. There was a screen in front of Golden Lion, and on the screen were Cage and others who were trying to fly to the island by moon steps. A flash of red flashed in Golden Lion's eyes, and his observation haki was aroused. When he sensed after smelling the breath of Cage and others, he sneered, "Ha ha ha ha, you are just a bunch of brats. Since you want to play, I will play with you." The Golden Lion floated up from the throne, revealing the famous swords Ying Shi and Mu Ku on his feet, ready to fly out of the palace to show those brats a little color. Puff puff. Just then, a fart-like footsteps came from the hall, and a funny man with blue hair and dressed like a clown came over. This person was Dr. Indigo, the ship doctor of the Golden Lion Pirates. He was a crew member of the Golden Lion Pirates, and IQ was invented by him. Dr. Indigo performed a pantomime in the hall, doing all kinds of strange movements. Golden Lion thought about it and then understood what he meant. What? You said I shouldn't provoke the 7 warlords, Wayne. Dr. Indigo's jaw dropped to the ground instantly, and then he said in horror, What? Actually understood. It turns out that this guy can speak, but his funny nature makes him like to use sign language. Golden Lion smiled proudly and then said, What 7 warlords? It's just a child's game. The real strong will not obey the command of the Navy, and I am Golden Lion. Ha 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 ha. Golden Lion has been collecting islands in the Grand Line for many years, and secretly developed the drug IQ that can make animals evolve with his ship Dr. Indigo and others, and used his reputation as the Flying Admiral Golden Lion to recruit soldiers. And his ultimate goal is to destroy the East China Sea that made him sad, and declare war on the Navy headquarters again, and step onto the throne of Pirate King. It has to be said that Golden Lion has big plans, and he is still ambitious, still holding on to the dreams of his youth. Golden Lion is preparing to incorporate the entire Free City into his floating island, and use the head of the 7 warlords Wayne to re-establish his name as the Flying Admiral, making him the focus of the world again. As for why he chose Wayne, Golden Lion said that he was close to him, and Wayne's behavior made him very unhappy. As a representative of the great pirates of the old era, Golden Lion has ambition and strength, but unlike Whitebeard and Roger, he is a standard pirate who burns, kills, robs, and is only interested in profit, so he believes that Wayne has corrupted the pirates' ethos. Golden Lion took out a den mushi from his arms and said, I am Golden Lion, calling all combatants on the island. Yes, Captain. Golden Lion put down the den mushi, jumped up, and the tops of the 2 famous swords landed steadily on the ground. Then his body floated into the air and flew out of the gate. The hall was still echoing with Golden Lion's heroic and unrestrained words. Ha 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 ha, let these little devils die at the hands of the great Golden Lion. On the other side, dozens of combatants led by Cage also arrived on the island, but as soon as they entered the island, they encountered the first difficulty, the countless fierce beasts on the island that were catalyzed by IQ. Prepare, line up, and meet the enemy. Cage looked at the tiger the size of a house, the half-meter-long louse, the gorilla as big as a hill, etc., and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. These fierce beasts naturally could not threaten his life, but the team members behind him were not as strong as him. When facing an enemy of unknown strength, people's first reaction is often to shoot. I saw a dozen team members behind me took out the special small submachine guns on their waists and shot at the murderers in front of them. Crack! Crack! Countless bullets poured into the beasts, but none of them caused substantial damage. Instead, they aroused the beasts' beastly nature. The leading gorilla screamed in pain, and the dozen beasts behind him rushed up, trying to tear the enemy in front of them apart. Lan Jiao! Finger gun! I saw a dozen combat members walk out, jump up, or sweep their legs in the void, or shoot with their fingers as guns. Several huge crescent-shaped impacts slashed the leading gorilla fiercely. The giant gorilla struggled for a while and did not get up again. These dozen people are all masters of physical skills among the 300. Wayne taught them the practice methods of the 6 styles for free, and only then did he get such a group of elites. In addition, there are a group of swordsmen, a group of snipers, and a few devil fruit users in the 300. Rain Kick Honey Badger Claw. As the strongest combat team member, Cage, the leader, was naturally not to be outdone. He kicked a saber-toothed tiger away with a storm kick, and then rushed into the group of beasts. With every move, a beast would die under his hands. Soon, the surrounding beasts were slaughtered, and Cage gave a gesture, and the team members behind him followed again and moved forward to the forest ahead. These powerful beasts did not last for a few minutes in front of this team, and the defense strength of Free City can be seen. Quiet! Line up to meet the enemy! Cage suddenly stopped and gave a gesture, and the team members behind him also quickly stopped and formed a battle formation. In Cage's perception of the color of observation, there was a group of pirates with strong strength coming here. It was the pirate group under the Golden Lion. Soon, the two sides met in the jungle. The pirate T-Beard Buck with a bounty of 46 million, and his crew. The pirate Black Tiger Afo with a bounty of 52 million, and his crew. The pirate Three-Eyed Rack with a bounty of 36 million, and his crew. These are the pirate captains recruited by Golden Lion in recent years. They all have good strength, but they bow down to the reputation of Golden Lion. Soon, the two sides fought together. Rainfoot Crescent Moon. Finger Gun Double Finger. Black Tiger Heart Digging. Only large melee of hundreds of people on the field began, and Cage's enemy was the Black Tiger Afu, who had the highest bounty. We must fight quickly. Cage knew that there would be more and more people in the enemy's territory, so he planned to quickly get rid of the enemy in front of him. Armed Color Honey Badger Continuous Punch. Cage roared, and then his body changed. He was taller and more muscular. His fist was wrapped in a layer of black, and the armed color was domineering. Cage found the right time, and the black fist in his hand poured like a bullet to the Black Tiger Afu in front of him. Under the continuous punches, the Black Tiger Afu's chest collapsed and fell to the ground. Under Cage's leadership, the battle ended quickly, but the 300 team also paid a price. Cage looked at several brothers who fell in a pool of blood and felt a little reluctant, but then he ordered, all injured and incapable members evacuate immediately. Captain! The unwilling voices of the team members came from behind, but Cage said in a firm tone, "You will only drag your feet if you stay. Aji, you cover them to evacuate." Several injured team members quickly left the battlefield under cover. Cage is indeed not afraid of sacrifice, and the team members behind him are not afraid either, but they don't want to sacrifice in vain. These incapable members who stay will die because they cannot get timely treatment. Instead of this, it is better to retreat back to the Free City. Cage led the remaining team members to rush forward, and soon, a figure appeared in front of them. This is a figure with blonde hair and a rudder on his head. He was seen floating quietly in the air, grinning at the team members in front of him. P.S. Author's words: recently, the debut period has passed, and the traffic and readers have decreased a lot, so I hope that all readers can raise their hands and give precious 5-star praise. If there are still 30 more 5-star praises before tomorrow, one more chapter will be added. Thank you all. Chapter 67 Golden Lion Shiki. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Wayne to have such an elite force. How about it? Are you interested in working on my ship? Golden Lion looked at the team members in front of him with burning eyes, and had a hint of recruiting. The team members in front of him actually broke into this place, which must have defeated the pirate captains under his command. And Golden Lion has never been stingy in recruiting capable talents. However, what responded to him was Cage's Storm Kick. Storm Kick Crescent Slash. The crescent-shaped shock wave flew towards Golden Lion, but Golden Lion dodged it by tilting his body to the left, and his attainments in observation color can be seen. Anger appeared on Golden Lion's face, looking at Cage and others in front of him, gritting his teeth and said, "It seems that you have rejected my invitation." Seeing that the situation was not good, Cage and others took up fighting postures, ready to deal with the attack of the Golden Lion at any time. A flash of red flashed in the eyes of the Golden Lion, and his long golden hair moved without wind, and the air around him seemed to be still. Overlord's domineering. Under the domineering of the Golden Lion, most of the 300 combat team members foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes and fainted on the ground. Only a limited number of people such as Cage supported themselves and did not faint, but looking at the sweat on their faces, it was obviously also greatly affected. "Oh? Can you withstand it?" A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the golden lion, and then he said, "Then, try this trick again." Lion's power, earth roll. The surrounding ground shook like an earthquake, and then the trees began to be uprooted, and the land was rolled up, and finally formed several huge lion head-shaped soil blocks, which crushed Cage and others. Boom! After a huge noise, the dust in the air slowly dispersed, and the few remaining combatants were buried in the dirt, with only one face exposed. They were obviously unconscious. No, there was only one exception. A figure jumped high and came behind the golden lion. Armed color honey badger punch. This person was Cage. At the critical moment just now, he increased his speed to the limit and barely ran out of the dirt. Cage's hand was wrapped in black armed color domineering, and he punched the golden lion's back hard. Bang! The sound of metal collision sounded. There was also an armed color behind the golden lion, which protected its back firmly, and Cage's move was obviously blocked. "I really underestimated you, good job." Chop! The golden lion floated, and then his feet sent out two crescent-shaped slashes, accurately hitting Cage. Cage groaned, two more wounds appeared on his shoulders, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Boom! Cage fell heavily to the ground, struggling for a few times but unable to get up, but he was still conscious, staring at the golden lion with red eyes. The golden lion floated above Cage on the island, frowned slightly at Cage's eyes, and said, "Kid, I don't like your eyes." After that, the golden lion was ready to control the two famous swords on his feet to kill Cage here. At this moment, the golden lion's heart moved, and he looked at the air on the side. A black door suddenly appeared in the air. 4 figures appeared in the door, which were Solomon, Gloria, Robin, and CLO. Looking at the 4 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, a trace of thought flashed in the eyes of the golden lion, and he said, "Oh? Devil fruit ability? I didn't expect your support to come so quickly." After that, the golden lion's eyes swept through the 4 people one by one, and finally asked, "Where is your captain, that kid Wayne? Why, don't you dare to come out and fight with me? Ha 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 ha." The golden lion laughed loudly, obviously thinking that Wayne was scared away by his reputation and sent his men he came to die, but he hid first. Among the 4 people, Gloria was the most emotional. Her little face turned pale with anger. She looked at the golden lion in front of her and sneered, "You stinky old man, you came here only because you knew that Lord Wayne was not on the island, otherwise you would have been chopped in half long ago." Solomon frowned and wanted to remind him, "Gloria." But it was too late at this moment, because in Solomon's mind, it was not a good thing to let the golden lion know that Wayne was not in the city. This would only make the golden lion more unscrupulous. "Oh." The golden lion showed a puzzled look. He really didn't know that Wayne was not on the island, but he didn't care, so he said, "In that case, let's start with you." Chop! A flying slash flew towards Solomon and others. Obviously, the golden lion wanted to strike first. Speed. A figure stood in front of everyone. It was Solomon. He drew out the sword from his waist and slashed it, steadily blocking the slash of the golden lion. In addition to being the user of the gate fruit, Solomon was also a serious swordsman, and his current sword was Wayne's former sword, Snow Walk. "Oh? The kid's swordsmanship is not bad." Golden Lion looked at Solomon in front of him and had a little interest. He was also a great swordsman with 2 swords, but when he escaped from the Impel Downs, he cut off his feet and used his 2 famous swords Sakura-ten and Wooden as feet to walk. This made his swordsmanship regress greatly, but after getting used to it over the years, he returned to the level of a great swordsman. A trace of solemnity flashed in Solomon's eyes. Obviously, the previous blow also made him know that the golden lion in front of him was quite powerful, and he didn't have the custom of one-on-one swordsman, so he said to the people behind him, "This is a tricky one, let's attack together." After hearing this, everyone attacked the golden lion from different directions with moon steps. Even Cage regained his mobility and attacked the sky. 100 flowers in disarray flower pillar. II/power. Claw of fear. Song enchantment. Robin sprouted countless hands from the ground and turned into huge pillars of hands to attack the golden lion, while Solomon used II/again to slash forward. Chloe's body turned into an orc and swung 2 claws into the air, while Gloria hid behind and used her singing to interfere with the golden lion. Lion's Might Gos Hojahuan. The golden lion's move was originally able to manipulate snowflakes in the air, but since it could manipulate snowflakes, it could also manipulate the soil on the ground. Pieces of soil rolled up from the ground to form a wide wall with several lifelike lion heads on the wall. Boom! The attacks of Robin, Solomon, and Chloe were steadily blocked by the soil of the golden lion. Golden Lion looked at the people in front of him and was about to taunt them, but then he heard a song and froze for a moment. Fortunately, Golden Lion quickly woke up with his strong willpower. As soon as he woke up, Golden Lion found that the person who sang the song was Gloria in front of him, and decided to get rid of this woman who could interfere with him first. Chapter 68 Heartgate and Sea Water. Lion Power Chopping Wave. Golden Lion jumped high and crossed the mound, and then 2 flying slashes came out from his feet and attacked Gloria. Gloria! Robin and others were startled, but they were too far away from Gloria to rescue her, so they could only remind her. What? Gloria, who was trying hard to sing, just raised her head and saw 2 slashes flying towards her, and she had no time to dodge. At the critical moment, a voice flew into the air. Iron block armament Haki. The man who came was Cage. He jumped high and blocked Gloria. His body instantly became as hard as steel, wrapped in dark armament Haki. It was obvious that he wanted to use his body to resist this attack. Cough, cough. Cage's body fell from the air, and the armament Haki on his body was broken. 2 narrow slash scars were left on his chest. Then he fell to the ground, coughed up blood, and fainted. Cage. Gloria hurried to check on Cage's condition, and was relieved when she found that he just fainted. However, how could the Golden Lion miss such a good opportunity, so he wanted to take the opportunity to send 2 more slashes to Gloria. II/speed. Solomon slashed forward and interrupted the Golden Lion's slash. Everyone also took the opportunity to besiege and block the Golden Lion's attack. The Golden Lion looked at Sama-Roman and others in front of him and sneered. In terms of strength, Golden Lion can definitely defeat these people, but the combined abilities of Solomon and others make Golden Lion unable to move for a while, which is the advantage of the human wave tactics. At this moment, several figures rushed to the forest from a distance. Captain! Lord Golden Lion! The people who came were the ship's Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scardo holding a long sword in one hand, and behind them was an evolved beast. Scardo, the gorilla, was originally a native animal on the island, but he was born smart. After getting IQ, he further evolved. His intelligence is no less than that of humans, and he has a strong physique and swordsmanship. Captain, you have arranged it. Golden Lion smiled at the group of beasts behind the 2 of them, and said to Solomon and others below, "Ha ha ha ha, human wave tactics. Don't forget, this is my territory." After that, the group of beasts behind him attacked Solomon and others. With the reinforcements, the pressure on the Golden Lion suddenly eased, but the 2 Robins and the others were miserable. They had already had a hard time dealing with the Golden Lion, and now these people and the beasts were also very strong joining, and for a moment they could not hold on. At the critical moment, Solomon cut a beast with a knife and said to the cotters behind him, "Let me resist the Golden Lion first, you go deal with those who are coming first." After that, the snow in Solomon's hand was covered with a layer of armed color domineering, and attacked the Golden Lion in front. And Robin also found his opponent, the ship's Dr. Indigo. Chloe and the gorilla Scardo with extraordinary intelligence met eyes. I will deal with those beasts. Gloria sent Cage to a safe place, and then walked to the middle of the beasts. She looked at the beasts surrounding her without fear, but sang slowly, and the singing was melodious and soothing. Singing a lullaby. Under Gloria's song, the scarlet in the eyes of the surrounding beasts gradually faded, and then their bodies gradually became less restless and gradually fell asleep. Hulu hulu. Goliath breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the sleeping beasts. Her move could only work on creatures with a certain degree of intelligence. It seemed that the beasts in front of her were quite intelligent. The golden lion looked at his subordinates who were entangled in front of him and could not support him for a while. He looked at Solomon in front of him and laughed grimly, "Ha ha 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 ha, in that case, I will deal with you first." Lion's might strong slash. A slash that was thicker than the previous flying slash attacked Solomon. Solomon just took a deep breath, held the snow in his hands with both hands, and then whispered in a low voice. I/Heart-Gate. Solomon attacked, and a huge flying slash also flew forward, accurately hitting the golden lion's strong slash. The two flying slashes collided in the air, causing a gust of wind and waves. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the golden lion, and he whispered, "Flying slash? You little brat is actually a great swordsman. Did I misjudge you?" Solomon pursed his lips and did not respond, but his trembling hands showed that it was not easy for him to take that move. In fact, Solomon is not a great swordsman. This is his ability after the awakening of the gate fruit, which can temporarily open the door of his heart and stimulate his potential. When he combines this move with his IAI swordsmanship, he can temporarily reach the level of a great swordsman. However, this move is not without cost. Just like Luffy after using the fourth gear, Solomon has to consume a lot of physical strength when using this move, and he will be weak for a while afterwards. After all, Solomon is not a dedicated combat team member. Due to the special nature of his gate fruit, he is more like a logistics role in Wayne's organization. The Golden Lion also saw that Solomon's condition seemed to be not good, so he said, "It turns out that he has only temporarily reached the level of a great swordsman. You are still far from being a great swordsman." After that, the Golden Lion continued to send out slashing waves to attack Solomon, and Solomon also used the snow in his hand to try his best to block. For a while, the situation on the battlefield seemed to be deadlocked. After a long time, the Golden Lion yawned and said, "I don't want to play house with you anymore. Why hasn't that Wayne come yet? It seems that he is really scared." Solomon and others did not respond, but just concentrated on dealing with the enemy in front of them. "In this case, I won't play with you." I saw the Golden Lion waved his hand, and a transparent liquid as big as an island floated in the sky in the distance. Gloria, who was trying to maintain the lullaby, opened her mouth and murmured, sea water is flying over. Lion's power Gos Hoji scroll." Boom! The sea water in the air was precisely manipulated by the Golden Lion, and then it turned into lifelike sea water lion heads, and the sea water attacked Robin and others. Robin and others wanted to dodge when they saw the bad situation, but they were still a step slower. They saw the sea water lion head in the air split into three, accurately wrapping Robin, CLO, and Gloria. The three of them were fruit ability users. Once they were wrapped in sea water, they lost most of their strength and struggled painfully in the sea water. The suffocation soon made the three of them faint. This is the most buggy ability of the Golden Lion's floating fruit, manipulating sea water. This is definitely the nemesis of all devil fruit ability users. Chapter 69 All Things Breathe. Then, only you are left. The Golden Lion glanced at Robin and others who had lost their combat power, smiled contemptuously, and then cast his eyes on Solomon in front of him. Solomon was in a very bad state at the moment, with serious physical exhaustion and several more wounds on his body. The most important thing was that his great swordsman status under the bonus of his fruit ability was about to disappear. "Then, we can only fight to the death. Damn it, Wayne, why don't you come back?" Heartgate. Solomon took a deep breath and poured all his strength into this final blow. Golden Lion looked at the flying slash and did not dare to underestimate it. He quickly swung the two famous swords Sakura-ten and Deadwood on his feet, and several flying slashes flew forward. Lion Chikirigaya. Golden Lion laughed wildly and said, "You should be honored to be defeated by this move of mine." Solomon's slash and Golden Lion's Chikirigaya collided fiercely, but how could the slash that barely improved to the strength of a great swordsman be a match for Golden Lion's signature swordsmanship? Chikirigaya finally penetrated Solomon's slash, and set off a gust of wind, blowing Solomon to the ground. Solomon's eyes flashed with reluctance, and he struggled to get up and continue fighting, but the Heartgate state still passed, and the side effects that followed also arrived. Tisk, it's just a child's trick after all. The Golden Lion looked at the angry Solomon in front of him expressionlessly, then waved his hands and a huge columnar mound was formed, and Robin, Solomon, Gloria, and Clo were all trapped in the mound, with no way to escape. At this time, the ship's Dr. Indigo came over, and he was seen limping, obviously injured just now. After Indigo danced in front of the Golden Lion asked thoughtfully, "You ask why I didn't kill them?" Indigo, what? You actually understood? Degree, W. The Golden Lion replied in a serious tone, "After all, my dream is to become the Pirate King and rule the world. And these pirates are all pretty good. After I kill Wayne, the little devil, all his subordinates will be subdued by me. So, how can I kill my future crew members?" The Golden Lion's tone was full of domineering and confidence, as if he wanted to subdue Solomon and others with his courage and reputation. "But, before that, I have to teach Wayne a lesson. Where on earth did this coward hide? Well, let's start from the city below." The Golden Lion's body floated in the air, and then with a wave of his hand, a meteorite the size of a house fell to the free city below. This is the Viper ability of the Golden Lion, which can manipulate all non-living matter that he has touched, and the Golden Lion obviously intends to use this high-altitude throwing method to destroy the free city below bit by bit. At this moment, Wallace, who was directing the evacuation of the people in the city, suddenly noticed the shadow under his feet, and then raised his head to look up at the sky. What? Meteorite. The meteorite fell. The youth team members behind Wallace had panic in their eyes, and their tone was full of shock, and Wallace also looked at the meteorite falling in the sky with a solemn face. This meteorite must not be allowed to fall. Otherwise, this area of the city will be reduced to ruins under the impact of the meteorite. Wallace drew out the two sabers from his waist, stared at the growing meteorite in front of him, and took a deep breath. He was not sure he could cut such a huge meteorite. At the critical moment, Wallace seemed to think of Wayne's teachings. The so-called swordsman, the standard is to be able to cut steel, and to cut steel, you must be able to listen to the breathing of all things. This listening must be done with heart. Wallace closed his eyes, and then opened them again. He seemed to really hear the breathing of the surrounding things, and the breathing of this meteorite. Hat. Double blade flow cross slash. Wallace jumped high, holding two swords, and flew towards the meteorite in the sky. Boom! The house-sized meteorite was cut into 4 pieces. Although it still knocked down several nearby houses, there were no casualties after all. The potential of people in critical situations is always unlimited. At the critical moment, the 20-year-old double-blade swordsman Wallace listened to the breathing of all things. Successfully entered the realm of swordsman. However, facing the powerful Golden Lion, having one more swordsman will not have much impact on the battle situation. Hey! The Golden Lion on the floating island expressed a trace of doubt. In his perception of the color of seeing and hearing, the meteorite he controlled was cut open by someone, and it was a young swordsman. Ha 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 ha, this city really gave me a lot of surprises. The Golden Lion laughed wildly, and then his expression changed, grinning, and said, Can you cut a bigger meteorite? After that, the golden lion planned to control a bigger meteorite to fall down. Armed color honey badger continuous punch. At this moment, a figure attacked the air. It turned out to be Cage, who had fainted before. Now he woke up and saw that the golden lion wanted to destroy the free city, so he fought with the golden lion again. Hey! The golden lion's body showed armed color, resisted Cage's attack, and then cut 2 slashes to force Cage back. Golden lion frowned. He remembered that the man in front of him should have fallen under his slash. How could he still fight at this moment? Looking at Cage with a determined face in front of him, Golden Lion showed a trace of interest and asked, "Is this the power of faith? Good pirate, tell me your name, kid." For Golden Lion, Cage's strength is naturally not to be feared, but his faith that he can still fight despite being so seriously injured is worthy of his praise. Cage stood on the ground, looking up at the crystal persimmon in the air, with a serious face, and said, "My name is Cage, Nicholas Cage, from the East China Sea, and I am the animal type weasel fruit subspecies honey badger fruit ability user." Golden Lion was stunned when he heard this, and the admiration in his eyes disappeared. He asked angrily, "You are from the East China Sea? The weakest East China Sea among the 4 seas. The East China Sea is a taboo that Golden Lion cannot mention, because he once lost to a man from the East China Sea. That person is the Pirate King, Gold Roger. Chapter 70, 1000 Blows in a Moment. It was a trick of fate. The Golden Lion, who had always been superior to Roger, lost his pirate group because of an unexpected storm. Even a rudder was inserted on his head, making him much weaker than before. The Golden Lion looked at the determined face of Cage in front of him, and seemed to see the figure of the man in the past, so he laughed grimly, "Ha ha 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 ha, the weak have no right to choose. Lion Chikiriye." The Golden Lion looked down at Cage below and directly launched his signature slash, and saw several slashes flying towards Cage below. Iron block armament color. Cage couldn't dodge in time, so he could only launch the iron block in an attempt to block it. But with Cage's armament haki attainment, how could he block the Golden Lion's slash? The slash broke through Cage's armament haki, leaving several wounds on his chest, and then Cage fell to the ground under the impact. "Ha ha ha ha, the men of the East China Sea are just like this." Seeing Kaiki was anxious by himself, the Golden Lion laughed mercilessly, but then, the Golden Lion could not laugh anymore. Because he saw that Cage could still get up after being so seriously injured. Honey Badger, commonly known as Flat-Headed Brother, this small animal is a creature that can make the overlords of the animal chain such as lions and venomous snakes fear it, because of its strong character and indomitable spirit. This animal is extremely vengeful. As long as you provoke it, it will retaliate against you even if you are at the ends of the earth. Cage has such a strong character, so he was appreciated by Wayne and was given the honey badger fruit by Wayne. With the addition of the fruit, Cage's belief became stronger and his vitality was greatly strengthened. It can be said that as long as Cage still has a breath, as long as he is still conscious, he will move forward bravely and fearlessly like the Flat-Headed Brother. How can you repair it? In this case, let's see how you can struggle like this. Golden Lion looked at Cage, who was about to get up again, and his heart was filled with endless anger, because 20 years ago, there was such a man who fell and got up countless times and finally defeated him. But Golden Lion saw that Cage was a devil fruit ability user, so he called a large area of sea water from the sky, and the sea water was irregularly spherical, wrapping Cage in the middle. Suffocation. Desperate suffocation. Even if Cage has faith, how can he, as a devil fruit ability user, escape the curse of the sea water? In the end, Cage fainted in the sea water. The Golden Lion who defeated the enemy did not laugh, but buried Cage in the pile of dirt where Robin and others were. Next, it's this city. After defeating Cage, the Golden Lion's desire to play with him disappeared for the most part. He was in a bad mood and decided to turn the city under his feet into ruins. I saw a small island in the sky slowly floating up. The golden lion manipulated the island to the top of the free city. Then, with a thought in his mind, the island fell down after losing the blessing of the floating fruit. The sky suddenly became dark. All the citizens in the free city were surprised to find that it was dark. The originally clear and sunny sky was suddenly covered, and then in their terrified eyes, an island was getting closer and closer to them. Wallace looked at the island that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, and a deep sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. He could cut a meteorite the size of a house, but this one in the sky could no longer be considered a meteorite. It was a whole island. Wallace's feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. He wanted to use the double swords in his hands to stop the falling island in the sky, but with his strength, it seemed that he was undoubtedly a moth flying into a flame. No, we must defend the free city. Faith was rekindled in Wallace's heart, so Wallace jumped up, holding the double swords. Even though he knew he couldn't stop it, he had to try hard. At the same time, a series of impacts also flew towards the island in the air. Wallace looked back and saw that there were thousands of warriors under his feet. Among those warriors, there were 300 who failed to go up to the floating island, as well as soldiers of the youth team like her, and some pirates like Manu. Some of them used guns, some used finger guns, and some used moon steps. They were using all means to stop the fall of the island. Double sword flow cross-cut. Wallace also used his strongest swordsmanship in an attempt to shake the island. However, can human power really shake the power of nature? Wallace, including the warriors who fought with him, looked at the island above in despair, because it was still falling, not retreating even a little bit because of everyone's efforts. Despair. Extremely desperate. At this moment, a purple lightning flew from the distant sky, and turned into a figure after reaching the sky above the free city. At the last moment, Wayne finally caught up. But now is obviously not the time to relax. Wayne looked at the falling island with a serious face. Such a huge existence would even make him feel tricky. It must be cut into pieces. The moment Wayne saw the island, he made the most sensible judgment. If it was only cut into a few halves, it would be difficult to prevent the destruction of the free city. In that case, Wayne looked at the falling island in front of him, took a deep breath, and then took out the demon sword Luasha and held it in his hand, with his arms puffed up. One sword style, 1000 strike in one moment. Purple lightning appeared on Wayne's body, and then the lightning climbed onto the Rakshasa in his hand, and a huge purple slash flew towards the island in the sky. Wayne's slash was very slow. So slow that it looked like a slow motion to others. But if this sword is seen by a swordsman with good strength, it is extremely fast, so fast that thousands of slashes were made in just a few seconds, and thousands of slashes eventually turned into a huge slash. The name of Thousand Strike was born from this. In the eyes of Cage on the side, Wayne, who was emitting lightning all over his body, completed this slash at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to reach, and this slash flew towards the island in the sky at a high speed. Boom! In the stunned expressions of the people on the ground, the huge island in the sky was cut in half by a knife. But it's not over yet. The island split into two halves seemed to be paused in the air, and then spider web-like cracks began to spread across the entire island. Finally, the entire island was cut into countless pieces and fell down. Han took a deep breath. It was obvious that this sword was quite exhausting for him. Only Wayne's speed and swordsmanship could swing thousands of slashes in a short period of time. My performance has been very poor recently. I beg readers to give me a 5-star rating. Chapter 71 Golden Lion Broken Hand. The huge island turned into fist-sized rubble. The fist-sized rubble smashed towards the free city, making holes in the roof. Wayne looked at all this with a gloomy face, because in his perception of the color of seeing and hearing, there were still some lives disappearing in the city. Those were some unlucky citizens who were killed by stones falling from the sky. Of course, this also shows that Wayne's swordsmanship has not reached the real top, otherwise, the whole island would be turned into dust with one blow, and naturally no one would be injured. At most, there would be a sandstorm floating over the city for a few days. Wayne looked at the island in the sky with a gloomy face, and his eyes seemed to see the blonde man floating in the air through the island. Golden Lion Shiki, you really pissed me off. Wayne's figure flashed, turned into a purple lightning, and arrived on the island in the blink of an eye. Golden Lion looked at Wayne, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and laughed his signature laugh. Ha 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 ha, kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come, I thought you were hiding. Golden Lion is still the same Golden Lion, not taking the younger generation of pirates seriously, but there is also a solemn look in his eyes, because he clearly sensed that the island he controlled was chopped into pieces by the man in front of him. This proves that Wayne at least has the strength of a great swordsman, and it is not like Solomon, who was forcibly promoted. Ahem, you are finally here. If you don't come, you can only collect my body. A weak voice came from not far away. Wayne looked in the direction of the sound, but saw that Solomon and others were trapped in a mud pillar and could not move. Only Solomon was still conscious, while the rest of Robin, Gloria, CLO, and others were completely unconscious. Looking at this scene, Wayne's heart was filled with anger, but the Golden Lion beside him said nonchalantly, "Little boy, your name is Wayne, right? I see that you are quite capable, and I like capable people the most. Why don't you join my crew? When the time comes, I may let this island go when I am in a good mood." The Golden Lion had a little intention to recruit Wayne after seeing his strength. Wayne on the opposite side laughed in anger, lowered his head and remained silent for a few seconds, then raised his head, pointed at his nose with his finger, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and said grimly, "You are really old and confused, Golden Lion. You come to my territory, kill my people, and you still want me to be your subordinate." After Wayne said this, his arms were wrapped in purple, and lightning flashed between Wayne's hands. A lifelike purple thunderbird appeared in front of Wayne. 50 million volts Thunderbird. The purple thunderbird flew towards the Golden Lion at an astonishing speed, but the Golden Lion's eyes condensed, and his observation haki was activated, and his body floated high, avoiding Wayne's Thunderbird. Although Wayne's Thunder Fruit is very strong and has a fast attack speed, a person with a light attainment of observation haki like the Golden Lion can naturally activate the observation haki in advance and predict Wayne's attack route. Oh? Lightning attack? Could it be natural thunder? The Golden Lion dodged Wayne's first tentative attack and was about to say a few trash words, but Wayne was angry and didn't listen to the Golden Lion's complaints. I saw Wayne directly take out the Rakshasa after launching the Thunderbird, and his figure turned into a lightning and appeared above the Golden Lion. Before the Golden Lion finished speaking, he glanced back and found Wayne, but his body didn't have time to react. I saw Wayne's hands flashing with tears, and he swung a knife at an extraordinary speed. One sword style rakery. This is Wayne's fastest sword technique. He adds his own lightning power to the rasha in his hand and strikes a blow that cannot be seen by the naked eye. The lightning of rakery flashed, and the figure of Golden Lion appeared dozens of meters away from Wayne, but only a bloody palm fell to the ground. Looking at Golden Lion again, he saw that the palm of his left hand was gone, leaving only the left wrist, and the cut was smooth. Sweat broke out on Golden Lion's forehead. The pain of having his palm cut off in an instant is not something that ordinary people can endure. But Golden Lion has strong endurance. After all, he is a ruthless man who cut off his legs to escape from the city. The pain of the broken hand did not make him cry out in pain, but his face turned pale in an instant, which shows how much damage he suffered. The Golden Lion floated in the air, looking at Wayne not far away, with a trace of fear in his heart. The attack just now was too fast, so fast that although he noticed it with his observation haki, his body did not react at all. At the critical moment, he could only slightly shift his body to avoid the vital part, but he also lost a palm for this. The Golden Lion looked at his wrist that was bleeding continuously, frowned. If the blood continued to flow like this, it would definitely reduce his physical strength, so an invisible force wrapped around his wrist, and his broken hand stopped bleeding. The golden lion used his fruit ability to control the blood at his wound. And Wayne, who was not far away, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He wanted to catch the golden lion off guard with this attack. He thought that with his speed, this move was aimed at the neck of the golden lion, and he should be seriously injured if he didn't die. But looking at the golden lion's appearance at this time, it is obvious that the loss of combat effectiveness is not great. After all, he is a swordsman who originally uses his feet, and the floating fruit does not rely on his hands to perform. The only thing affected by the golden lion is his physical skills. What a troublesome old fellow! Wayne sighed. At the beginning of the battle, the golden lion was placed on the same level as himself, and now the golden lion has put away his contempt. If Wayne wants to achieve such a result again, it may take a hard fight. Looking at the people trapped by the stone pillar behind him, Wayne's heart moved, and the Rakshasa in his hand slashed a few times, cutting the stone pillar into pieces, while Solomon and others inside were not injured at all. Wayne glanced at the people who were rescued, then faced the golden lion and said to the people behind him, "Solomon, wake them up and take them to a safe place." Solomon glanced at Wayne, then looked at the golden lion farther away, and woke everyone up under Wayne's cover and left the forest. After everyone left, Wayne breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the golden lion and said, "Now, no one disturbs us, let's continue the battle." Although the golden lion wanted to attack everyone, due to Wayne's elusive speed, he could only suppress the idea for the time being and watch everyone escape. Ha 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 ha! The golden lion laughed loudly, and then focused all his attention on Wayne in front of him, saying, "Little guy, I admit that I underestimated you. You have the strength to fight me. But I am the golden lion." Chapter 72 Whose home court is this? After saying that, the golden lion moved his mind, and a mountain not far away smashed towards Wayne, and several more mountains were pulled up and flew towards here. Wayne looked at the small hills that kept smashing towards him, took a deep breath, and then held the Rakshasa with both hands, wrapped the blade with armed color domineering, and several powerful slashes were swung by Wayne. Boom! With one blow, the small hill that smashed towards him was cut into several halves by Wayne, and Wayne flashed out from the air, still attacking the golden lion. The golden lion was not in a hurry, and still controlled the small hills in the distance to smash towards Wayne. This is the terrifying part of the golden lion's ability. Any non-living matter that he has touched is under his control. In other words, all the topography of the island is within the golden lion's thoughts. Several small hills in succession were unfolded by Wayne, and the golden lion continued to manipulate them calmly. "I'll see how many mountains you can split. This is my home court." In a blink of an eye, 3 more small hills attacked Wayne, and Wayne kept slashing the mountains. Wayne took a deep breath, then exhaled, and the Rakshasa in his hand slightly tilted up. During the back-and-forth fight between the two, the sun slowly set, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. A trace of sweat appeared on the golden lion's forehead. This was not because he consumed too much physical energy when using the fruit ability. After all, with the development level of his fruit, such operations hardly consumed physical energy. The golden lion also intended to use such tactics to consume Wayne's physical energy. What really made the golden lion sweat was Wayne's physical strength. Wayne had been slashing with his armed color domineering for a whole afternoon, and he didn't look tired at all. The most important thing is that the mountains on this island have completely disappeared, and the whole island is full of small basins with potholes. "So, is this still your home court?" Wayne floated up for a while, then looked down at the golden lion below him, and his tone revealed an indescribable heroism. This trick of chopping mountains, Wayne can only say that he can chop for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. One sword-style rakery. Wayne used the same trick again. Without the obstruction of the mountain, the golden lion in front of him was exposed to his eyes. It was a complete swordsmanship duel. When it comes to swordsmanship, Wayne is not sure about Hawkeye who likes to ride in a coffin. He should not need anyone in the pirate world. I saw Rakshasas slashing at the golden lion with purple lightning. But the prepared golden lion would not be directly cut by Wayne this time. He kicked out twice, and the two famous swords Yingshi and Muku on his feet firmly blocked the Rakshasa in Wayne's hand. Wayne was slightly happy in his heart. The golden lion fell into the trap. In the meantime, Wayne's hands flashed purple, and the purple lightning passed from the Rakshasa in his hand to the two famous swords on the feet of the golden lion. After all, no matter how powerful the famous sword is, as long as it is not a black sword, it is conductive. Zzz. The golden lion's body twitched a few times, and a wisp of white smoke came out. Then the body fell heavily to the ground. The golden lion did not attach the armed color domineering to the famous sword just now. This was his biggest mistake. Wayne floated in the air, quietly watching the golden lion falling to the ground, without making any rash moves, because in his perception of the color of seeing and hearing, the life breath of the old lion in front of him did not decay much. Sure enough, as Wayne expected, the golden lion climbed up from the ground, flew up 2 feet directly, and attacked Wayne with 2 slashes. Chop! A slash with armament haki. Wayne saw through the move, and then did not intend to use elementalization to dodge, but the Rakshasa in his hand was attached with armament haki, and slashed twice, knocking the flying slash aside. Bang! Wayne's body retreated 2 steps under inertia, but saw the slash of the golden lion hit the ground, leaving 2 cracks more than 10 meters long on the ground. It seems that this old guy's swordsmanship has not regressed much from the past. Wayne saw the cracks on the ground and knew that the strength of the golden lion is also good now. Then, the next step is a real fight. A wisp of black flowed from Wayne's arm, and then the black climbed to his shoulders, then to his chest, neck, abdomen, face, thighs. Wayne's whole body was wrapped in thick armament haki, as if he was wearing a black armor. Only the dark purple lightning mark appeared on his forehead, which was Wayne's current martial arts. The strongest posture of the color. The golden lion's heart jumped when he saw this scene. The degree of this kid's armament haki is really rare. But at the same time, a trace of contempt flashed through the golden lion's heart. It would take 2 or 3 days for a strong man like them to fight, and the winner would not be determined. Wayne used such a degree of armament haki in the first line, which was a manifestation of inexperience in the eyes of the golden lion. But Wayne, in this state, undoubtedly put more pressure on the golden lion. The power and destructive power of each move were more than 1 level greater than before, and the golden lion had to use his armament haki to resist. Both of them had fruits with the ability to fly. Their figures kept interweaving in the air. They fought dozens of rounds in a few minutes, and then their figures pulled apart, waiting for the flaws of the opponent in the next round. Dang dang dang! The two kept fighting like this, and the famous swords in their hands, on their feet, kept colliding. The sword energy formed by the two formed one cut after another around them. At this moment, several figures appeared on the ground not far from the two. They were the cotters who had recovered their strength. Robin and Gloria were in good condition, while Solomon, Clo and Cage were all wearing bandages, especially Cage, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Robin looked at the two people fighting in the sky, then glanced at the sky and said, "It's almost dawn. Hasn't the battle between the two been decided yet?" Solomon shook his head and said, "I'm not surprised that strong men like them can fight for 3 days and 3 nights. As the strongest among them, Solomon knew clearly how strong men like Wayne were. Chloe raised his glasses with his bandaged hand and said, "Or, let's go help the boss." Everyone's eyes lit up, but Solomon stopped them sternly, saying, "Didn't you see? There are traces of slashes around the two of them. If you want to die, go up. When they are at that point, we can't intervene now. If things go wrong, Wayne will have to divert attention to protect you." Chapter 73 The Golden Lion Who Likes to Self-Harm. Chloe's eyes darkened when he heard this. He really wanted to make some contributions to Wayne. Especially since he had been on the ship for so long, he had never defeated a decent opponent, but got a devil fruit. Although others didn't say anything, he felt bad. At this moment, Gloria on the side said, "I should be able to interfere with the Golden Lion with my fruit ability." Everyone's eyes lit up. Gloria could assist on the side just like they did when they beat the Golden Lion in a group before. Solomon looked at the two people fighting in the sky and said, "Are you sure? Don't disturb Wayne." At this time, the two were very close, and Gloria's singing fruit might not distinguish between friend and foe. Gloria thought for a while and said, "I can activate my ability when the two of them are far away, and it should be no problem to manipulate the fruit sound waves to interfere with the Golden Lion." Just then, several figures suddenly jumped out of the bushes on the side. They were the ship Dr. Indigo and the gorilla Scardu on the Golden Lion ship. "We won't let you interfere with the captain of the Golden Lion." The two stood in front of Robin and others under the cover of a group of captains. They obviously heard the plan just now and wanted to stop Gloria. After hearing this, Chloe smiled, stood up, and snapped his fingers, saying, "Goliath, you concentrate on finding opportunities to interfere with Golden Lion, and we'll take care of these people." Chloe and others stood in front of Gloria and said, "If we can't beat Golden Lion, can't we deal with you guys?" Gloria nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." The cotters of both sides soon fought in the forest. The scene returned to Wayne and Golden Lion. The two who were fighting in the air were separated after each other slashed a few times and were blocked by the other party. At this time, Golden Lion heard a strange sound, and then felt a sense of annoyance in his heart, and even his breath was a lot disordered. Opportunity. Although Wayne didn't understand what was going on, he just thought that Golden Lion was old and couldn't continue the fierce battle, but he would not miss such a good opportunity. Flying sword flow sword art dragon flying flash. Wayne waved the Rakshasa in his hand, and a crescent-shaped flying slash slashed towards the Golden Lion. Not good. Golden Lion had just lost his composure, and then he naturally couldn't react in time after discovering Wayne's attack. He could only turn his body and then activate his armed color domineering to block this fatal knife. Bang! How could the domineering that Golden Lion hastily activated block Wayne's dragon flying flash? His domineering aura collapsed in an instant, and a bloody wound appeared at the connection between his neck and left arm. Golden Lion endured the severe pain and distanced himself from Wayne again, and then focused his eyes on Gloria. He sensed that it was the little girl in front of him who had just disturbed him. Chop! Two flying slashes flew towards Gloria, so fast that Gloria could hardly react at all. One sword flow one line sky. Wayne also slashed a slash at a very fast speed, and came from behind to block the slash of Golden Lion in the air. Wayne frowned, and he obviously realized the reason why Golden Lion attacked. The sudden flaw of Golden Lion just now was probably caused by Gloria. Wayne didn't react to this sneak attack. After all, he wasn't like Big Mom's son Katakuri, who insisted on a fair duel between men. He wasn't that naive, and the Golden Lion in front of him, as an old man, naturally wouldn't have such naive ideas. On the contrary, Wayne felt that it was a good thing for his people to help him share some of the pressure. After all, in a one-on-many battle, it is better to fight against many. It is normal. Even if he is killed by the three generals in the future, it is just because of his lack of strength, but he cannot say that others are outnumbered. Seeing that she succeeded in one attack, Gloria wanted to continue to interfere with the Golden Lion, but the Golden Lion was blocked by Wayne in front of him and could not get rid of Gloria. In this way, it seemed to be trapped in a cycle. Ha 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 ha! I will not be knocked down by your tricks. The Golden Lion laughed heroically, and then two small branches were summoned to him. Wayne had not yet reacted to what he was going to do. Only heard the Golden Lion groan, and then he actually used the branches to pierce his left and right eardrums. In this way, the sound will not reach my ears. The Golden Lion's eyes were bloodshot with pain, but he didn't care about the fact that he was deaf. Seeing this, Wayne raised his eyebrows and said, "Won't you plug your ears? Forget it. You can't hear it either." Wayne felt that Golden Lion really had some intellectual problems, and seemed to have serious self-mutilation behavior, just like when he escaped from the Impel Downs. He also cut off his own legs. If it was the sea stone hanging around his neck, would he have to cut off his head? Golden Lion's actions undoubtedly scared Gloria, and this did indeed resist her fruit ability. Gloria was a little distressed for a while. Wayne was more confident in winning the battle. Looking at the Golden Lion in front of him, he had lost his legs and left hand, and his ears were deaf. If Wayne couldn't beat this disabled old pirate, he might just find a wall to die. And Golden Lion's piercing his own ears obviously had an impact on his own combat power. Observation Hacky can indeed hear sounds, but deafness will undoubtedly affect Golden Lion's reaction speed. But the Golden Lion repeatedly ignored this matter, and leaped towards Wayne, saying, "Little boy, let me show you the gap between you and your senior. Lion Chikirigaya." The Golden Lion waved his feet in the air, and several slashes with high-level armament Hacky flew towards Wayne. This move is very strong, and you can't resist it. Wayne made a judgment in an instant. In this case, he can only use Flying Slash to defeat Flying Slash. Flying Sword Style Dragon Nest Flash. Wayne slashed dozens of slashes with high-level armament Hacky and flew towards Chikirigaya in the air. Boom! The flying slashes of the two collided in the air, but the destructive power of the Golden Lion's Chikirigaya was even stronger than Wayne's Dragon Nest Flash. I saw that Wayne's dozens of slashes finally blocked the Golden Lion's Chikirigaya. Wayne's face was not very good. He didn't expect that the Golden Lion would be able to do this. On the contrary, the Golden Lion laughed and said, "Kid, the more slashes, the better. Sometimes you have to concentrate your strength." After hearing this, Wayne was thoughtful. He asked himself that his swordsmanship and sword moves were better than the Golden Lion, and his strength was not inferior to the Golden Lion. His physical strength and armed color domineering were much higher than the old Golden Lion, but this kind of grasp of the power of the sword was indeed something he didn't have. This was a kind of combat experience. This was something that could only be obtained after constantly fighting with masters and strong men. After he fought with Aokiji, he had already realized his own shortcomings and made great progress. But in terms of combat experience, he was still inferior to the experienced Golden Lion. Chapter 74 3 Days and 3 Nights. In that case, let's try this move again. Flying Sword Style Sword Art Dragon Nest Flash Bite. Wayne swung out dozens of flying slashes again, but compared to the Dragon Nest Flash just now, Wayne's Dragon Nest Flash Bite was more powerful, used more armament Hacky, and consumed more physical strength. The pupils of the Golden Lion shrank. As a great swordsman, he also noticed that this move was unusual. In that case, he could only give it a try. Lion Power Chikiri Valley. The Golden Lion swung out several sharp sword chi and flew towards Wayne, but Wayne's move was more powerful than before. After breaking Chikiri Valley, there was still some sword energy left in the Dragon Nest Flash Bite and flew towards the Golden Lion. Since the skills can't compare, then I will break it with force. This is what Wayne thought at this time. Compared with the Golden Lion, he has more physical strength and more armament Hacky, which is his confidence. Lion's Might, Gos Hoji Scroll. Golden Lion saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly manipulated the surrounding terrain. The ground rolled up and formed several lion head-shaped stones, which blocked Wayne's slash. The battle between the two sides continued, from the time when the sun rose to the time when the sun was overhead. On the first day, Wayne used his swordsmanship to destroy all the mountains on the island and cut off one of Golden Lion's palms. On the second day, the battle between the two continued. Compared with the previous one, the competition between Golden Lion and Wayne became a pure swordsmanship competition. In addition to using the Thunder Fruit to float in the air, Wayne no longer used any fruit abilities. But compared to Golden Lion, Wayne's swordsmanship was more like a big opening and closing momentum. All the damage caused by Golden Lion was blocked by Wayne's armed armor. And Wayne brought several hideous wounds to Golden Lion. On the third day, even with Wayne's physical strength, it was difficult to maintain the full-body armament haki. He began to use partial armament haki on the vital parts of his body to resist. As a result, Wayne had several more wounds on his body. But compared to Wayne, the situation of the Golden Lion was undoubtedly much more tragic. Over the past 3 days, Wayne had left at least dozens of wounds of varying sizes on him, and the Golden Lion's domineering power was further weakened. Sometimes he could not even resist Wayne's slash. I have to say, time is really a butcher's knife. Wayne looked at the Golden Lion in front of him, his eyes showing a trace of regret appeared. A strong man like Golden Lion was definitely the top existence on the sea 20 years ago. No wonder he dared to attack the Navy headquarters alone. To be fair, Wayne felt that Golden Lion's strength was definitely not as strong as his, and he was not as much pressured by Aokiji half a year ago. After all, his strength was much higher than before. But even if Wayne was slightly stronger than Golden Lion, he felt that the Golden Lion in front of him was definitely a tough opponent. Whenever Wayne pushed Golden Lion into a desperate situation, the old lion would resolve it with an unexpected move, and as long as he showed a little flaw, he would be caught by Golden Lion. But that's it. Wayne glanced at the Golden Lion in front of him. At this point in the battle, both sides had almost taught each other their trump cards, but Golden Lion's physical strength was obviously not as good as Wayne's, and Wayne also got what he wanted from Golden Lion. Combat experience. Wayne's combat experience increased rapidly in 3 days of life and death struggles, and his control over his own strength has been further improved. Damn, what's that look in your eyes? Although the Golden Lion couldn't hear what Wayne said, he seemed to see a trace of compassion in Wayne's eyes, which hurt the pride of the Golden Lion. I am Golden Lion. The Golden Lion waved his hand, and an island attacked Wayne again. Wayne's eyes flashed. At such a distance, the attack range of this island was not only himself, but also the Golden Lion. Are you going to fight to the death? Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see through the Golden Lion's thoughts, but finally decided not to take risks. It's nothing more than cutting open another island. Wayne felt his physical strength, and there was probably more than half left, so it was still easy to cut an island. At this moment, the island suddenly flashed to the side, and what was wrapped by the island was actually a large area of seawater. The seawater appeared and quickly wrapped Wayne up, but Wayne seemed to have no reaction, just staring at the Golden Lion in the seawater. Ha 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 ha, a capable person? I can even control the seawater. Even if you are strong, it must be uncomfortable to be suffocated and powerless in the seawater. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion laughed and suddenly stopped laughing, because he found that Wayne in the seawater did not have any painful expression, but looked at him calmly, as if looking at a mentally retarded person. In fact, Wayne had long discovered that he was not afraid of the seawater, so he did not guard against this move of the Golden Lion, but Wayne had been fighting for 3 days and was covered in sweat. Taking a bath in the seawater seemed to be a good choice. The Golden Lion in front of him had an expression of doubting life. And the situation in front of him completely overturned his cognition. So the Golden Lion floated to the front of the seawater, carefully stretched out the index finger of his right hand, and wanted to feel whether it was really seawater in front of him. At this moment, Wayne moved, and moved the moment the Golden Lion stretched his finger into the seawater. Purple lightning flashed on Wayne's body, and the seawater was an excellent conductor. Under Wayne's powerful electricity, the Golden Lion was electrocuted. Boom! The Golden Lion endured the severe pain and numbness, and pulled his hand out of the seawater. His golden hair, which was originally draped behind his head, was instantly electrocuted into an afro, and even his body movements were half a beat slower. Of course, Wayne would not miss such a great opportunity. He rushed out of the sea water with Rakshasa in his hand, and instantly came to the side of the golden lion. Then, he was covered with high-level armed color domineering, and slashed out 9 huge flying slashes. Flying sword-style sword art 9-headed dragon flash. The 9-headed dragon with fangs and claws flew towards the golden lion. The golden lion also reacted at this moment. Looking at the 9 flying slashes in front of him, the golden lion wanted to avoid them, but then found that he seemed to be completely unable to avoid these slashes. A slash that can't be avoided? It's really a miraculous swordsmanship. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, and a strong aura burst out of his body. Then a layer of black armor appeared on his body, and there were 2 deeper clouds on his cheeks. Full coverage of armed color domineering. This old lion finally used his remaining domineering at the last moment. Brothers, please help. Ask for 5-star praise. Chapter 75 The Fall of Golden Lion. Not only that, the momentum of Golden Lion became more and more intense, and eventually gradually became a substance that could affect reality. This is the domineering color domineering of Golden Lion. Under the control of Golden Lion, the domineering color domineering wrapped around the 2 famous swords on his feet. As one of the most powerful pirates in the old era, the domineering color domineering entanglement, this technique, Golden Lion will undoubtedly also know. Boom! The 9-headed dragon seemed to roar in the air, and finally slashed at the Golden Lion, while the Golden Lion frantically waved the 2 famous swords on his feet, and in the blink of an eye, it blocked 6 or 7 slashes. However, the reason why Wayne's move is so strong is not only because it is sure to hit, but also because it completely blocks the enemy from 9 different angles. Although the Golden Lion's feet are flexible, it can't block the slashes attacking its body. What a terrible little devil! The Golden Lion finally survived, but its momentum at this moment was not only declining compared to before. There were 2 narrow wounds on its back and abdomen. The wounds were so deep that you could even see the intestines flowing in the Golden Lion's abdomen. The Golden Lion still failed to block one of Wayne's strongest swordsmanship, and was broken through by Wayne's high-level armed color domineering wrapped in the slash, leaving a fatal wound. Is there a person with the ability who is not afraid of the sea water? There are really people who are better than people. People. The Golden Lion laughed loudly, as if he was telling his last words. Ha 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 ha, have the pirates of the new era grown up? It seems that the old guy Sengoku has a headache. Stop joking, I can see that people like you will never succumb to the navy. Go stir up this sea, go turn this world upside down. The Golden Lion took a deep breath, and then pulled hard to pull off the rudder on his head. Ahem! The Golden Lion groaned in pain twice, and then he actually endured this fatal injury. His whole body was condensed, and a more powerful momentum burst out than before. The Golden Lion smiled heroically and said, "Come on, kid, show your strongest move. I will also show you the power of the strongest pirate in the old era." Then the Golden Lion leaped up, stimulating the few armed color domineering in his body, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and staring at Wayne in front of him. Alas! Wayne sighed. He felt the Golden Lion's determination to die. Although pulling out the rudder made his domineering use more fluent, it was just a flash of life. It was not easy to survive these decades of old injuries. Even if Wayne did not attack the Golden Lion would not last long. But Wayne decided to give this old lion a decent death. After all, everything the Golden Lion did was to maintain his last dignity. Wayne nodded slightly, and then his body was wrapped in the martial arts again. Armored color domineering, a dark domineering armor appeared on Wayne. Not only that, the dark purple lightning on Wayne's forehead also appeared, and then the armed color domineering on his chest also flowed, and finally formed 2 purple lightning. This is the state of domineering arousal of Wayne now, but even Wayne can't hold on to this state for long. The 2 have been fighting until now, and they have already felt some sympathy for each other, so they started the final battle. I saw 2 powerful domineering colliding with each other. For a moment, the clouds in the sky were divided into two pieces, the whole world seemed to be in opposition, and a strong wind rose on the island for no reason. Gee ha 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 ha! The king of the new era? Sure enough, a man like you can't be unqualified. The golden lion laughed heroically, and then stimulated the last blow of his life. Lion's power, the end, Chikiri Valley. Several flying slashes with high-level armed color domineering flew towards Wayne, and their power was so strong that Wayne was a little frightened. Is this the final bite of the lion before it dies? Wayne did not dare to underestimate it. This attack would definitely kill him, so Wayne took a deep breath and then swung out his strongest swordsmanship. Flying sword style sword art Sky Dragon Flash. This move is the ultimate skill in Wayne's flying sword style sword art. The move is divided into two parts. The first part is an airflow that can be used to defend an attack under Wayne's control, or to attract the enemy into the airflow, and the second part is a sword energy with extremely strong destructive power that can crush all enemies in front of it. The Golden Lion's Chikiri Valley finally collided with the Sky Dragon Flash. Under the attraction of Wayne's airflow, two sword energies were finally blocked, but there was still a flying slash that flew straight to Wayne's chest at an astonishing speed. Cough! Wayne groaned, and the Golden Lions after being blocked by Wayne's armament haki armor for a while. The slash finally shattered a lightning bolt on Wayne's chest and slashed onto Wayne's body. Internal destruction. The moment Wayne was slashed, he understood that the technique used by Golden Lion was a high-level armament haki technique called Ryu Okura haki in Wano country, which could penetrate the surface of an object and reach the inside, causing greater damage. Under the power of this sword, Wayne's body fell from a high altitude and hit the ground directly, creating a human-shaped pit. Lord Wayne! Wayne! At this time, Solomon and others who were watching the battle below exclaimed and hurried to check Wayne's condition. On the other side, after Golden Lion slashed out that sword, the armament haki in his body had become extremely weak. Looking at the second stage of Sky Dragon Flash slashed out by Wayne, Golden Lion simply stopped struggling, opened his arms, and said the last words of his life. The new era is really exciting. Without any suspense, the slash directly cut through the Golden Lion's domineering aura and cut the Golden Lion's body in half. The life color in the Golden Lion's eyes slowly disappeared, and then the broken body fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. This battle is not just a battle between Wayne and Golden Lion. It also means a battle between the new era pirates and the old era pirates. And judging from the result of Wayne's victory over Golden Lion, it undoubtedly shows a new era has arrived.